You kept your promise these past 3 years and never touched me. I, Lin Chujiao, am not someone who breaks her word. No matter whether you pass this year's college entrance exam or not, the job our family promised you will still be yours. As for our marriage, it was always just a transaction. Once you settle in Yanjing, we'll get a divorce. A clear, cold voice rang in his ears. Xiangnan shook his dazed head and slowly opened his eyes. The warm breeze carried the delicate scent of a young woman, and suddenly, a refined, dazzling face appeared before him. Her bright eyes were framed beneath gently furrowed eyebrows like embroidered willow leaves. Her elegant, aloof aura felt strangely unfamiliar. Xiangnan blinked, stunned. Who is this? I'm talking to you. Are you even listening, Xiangnan? If you fail the exam, even if you manage to establish yourself in Yanjing, they'll still look down on you. Seeing Xiangnan standing there like a block of wood, the girl wrinkled her nose in frustration and muttered, "Forget it talking to a cow with a lute." Clack, clack, clack. The rhythmic tapping of flat-soled leather shoes faded into the distance. Yet, the graceful silhouette of the girl became ever clearer in Li Xiangnan's vision. Drip, drop, drip. The scorching sun blazed overhead. Sweat dripped from Li Xiangnan's forehead, splashing onto the dry ground and stirring up fine dust. He looked around, confused. On either side stood low-rise buildings forming a short street. A barber shop, grocery store, and supply and marketing cooperative were scattered among them, all exuding a dull, monotonous sense of an old era. Outside the gray high walls, a crowd of young people had gathered. Dressed in gray or blue uniforms, they'd been steamed buns and sipped water from military green flasks while holding thick textbooks with focused expressions. Middle-aged men in worn-out shirts carefully scribbled notes with pencils in tattered notebooks. All of them clustered eagerly near a closed iron gate. Standing alone in front of it was Lin Chujiao, as if she were an unbridgeable chasm between herself and the rest of the world. 1978 Hongshan High School College Entrance Exam Site bold red characters were pasted above the shut school gates. Blistering heat hit him like a wave. Suddenly, Li Xiangnan's mind blanked, then flooded with a torrent of memories crashing into his consciousness. He staggered backward, leaning against the wall, dizzy. Wait, wasn't I in the middle of an interview at the Lancet International Medical Symposium? How did I end up here? Damn it. Am I transmigrated? After absorbing the flood of information, Li Xiangnan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Had somehow ended up in the body of another man with the same name. Surprisingly, this person's background aligned somewhat with his former life as a top medical expert. Except this guy was a mere amateur following his father around Hongshan County as a traveling herbalist. Thanks to the traditional medicine passed down through generations in the Li family, the Lius were respected locals, not rich, but well-regarded. So, am I really starting off with a broken engagement? After integrating the original's memories, Li Xiangnan finally understood who that girl was. Lin Chujiao, a female intellectual from Yanjing. 5 years ago, she came to Hongshan village during the rustication movement to support rural development. Her arrival caused quite a stir across the county. She became a secret crush of countless young men and urban intellectuals alike, even earning the title of most beautiful female intellectual in Hongshan County. She had suitors lined up, yet over time, many quietly backed off. Why? Too cold. Though stunningly beautiful, her icy demeanor and distant air shattered many romantic dreams. And yet, that same aloof elegance, like a begonia blooming across the river, constantly reminded everyone of her unmatched charm, drawing glances wherever she went. The original Xiangnan was no exception. Like any eligible young man, he pursued her quietly, persistently. They say a desperate lover ends up with nothing. After trying everything and failing repeatedly, he eventually gave up, heartbroken, and chose to stay away like the others. But just then, Lin Chujiao approached him, saying she wanted to marry him. For a moment, the world felt like it belonged to him. He couldn't stop smiling, not even an AK could suppress it. But soon after, reality hit like a bucket of ice water. Marrying her was fine. Living together was okay. But sleeping together? Not allowed. Her reason? She liked him enough but didn't know him well. They could buy the ticket but not board the train. She needed more time to evaluate. Only when the time was right would they share the same blanket. Overjoyed by the goddess' favor, Li Xiangnan lost all rationality and agreed without hesitation. Later, he learned the truth. Lin Chujiao had chosen him only because she was tired of dealing with too many admirers. The Li family, being well-respected in the area, made for the perfect shield. This year, the second year since the restoration of the National College entrance exam, Lin Chujiao's father had been reinstated to his former position. Lin Chujiao returned to him with a new proposal. They would divorce. she would return to Yanjing. In exchange, the Lin family would secure Li Xiangnan a job in Yanjing and help him transfer his household registration. Over the years, the Li family had treated her kindly, and the Lins were not ungrateful. They wouldn't let Li suffer. With this job and Hoku, he could find another partner and build a new life. That was Lin Chujiao's tone and also the stance of the entire Lin family. What could Li Xiangnan do? His beloved wife To was returning to the city, and he, a mediocre country doctor, could only watch helplessly. If he refused, this parting might become permanent. 5 years of effort, barely a ripple. So, Li Xiangnan decided to seize this chance the college entrance exam. He asked Lin Chujiao, who was also taking the test, to tutor him, hoping to score decently, get into a university in Yanjing, earn the Lin family's approval, and re-enter their lives. The opportunity he fought for himself was completely different from the one handed down by the Lins. Ding, ding, ding. A sharp bell suddenly rang out. Footsteps surged like a tide toward the school gates of Hongshan High School. Kid, the exam's about to start. What are you daydreaming for? A street vendor snapped him out of his thoughts. Thank you, Andy. Li Xiangnan rubbed his head, struggled to his feet, and scanned the crowd. Soon he spotted that lone figure surrounded by invisible space. He hurried forward, walking shoulder to shoulder with the cold, noble girl, drawing envious glances from many. Thank you for letting go. Without waiting for her reaction, Li Xiangnan strode steadily into the classroom building. Behind him, Lin Chujiao stared wide-eyed at the determined figure disappearing into the exam hall, momentarily stunned. She noticed something strange throughout their conversation. His gaze had never once landed on her. Used to being the center of attention, Lin Chujiao Chadadao keenly sensed that Li Xiangnan was different this time. Where's this confidence coming from? Just male pride? Shaking off the thought which hadn't truly affected her, Lin Chujiao took a deep breath and stepped into the examination room. Chapter 2. The Golden Age, full of potential. As Li Xiangnan unfurled the pages of the Chinese language examination paper, he nearly gasped in surprise. As a product of the post-reform 9-year quality education system, the simplicity of this test was astonishingly evident. However, he was acutely aware that, given the current literacy rate and the educational accessibility within the country, such a level of examination was indeed quite appropriate for the prevailing circumstances. The entrance examination of 1978 was a renewed attempt, having resumed the examination system the previous year. And it was a careful revision based on lessons learned from the first endeavor. The subjects included Chinese, mathematics, history, politics, and geography, and the questions were more diverse, with a broader selection of materials. Thus, after Li Xiangnan effortlessly completed the entire paper in a mere 40 minutes, he began to observe his surroundings. The desks were riddled with scars and imperfections, their surfaces inscribed with declarations of affection such as Wang Ergo loves Li Dongmei, suggesting that love, regardless of the era, stirs within individuals of all ages. In the earthen-walled classroom, there were about 20 such desks, each occupied by a figure radiating anxiety. It was evident that not everyone shared his ease, which was hardly surprising. The classroom lacked vibrant colors. Gray seemed to dominate the atmosphere, finding the environment dull. Li Xiangnan shifted his weight, alleviating the pressure from the corner of an old, worn bench. He rested his head on the desk, squinting his eyes while listening to the soft scratching sound of the pen gliding across the paper, enveloped in a sense of surreal dreaminess. Ah, the 1980s, a golden age, ripe with possibilities. Li Xiangnan sighed with a sense of exhilaration, every cell in his body rejoicing. Candidates, please refrain from making noise and disturbing others. Maintain the order of the examination room. A teacher in a Zhongshan suit descended from the podium, adjusting his thick, crooked glasses, with hands clasped behind his back. He sternly admonished Li Xiangnan, appearing before his desk in patched trousers. Cherish the opportunities of your age. What time is it, and you are still able to sleep? How can you be so relaxed? The invigilator's tone echoed that of Lin Chujiao, lamenting the student's lack of urgency as he rapped the desk. However, his voice quickly fell silent as he glanced at Li Xiangnan's paper, nudging his pen aside in surprise, his expression shifting to astonishment. Then, with hands still behind his back, he circled around to the front, peering over his glasses to scrutinize Li Xiangnan closely, seemingly perplexed by how this student could be so distinctly different from those around him. In just 40 minutes, the student had not only completed the entire set of questions, but had done so with remarkable accuracy and a calm demeanor, contrasting sharply with the other candidates who were gnashing their teeth in deep contemplation. Could this student be a prodigy? Such doubts were soon confirmed in the second examination session. During the mathematics test, the invigilator, having noticed Li Xiangnan, deliberately approached him while he was sound asleep. only to discover that he had already completed all 7 major problems, with both commendable thoroughness and accuracy. Observing the remaining candidates, who were fidgeting with anxiety, stood in stark contrast to the composed Li Xiangnan. This lad is named Li Xiangnan. The invigilator, Wang Shuiliang, etched this name firmly into his memory. July 20th, the first day of examinations, swiftly passed without incident. Throughout the day, Li Xiangnan did not catch sight of Lin Chujiao until noon the following day, after the political exam, when he encountered her alone in the cafeteria. He chose not to approach her. Spending a few grain tickets and 15 cents, he procured 3 steamed buns and retreated to a corner to eat in solitude. You seem to be in good spirits. It appears the exam went well. However, things seemed to unfold contrary to expectations. Although Li Xiangnan did not seek Lin Chujiao, she took notice of him and approached with her lunchbox. Li Xiangnan raised his gaze, his eyes meeting the face of the young woman before him with measured composure, offering only a non-committal grunt before lowering his eyelids, lapsing into silence. This was the wife of his former self, though they had never shared the bond of matrimony. It was of no consequence to Li Xiangnan. Is that all? He harbored no particular thoughts, yet his indifferent demeanor astonished Lin Chujiao, once fervent and warm. His current aloofness struck her as a profound contrast. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chujiao believed she discerned his sentiments. In truth, I am grateful to you. Regardless of your feelings towards me, I will always appreciate your support. The divorce. I know it troubles you. Before Li Xiangnan could respond, Lin Chujiao closed her lunchbox, her eyes reddening as she rose to leave. Hey, I didn't intend to give you the cold shoulder. I'm just someone who takes time to warm up to unfamiliar faces. He opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from calling out to her. Perhaps there was no need for explanation? Shaking his head, Li Xiangnan resumed his meal. The afternoon's history exam was equally manageable for him. Where did that prodigy come from? How could he finish so swiftly? From Hongshan village? I believe his surname is Li, from Lijiaten. I've seen him accompany his father to our village for treatment. A physician needn't worry about food. Why come here to compete for our meals? After the geography exam on the 3rd day, not only did the invigilator express his astonishment by patting Li Xiangnan's shoulder, but he also garnered the envy of his fellow candidates. As the first to exit the examination room for the 5th time, Li Xiangnan remarked, I didn't intend for it to be this way. It was simply too easy. Yet, his conspicuous performance caught the attention of Lin Chujiao in the adjacent examination room. Li Xiangnan, when I mentioned divorce before the college entrance examination, it was a well-considered decision. I do not wish for you to succumb to despair. Rather, I hope you find strength and perform admirably. Life is fraught with setbacks and challenges. If my words can so easily dismantle your resolve, then I truly underestimate you. Gazing at the disappointed Lin Chujiao before him, her cheeks puffed in dissatisfaction, Li Xiangnan shrugged and replied with surprise, So, you think that my being the first to leave the examination room each time is merely a sign of submitting a blank paper? Is it not? Lin Chujiao shook her head, letting out a cold scoff. Li Xiangnan, we are akin to 2 parallel lines, destined never to intersect in the past. Nor are we fated to converge in the future. Our lives have always been a compromise. Fortunately, I have not surrendered myself to you. Upon arriving in Yanjing, let us hasten to finalize our divorce. I am profoundly disillusioned with you. After speaking, she delicately covered her mouth, bowed her head to gently wipe the corner of her eye, then lifted her gaze with a serene smile, turning away as if the emotional outburst from moments prior was but a trifling matter. Xiaoqiao. In the distance, a young man standing beside a Jeep 212 waved his hand, approaching Lin Chujiao, seemingly aware of the discord in her conversation with Li Xiangnan. After a brief exchange, he quickly made his way to Li Xiangnan. Xiangnan, let us share a lunch. My father has something he wishes for me to discuss with you. Lin Weiman's invitation was delivered coldly, yet beneath the polite veneer lay the inherent pride typical of a young man from a prominent family. In response to this brother-in-law, Li Xiangnan nodded nonchalantly. Chapter 3. Is divorce so urgently anticipated? Lin Weiman extended a courteous invitation, his gentle tone concealing the innate pride characteristic of those raised in the courtyard. Facing this elder brother-in-law, Li Xiangnan nodded subtly. Xiaoqiao, with last year's exam experience, you should feel quite confident about this year's college entrance examination, correct? As Lin Weiman drove the 212, he exchanged a few casual pleasantries with Li Xiangnan before turning his gaze to the rearview mirror to observe Lin Chujiao. Not bad, Lin Chujiao replied, her voice cool as she gazed out at the streets, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. That's good to hear. Lin Weimin's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Li Xiangnan, and he perceptively sensed the peculiar atmosphere within the vehicle. Reflecting on Lin Chujiao's imminent return to the city, he quickly deduced the situation, playfully patting Li Xiangnan in the passenger seat. "And you, Xiangnan?" "I'm doing all right," Li Xiangnan replied with a slight smile, yet he chose not to elaborate further. This elder brother-in-law was someone he had encountered a few times before. His feelings towards the Lin family were rather indifferent, merely familiar strangers. Lin Weimin was momentarily taken aback, having expected Li Xiangnan to be more talkative. However, after a prolonged silence, he realized Li Xiangnan merely sat there with pursed lips, which struck him as odd. In their previous meetings, Li Xiangnan had always been warm and enthusiastic. Even with Chujiao now seeking a divorce, such distance seemed unwarranted. After all, upon arriving in Yanjing, this young man would still need to rely on him. "We've arrived." Upon parking in front of a state-owned restaurant, Lin Weimin led the two inside. There were only 3 state-owned restaurants in Hongshan County, and this one was the largest. Several tables were already occupied, and Lin Weimin, familiar with the establishment, guided them to a window seat. He pointed out the menu chalkboard and then retrieved meat and grain ration coupons from his pocket, ready to summon a waiter. "Xiao, choose something you like. Since you've completed your exams, let me treat you." Lin Weimin pulled out a bottle of Niulan Mountain liquor from his bag and placed it on the table. Lin Chujiao shook her head, her expression devoid of the lightness typically associated with post-exam relief. "Brother, just order whatever you want." "How can that be?" Despite her words, Lin Weimin decided to accommodate Li Xiangnan. "Come on, if she doesn't choose, you select something you enjoy, Xiangnan." "Brother Weimin, I'm fine with anything." Li Xiangnan, seated between Lin Weimin and Lin Chujiao, had hardly made eye contact with her since their entrance, and his demeanor lacked the previous warmth he had shown towards her. Lin Weimin sensed the discord but quickly rationalized it. It seemed the divorce had struck a significant blow to Li Xiangnan. His father's assessment was indeed correct. Li Xiangnan harbored some resentment in his heart. "All right then, I'll order," Lin Weimin declared. "Let us have a dish of cold tofu with scallions, Xiao. That's your favorite. Last time, Xiangnan mentioned he enjoyed ants climbing a tree, so we'll order that as well. Here's to wishing you both success in this year's exams. And let us also have a dish of carp jumping over the Dragon Gate to complete the feast." With a smile, Lin Weimin concluded his ordering and sought out a waiter, intentionally leaving space for the two to converse. In his memory, Li Xiangnan compared this elder brother-in-law's image. He was meticulous in his dealings, exuding an air of pride in his every gesture, yet there was nothing to criticize. At this moment, Lin Chujiao, seated diagonally across from the round table, discreetly gazed in the direction of Li Xiangnan, her brows furrowed in discontent, seemingly dissatisfied with his aloofness today. Just then, Lin Weimin returned after placing the order, and noticing the silence between the two, he inquired with surprise. "Why is everyone so quiet?" "There's no need for that, Xiangnan. Even if we can't become in-laws, we will still be relatives." Li Xiangnan chuckled lightly, his eyes still not meeting Lin Chujiao's, responding, "Brother Weimin, you're jesting. Are we truly unable to be relatives?" Lin Weimin paused, noticing his sister's displeased glance directed at him. And with a feigned casualness, he said, "Xiangnan, don't treat me as a stranger. Here, let me pour you a drink." Li Xiangnan quickly stood up to cover his cup, instinctively replying, "Brother Weimin, one shouldn't tea drink while driving." Only after speaking did he realize that this was a custom from a later era. In this time, such practices were not stringently observed. Lin Weimin smiled and said, "What you say is true, but we won't be driving this afternoon. We are borrowing a vehicle from the county government, and we shall return to Yanjing later today. I've already collected your and Xiao Chao's luggage from Lijia village this morning, and I've spoken with Uncle Li and the others. All the introduction letters and paperwork are in order." "Is it that soon?" Li Xiangnan was taken aback to learn they were heading to Yanjing that very afternoon. His brother-in-law certainly acted with remarkable decisiveness, and the influence of the Lin family was indeed formidable, being able to borrow a vehicle from the county government. To alleviate Li Xiangnan's concerns, Lin Weimin placed the car keys on the table, stating, "This afternoon, the county government personnel will come to the hotel to collect the car. I've arranged everything. Just leave the keys at the front desk, Xiangnan. We can drink freely. There's no problem." Only then did Li Xiangnan relax his grip and nod in agreement. The dishes were soon served, and it was apparent that Lin Weimin was no novice in the drinking scene, as he quickly downed a few cups with Li Xiangnan. During the meal, Li Xiangnan noticed Lin Chujiao seemed a bit morose, showing little enthusiasm for her food and not engaging in their playful banter. "I need to use the restroom." Lin Chujiao declared midway through the meal, wiping the corners of her eyes before rising to leave. At this point, Lin Weimin finally set down his cup, letting out a sigh, and placed his hand on Li Xiangnan's shoulder. Xiangnan, I have never considered you an outsider. To speak sincerely, over these years while Xiao Qiao was stationed in Lijia village, we owe much to your family's care. All of us in the Lin family are profoundly grateful to you. She is the one we feel most remorseful towards. She has endured considerable hardships, and the family hopes for her return to a normal life. Hence, sending her back to Beijing was truly unavoidable. I understand you may harbor some resentment, but rest assured. Before the old man left, he informed me that once you arrive in Yanjing, the Lin family will do our utmost to assist you in any way you need. Li Xiangnan gazed intently into Lin Weimin's eyes, understanding that were it not for his connection with Lin Chujiao, he would not have received such earnest regard. It was already a significant gesture for the Lin family to extend themselves in this manner. With clarity in his heart, and seizing the moment before Lin Chujiao returned, he smiled and grasped Lin Weimin's hand, saying, Brother Weimin, you've secured me a job in Yanjing and resolved my household registration issues. I took care of Chujiao, and in return, she has reciprocated. There is no debt between us, and the Lin family need not feel indebted to me in any way. This afternoon, I happen to be free, and Chujiao and I can go directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau to initiate our divorce. Upon hearing this, Lin Weimin was utterly astonished, sensing an unexpected assertiveness emanating from Li Xiangnan, which made him realize for the first time that the young man before him was not as simple as he appeared. The matter of divorce, however, is not something to be rushed. Lin Weimin hastily clarified, pouring a drink for Li Xiangnan. Around the corner, Lin Chujiao stood with her fist clenched, her cold, stunning face frozen in an expression of disbelief, her heart seemingly missing a beat, leaving her at a loss. Could it be that Li Xiangnan is so impatient to seek a divorce? Chapter 4. I am always waiting. Feel free to seek a divorce at any moment. You are going to Yanjing, still connected through Xiao Qiao, for you are, in name, her family member. The matter of divorce should wait until you have stabilized your work. A few months from now, both of you can quietly part ways without anyone raising an eyebrow. Lin Weimin lowered his voice and elaborated, allowing Li Xiangnan to once again grasp the meticulous nature of the Lin family's dealings. Lin Chujiao was evidently already aware of the family's arrangements. Upon returning to her seat, her expression remained unchanged. I am always waiting. Feel free to seek a divorce at any moment. Li Xiangnan smiled calmly and proactively raised a toast to Lin Weimin. I can see it, Xiangnan. You are quite perceptive. Lin Weimin complimented, though internally he was taken aback. This lad had seemingly undergone a seismic shift in feelings for Lin Chujiao overnight, which was indeed perplexing. Seated nearby, Lin Chujiao quietly lowered her head. Despite the polite smile gracing her lips, she felt an undeniable pang of sorrow within. It was akin to having a beloved doll suddenly given away, leaving her with an indescribable sense of loss. Li Xiangnan remained oblivious to their emotions, engrossed in the delightful array of dishes before him. After 3 days of mere steamed buns and pickles, he was thoroughly craving something more substantial. The cafeteria food offered little in terms of flavor, and he had only brought along 12 ration tickets and 10 yuan given by old Li, urging him to take care of himself during the crucial exam period. It was not that Li Xiangnan was unwilling to spend. Rather, the tickets could barely procure more than a few buns, leaving him feeling uncomfortably hungry. Finally able to indulge in fish and meat at a state-run restaurant, along with the minced meat and ants climbing a tree, he found himself in culinary bliss. In this era, satisfying his palate was a luxury, and Li Xiangnan knew he had a long journey ahead. So delicious, he thought to himself, silently piling more food onto his plate, then another serving, and yet another. This scene left Lin Weimin and Lin Chujiao in a state of astonishment. Compared to their family's connections, it seemed that Li Xiangnan was solely interested in the food. The siblings exchanged glances, their curiosity about this young man growing by the moment. The meal stretched over an hour, during which Lin Weimin made the most of the time to discuss matters regarding Yanjing, primarily to alleviate any grievances or prejudices Li Xiangnan might harbor against the Lin family. It wasn't until they boarded the train that he was reassured there appeared to be no dissatisfaction on the other side. Inside a sleeper compartment, Lin Weimin opened the door and entered, retrieving a can of yellow peaches from his bag and handing it to Lin Chujiao, who was gazing out at the scenery. Xiao Qiao, have some. Look what I brought for you. I bought 2 cans. That lad was practically drooling just now. Brother, I don't want to eat. You enjoy it yourself, Lin Chujiao replied, her gaze still fixed outside, her posture unchanged with her head resting on her hand. There are still 7 hours to go. You should eat a little. I'll leave it here for you. Lin Weiman resealed the can and took a seat on the lower bunk across from his sister. Noticing that Lin Chujiao's spirits remained low, he descended from his bed once more to glance out the door, then closed it again and approached the window. Gently patting Lin Chujiao on the shoulder, he inquired, after discussing the divorce with Xiangnan these past few days, has he exhibited any extreme behavior? Recognizing her brother's concern, Lin Chujiao shook her head and replied candidly, none at all. Not a bit. He pressed. Not a single ounce. Just as you see, neither servile nor arrogant, distant, and indifferent. Lin Chujiao met her brother Lin Weiman's gaze as she spoke. That is indeed peculiar. Lin Weiman scratched his head and returned to his lower bunk, his eyes curiously roaming over his sister's face. To be honest, I feel he seems more interested in food than in you. Suddenly, Lin Chujiao chuckled, brightening the atmosphere in the compartment. Lin Weiman, caught between laughter and exasperation, remarked, you can still laugh. What on earth is wrong with that fellow? What can I do? Should I plead for him to treat me better? Brother, there's no need for that. Waving his hand dismissively, Lin Weiman opted to steer the conversation away, saying, Father has arranged for you to join the health system at the East City Health Bureau. Do you have any thoughts on that? Meanwhile, in another sleeper compartment, Li Xiangnan had just finished a can of yellow peaches. The additive-free food was both delicious and reassuring. Savoring the moment, he lay back comfortably, patting his belly while recalling Lin Weiman's instructions from earlier. With his rudimentary skills as a barefoot doctor, the Lin family had arranged for him to work at the factory hospital of the Hongshanka machine repair plant, with a formal position as a second-level doctor earning a monthly salary of 41.5 yuan. This was a significant improvement compared to his previous erratic income as a wandering physician in Hongshan County. Moreover, the resolution of his household registration issue meant that Li Xiangnan would soon become a bona fide resident of Yanjing. As for Lin Weiman's offer of assistance from the Lin family, Li Xiangnan did not take it to heart. Although he had once been a humble rural doctor, he was no longer that person. In his later years, now in his 40s, he had graduated from a prestigious medical school and boasted over 20 years of experience, making notable contributions to the medical field. His research had been published in top-tier medical journals like The Lancet, earning him recognition and numerous awards from international medical organizations. Indeed, he had become a distinguished figure in medicine. With his medical expertise, he felt like a dragon trapped in shallow waters in a factory hospital of the late 1970s. Given the right opportunity, he would undoubtedly soar to great heights. All he awaited was that one chance. Wake up, Xiangnan, we have arrived. In a daze, Li Xiangnan felt someone tugging at his leg repeatedly. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the anxious yet eager face of Lin Weiman. Have we arrived? Rubbing his eyes, Li Xiangnan realized that the train had come to a halt at the platform. A bustling throng of people appeared outside the window. He hurriedly dragged his luggage from beneath the bed and squeezed out of the carriage alongside Lin Weiman. Xiao, over here. Sister, I have been eagerly awaiting your return. Aunt, I have missed you so much. On the platform, as Li Xiangnan stepped off the train with Lin Weiman, they were immediately surrounded by Lin's family. Observing Lin Chujiao being embraced by several older siblings and sisters-in-law while she wept, Li Xiangnan discreetly stepped aside. It was evident that the Lin family held deep affection for Lin Chujiao. No wonder they were so determined to have her return to Beijing, even if it meant a divorce. Eldest brother, sister-in-law, Tuan, I'm back. Lin Chujiao wiped her tears and greeted her family one by one. Her voice choked with emotion. Lin Weiman stood by with a smile, waiting for the greetings to subside before he introduced Li Xiangnan. This is Li Xiangnan. The Lin family paused momentarily, their expressions fluctuating. While they were taken aback by the handsome brother-in-law they had never met, they quickly managed awkward smiles and offered brief hellos. It's Xiaoli. Eldest brother Lin Weiguo politely stepped forward to shake hands, extending an invitation. Xiaoli, I am your eldest brother. Come. The car is just outside. Uncle Lin has instructed us to welcome you. Hello, eldest brother. Li Xiangnan smiled slightly, but shook his head, maintaining a composed demeanor. Please convey my regards to Uncle Lin. You all have your affairs to attend to. I must take my leave first. With that, without waiting for their reactions, he turned on his heel and departed amidst a sea of astonished gazes. This lad. Lin Weiguo was taken aback by his attitude and exchanged a glance with Lin Weiman. The latter, understanding the unspoken message, quickly followed after him. Xiangnan, wait for me. Hold on. Chapter 5, Yanjing, here I come. unable to resist Li Xiangnan's insistence. The individuals who came to welcome Lin Chujiao back to the city ultimately parted ways around 9 o'clock. Lin Weigua, the eldest brother, drove the family home to host a welcoming gathering for Lin Chujiao, while the second brother, Lin Weiman, took Li Xiangnan to report to the Hongshank Machine Repair General Factory. Upon their arrival at the factory gate, Li Xiangnan was pleasantly surprised to find Deputy Factory Director Xing Chunlai personally awaiting them. As the 212 Jeep came to a halt, Director Xing approached, warmly shaking hands with Lin Weiman. "Xiaolin, you finally arrived." Lin Weiman, with a look of gratitude, firmly clasped Director Xing's hand. "Thank you so much, Director Xing, for waiting here so late to welcome us. We are all friends here. No need for such formalities." Director Xing boomed, waving his hand dismissively. He turned to Li Xiangnan, who had just exited the passenger seat, and with a smile inquired, "And you must be Li Xiangnan?" "Indeed, a fine young man. Xiangnan, this is Director Xing, the Deputy Director of the Hongshank Machine Repair Factory. You should learn a great deal from him." Lin Weiman introduced with a grin. "Director Xing, greetings. As I am new here, I look forward to your guidance. Should there be any shortcomings in my work, please do not hesitate to point them out. I would be immensely grateful." Li Xiangnan humbly extended his hand for a handshake, offering his compliments without reservation. "You are too modest. I can see that you are a genuine person. We need talents like you in our factory. Come, let us head inside." Director Xing exclaimed with a hearty laugh, leading the two into the factory premises, directing them towards the hospital nearby. "How is your father's health?" During the walk, Director Xing took a half-step forward to engage in conversation with Lin Weiman. Li Xiangnan, understanding the unspoken cue, fell back a couple of steps, allowing them space to converse while observing the factory, which promised future opportunities. At 9 o'clock at night, the occasional chirping of cicadas echoed among the treetops. The factory grounds lay silent and deserted, with sporadic streetlights illuminating slogans proclaiming the vigor of production and 100 days of hard work. A 4-story building loomed at the end of the road, its sparse lights twinkling even in the night. After a while of conversation, Director Xing suddenly halted, pointing apologetically towards a nearby building as they walked aside. "That is the factory hospital. Due to unforeseen circumstances, all dormitories are fully occupied. Xiaoli, I have already spoken with Weiman about your accommodation. The factory will arrange it as soon as possible. But you will have to wait for the next batch of rooms to be assigned. I apologize for the inconvenience." Lin Weiman discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Li Xiangnan. "Director, you need not worry. Coming from a rural background, I can manage with any place to sleep. A house is merely a house. I wouldn't want to trouble you. Please prioritize the factory's arrangements." Li Xiangnan discerned the implications. Realizing that Lin Weiman had likely been discussing housing matters with Director Xing, which prompted the latter's earnest explanation in his presence. Xiaoli's consideration for the factory is commendable. Director Xing smiled with approval. At this moment, Lin Weiman glanced at his watch, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he turned to Xing Chunlai with a smile. "Uncle Xing, I must hasten home for dinner. I need to share a few words with Xiangnan." After saying this, he pulled Li Xiangnan aside and retrieved 20 pounds of ration tickets from his pocket along with various small notes, including cloth, oil, flour, and meat tickets, and 50 yuan, which he pressed into the other's hands. "Take these tickets and money. Your father provided 15 yuan and 10 pounds of ration tickets. The rest is for you. Do not refuse. It's inevitable that you will need these upon your arrival. You won't receive your salary until next month. Wherever Uncle Xing arranges for you to stay, make that your home. No complaints. I will arrange the housing matters as swiftly as possible, so rest assured, I will come by whenever I have the chance. And do not hesitate to ask if you need anything. You missed dinner tonight, and the old man will surely arrange a meeting with you soon. Do not make excuses. This meal is unavoidable. Brother-in-law, remember, you are unfamiliar with Yanjing, and our Lin family is your strong support." With that, he patted Li Xiangnan on the shoulder, smiled, and went over to shake hands with Xing Chunlai. "Uncle Xing, I appreciate your care for young Li. I must be off. Hurry along." Xing Chunlai watched him leave. "Brother Wei." Li Xiangnan held the tickets and money, genuinely moved and wishing to say something more. But the other had already waved and was striding towards the doorway. "Young Li." At that moment, Xing Chunlai regarded Li Xiangnan with a knowing smile. "The Lin family holds you in high esteem as their son-in-law." Li Xiangnan smiled in response, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter, and followed into a modest 2-room dwelling. "You must tidy up tonight. This is the hospital's medical supplies storage. This room was once a waste storage area. but it has since been deemed unnecessary due to improved standards. Make do with it. Xing Chunlai opened the door, handed the key to Li Xiangnan, and turned on the light. A musty, decayed odor rushed forth, revealing a small room of only 20 square meters. Inside were several benches, a table, and 3 tall cabinets. But no bed. Furniture was covered in a thick layer of dust, bearing the marks of time. Start cleaning up. I will fetch you a bottle of hot water. Xing Chunlai handed Li Xiangnan a broom, patting him on the shoulder. It's a bit of a chore. Uncle Xing, it's nothing. This little hardship is insignificant. Just tell me where to get water, and I can go myself. Are you so averse to troubling others? I have no plans. And you'll need to be busy later. Xing Chunlai pointed towards the canteen 200 meters away to indicate where to get water, and then left. Li Xiangnan, unable to protest, set down his luggage and rolled up his sleeves to begin cleaning. He swept out a cabinet and flipped it over to serve as a makeshift bed, thus resolving the issue of where to sleep. Oh, you're quite clever. I thought I would have to get you a bed. Xing Chunlai returned with a bottle of water, looking somewhat surprised, placing the tray with 3 buns he had brought from the canteen onto the now clean table. Here. Have something to fill your stomach. Thank you, Uncle Xing. Li Xiangnan wiped the dust from his nose, expressing his gratitude for the attentive care. After casting a glance around, Xing Chun remarked, tomorrow morning, you are to report to the administrative department on the 4th floor of the factory hospital. I have already made the necessary arrangements. There is no need to rush after reporting. Purchase some daily necessities, and you may start work in the afternoon. Uncle Xing, I am truly grateful to you. I will dedicate myself to my work. Li Xiangnan saw him off, and then settled onto a wooden stool, pouring himself a cup of hot water. As he nibbled on a steamed bun to satisfy his hunger, he surveyed the nooks and crannies of his surroundings. This modest 20-square-meter room had become his haven in recent times. The 4-story building across from him stood as the arena where he would soon display his talents. Beijing. I have arrived. Chapter 6. The Lin family reunion. Mother, please rest inside. We shall wait downstairs. Xiao Qiao reassured. Little Qiao will definitely return. She cannot possibly escape. Second sister Lin Miyu supported their mother, Wang Shouqin, as they stood beneath the family residence, surrounded by others who eagerly anticipated the return. She gently patted her mother's hand, offering quiet comfort. Wang Shouqin smiled faintly but shook her head, glancing at her children with a tinge of sorrow. Today's meal is the latest. I fear I've delayed your dining. You all should go upstairs. I will wait here alone. Wei Lan, please bring something warm for Yuan to eat first. Grandmother, I refuse. I want to wait for my aunt. Little Yuan, merely 5 or 6 years old, with her sweet voice, was utterly endearing. She had only learned about her second aunt through adult conversations and was now filled with curiosity. Mother, Yuan is fine. I prepared something for her to eat earlier. Lin Wei Min's wife, Wei Lan, kindly interjected, let us wait together. Before she could finish, a lively girl nearby exclaimed, they're here. They VE returned. With that, she was the first to leap down the steps, racing towards the family compound's entrance. The sound of a car engine indeed grew louder, sending a thrill through the crowd. This child, Yu Wei, has such keen ears. Second sister Wei Lan chuckled, as she and Lin Miyu assisted the slightly trembling Wang Shouqin down the steps. Creak. The jeep halted at the entrance, and the figure of elder brother Lin Wei was swiftly emerged, waving as he called out, Mother, Xiao Qiao has returned. Good. Wang Shouqin was so overwhelmed with excitement that words eluded her. The yearning for her second daughter, whom she hadn't seen in 5 years, surged like a tidal wave. Yet her feet remained firmly planted, as she felt a strange sense of guilt for her own emotional hesitation. Elder sister-in-law Xiaoqing had already embraced her son and stepped around the vehicle to open the door, calling, Xiao Qiao, Mother and your sisters are here. Come down. A collective gasp echoed, and the lively chatter came to an abrupt halt as all eyes turned towards the rear of the car, eagerly anticipating the appearance of a familiar figure. Tap. A long, slender white leg gracefully touched the ground, followed by a flowing light blue dress that fluttered at the car door. Sister. Before the figure could fully descend, Lin Yue rushed into Lin Chujiao's embrace, burying her little head against her sister's chest, sobbing softly. Yue, why are you still such a crybaby? Lin Chujiao affectionately ruffled her younger sister's hair, her own eyes brimming with tears as she struggled to speak, her throat tight. Mother, second sister, elder sister, I'm back. Aunt. At that moment, little Yuan, mimicking Lin Yue, dashed forward and clung tightly to Lin Chujiao's leg. Lin Chujiao was momentarily taken aback. still processing the scene, when Wang Shouqin approached, grasping Lin Chujiao's hand, and softly said, "This is your second brother's child, Yuan. My daughter. You have endured much." "Mother." Lin Chujiao nodded gently, tenderly wrapping her arm around her mother's shoulder and resting her head upon it. She noticed that her mother's once jet-black hair had been cut short, now interspersed with strands of white. The air was filled with soft sobs, as everyone felt a genuine joy at this moment of family reunion. Suddenly, the sound of brakes screeched again, and Lin Weiman swiftly leaped from the vehicle. Upon witnessing the scene at the family courtyard, he smiled and, feigning nonchalance, approached, embracing his wife, Wei Lan. After enduring 5 arduous years, the eldest brother, Lin Weiguo, his wife Xiaoqing, the second brother Lin Weiman, and his wife Wei Lan, the third brother Lin Muyu, the fourth sister Lin Chujiao, and the youngest sister Lin Yuwei, finally returned to the side of the two elderly parents, achieving the long-awaited reunion of the Lin family, a rare moment indeed. Just as Lin Weiguo and Lin Weiman had named their children, a boy and a girl, Tuan and Yuan, symbolizing reunion, the Lin family was whole once more. "Mom, where is Dad?" After crying for a while, Lin Chujiao, not seeing her father's figure, gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her mother's ear and quietly asked. Wang Shouqin wiped her tears, smiled faintly, and took her daughter's hand, saying, "Your father is rather prideful. He is waiting inside. Come, let us eat." Lin Chujiao lifted her head just in time to see a head peeking from behind the living room curtain on the first floor, breaking into a smile as she followed her mother up the steps. Wang Shouqin glanced back, relieved to see no one else exiting the jeep, her steps lightening considerably. Lin Weiguo and Lin Weiman exchanged a glance, subtly nodding. They understood their mother's demeanor without words. Li Xiangnan had not come along to the Lin family, and for reasons unclear, everyone felt a silent relief. Returned. Upon entering, Lin Jianzhou was already seated at the head of the dining table, exuding an air of authority as he sternly regarded Lin Chujiao. "Dad." Lin Chujiao obediently nodded, refraining from further comment. Lin Jianzhou gestured toward the table. Xiaoqing. Lan, heat up the dishes. We can't let Xiao eat cold food. Weiguo, go fetch that bottle of Shifeng liquor for me. Dad? The one from 15 years ago? Lin Weiman was taken aback, well aware that this liquor was a treasured possession of the Lin family. What business is it of yours? Weiguo, hurry up. Lin Jianzhou furrowed his brow. All right, Dad. Lin Weiguo rushed off to the study. Wang Shouqin began serving the dishes, calling out, Xiao, come sit. Muyu, Yue, quickly take your seats. We're about to enjoy our reunion meal. Okay. Lin Yue joyfully tugged at Lin Chujiao's hand, bursting with happiness. Lin Muyu, being the third sister, was notably more composed. She gently guided Lin Chujiao to sit down and whispered, Dad may be a bit strict, but today he seems much kinder. Don't take it to heart. He is in a good mood, or he wouldn't be drinking Shifeng liquor. I understand, sister. You sit too. Lin Chujiao found her old seat. However, before she could settle in, Lin Jianzhou pointed to the spot beside him. You'll sit here today? Lin Miyu's eyes lit up, hurriedly pulling her sister along. Quick, go. Lin Chujiao had no choice but to move to the other end of the table, cautiously sitting beside her father. The dishes were swiftly served, and the Lin family filled the long table. The joyous laughter of the two children mingling with Lin You's playful interjections, creating a lively atmosphere. Yet, as she gazed upon these familiar faces animatedly recounting their pasts, Lin Chujiao felt an inexplicable distance, as if it were a recollection from a previous life. The first thought that flitted through her mind was of Li Xiangnan, what he would dine on tonight, where he would eat, and whether he might go hungry. Instantly, a vivid memory surged forth of Li Mu quietly slipping a peeled egg to her from beneath the table during dinner at Li's residence, sending a jolt through her. She cast her gaze toward the empty seat at the far end of the table, a sudden ache piercing her heart. If all had gone well, Li Xiangnan should be seated there, Shuntihi. Wei Min, come to the study with me. At some point, her father's authoritative voice shattered her reverie, and Lin Chujiao realized that the meal was drawing to a close, with a myriad of faces around the table observing her with complex expressions. She closed her eyes and lowered her head, feeling a wave of melancholy swell within her, suffocating her with its intensity. I need to use the restroom, Lin Chujiao exclaimed, making her escape. Lin Weiman sighed, gesturing for everyone to remain calm, before turning and entering the study. Father, you called for me? Close the door. Lin Jianzhou lifted his teacup, his tone laden with an ineffable sorrow. Chapter 7. My heart aches for my sister. What is going on? Your sister's state tonight is utterly dismal, and surely, you all have noticed. Lin Jianzhou gestured towards a chair at the desk, indicating for Lin Weimin to take a seat. Father, it is indeed apparent. Xiao Qiao has just returned. She is likely struggling to readjust. Lin Weimin forced a light-hearted smile, acknowledging that she had spent 5 arduous years in Hongshan County, accustomed to hardship. Suddenly returning, it is only natural for anyone to find it overwhelming. There is a process of adaptation. All right, enough with the formalities. You seem to have mastered my rhetoric. Before Lin Weimin could finish, Lin Jianzhou raised his hand. Is it because of Li Xiangnan? Lin Weimin opened his mouth, gazing into his father's penetrating eyes, and eventually nodded, taking a deep breath to confess. Yes. Isn't this matter resolved? We, the Lin family, have arranged a job for Li Xiangnan and addressed his household registration issues in Yanjing. Thus, he should no longer entangle Xiao Qiao. Am I to send you to fetch them back, and you'll muddle it up? Lin Jianzhou glared at his son. Absolutely not. Father, please don't glare at me. I wouldn't dare. Lin Weimin grimaced, quickly placing his hands on the desk to explain. I believe the situation is quite the opposite. Li Xiangnan has not only ceased to pursue Xiao Qiao, but has, in fact, exhibited an unprecedented level of magnanimity and tolerance. How so? Lin Jianzhou exclaimed in surprise, urging him not to keep him in suspense. Father, having spent the last couple of days with them, I can genuinely attest to the formidable nature of youth. Previously, I had seen Li Xiangnan display nothing but warmth and attentiveness towards Xiao Qiao, always bustling about to ensure she never felt slighted. However, this time, I witnessed a stark contrast. They seemed like strangers, scarcely exchanging a word. It was as if overnight, Li Xiangnan had lost all interest in Xiao Qiao and no longer loved her. Lin Jianzhou furrowed his brow. Is it possible that he harbors resentment towards our arrangements? Does he wish to avoid divorce? Father, it is not that at all. Lin Weimin vehemently denied it. Li Xiangnan himself stated that our family owes him nothing, and there are no insurmountable issues between him and Xiao Qiao. Since there are no lingering feelings, divorce is the most prudent resolution. It is better for both parties to avoid discomfort, and on the contrary, he expressed gratitude to the Lin family for providing him the opportunity to come to Yanjing. I confirmed this repeatedly. He truly bears no resentment. Lin Jianzhou fell into a thoughtful silence, stroking his chin. It seems the crux of the matter lies with Xiao Qiao herself. Go fetch her. Lin Weimin felt a pang of anxiety and scratched his head. Father, please don't pressure her. Allow her some time to adjust. I am well aware. Lin Jianzhou waved his hand dismissively. 2 minutes later, Lin Chujiao obediently entered the room and stood by the door. Seeing his daughter's anxious demeanor, Lin Jianzhou felt a stab of pain in his heart. Xiao Qiao, I am sorry. It was my decision to have you enter into a false marriage with Li Xiangnan. And now, the decision to have you divorce him is also mine. But you must understand. Every decision made by your father is for your own good and is made out of necessity. Father, I am already aware of all this. Lin Chujiao replied in a calm tone. Rising, she poured herself a cup of tea. Lin Jianzhou gazed at his daughter with affection and gently said, Come sit down. Have some tea. Once Lin Chujiao took small sips from her cup, Lin Jianzhou earnestly continued, Your brother has informed you about the work at the Health Bureau, hasn't he? You can take a break for a while, then focus on your work. Regarding your divorce from Li Xiangnan, your mother and I will handle that. There is no need for you to worry. He will certainly divorce you. It is merely a matter of time. As for your future partner, there is no need for concern. Your father and mother have some connections, and those promising young talents are all exceptional individuals. I will ensure you are well taken care of. My dear daughter, we have all witnessed the sacrifices you made by going to the countryside for your brother and sister. We will not allow you to become ensnared in the mire of Li Xiangnan. You need not belittle yourself due to such experiences. Li Xiangnan, and indeed the Li family, are not suitable matches. This is not to disparage the Li family, but frankly, the disparity between our families is vast. You are not of the same ilk. There is no reason for you to feel distressed. Father, I understand. Lin Chujiao nodded, though her gaze dimmed. Observing his daughter's indifferent demeanor, Lin Jianzhou added, He is unworthy of you. You deserve far better. I believe in you. Take your time, and your future will be bright. At that moment, in the living room, Lin Weimin was surrounded by his elder brother, sister-in-law, second sister, and younger sister. Brother, what is going on? My sister seems out of sorts today. Did something happen on her way back? Lin Yue asked, her cheeks stuffed with hawthorn berries she had snatched from the hands of her sister. Coughing, Lin Weimin, who had been discussing matters with Lin Weiguo while holding his tea, turned to find everyone's gaze fixed upon him. Lin Muyu, peeling an apple with a fruit knife, kindly remarked, Yue, your third sister endured much hardship in the countryside for 5 years. You know how difficult that was for her. It is only natural for her to feel a bit out of sorts. She will adjust gradually. The hawthorn you are enjoying and the apple one am peeling are luxuries she could not have in the countryside. Let us empathize with her situation. Lin Yue pouted but did not argue, feeling a sense of agreement. Lin Weiguo nodded, affirming, indeed. Miyu is right. Xiao Qiao has truly suffered over the years. She volunteered to go to the countryside, shouldering the burdens we could not, and now she struggles to adapt to our home environment, which is our responsibility. I must remind everyone that for the time being, we should prioritize Xiao Qiao and show her our care. Absolutely. Lin Yue was the first to respond. However, sister-in-law Xiao Qing noticed Lin Weiman's smile seemed to convey skepticism towards his brother and sister's words, prompting her to nudge her husband and inquire with a playful tone, Weiman. Hold on. Your expression suggests you disagree with what your sister and brother have said. Do you know something? Let me guess. It's related to Li Xiangnan. Isn't it? Everyone turned to look, and indeed, they found Lin Weiman sighing and shaking his head. Very well, I shall reluctantly share my perspective. Lin Weiman glanced at the study, confirming that Lin Chujiao had not emerged before speaking. Little Xiao's current demeanor is entirely due to that fellow Li Xiangnan. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment, all exclaiming in unison. Shoo, don't startle little Qiao, or I shall cease to speak. Lin Weiman hushed them, prompting everyone to cover their mouths. He gestured to his wife, who was peering into the kitchen, urging her to manage their mother, who was also occupied inside. Before continuing, you truly do not understand little Qiao. Who is she? She is thoughtful, opinionated, and fiercely independent. Her resilience surpasses that of any one of us. Has anyone ever witnessed her frown in the face of hardship? Today's behavior is not a mere reaction to the disparity of environments. Her discontent stems solely from the impending divorce from Li Xiangnan. Lin Weiguo was taken aback, seizing his brother's arm. Do not speak such nonsense. I heard father say that little Qiao consented to the divorce, and moreover, she does not love Xiangnan. Her return to Yanjing was entirely voluntary. Upon hearing this, Lin Weiman raised his head, casting a gaze of pity around the room. He ultimately patted his elder brother's shoulder, sighed deeply, and stood to leave. You truly do not comprehend little Qiao. In the past, she sacrificed for the Lin family. Now, she makes sacrifices again for the family's dignity and future. We are forever indebted to her. My heart aches for my sister. Behind him, a hawthorn berry fell to the ground, the fruit knife nicking his finger, while the knuckles on the sofa turned pale from the pressure. The atmosphere grew heavier, as everyone's breathing became noticeably tense. Chapter 8. The most terrifying sweeping monk at the temple. As night fell, Lin Chujiao found herself lying in the long-lost comfort of her chamber. Yet she remained unable to drift into a peaceful slumber. Her gaze was fixed on the ceiling, while the occasional chirping of cicadas outside the window prompted her to count sheep repetitively. Alas, no matter how hard she tried, tranquility eluded her restless spirit. Memories of the small room she had occupied at the Li residence would frequently flash through her mind. Each night, the melodious lullabies sung by Li Xiangnan would fill the air. His voice was far from melodious, often provoking Lin Chujiao's playful scolding. However, tonight, without the familiar presence of Li Xiangnan sleeping in the adjacent bed, she felt a profound sense of absence and unsettling unfamiliarity. After half an hour of tossing and turning, she propped her pillow against her back, forcing herself to regard the cicada's song as a lullaby. Only then did she grasp the terrifying nature of habits formed in silence. Meanwhile, Li Xiangnan, comfortably nestled on a rudimentary wooden bed crafted from crates in the warehouse, slumbered soundly, enveloped in sweet dreams. Occasionally, he would utter soft murmurs in his sleep, expressions of hope for a brighter future. The night passed in serene tranquility. The next morning, as he opened his eyes, the sun's radiant beams poured into the room, illuminating the bench by the bedside, where his untied liberation shoes lay. After dressing, he tossed the shoes onto the floor and donned them, feeling invigorated as he jumped in place. He gathered his toothbrush and enamel basin, and with a metal basin in hand, he opened the door, prepared to wash up. Last night, Director Xing had provided a brief introduction to the factory's facilities. The nearest washroom was located behind the cafeteria, featuring a line of faucets suitable for washing dishes and clothes. Thus, he made his way there to address his hygiene needs. However, as he opened the door, he nearly collided with a middle-aged figure standing in his path. Startled, Li Xiangnan instinctively took a step back. "Who are you?" he inquired, his guard instinctively raised. "Hello, comrade." The newcomer flashed a broad smile, removing his hat and apologetically greeting him. "My name is Sun Jie, Deputy Chief of the Security Department. It's a pleasure to meet you." As Li Xiangnan assessed the man before him, he noted the blue uniform indicating his affiliation with the Security Department, which eased his apprehension. "Brother Sun, are you waiting here for something? Would you like to come in?" "Oh, no, not at all." Sun Jie waved his hand dismissively, bending down to lift a coal stove from the side. With a grin, he explained, "I was concerned you might not have hot water to wash your face this morning. So I brought you a coal stove. I've placed a coal briquette inside. Once you light it, it will be ready for use." Li Xiangnan's brow furrowed slightly, but he maintained his composure as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Sun. I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness." Being new to the Hongshanka machine repair factory, Li Xiangnan was only acquainted with Deputy Director Xing Chunlai. The fact that Sun Jie had been waiting there early in the morning to offer him a coal stove was indeed curious. As the saying goes, there is no visit without purpose. Unusual occurrences often conceal ulterior motives. In this world, there exists neither unprovoked hatred nor unfounded affection. Li Xiangnan is certainly not a beloved flower maiden adored by the masses. He is acutely aware of his own worth. "Hey, my friend. There's no need to be so tense. This is hardly a matter of great significance." The coal stove was dismissed from the security department, lying idle. "So I thought I would bring it to you." Noticing the hesitation on Li Xiangnan's face, Sun Jie chuckled as he set the coal stove down beside the door, clapping his hands and saying, "If you have any other needs, feel free to let me know. I still have some influence in the security department." Nodding in understanding, Li Xiangnan thoughtfully retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and discreetly inquired, "Brother Sun, please convey to Uncle Xing that there's no need for such trouble. I will be procuring these myself anyway." Sun Jie scratched his head awkwardly, casting a furtive glance around before whispering, "Actually, this isn't Uncle Xing's idea. It was my own decision. Please don't mention it to him. Hee. I feel quite embarrassed about it. By the way, you can call me Li Xiangnan. No need to refer to me as brother, just Xiangnan Orly will suffice." Li Xiangnan struck a match to light Sun Jie's cigarette. Sun Jie, taken aback, felt an immediate fondness for Li Xiangnan. Appreciating his polite demeanor and sincere disposition without any airs, he sheepishly replied, "Li, in truth, when the jeep brought you here last night, I was on patrol nearby. I happened to see Director Xing arranging accommodations for you. Since he is personally involved, I, as a mere soldier, must also strive to match his efforts. Feel free to use the stove, and let me know if you need anything." Understood. This young man possesses a keen insight and a pure heart. As most would not voice their true thoughts, he has discerned my close relationship with Director Xing and recognized the substantial background of the individual who drove the jeep, thus genuinely wishing to forge a connection, displaying an open heart and the courage to speak candidly. With a slight smile, Li Xiangnan nodded. "Then I shall rely on your care, Brother Sun." "Oh, I'm flattered. You hold me in high regard." Sun Jie waved his hand, departing with satisfaction. After walking over 200 meters and washing up at the canteen, Li Xiangnan glanced inside to see that employees had begun to trickle in. Unfortunately, the canteen only served lunch and catered to evening banquets for some leaders, so he would still need to seek breakfast elsewhere. Upon returning and securing the door, he eagerly made his way towards the factory gate. Lacking a watch, he estimated the time to be around 7 o'clock by observing the sun. Approaching the guardhouse, he contemplated asking for the time. However, before he could enter, a lean old man emerged, clad in a coat. Upon seeing Li Xiangnan, he remarked, "It's 6:50. You have an hour left for breakfast. Turn right and walk 50 meters. There's a state-run breakfast shop where you can enjoy some local specialties." "Hey, sir. You truly possess great insight. You seem to know everything I intend to do." Li Xiangnan exclaimed in astonishment, genuinely startled. He hurriedly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and respectfully offered one to the old man. Indeed, the most formidable presence within the temple is the humble monk, and the gatekeeper of the factory should not be underestimated. This sentiment rings entirely true. You, my young friend, possess a remarkable insight, far surpassing that of the average lad. With a smile, the old doorman, Uncle Chin, gestured towards his own eyes. "If you wish to know how I discern your intentions, it is all written in these eyes. Now off you go. You have much to accomplish today." Li Xiangnan felt a sudden weight in his heart, expressing his gratitude once more to the old man, and stepped out of the factory door, laden with a tinge of uncertainty. It is often said that in the city of Yanjing, a mere brick throne could strike a multitude of officials, for it is indeed a realm teeming with hidden talents. On this very first day, He had encountered both the keen-eyed Sun Jie and the perceptive old doorman. Yanjing. Truly, it is a place of exquisite intrigue. Chapter 9. The King of Hell is easy to avoid, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with as Li Xiangnan strolled along the bustling streets of Beijing. He encountered an array of individuals, men and women, young and old, who ambled leisurely, devoid of the hurried demeanor characteristic of later times. There were no faces buried in phones. No one in a rush, for it was still early in the workday. The passers-by moved with steady strides, exchanging warm greetings with familiar acquaintances. At the entrance of a grocery store, a long queue had formed, where patrons animatedly discussed how many blocks of tofu to purchase, mindful of not exhausting their accumulated tofu tickets in one go. Across the street, at the coal shop, a young attendant in an apron weighed coal for the waiting customers. A few elementary school students, with backpacks in tow, gleefully chased one another, narrowly avoiding a collision with an adult on a bicycle, who scolded them without malice. Female workers from the textile factory sang merrily as they playfully teased each other about their respective suitors' good looks. Scenes that had previously only existed in the realm of film and television now unfolded vividly before Li Xiangnan, instantly causing a thrilling sensation to ripple through him. As he absorbed the vibrant atmosphere around him, he unconsciously slowed his pace, becoming entranced and unable to extricate himself. Though this era was marked by hardship and scarcity, where every purchase required a ticket, there lingered a palpable sense of security provided by the state, a comforting assurance that, despite hunger and fatigue, there was a nation looking after its citizens, offering a genuine warmth akin to small yet profound joys. 2 deep-fried dough sticks, 5 steamed buns. For a total of 4 liang of grain tickets. Lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out, jolting Li Xiangnan from his reverie. He realized he had unwittingly arrived at the state-run restaurant mentioned by Grandpa Qin. Even before stepping inside, he could hear the lively chatter of patrons within. With a smile, he entered, noting that more than half of the 10 or so tables were already occupied. He moved closer to the ordering area to take a glance. Steamed buns, soybean milk, steamed buns with fermented bean juice, and an abundance of other offerings awaited. On a chalkboard, prices were listed for various items. Fried dough sticks, 6 cents for 2, 1 liang of grain tickets. Meat buns, 10 cents for 2. 1 liang of grain tickets. Noodles, 15 cents per bowl, plain and unseasoned. Noodles with sauce, 20 cents per bowl, generously portioned. Dumplings, 20 cents per bowl. Upon seeing these prices, Li Xiangnan's eyes brightened, and he promptly retrieved 20 cents from his pocket. However, upon observing the person ahead of him ordering a serving of vegetable dumplings, his enthusiasm waned. He opted instead for a bowl of noodles with sauce and purchased a steamed bun for 5 cents, handing over 3 liang of grain tickets. Would you like a serving of fermented bean juice? Freshly made. The attendant inquired, pen poised to jot down the order. Freshly fermented? I can hardly afford that. Li Xiangnan quickly declined this culinary curiosity. It was not that the drink lacked merit, but rather that it simply did not suit his palate. He swiftly retreated to a window-side seat and focused intently on his noodles. After thoroughly enjoying his breakfast for a full half hour, he emerged from the state-run restaurant, feeling quite content. Checking the time, he realized that the administrative department of the repair shop would soon be arriving, prompting him to stroll leisurely toward the factory, hands clasped behind his back as he admired the street scenery. As he approached the guardhouse, Grandpa Qin happened to wave goodbye to the newspaper deliverman. Turning back, he glanced at the wall clock inside and chuckled, just in time. You've got quite the sense of timing, young man. Sir, would you like a cigarette? Li Xiangnan smiled as he retrieved a smoke from his pocket and handed it over. After bidding farewell to Grandpa Qin, he hastened towards the factory hospital. He had already surveyed the 4-story building the previous evening, estimating the location of the administrative department. Now, it felt as though he was meant to be here, soon enough. He found the administrative office tucked away in a corridor on the 4th floor. The door was ajar, and upon noticing someone seated inside, Li Xiangnan stood at the entrance and knocked lightly, stating calmly, "Hello, comrade. I have come to report for duty. May I inquire about the necessary procedures?" This 4-story structure was primarily a hospital for the first 3 floors, while the top floor housed ancillary departments such as administration, logistics, medical affairs, the office, education, medical records, and finance. Although there were numerous departments, the personnel were few, and the corridor was notably tranquil. Li Xiangnan was confident that his words were audible, yet the individual inside feigned ignorance. Ah, understood. It is often said that while the King of Hell is easy to evade, it is the petty spirits that prove troublesome. This must be a man who relishes in wielding trivial authority. He remained unfazed and reiterated, "Hello, I am here to report for duty. Are you not aware of my busy schedule? Why do you incessantly inquire? Who do you think you are, bursting in here with such lack of decorum?" To his surprise, the other person abruptly raised his head and unleashed a torrent of complaints, dramatically tossing aside the documents he held. Li Xiangnan noted that this seemingly slick individual clutched a newspaper much like the one Grandpa Qin had. Is this what constitutes business? While I simply wait. Cui Xinjiang cast a sidelong glance at Li Xiangnan, ignoring him entirely as he brewed himself a cup of tea, picked up a newspaper from the table, and leisurely propped his feet atop the desk, engrossed in reading. Very well. Li Xiangnan chose not to engage in conflict. Instead, he resolved to observe whether the entire administrative office was populated by such characters. Patience would reap rewards, he thought, as he settled into a chair, doing nothing but staring at Cui Xinjiang. 5 minutes passed, and Cui Xinjiang peered at Li Xiangnan over his glasses, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under the latter's unwavering gaze. The newspaper became increasingly difficult to focus on, and he felt a prickling discomfort on his forehead. Ahem. Affectedly, he sipped his tea, contemplating how to teach this uncouth young man a lesson. Just then, the sound of polished shoes echoed down the corridor, igniting a flicker of delight in Cui Xinjiang. He scoffed quietly and rushed to the opposite desk to grab a teacup, hastening to refill it with hot water. Before long, a balding middle-aged man entered the office, seemingly oblivious to Li Xiangnan's presence. "Good morning, Section Chief Ma. Your tea, freshly brewed and aromatic," Cui Xinjiang exclaimed, approaching with a beaming smile. Mine nodded, taking a sip of the hot tea to soothe his throat. He glanced sideways and inquired, "What transpired?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just someone who came to report for duty. Rather unaware of the protocols. He raised his voice at me this morning, nearly giving me a fright. How can this be?" The youth of today seem utterly devoid of workplace etiquette. Cui Xinjiang chuckled softly to himself. This situation necessitates rectification. Ma Ying, leisurely sipping his tea, remarked, "Recently, a multitude of educated youth have returned to the city, all thanks to the meddling of various relatives, and the quotas have been entirely filled. Alas, what has our factory become? It is a veritable chaos, with individuals who lack decorum and have seemingly absorbed all manner of ill influences." He snorted disdainfully, his voice uncharacteristically loud, evidently intended for Li Xiangnan to hear. Cui Xinjiang was acutely aware of his discerning nature, given his treatment of Li Xiangnan. It was likely he had noticed that the latter had gained entry through dubious means. Such individuals ought to be left to their own devices for a while. Otherwise, they might disrupt the factory with their ignorance of proper conduct. Consequently, he too picked up a newspaper, sipping his tea as he read. What is our administrative department? It is the right hand of our factory director, not a service station for you arrogant, inept youngsters. If you lack manners, then you ought to learn." Observing the director's demeanor, Cui Xinjiang's confidence surged. He cast a sidelong glance at Li Xiangnan, whose nose seemed to be in the air. Li Xiangnan, upon hearing familiar footsteps approaching, fell silent, merely chuckling as he patted his belly, contentedly digesting while he awaited the arrival. Indeed, mere moments later, a familiar voice resonated at the doorway. "Xiangnan, why are you still here? Isn't it a quick matter to check in? What is going on? I've been waiting for you downstairs for ages." Upon hearing this voice, Ma Ying lifted his head, exchanging a glance with Cui Xinjiang, their expressions instantly transforming in alarm as they sprang to their feet. "Director Xing, what brings you here?" The tone was both ingratiating and tinged with anxiety, underscored by palpable unease. They all turned to look at Li Xiangnan, only to notice a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth, which sent a jolt of apprehension through them. Chapter 10, The Scent of Roses Remains in the Hand. Director Xing has personally arrived here? One could easily deduce that he came specifically for this individual named Xiangnan. He surprisingly possesses such connections with the director. Goodness, why was this mentioned earlier? This is quite the authoritative entrance, akin to encountering an iron wall. A sense of foreboding surged within Ma Ying, accompanied by a profound anger, which altered the way he regarded Cui Xinjiang. How infuriating! Were it not for this young man's prior influence over me, I would never have offended someone of such stature. I shall certainly deal with this young man later. The fact that Deputy Director Xing personally inquired about the report suggests that this young fellow must have an impressive background. Ma Ying, a veteran of the machinery repair factory hospital, had welcomed and bid farewell to many over the past 20 years. He swiftly assessed Li Xiangnan, discerning the underlying significance, and a flattering smile began to grace his face. Meanwhile, Cui Xinjiang's expression was rigid, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Ma Ying had already offended him, and naturally, he would not fare well with Director Xing either. As for Li Xiangnan, he had directly incurred his wrath. It was evident that this young man was not to be trifled with, and he realized he was in deep trouble. He wiped the sweat from his brow, uncertain of Li Xiangnan's temperament, and hesitated to act hastily, fearing that overt flattery might be too conspicuous. Unexpectedly, Director Xing glanced at his watch. His gaze sharp as he glared at Ma Ying and Cui Shijian before turning to inquire, "Xiao Li, have you just found your way to the administrative department?" He was no fool. Upon entering, he immediately noticed Li Xiangnan sitting idly by the door while Ma Ying, the head of the administrative department, and Cui Shijian, the clerk, were at their respective desks, sipping tea and perusing newspapers, clearly leaving Li Xiangnan to languish. His indignation swelled. Yet he refrained from saying too much in front of Li Xiangnan, as the young man's father-in-law was not someone he could afford to offend. He needed to ensure that Li Xiangnan did not harbor a negative impression of the factory hospital, so he uttered a few words to provide an escape for both parties. As for Ma Ying and Cui Shijian, he would deal with them later. "I just arrived, Director Xing. I apologize for taking up your time with this special visit. I merely came to report in. I can manage on my own." Li Xiangnan observed Director Xing's stern demeanor and understood the situation, thus opting to ease the tension. Upon hearing his words, Ma Ying and Cui Shijian exchanged a glance, exhaling slightly in relief. "You are here to report, young man." "Ah, just a minor matter." "A minor matter." Ma Ying, the head of the administrative department, promptly stepped forward to accept Li Xiangnan's introduction letter. "Director Ma, allow me. I shall assist this comrade with the necessary procedures meticulously. You need not worry." Cui Shijian dared not delay any longer, eagerly stepping forward to take the materials, handling them with utmost care as he approached the desk. Xing Chunlai cleared his throat and said earnestly, "Comrade Li Xiangnan has joined our factory's medical team through connections, and his family has contributed to the nation by participating in the Up to the Mountains and Down to the Countryside movement. Comrade Li's position was legitimately transferred here. It is entirely different from those who were placed in jobs upon returning to the city. Please do not harbor any misconceptions. If anyone were to bully him, yes, we will certainly avoid looking at people through tinted glasses and will remember the director's teachings." Ma Ying, wiping the sweat from his brow, replied. Feeling a lingering apprehension, he was relieved that his earlier reprimand had not been too excessive and that the young man had shown great restraint. Otherwise, had a quarrel ensued and Director Xing caught wind of it, they would surely be in for a serious reprimand. At that moment, Li Xiangnan smiled slightly, offering cigarettes to Director Xing, Ma Ying, and Cui Shijian. "Director Xing, I must say, the department heads were indeed preoccupied earlier, but they did not delay my matters at all, and their demeanor towards me was as warm as spring. If we are to talk about bullying, that simply did not happen." Ma Ying and Cui Shijian exchanged grateful glances. "That's wonderful." Director Xing nodded, cigarette in mouth. Just then, the sound of an approaching vehicle rumbled outside. Xing Chunlai walked to the window, smiled, and said, "Xiangnan, please complete your paperwork here. I will go down and speak with your second brother. He seems to have come looking for you. Why has he come again?" Li Xiangnan quietly nodded, smiling. "I'll head down shortly." Ma Ying and Cui Shijian approached the window and looked down, where they indeed saw a young man emerging from a jeep and standing before the factory hospital, taking refuge in the shade to smoke. Once Xing Chunlai departed, Ma Ying retrieved a pack of Xiangnan cigarettes from his drawer and personally handed one to Li Xiangnan. His attitude had undergone a complete transformation, and with a smile, he lit the cigarette for him, saying, "Little Li, you truly saved us from a lot of trouble by not mentioning our earlier mistakes to Director Xing. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble." Cui Shijian was utterly astonished upon hearing this. It was worth noting that Ma Ying was the administrative head of the factory's medical department, overseeing logistics, and wielded considerable authority. He had never seen Ma speak so candidly with a young man before. If Ma Ying could do this, how could he, Cui Shijian, not lower his head in humility? Thus, he quickly approached, presenting the necessary paperwork for Li Xiangnan's signature, and smilingly said, "Little Li, you truly are a gem hidden in plain sight. I fail to recognize your worth. I hope you can forgive any offense from earlier. Recently, with several young people reporting in, it has indeed made our department a bit chaotic. Allow me to explain." "Oh, it's nothing." Li Xiangnan waved his hand dismissively, responding with an air of calm. "In the world we navigate, everything comes full circle. If you were unkind to me, and I reciprocated, when would this cycle of grievances ever cease? I bear no ill will towards you, so there is no need for animosity. Besides, I may need to trouble you both with a few matters soon, Everyone faces challenges. You too have your difficulties, don't you? Without further ado, my only concern lies in the division of the property. I fear that I may have to navigate the whims of these two individuals. Should I inadvertently offend them, they might resort to petty antics that could delay the allocation of the housing or, worse yet, incite some unpleasantness, leaving me, Li Xiangnan, at a disadvantage. Ah, the little devils must be treated with a firm hand accompanied by a sweet reward to nurture them properly. Just moments ago, Xing Chunlai dealt them a reprimand. Thus, my gesture of kindness should suffice. Oh dear, little Li, your awareness is truly commendable. Such words caused Ma Ying's heart to blossom with joy, as he empathized deeply. Your sentiments warm my heart. If only those educated youth possessed your level of understanding, I would be eternally grateful. Rest assured, should you encounter any difficulties ahead, I shall find a way to assist you. Observe how immediate the impact has been. Li Xiangdong smiled without uttering a word. Comrade Little Li, your words evoke a sense of shame in me. Alas, I shall refrain from further commentary and fetch you a cup of high-foam tea. This is indeed a fine brew from this spring. Cui Xinjian hastily prepared the tea for him. Look, even tea is served. At this moment, Ma Ying took the signed receipt and gathered the departmental lists nearby, contemplating. Little Li, let us dispense with pleasantries, based on your recent kindness. Which department would you like to choose? I am here to offer my counsel. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangdong smiled once more, feeling quite moved. As the saying goes, a gift of roses leaves a lingering fragrance. Speaking a few kind words on behalf of the two before Xing Chunlai yielded unexpected rewards. As for which department to select, Li Xiangnan squinted thoughtfully and sincerely inquired, Director Ma, is there any particular consideration I should be aware of in this matter? Chapter 11. I would not recommend these departments. Upon observing Li Xiangnan's keen interest in departmental choices, Ma Ying couldn't help but chuckle, casting a knowing glance at Cui Shijian, who promptly understood and closed the office door. Noticing that Li Xiangnan had finished his cigarette, Ma Ying patted the cigarette pack in his hand, extracted a cigarette, and handed it over with a smile, saying, Little Li, you are quite a decent fellow, and I, Ma Ying, am not one to harbor petty grudges. However, I must earnestly discuss with you the intricacies of department selection. There is much to consider. Li Xiangnan smiled in response, placed the cigarette between his lips, and struck a match to ignite it. As the flame flickered to life, Ma Ying leaned forward, and once the cigarette was lit, he gestured with his finger to express his gratitude. Department Head Ma, I am eager to hear your insights. Li Xiangnan adopted a posture of attentive listening. Take a look at this chart. Ma Ying handed over an attendance sheet detailing the various departments. Our machine repair factory's clinic is, in fact, a general hospital, with several branch factories beneath it, each equipped with smaller medical facilities, albeit with only a handful of staff. However, within the main factory, the departments are numerous, comparable to those in external hospitals, encompassing surgery, internal medicine, respiratory medicine, endocrinology, and gynecology. In this era, the establishment of 5 major departments in a factory clinic is no small feat. It attests to the immense scale of production at the machine repair factory, reflecting the rising incidence of ailments among the workers. The clinic's department configuration has undergone thoughtful and humane adjustments following initial exploration and experimentation. Of course, this remains merely a factory clinic. Aspiring to reach the scale of prominent hospitals like Xiehe or Renmin is unrealistic and unnecessary. I am pleasantly surprised by the comprehensive nature of our factory's medical departments. So, Department Head Ma, which department would you suggest I consider? Li Xiangnan pondered briefly, smiling at Cui Xinjian, who had come over to refill the tea. Ma Ying replied, Little Li, allow me to elaborate on the circumstances of each department before you make your decision. Each of these 5 departments possesses its own nuances. For instance, in surgery, the head is surnamed Qian, a man in his 60s, and he has only one physician, Wu Dayong, in his 30s, whose medical skills are quite satisfactory. However, Director Qian has had a penchant for alcohol since his youth and still indulges in a sip or two before performing surgeries. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan's mouth twitched slightly. Drinking before surgery? Isn't he concerned about potential mishaps? I can tell from your expression that you're inclined to criticize his drinking as a hindrance. Ma Ying chuckled, but curiously enough, Director Qian has gradually reduced his alcohol consumption over the years while his surgical precision has only improved. And there has never been a mishap. The factory leadership, upon hearing of this, even dispatched me to investigate, and it turns out he is not a heavy drinker. He merely takes a sip before surgery to steady his nerves. Can you guess why? Such a small amount surely wouldn't inebriate him, Xiangnan inquired, intrigued. Why? Because the old man is faint-hearted and has a fear of blood. For decades, he's relied on alcohol to bolster his courage. He keeps this a secret. Yet everyone seems to know. Cui Shijian, unable to contain himself, chuckled from the side. Xiangnan was taken aback. He had anticipated that Director Qian might be a notorious drinker, but he never imagined the truth to be quite so revealing. Director Qian is indeed quite charming. Xiangnan smiled slightly. However, if you think that surgery is a viable option based on this, you are gravely mistaken. Ma Ying's tone shifted abruptly. Why? Xiangnan inquired with curiosity. Because when Director Qian is not in the operating room, he has a penchant for berating others. Wu Daong, for instance, endures 5 tearful reprimands in just 6 days of work. Ma Ying shook his head, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Cui Xinjian interjected with a mischievous grin. For this reason, Wu Daong once wept publicly during a meeting, lamenting his plight. Yet everyone knew that Director Qian's scolding was ultimately for his benefit, given the lamentable state of his surgical skills. While he is adept at patient care, in the operating room, he can only serve as Director Qian's assistant. Xiangnan chuckled in disbelief, realizing that surgery was indeed a challenging environment. If they even scold me, I would surely become infamous at the repair shop. After discussing surgery, Ma Ying turned to internal medicine. The director of internal medicine, Zhou Feng, although the sole practitioner in his department, is particularly fond of overtime, often dragging along 2 or 3 nurses to accompany him. Just last night, he worked until well past 10. Such a scenario is untenable. If I need to leave early for personal matters, that would be utterly impossible in internal medicine. As for the respiratory department, it is undeniably the busiest in the entire hospital, staffed by 3 doctors and 6 nurses, as patients with common colds and fevers flock there. Although they have 1 day off a week, they rarely get any rest. A few years ago, the department head couldn't even witness the birth of his child. The respiratory department, while not dealing with particularly severe cases, is incredibly diverse, making it the department I most strongly advise you to avoid. Director Ma's concerns are well-founded. Xiangnan made a mental note of this. In truth, he was not particularly averse, as a heavier workload would provide him with ample opportunity for growth. Mastery of medical skills cannot be achieved through mere theoretical knowledge. As for the endocrinology department, I also do not recommend it. Why? It is arguably the most leisurely department among factory doctors. However, due to this very fact, they are assigned all external tasks. Whether it's providing medical aid at Beijing in the scorching heat or supporting agricultural efforts in rural areas during the biting cold, these responsibilities fall squarely on their shoulders. Though their salary remains stable, the rate of increase is the slowest. Xiangnan nodded thoughtfully. What about obstetrics and gynecology? Cui Xinjian's lips twitched as he quickly patted Li's shoulder, exclaiming in amazement. Little Li, I didn't expect you to have an interest in women. A little knowledge. A little knowledge. Xiangnan grinned, showing no sign of embarrassment. However, Ma Ying, the balding director, shook his head with an old-fashioned perspective, stating, there are indeed distinctions between genders. Perhaps it is best not to join the fray. There has never been a precedent for male doctors in obstetrics and gynecology. Though you are quite capable, heed my advice. Do not be the first to take on this unconventional role. This is indeed a valid point. In this current era, societal attitudes have yet to evolve. The presence of male doctors in obstetrics and gynecology remains a delicate topic, not yet embraced to the degree of acceptance that may only manifest in the 1990s. Yet, before Xiangnan could express his intentions, Ma Ying patted the back of his hand again, cryptically advising, even if you could join obstetrics and gynecology, I would still dissuade you from doing so. In their department, there are numerous female physicians, 4, to be precise. Furthermore, the department head, a divorced woman caring for 2 children, still possesses an undeniable charm. Rumors circulate within the factory, and one might find it challenging to withstand the formidable presence of this director. An expression of trepidation flickered across Cui Xinjian's face as he subtly nudged Xiangnan, saying, my dear fellow, while it is certainly natural for men to admire beauty, when it comes down to the critical moments, the reality may not be as simple. You see, I've heard that Director Liang once caused a man's prostate to suffer irreparably. How desperate must one be? Though the veracity of this tale is questionable, I advise you to tread carefully around anyone named Liang. Ma Ying offered this counsel with a grave demeanor, illustrating the profound psychological impact that this director had on them, to the extent that they hesitated to utter her full name. Remember, Xiangnan had not anticipated that such intricate dynamics existed within a mere factory hospital. Yet, as he listened, the situation grew increasingly perplexing. Was it truly the case that Director Ma wished to prevent him from entering any department? After hearing about all 5 departments, he felt utterly confounded. Which department was he to choose? Could you offer some guidance? Li Xiangnan felt genuinely overwhelmed. Despite his own inclinations, he knew he must heed the sincere advice of others. Upon hearing his plight, Director Ma produced another roster and, with a slight smile, remarked, "Indeed, I would not recommend you pursue any of those 5 departments. Instead, I suggest you consider the emergency department." The emergency department? Chapter 12. An extraordinary farmer in the emergency department, Li Xiangnan, a highly skilled medical professional from a future era, was well versed in the evolution of healthcare. The establishment of the first emergency department in the country occurred in 1983 at the Yen University People's Hospital. At this juncture, while the term emergency department had been introduced, it did not bear the same significance as it would in later years. Noticing Li Xiangnan's astonishment, Ma Ying lowered his voice and remarked, "Previously, I attended a meeting at the Health Bureau with directors Liu and Xing, where the idea of setting up emergency departments in various general hospitals and factory hospitals was discussed. This is still in the exploratory phase. Just 2 months ago, our machine repair factory initiated its own emergency department, which has been warmly received by the factory employees. Regardless of their ailments, they can swiftly seek treatment in the emergency department, allowing for early intervention, even if they later require specialized care. As you know, in a machine repair unit, injuries are inevitable. If one must wait for surgical care, it could lead to prolonged suffering. However, with the emergency department, Dr. Ding can provide immediate assistance, after which patients can calmly await transfer to surgery, which is far more favorable." Cui Xingjian also expressed his thoughts, stating, "Thus, our emergency department is particularly popular. I suggest you, Xiaoli, should definitely go. This place demands comprehensive skills and truly offers a great opportunity for growth." Li Xiangnan's eyes brightened at the prospect. Yet, Ma Ying continued in a hushed tone, "This is precisely why I'm sharing this with you, as I wouldn't divulge such information to an ordinary person. The emergency department is still in its developmental stage, and the selection of the head is under evaluation. Although they may face a heavy workload and myriad tasks, there are currently allowances and additional provisions like meal tickets, which exceed those of other departments. In the future, any recognition for outstanding contributions from the factory will certainly bring you, Li Xiangnan, into the leadership's attention. Such valuable insider information would remain unknown to anyone not in Ma Ying's administrative position. His ability to share these insights, along with suggestions beneficial to Li Xiangnan's career trajectory, was a direct result of Li Xiangnan's gracious demeanor during the recent incident with Xing Chunlai. It is often said that relationships are reciprocal at this moment. Li Xiangnan felt fortunate for his thoughtful decision not to confront the situation head-on, as it granted him access to vital information. Given the generous benefits and promising prospects associated with the emergency department, coupled with the opportune timing, he felt no further hesitation. "Thank you immensely, Director Ma and Officer Cui, for sharing so much with me. Although the emergency department is still in its exploratory phase, its future looks exceedingly bright, and I am eager to immerse myself in such a noble endeavor, fully utilizing my abilities. Let us proceed with the emergency department. Once I have settled in, I will treat both of you to a delightful meal at Donglai Shan for lamb hot pot." Li Xiangnan generously proposed, painting a vivid picture of his intentions. "Oh, Xiaoli, your enthusiasm is commendable. We shall eagerly await your arrival," Ma Ying exclaimed, his face lighting up with delight, truly appreciating Li Xiangnan's perceptiveness. After a brief exchange, 10 minutes had elapsed, and Li Xiangnan took his leave from the 2 individuals and descended the stairs. "Xiangnan, have you completed your reporting procedures?" Lin Weiman, who was engaged in a conversation with Xing Chunlai while smoking, quickly offered him a cigarette upon his arrival. "Yes, Brother Weiman, it's all set. I've chosen the emergency department." Li Xiangnan openly shared his decision without reservation. "The emergency department?" Lin Weiman's expression shifted slightly. As the deputy director of the logistics department at the 301 hospital, he was well aware of what this department entailed. Rumors had circulated within the hospital about the imminent establishment of such departments and the recruitment of specialized personnel. When considering future developments, the emergency department was indeed poised to become a crucial frontier within the hospital. Initially, he had perceived Li Xiangnan as merely a wandering doctor from the countryside, fortunate to secure a position in Yanjing. He assumed that after being assigned to the factory's medical clinic, Li would opt for a more leisurely role, perhaps spending his days sipping tea, reading newspapers, and fishing. However, Li Xiangnan's choice had far exceeded his expectations. Moreover, Lin Weimin sensed that the young man's vision and insight were anything but superficial. It appeared that he genuinely aspired to make a significant impact. Xiaoli, you truly have opened my eyes. I never anticipated you would select the emergency department. This is a nascent field, still in its formative stages, likely demanding more effort and dedication than other departments. Your willingness to embrace the challenge is commendable. This department operates on the front line, necessitating exceptional medical skills. Your fearless choice reflects your confidence in your own abilities. Xing Chunlai expressed his admiration, clapping his hands. Xiaoli, you are impressive. I am quite curious to see how you will perform in your upcoming role. Earlier, he and Lin Weimin had speculated about which department Li Xiangnan might choose. They had both assumed he would lean towards the relatively easier endocrinology department, which, despite occasional travel requirements, was simpler compared to others. In other words, lingering in that department would align perfectly with Li Xiangnan's current circumstances. Yet, they were utterly astonished that he opted for this burgeoning department. Director Xing, you flatter me. I simply do not wish to squander my skills. Li Xiangnan replied modestly, offering a faint smile. After giving Li Xiangnan a hearty pat on the shoulder, Xing Chunlai departed with a cheerful stride. Come, Xiaoli. I'll accompany you on your shopping trip. Lin Weimin called out as he opened the car door for him. Li Xiangnan glanced at the curious gazes surrounding him and sighed, saying, Brother Weimin, I can manage on my own. You still have work to do. You can't come to look after me every day. It makes me feel quite embarrassed. Also, isn't it a bit ostentatious for us to drive out like this? Am I not still your big brother-in-law? No, we're back in Yanjing now. When we're in Hoshan County, I'll just be your uncle. Let us not let your big brother hear that. Lin Weimin chuckled, patting the passenger seat. Hurry up and get in. I need to finish shopping with you before heading to help Xiao Qiao with her paperwork. Let us go. As Lin Weimin spoke, he unexpectedly honked the horn, drawing the attention of all those coming and going from the hospital. Li Xiangnan pouted slightly, exhaled, and obediently got into the car. He understood that Lin Weimin's ostentatious arrival in a jeep, a vehicle that ordinary people could hardly access, was intended to deter any ill-intentioned individuals and prevent him from being bullied. After all, why else would he have rushed over just after 8? Though his cousin displayed a certain arrogance, Li Xiangnan acknowledged that, upon further acquaintance, some of the privileged youths from the courtyard were rather amicable. By the way, Weimin, I left in such a hurry yesterday that I didn't have a chance to inform my family. I would like to make a call home to remind them to keep an eye on my college entrance examination results, Li Xiangnan softly remarked from the passenger seat. Gripping the armrest, Lin Weimin turned to look at him in surprise, a tide of emotions rising within him once more. While Li Xiangnan was indeed a high school graduate, that was nearly a decade ago. Even with a review, it would undoubtedly be rushed, and his results were likely to be poor. He might struggle even to enter a vocational school. Why was he so concerned about his examination results? Could it be that he had performed exceptionally well? Shaking his head, Lin Weimin dismissed this unrealistic notion and replied nonchalantly, Xiangnan, rest assured, our unit has a phone, and I will personally call your village committee to speak with your father about this. You can count on me for this matter. Chapter 13. He aspired to establish himself in Yanjing through his own merits. Chief Ma, it was fortunate that we did not have any conflict with Li Xiangnan earlier. Otherwise, we would have certainly faced the music from Director Xing. In the administrative office upstairs, Cui Xinjian and Ma Ying peered out the window and observed Lin Weimin departing with Li Xiangnan, letting out a significant sigh of relief. They had successfully navigated this challenge. But for Ma Ying, the ordeal was far from over. Xiao Cui, you nearly brought me to ruin. If anything had gone awry, I would have skinned you alive. Ma Ying exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table, his heart still racing from the anxiety. Chief, I truly did not intend for this to happen. Who could have known that Li Xiangnan had such a powerful background, with Director Xing personally intervening in his affairs? I assumed he was just another returning educated youth. Cui Xinjian pleaded, his eyes wide with trepidation as he stood nervously, fully prepared to face the consequences. Forget it. If it weren't for the years you've been with me, I would have certainly sent you to the foundry workshop as a laborer. Ma Ying responded, fuming. Thank you for your leniency, Chief Ma. I promise I will never misjudge someone again. Rest assured, if there is a next time, I will personally request to be assigned to the foundry workshop. Cui Xinjian hurriedly offered, massaging Ma Ying's back and shoulders in an almost subservient manner. knowing well the grueling nature of that workshop, one of the most laborious in the entire factory. Humph, sending you to the foundry would be a light punishment. At that moment, Xiangnan strode into the office with his hands clasped behind his back. His earlier jovial demeanor completely vanished, replaced by a grim countenance and an uncontainable ire. Director Xing, what brings you here? Ming exclaimed, startled, springing from his seat and casting a furious glare at Cui Xinjian. It was evident that with Li Xiangnan absent, Director Xing had returned to hold them accountable. Director, it's all my fault. It has nothing to do with Chief Ma. If there is to be punishment, let it fall upon me. I was ignorant and caused this misunderstanding. It is entirely my fault. Cui Xinjian stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he bowed his head, trembling with fear. Humph. Let me tell you. It is only due to Li Xiangnan's good temper that he does not hold this against you. If it were me, I would have left you hanging here and unleashed my wrath. Xing snapped, his frustration palpable. What? Do you think you've been eating the public bread for nothing? Have you detached yourselves from the collective? Are you not part of the masses? Or is it just you, Ming, who is not? What nonsense is this? Xing kicked a stool in anger. Ming, with a pained expression, shook his head in a pleading manner. Director, please calm your anger. I assure you there will be no next time. Yes, Director. Please, do not be angry. I willingly accept the punishment. Wherever you wish to send me, I shall go. Cui Xinjian also conceded. You should count yourselves fortunate that Li Xiangnan is magnanimous, otherwise I would have been compelled to share in your punishment, were it not for your occasional contributions in managing the factory's medical logistics. I would have certainly dispatched you to the branch factory to clean the toilets. One more time. If I hear of you deliberately making things difficult for talents like Li Xiangnan, I will not spare you. Xing slammed the table and shot a fierce glare at the two before turning to leave. What are you staring at? Mind your own business. His voice echoed through the corridor, gradually fading away with his footsteps. Ming collapsed onto the table, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, exclaiming weakly, Cui. You scoundrel, you've put me in a tough spot. Rest assured, Section Chief Ma, I will ensure that Li Xiangnan has no grievances in his heart. I will serve him well, and we won't leave any rift in Director Xing's mind. As he spoke, Cui Xinjian picked up Li Xiangnan's report and stood up, declaring, Section Chief, I will go inform the emergency department and make sure that Comrade Shaoli does not suffer any further indignities. Get lost, Ming scolded, squeezing the nearly finished cigarette in his hand. He added, Shaoli just arrived yesterday, and our dorms are all full. He must be staying in some corner. Go check the factory office for his accommodation. See if he needs anything and help him procure some supplies. He will be our factory's doctor from now on. And regardless of today's incident, we must take good care of him. Understood. Upon hearing this, Cui Xinjian realized that Section Chief Ma's anger had diminished significantly, and he hurriedly dashed out the door. As noon approached, Li Xiangnan returned with Lin Weiman from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, the jeep parked at the entrance. Before Li could alight, Lin called him back and handed him a grain book, a subsidiary food book, and a coal book from his pocket. These are individually assigned to each household, but since you and Chujiao have returned, you should be included in our Lin family supply plan. The old man has already spoken with the street office, and a separate portion has been allocated for you, based on the needs of a couple. Don't refuse. Just take it. Sooner or later, you will need it. Let us not forget, without a coal book, you can't possibly eat out every day. It may seem trivial, but without it, your daily life can become quite troublesome. Realizing he could not refuse, Li Xiangnan decided to accept without pretense, saying, Thank you, Weiman. I will expedite my divorce from Chujiao. Shaoli. Lin Weiman chuckled helplessly and clarified, I'm not urging you to divorce Chujiao, nor am I eager for you to sever ties with the Lin family. Please don't misunderstand. Weiman, Li Xiangnan replied calmly. We have known each other long enough to understand each other's character. I can see that you are a good person. I know you are not worried about my divorce from Chujiao. But what about my in-laws? What about Chujiao? I don't want them to bear any burden. Please convey to my father-in-law that I, Li Xiangnan, keep my word and will not delay Chujiao's life. They can rest easy. I will live well as the factory doctor. The meaning behind his words was unmistakably clear. Li Xiangnan wished to minimize his entanglement with the Lin family, particularly with Lin Weiman, urging him not to frequent this side unnecessarily. Lin Weiman had discerned the underlying sentiment, realizing that Li Xiangnan, in addition to wanting to reassure his parents, also wished to avoid the burden of the Lin family shadow. He aspired to establish his own roots in Yanjing through sheer determination. With a decisive clap, the car door slammed shut as Li Xiangnan exited the vehicle. Xiangnan, I sincerely hope you fare well, devoid of any ulterior motives. Lin Weimin instinctively offered an explanation, only to witness Li Xiangnan wave him off, bidding farewell. For reasons unknown, a wave of melancholy washed over him. The feeling of being utterly alone was one he had contemplated before, previously. He had thought of his sister Lin Chujiao during her time in Li Jiazuan, but now he found himself empathizing with Li Xiangnan's position. Chapter 14. You have taught me a lesson. Have you procured everything? Upon seeing Li Xiangnan descending from the vehicle, burdened with numerous bags, the doorman, Old Qin, hurried over to assist, taking 2 bags and tucking a basin under his arm. Old Qin, that's unnecessary. I still require your assistance, and I am quite strong. Li Xiangnan quickly protested, eager to avoid being perceived as someone who exploits others upon his arrival at the factory. What of it? I am still sprightly. I shall only be 60 in the spring of next year. Who do you think you are looking down upon? Old Qin chuckled heartily, tossing the bags behind him and striding forward. Well then, thank you. Unable to dissuade him, Li Xiangnan acquiesced. After unlocking the door and setting down the items, he poured a glass of warm water for Old Qin and hastily offered him a cigarette. That will suffice. I shall pass on the water. You take a rest. Here is a fan for you. It's rather sweltering in here without a ceiling fan. As he spoke, Old Qin tossed the fan onto the table and turned to leave. Li Xiangnan felt a twinge of gratitude, grabbing the fan and heading outside, only to find Old Qin already several meters ahead. Manager Xing, hands clasped behind his back, was strolling over. What has Old Qin been saying about me now? Xing Chunlai shot a sidelong glance at Old Qin's retreating figure, his smile barely masking his annoyance. With a grin, Li Xiangnan waved the fan, relishing the cool breeze, and replied, the old gentleman remarked that you chose a splendid location, well connected to nature, warm in winter and cool in summer. Nonsense. He is merely teasing me for not finding you a cooler spot. He fails to consider that after summer comes winter. If we find a shaded area, we defreeze to death in the cold. Xing Chunlai grumbled, yet resignedly added, that old fellow truly cares for the younger generation. Li Xiangnan chuckled softly, remaining silent as he entered the room. From one of the bags, he retrieved a new enamel mug, rinsed it out, and then unearthed a box of fine broken tea leaves, placing it on the long table. Manager Xing, this is the best I could find. I couldn't afford the premium blend, so please make do. I too indulge in this in my office. Xing Chunlai laughed as he took a seat, surveying the surroundings. Noticing the frayed edges of Li Xiangnan's socks, he rose again. Tidy up a bit. I shall be right back. Li Xiangnan, squatting on the floor, was momentarily taken aback by Xing Chunlai's sudden departure. Scratching his head in confusion, he dismissed it and commenced unpacking the bags. He laid out 2 enamel mugs, a box of fine broken tea leaves, a basin, a thermos, a cooling mat, a spare towel, 2 undershirts, a rudimentary clock, and a collection of miscellaneous items. In total, he had spent 6 yuan and 80 cents. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no pang of regret, yet essential supplies were unavoidable purchases. He was not merely passing through. He intended to prepare for a prolonged stay. Indeed, I have found something. At that moment, Xing Chunlai re-entered, clutching a bundle of nylon socks. At the last state-owned factory exhibition, the manager gifted 6 pairs to me and old Lu. I took 3 pairs home for my family. These 3 pairs are for you. Nylon socks. These are the latest fashionable item. Easily washable and quick-drying, durable and exceptionally breathable. A pair of socks now retails for 1 yuan and 50 cents, which is more expensive than a pound of pork. Li Xiangnan was momentarily taken aback, gesturing dismissively. Director Xing, this is too much. Such precious items would be wasted on my feet. It's not as if I lack socks. Give it a rest. Take them. Your socks have lost their elasticity. How many more days can you wear them? I don't like this kind. They make my feet smell, and my family constantly reminds me. Seeing that he was unwilling to accept, Xing Chunlai tossed the socks onto the bed. Anticipating further protest, he swiftly changed the subject. I just had a word with those 2 in the administrative department. They seem much more docile now. Li Xiangnan, having just relaxed, bristled at the mention of it again. Awkwardly chuckling, you are aware of that? I haven't been here much before, so I only had a vague idea about Ma Ying and Cui Xingjian. If it hadn't escalated to your level, I wouldn't have bothered. But today, they nearly ended up cleaning the toilets at the branch factory. Xing Chunlai expressed his irritation regarding the matter. Oh, that cannot be. Uncle Xing, if they are punished, they will undoubtedly harbor resentment against me. Li Xiangnan quickly waved his hands. Little Li, why are you siding with them? Xing Chunlai was perplexed. Li Xiangnan retrieved his cigarette, offering one to Xing Chunlai before lighting one for himself, taking a moment to relax. It's not entirely their fault. Such is the way of human relationships, present everywhere. I may appear youthful, but I have encountered much. To forge respect from others, one must rely on their own capabilities, genuine skills, not on ephemeral external factors. Xing Chunlai's eyes widened in surprise. I did not expect such profound words from someone so young. I feel a bit ashamed. He took a drag from his cigarette, acknowledging Li Xiangnan with newfound respect. If it were me, I would have exploded in anger right there. My temper is not to be trifled with. I am indeed passionate. I cannot tolerate insolence. But you are correct. Earning respect hinges on one's true abilities, not merely on a loud voice or fiery temperament. You have imparted a valuable lesson. To be honest, I initially thought you would bring up my name or the Lin family during your report, but I was pleasantly surprised that you didn't mention it at all. Your humility is quite admirable. Little Li, you have taught me something today. Director Xing, you flatter me. Li Xiangnan smiled. Different people arise from the same grain. At such a young age, your magnanimity is indeed rare. Xing Chunlai reflected on Ma Ning and Cui Shijian's demeanor in the office, adding, those two are quite grateful to you. They assured me just now. I can see that their gratitude is not solely due to my authority, but also your personal charm. Your skills in handling people are quite remarkable. Director Xing, I truly did not intend for any of this. Li Xiangnan shook his head with a wry smile. Xing Chunlai chuckled, rising and patting his trousers, extinguishing his cigarette. All right. You shall commence your duties at the factory this afternoon. Your work in the medical department will officially begin. Little Li, give it your all. I genuinely have high hopes for you. He gently patted Li Xiangnan on the shoulder, who smiled and departed, appearing to be in quite a good mood. Holding the fan, he glanced at the nylon stockings on the bed, filled with anticipation for his upcoming life as a factory doctor. Thus far, his interactions with Lin Weiman, Xing Chunlai, and the doorman, Grandpa Chain, have allowed him to genuinely experience the warmth of this era. Of course, there were minor disharmonies, but he skillfully resolved them without drawing attention. He had a premonition that the afternoon's visit to the emergency department might not proceed smoothly, for beginnings are often fraught with difficulty. Nevertheless, like a hidden dragon in the abyss, he felt confident that he could soar within this modest pond. After tidying up for a while, he glanced at the time. It was nearly mealtime. Closing the door, he lifted his foot and made his way toward the cafeteria. Chapter 15. Speaking ill behind one's back. The Machinery Repair General Factory is a state-owned enterprise with over 20,000 employees. Despite the fact that most workers bring their own lunch from home, the canteen remains bustling and crowded when Li Xiangnan enters the first dining hall. A glance reveals that many aluminum lunchboxes contain not lavish dishes, but rather simple staples. A steamed bun accompanied by a touch of pickled vegetables or a bit of homemade fermented tofu suffices for a satisfying meal. It is a rather humble yet effective way to fill one's stomach, emphasizing practicality and sincerity. Only a small fraction of the workers possess lunchboxes with an extra item or two, typically obtained from the serving window, and these individuals are mostly workshop leaders, distinguished by the pins clipped to their chests. Despite being unfamiliar to the crowd, Li Xiangnan captures curious glances from many, particularly from several female workers who frequently admire his handsome profile. After rummaging through his pocket for a few grain coupons, Li Xiangnan queues up. At that moment, he overhears a conversation from the front of the line. Have you heard? It seems an emergency doctor has joined us. Have you met him? A nurse, appearing somewhat matronly, converses quietly with a balding male doctor a few places ahead. TCH, what does it matter if I've seen him or not? I wouldn't deign to associate with someone who got into our factory as hospital through the back door. The doctor named Lao Luo scoffs. Oh, Dr. Luo. You're dismissing him without even laying eyes on him. Perhaps his medical skills surpass yours. The nurse chides, stifling a laugh. Why should I fear him? I earned my position legitimately, unlike him. Just look at his situation. It's clear he lacks the competence. I wager within a month he'll be submitting his resignation to return to farming. Lao Luo proclaims, his voice raised deliberately, as if to ensure others are listening. The matronly nurse shakes her lunchbox with a smirk. Perhaps not. I heard from Clerk Chui in the administration that he voluntarily joined the emergency department. Not someone merely coasting through. We shall see. Lao Luo retorts, turning his head away in indignation. Why do such individuals seem to be everywhere? Have I wronged you? We haven't even met, and you've already judged me. Are you afraid I'll take your position or that I'm eating from your plate? Is there any need for such jealousy? Li Xiangnan silently rolls his eyes, taking note of the doctor named Luo. 3 steamed buns and a portion of salted cabbage, please. After handing over his grain coupons, Xiangnan finds a table to sit. However, before he can take more than a couple of bites, a female doctor approaches him. Hello, comrade. May I sit here? Raising her head, a delicate and refined visage came into view, her large eyes sparkling like grapes. With twin ponytails secured in a bun by hairpins at the back of her head, emanating a breath of youthful vibrancy. Ah, splendid. Xiangnan cast a glance, and then returned his focus to his meal. Excuse me, are you from our repair shop? The woman inquired curiously, holding the only bun from her lunchbox in her left hand and stir-fried eggs with chives in her right. Xiangnan looked up. Realizing the gaze opposite him had been fixed upon him, he glanced down and smiled faintly. I noticed you weren't wearing a worker's uniform or our hospital attire. So I was simply curious. Please, don't mind me. She chuckled, and before Xiangnan could respond, she hurriedly resumed eating. Dr. Ding. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out, causing Xiangnan to look up and take a large bite of his bun. Luo Dalai. Dr. Ding, who had been smiling, suddenly appeared to disregard him, shifting her body slightly and lowering her head even further. Observing the subtle change in Dr. Ding's expression, Xiangnan speculated that her relationship with Luo Dalai was rather strained. Hey, Dr. Ding, I'm calling you. Luo Dalai, with his bald head, ingratiatingly sat down and directly offered her a bun from his lunchbox. Look at you, eating so little. Stop it, no need. Ding Yuchio hastily covered her lunchbox, a flush rising on her delicate face, casting a timid glance at Xiangnan as she admonished, you eat your own. Luo Dalai's hand froze in midair, awkwardly hovering as he noticed Xiangnan's amused gaze upon him. He shot a look back at him, disregarding him entirely, and continued, well then, I'll eat it myself, but you must take care of your health. I heard you were anemic during your checkup at the obstetrics department the other day. Mind your own business. Ding Yuchio's face turned crimson, her lovely eyes unable to meet Xiangnan's gaze, feeling utterly embarrassed. How mortifying. Luo Dalai revealed everything. And there were outsiders present. Anemic? I just happened to go for a checkup during my period. How could I not be anemic? Your big mouth just had to let everyone know when my time of the month is, didn't it? Xiangnan pursed his lips, grasping the situation at hand. It appeared that Luo Dalai had some interest in Dr. Ding and was attempting to pursue her. Noticing the hint of irritation in Ding Yuchio's tone, Luo Dalai seemed to disregard Xiangnan, assuming he was merely a businessperson sent from some factory to eat and drink. He smiled and said, Dr. Ding, Comrade Chui mentioned that an additional doctor will join our emergency department this afternoon. Don't worry, with me around, no one will dare to bully you. If they are a dragon, they must coil, and if they are a tiger, they must lie down. No matter how impressive they were before, in the emergency department, they must listen to you and me. Stop. Ding Yuchio shot him an irritated glance. I have no such intentions. Since we are all colleagues here, let us coexist harmoniously, progress together, and improve our factory's health services. That is the right path. In regard to other matters, I advise you to temper your thoughts. Dr. Ding, are you truly unaware? Luo Dalai lowered his voice and said mysteriously, I discreetly inquired about this individual with Secretary Chui, and guess what? He advised that we should avoid offending this person. Although he did not articulate it outright, you know what kind of person I am. I certainly will not indulge such a connection. Just observe, I must curtail the corrupt practices in the emergency department and ensure this young man understands my authority. Xiangnan's lips twitched. You are indeed formidable. At the very least, your words are quite impressive. Dr. Ding Yuchio, upon hearing this, replied earnestly, Luo Dalai, I urge you to abandon your schemes against others. The hospital is a place for healing and saving lives, not for undermining colleagues. How intriguing you are. With that, she angrily closed her lunchbox and turned to leave, only to see Chui Xinjian rushing towards her. Dr. Ding, please don't go. I haven't finished speaking. To ensure your promotion to director, I had that young man dismissed within half a month. You needn't thank me. It was my duty. Hey, Secretary Chui, what brings you here? Luo Dalai asked, puzzled, only to notice that Chui Xinjian's gaze was directed behind him. Chui Xinjian halted at the table, wiped his sweat, and exclaimed, Oh, I was worried that you might not easily accept a new colleague. Seeing you dining together reassures me. Shally, I have prepared your white coat, stethoscope, and the necessary medical materials. How have your discussions with Dr. Ding and Dr. Luo gone? Dr. Ding Yuchio? Luo Dalai? Chapter 16 never regarded him as a rival. Was he the doctor, Xiangnan, who was due to report to the emergency department in the afternoon? Ding Yuchio and Luo Dalai were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Ding Yuchio's face flushed even deeper, a wave of embarrassment and awkwardness washing over her. She shot a fierce glare at Luodali, who had so thoughtlessly spoken ill of others in front of them. At the same time, she felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, she had remained steadfast in her principles and found Luodali's attempts to undermine others despicable, thus refusing to endorse his suggestions and reprimanding him multiple times. In stark contrast, the first thought that crossed Luodali's mind was one of anger. Damn it. This kid had been sitting here quietly without so much as a greeting, and I had no idea who he was. To my astonishment. He is the doctor reporting to the emergency department this afternoon. If he had given me a heads up, I wouldn't have felt compelled to utter such nonsense. Those were my private words with Dr. Ding. He had no right to overhear. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy at the sight of Li Xiangnan sharing a table with Dr. Ding. And remembering the enigmatic smile on Li's face only intensified his suspicion that this was all a deliberate ploy. Cui Xingjian, an official from the administrative department, could spell trouble if Li Xiangnan chose to divulge what he had just said. Not only could the selection of the emergency department head be beyond his influence, but his comments might also land him in serious trouble, potentially branding him as corrupt. Realizing he had spoken rather impolitely to Li, Luodali squinted his eyes, revealing a dangerous glint. So, Cui, it turns out, is our new colleague. What a coincidence. I never imagined we would end up at the same table. Though Ding Yuqiu felt somewhat embarrassed, her experience as a veteran of the emergency department steadied her. Surprised by Cui Shijian's demeanor towards Li Xiangnan, she quickly smiled at Cui and shot a discreet glance at Li. What? You two don't know each other yet? Oh my, I thought you had already introduced yourselves. Come, let me introduce you. Xiaoli, this is Dr. Ding Yuqiu, the attending physician of the emergency department, and this is Dr. Luodali, another attending physician. And you too, meet your new colleague, Dr. Li Xiangnan. Please shake hands. After the previous incident with the administrative department, Cui Xingjian was particularly attentive and cordial in front of Li Xiangnan, ensuring that everything was meticulously handled. Hello, Dr. Ding. I look forward to your guidance. Li Xiangnan graciously stood up and approached Ding Yuqiu, extending his hand for a shake. Her delicate, cool hand felt refreshing in the sweltering summer heat. And as their hands briefly touched, he noticed her ears were flushed with crimson. Hello, Dr. Li. Ding Yuqiu replied, slightly bashful, nodding while playfully blinking her eyes. Li Xiangnan understood her unspoken message. She likely wished for him to refrain from relaying Luodali's words to Cui Shijian. He turned his gaze toward the threatening glare emanating from Luodali. Ding Yuqiu is merely trying to maintain the peace, fearing that my involvement might stir trouble. How will I manage in the emergency department after this? And you, rather than being cautious, dare to threaten me? Dr. Li, is it? The emergency room at the repair factory is indeed an alchemical ground. One must endure countless trials to discern whether one is gold or mere scrap. At this moment, Luodali, with a forced smile masking his disdain, extended his hand, casting a derisive glance at Li Xiangnan. However, Li Xiangnan, instead of accepting the handshake, waved his hand dismissively in the air, puzzled, and remarked, Old Cui, I find the canteen's environment quite satisfactory, yet there are still flies buzzing about. Let us eat quickly, lest the flies ruin our appetites. Have you eaten? After speaking, he ignored Luodali's astonished expression and the frozen hands still suspended in the air. Turning to sit back at the table, patting the chair, and engaging in conversation with Cui Xingjian. You dare to insult me as a fly. Quite bold of you. Li Xiangnan, you've crossed a line today. Luodali's face turned a deep shade of crimson, his jaw clenched tightly as he retracted his outstretched hand into a fist, shaking it in indignation. Noticing Ding Yuqiu's barely contained amusement, he scoffed and, with a clatter, gathered his lunchbox, preparing to leave. Old Luo, are you done with your meal? Cui Xingjian, perceptive as ever, immediately sensed the tension between Luodali and Li Xiangnan and sought to mediate. How about I order a couple of dishes and we make do? I can't eat with flies buzzing around. Luodali stormed off without looking back. At that moment, Ding Yuqiu could no longer conceal her radiant smile, covering her mouth as she exclaimed, Dr. Li, you truly have a way with words. You've managed to infuriate him so. In truth, she found herself intrigued. Based on Li Xiangnan's demeanor earlier, he appeared entirely unperturbed, showing no sign of emotional upheaval in response to Luodali's provocations. She harbored serious doubts that Li Xiangnan regarded Luodali as a significant adversary. Such an attitude suggested that he possessed considerable confidence, or perhaps, remarkable capabilities. Is he truly so magnanimous? Or is it a sign of profound cunning? Ding Yuqiu observed Li Xiangnan quietly, contemplating his character. Young Li, Just then, Cui Shijian hesitated, as if grappling with unspoken concerns. Li Xiangnan glanced sideways at Ding Yuqiu and smiled. Cui, do you want me to fetch those dishes for you? Dr. Ding, please keep an eye on my lunchbox for a moment. All right. Ding Yuqiu nodded, unperturbed. Young Li, I noticed some tension between you and Luodali earlier. Didn't I? Once Cui Shijian left the table, he pulled Li Xiangnan aside, speaking in hushed tones. I must warn you, Luodali has some influential connections. Be cautious. He is quite underhanded. Cui Shijian's kind reminder was earnestly noted by Li Xiangnan, who patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Cui. I shall remain vigilant. He understood the wisdom of being cautious, for one must never harbor ill intentions, yet must always be wary of others. Moreover, he possessed ample resources at his disposal. Xiaoli, you are unaware of the situation here in Yanjing. It's a place where officials are often left lying on the ground after being struck by bricks. I have suffered my fair share of losses. Cui Shijian hesitated to mention that he had previously been at a disadvantage with Li. Be particularly careful of Luodali. Li Xiangnan nodded, and alongside Cui Shijian, he returned to their table, only to discover the presence of an additional individual, with flowing black hair cascading over her shoulders. A light red hairpin elegantly curled her bangs atop her head, revealing a gentle and exquisite visage. Her figure, slightly fuller than Ding Yuqiu's, possessed a perfectly balanced golden ratio. A hint of rosy lip gloss adorned her lips, harmonizing beautifully with the hairpin, rendering her intellectual allure impossible to overlook. Ding Yuqiu promptly stood to introduce her. Dr. Li. This is Comrade Lin Muyu, the leader of the designated medical support from the 301 hospital. She has just come from the hospital to deliver some supplies. Dr. Lin. This is Li, who has just joined our emergency department. Before Li Xiangnan could extend his hand in greeting, a flustered young nurse rushed towards them. Her forehead glistening with perspiration, her fair neck drenched. Dr. Ding, it's an emergency. A patient in the emergency department is on the brink of death, and Dr. Luo insists we return immediately. What? Ding Yuqiu's countenance changed instantaneously, while Lin Muyu and Cui Shijian also grew anxious. Li Xiangnan, disregarding any further pleasantries with Lin Muyu, swiftly darted forward, inquiring of the nurse, what exactly happened? Please, tell me quickly. Chapter 17. Do not doubt my professionalism upon approaching Dr. Ding for assistance. She was momentarily taken aback when an unfamiliar individual emerged from the side, inquiring about specific matters. The young nurse, momentarily stunned, quickly glanced at Ding Yuqiu. He is our newly appointed doctor in the emergency department. Please relate your concerns to him. Ding Yuqiu hastily covered the lunchbox, casting an apologetic glance at Lin Muyu before moving to follow. The young nurse's expression faltered, a mix of embarrassment and skepticism crossing her face. This new doctor, Dr. Ding, can he handle it? Why do you still doubt my words? Quickly, enlighten us both on the situation. Ding Yuqiu pointed towards the dining table, eager to depart while urging Cui Shijian. Cui, please ensure Dr. Lin has a meal first. Leave it to me. You both hurry along. If a life is at stake, it is indeed a grave matter. Cui Shijian understood the urgency. Understood. Ding Yuqiu, without pausing for a meal, clutched the lunchbox and hurried to catch up with Li Xiangnan. Dr. Li, let us proceed together. The trio hastened away. Behind them, Lin Muyu wore a look of astonishment, still processing the situation. At this moment, she had no appetite for food. For a doctor of her caliber, saving a life eclipsed all else. No matter the circumstance, one must not delay in rescuing the afflicted. Cui, please eat without me. I must check on the situation. That simply won't do. Cui Shijian dared not offend the appointed leader assigned to the factory's medical team. If you arrive, and we fail to extend proper hospitality, I shall surely be reprimanded by Section Chief Ma later. With a life in jeopardy, how can we still consider dining? I can forego a meal. Cui, you should eat. Lin Muyu, anxious about the emergency department's affairs, had no time to indulge in a feast. She tucked her lunchbox into her bag and hurriedly followed suit. Well then, I shall forego my meal as well. Cui Shijian noticed Li Xiangnan's lunchbox still sitting, with half a bun untouched and scarcely a few greens taken. He hastily transferred the 2 plates of food into his and Li's boxes, quickly stowing them away. Biting into a bun as he rushed out with his bag, those around them, having caught snippets of their conversation, began speculating about the emergency department's unfolding crisis. Meanwhile, Li Xiangnan and Ding Yuqiu, accompanied by Nurse Wang Qin, arrived at the emergency department and swiftly grasped the situation at hand. Moments earlier, Luo Dali had returned from the cafeteria when 4 or 5 workers suddenly burst in, carrying a young man who clutched his abdomen in agony. Drenched in sweat and writhing in pain. Despite several attempts to restrain him, he broke free momentarily until he eventually collapsed onto the bed, his struggles subsiding slightly. Having just returned from her meal, Wang Qin found the emergency department bustling with shift changes and mealtime chaos. Observing Luo Dali's struggle to contain the patient, she hastened to heed his call for assistance, seeking out Ding Yuqiu. The group rushed into the department, only to witness several individuals preparing to bind the young man to the bed with a belt, while Luo Dali stood nearby, syringe in hand, drawing from a small vial of medication. "Dr. Luo, what is going on?" Ding Yuqiu inquired as she entered, casting a sidelong glance at her. He then noticed Li Xiangnan trailing closely behind. Luo Dali snorted disdainfully, biting down on the needle cap, and replied coolly, "It's nothing serious, probably appendicitis. I'll administer a sedative, stabilize him, and then send him to internal medicine for surgery." Upon hearing this, Ding Yuqiu sighed in relief and hurried to the bedside. Reprimanding the workers who were restraining the patient, "There is no need to bind him. It's unnecessary discomfort. If he has to be sedated, one injection will calm him down. Let us proceed with the surgery." "That won't do. This fellow just kicked me. If he were to kick Director Zhou or the others, I would be in trouble," Luo Dali replied, turning with a cold smirk, rubbing the area near his brow where a faint imprint of a foot remained. Li Xiangnan stifled a laugh, but his focus was not on Luo Dali. Instead, it was on the young man lying on the bed. Observing the patient's symptoms, he squinted his eyes. The patient, in his early 20s, was biting down tightly. Eyes shut, his pale face drenched in sweat, contorted in agony, desperately trying to clutch his abdomen as his hands were held by those around him. This is not appendicitis. Just a glance was enough for Li Xiangnan to ascertain the patient's condition. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed, and Lin Muyu, accompanied by Cui Shijian, appeared at the emergency department's entrance. She remained silent, merely observing the situation inside. As a designated support physician from the 301 hospital, she typically refrained from interfering in the local hospital's decisions regarding specific ailments, granting them the autonomy they required. However, she would offer guidance on complex cases. Her presence brightened Luo Dali's demeanor, and he immediately resorted to flattery. "Dr. Lin, you've come today? Have you eaten? I have no time for your banter. Hurry and attend to the patient." Lin Muyu replied coldly, not even glancing at him. The young workers exchanged glances and stifled laughter, aware that the support physician often found reasons to visit the factory doctor, eager to witness Lin Muyu's prowess. Being men, they naturally understood Luo Dali's intentions. In response, Luo Dali chuckled, stepping forward to inject the patient with a dose of sedative, declaring, "He is fine, just appendicitis. Let us send him upstairs for surgery." The struggling young worker pressed his head against the pillow in agony, the tense veins in his neck gradually subsiding as the sedative took effect. Yet the expression of pain did not diminish. He continued to clutch his abdomen, curled up. Observing this scene, Lin Muyu furrowed her brow and swiftly approached the bedside, puzzled. "Something seems off. This doesn't appear to be appendicitis. Dr. Luo, are you certain of your diagnosis? If we send him for surgery based on a misdiagnosis, not only will Director Zhou be wasting his efforts, but this worker will also suffer unnecessarily." As these words left her lips, the surrounding workers raised their heads to look at Luo Dali. Ding Yuqiu hastily approached, leaning in to examine the patient's eyelids, pupils, and pulse. Her delicate nose wrinkled slightly as she entered a state of contemplation. Her intuition suggested that Lin Muyu's words held some merit. "Dr. Luo, the ailment is likely not appendicitis as you propose," she began to doubt. "Dr. Lin, Dr. Ding, you jest. It is indeed appendicitis. Observe the young man's condition. He is experiencing acute abdominal pain, and the location corresponds with the abdomen. I inquired about his pain points, and he himself articulated a pulling sensation within, throbbing in sync with his pulse. If this is not acute appendicitis, what is? Of course, we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of peritonitis, but the likelihood is exceedingly minimal." Dr. Luo Dali chuckled confidently, his demeanor relaxed. "Dr. Lin, Dr. Ding, I implore you not to question my professionalism." Upon hearing this, Cui Xinjian silently pursed his lips. Lin Muyu and Ding Yuqiu exchanged glances, both equally skeptical. While it was evident that the patient's condition was urgent, accurately diagnosing the ailment proved challenging, necessitating further observation. And they lacked compelling evidence to counter Luo Dali's assertions. "This is incorrect. Far from the truth. This young man is not only free from appendicitis but also does not require surgery. At that moment, a robust voice resonated from the doorway. Lin Muyu and Ding Yuqiu turned in unison, their eyes lighting up. Luo Dali's expression shifted to one of indignation. Xiaoli, I address you as doctor out of respect. Do not embarrass yourself by attempting to play the physician here. Treating patients is a serious matter that brooks no levity. You would do well to remove yourself from this scene and spare us the humiliation. Li Xiangdong leaned away from the doorframe, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Yet you are the one who jested first. Lin Muyu and Ding Yuqiu exchanged incredulous glances, while Luo Dali stood in bewilderment. Chapter 18. Li Xiangnan's methods. Upon witnessing Li Xiangnan approach the hospital bed, Luo Dali was immediately filled with agitation. Xiaoli, what are you doing? I have heard that you were merely a barefoot doctor in a small locale. This is Yanjing. Do not bring your rudimentary skills here and create chaos. If something goes awry, will you take responsibility? How audacious to claim this worker does not have appendicitis and does not require surgery. Do you truly believe you possess the discerning eye of a sage? Hearing this, Ding Yuqiu's expression darkened, and she retorted, Dr. Luo, what era are we in? How can you still hold such archaic notions of status? It is said that a mule or a horse should be taken out for a walk. The current diagnosis is still unclear. Is it not normal for other doctors to have differing opinions? You just mentioned that treating illnesses and saving lives is a serious matter. Yet, you are dismissing others from participating in the rescue. Is that not a double standard? Dr. Ding, that is not my intention. Luo Dali felt somewhat embarrassed by Ding Yuqiu's fierce rebuttal. He certainly did not wish to clash with her and hurriedly explained, I simply do not want someone who relies on connections to tarnish the reputation of our emergency department. He speaks beautifully, claiming it is not appendicitis and that no surgery is needed. Can he truly speak so carelessly? What is this person doing in our emergency department? It is truly detrimental to our integrity. However, Lin Muyu turned around and coldly fixed her gaze on Luo Dali. Are you certain this worker has appendicitis? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Luo Dali felt an unusual sense of unease under her unwavering stare. Nevertheless, he mustered his resolve and nodded earnestly, Dr. Lin. I am absolutely certain it is appendicitis. Then why are you so anxious? If it is not appendicitis, it would merely discredit Dr. Xiaoli. Wouldn't you be pleased? Why are you obstructing him? I am not. Luo Dali waved his hand, feeling increasingly tense. In truth, I am also eager to hear what insights this Dr. Xiaoli has. If, as he claims, this worker is not suffering from appendicitis and does not require surgery, would that not be a joyous outcome? Did you not discern that Dr. Xiaoli appears to have a way to treat him? Lin Muyu shot a fierce glare at Luo Dali before turning to Li Xiangnan. Dr. Xiaoli, please come forward. Luo Dali was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that the esteemed Lin Muyu would support Li Xiangnan's treatment, which only furthered his displeasure. Yet, as Lin Muyu was an authoritative figure, he dared not oppose her. Hey, La Luo, what are you doing? Quickly step aside. Cui Shijian, who had been observing the scene from a distance, hurried over to pull him aside and winked at Li Xiangnan. Li Xiangnan disregarded Luo Dali entirely, not even casting a glance in his direction. He approached the hospital bed and addressed Lin Muyu. The reason I ascertain that he does not have acute appendicitis is quite significant. It lies in this very location. He pointed to where the patient was clutching. The location is incorrect? Ding Yuqiu leaned in, intrigued. Lin Muyu followed Li Xiangnan's and noticed the spot on the young man's abdomen that he was pressing. Apologetically, she remarked, my primary focus is obstetrics and gynecology. Xiaoli, please enlighten us. Luo Dali, standing nearby with clenched fists and a furrowed brow, felt an inexplicable surge of panic. Simultaneously, he was astonished. Could this young man truly have discerned something significant? Acute appendicitis typically manifests in the lower right abdomen, where the cecum curves. Physicians often misdiagnose this as pericolic inflammation, when in fact it is the appendix causing the trouble. Observing the young man clutching a spot well below the navel, it was clear this was far removed from the cecum's location, indicating that appendicitis was not the source of his abdominal pain. Ah, indeed. I recall now. The location of appendicitis is quite specific. Alas, how careless of me. Ding Yuqiu lamented, slapping her forehead in frustration. Lin Muyu felt a slight sheen of perspiration on her nose and nodded, casting a wary glance at Luo Dali, whose expression had frozen. Thank goodness you pointed that out. Otherwise, had we rashly concluded this was appendicitis and proceeded with surgery, it would have been a grievous error, subjecting this young man to unnecessary suffering. The workers nearby exchanged glances, their expression shifting as they regarded Li Xiangnan's confident demeanor. Dr. Li, could you ascertain what ailment he is suffering from? Why does his stomach hurt? They inquired eagerly. Yes, just earlier in the workshop. He was resting after a meal when he suddenly began writhing in pain, alarming us all. Dr. Li, if there is a way to avoid surgery, that would be splendid. But we are left wondering what exactly is afflicting him. The room fell silent. All eyes turned expectantly towards Li Xiangnan. Meanwhile, Luo Dali's facial muscles twitched with jealousy. However, Li Xiangnan did not rush to respond. Instead, he leaned forward and gently pressed on the young man's abdomen, assessing its tenderness. Noticing the desperate look in the young man's eyes, he inquired, "What did you eat last night and today?" Dr. Li, I had crabs. My brother and I caught some from the river. We had a bit last night and brought some for lunch. Dr. Li, could it be that I overindulged in crabs? Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan began to piece together the situation. Just as he was about to speak, Luo Dali scoffed. Xiaoli, don't tell me that eating too many crabs caused the issue. In Sijiaching during summer, which child doesn't he indulge in catching those delicacies from the sea? Don't try to scare us. Can crabs really be the culprit? I think you're just grasping at straws. Lin Mu shot him a disdainful glance. While Ding Yuqiu turned away in annoyance, Li Xiangnan disregarded Luo Dali's comments, as he had already reached a conclusion and stated, this season, you must have eaten some of your family's green persimmons this morning, correct? What? How did you know that? The young man exclaimed, astonished. My mother made some porridge. And when I left the house feeling quite hungry but too shy to admit it, I passed by the front yard and devoured a bag of green persimmons. His gaze towards Li Xiangnan transformed, filled with newfound respect. Meanwhile, Lin Muyu and Ding Yuqiu remained perplexed. Xiaoli, what is so significant about those green persimmons? With a slight smile, Li Xiangnan elucidated, ingesting unripe persimmons leads to the production of substantial amounts of tannins and flavonoids. When these substances interact with the high protein content found in crabs, they undergo a chemical reaction with the tannins, resulting in coagulation and a potent chemical effect. This can consequently provoke gastric distension and pain, triggering a swift physiological response in the gastrointestinal tract, which is a manifestation of crab poisoning. Can crabs actually cause poisoning? The workers expressed their astonishment, yet Li Xiangnan's words compelled them to accept his explanation. Although Lin Muyu and Ding Yuqiu did not fully grasp the technical terminology, they instantly understood the concept of abdominal pain due to a chemical reaction. Their respect for Li Xiangnan's medical expertise ignited within them. Dr. Li, you mentioned that surgery is unnecessary. How should we treat this condition? Lin Muyu inquired calmly, subtly abandoning her initial perception of him as merely a temporary emergency worker. Simply put, we need to reduce acidity, replenish fluids, alleviate diarrhea, and suppress vomiting. Li Xiangnan instructed. He beckoned to Clerk Chui, producing 2 liang of grain tickets and a dime from his pocket. Please, could you fetch 3 preserved eggs from the cafeteria? Understood. Clerk Chui, captivated by the task, hurried off. Dr. Ding, could you prepare some montmorillonite powder? It needs to be administered along with the preserved egg shortly. Li Xiangnan added. Can preserved eggs really be medicinal? Luo Dali, who had maintained a stiff expression, scratched his head awkwardly. His voice had softened considerably, though he still scoffed. Come on, don't be ridiculous. His disbelief was palpable. However, he was soon proven wrong. As the mixture of montmorillonite powder and preserved egg congee was administered to the patient, he relinquished his struggle at a visibly accelerated pace. The pallor of his face gradually began to restore to its natural hue. In merely 10 minutes, after Li Xiangnan gently massaged his abdomen, the patient was able to sit up. Witnessing such a swift recovery left Luo Dali utterly astounded, while Lin Muyu and Ding Yuqiu gazed on with wide, astonished eyes. Chapter 19. Limited skill, great temper goodness. Dr. Li, your miraculous healing touch is truly remarkable. In such a short span, young Wang has already recovered? How peculiar. His stomach pain has vanished? It's quite astonishing. How could a few preserved eggs and a bit of that powder remedy cure him so swiftly? Around them, the workers observed in awe as their colleague, young Wang, sat upright from his sickbed, the agony on his face completely erased. Their gazes toward Li Xiangnan brimmed with admiration. Merely a fortunate coincidence, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. However, witnessing the profound shift in his peers' attitude towards Li Xiangnan, now filled with respect, Luo Dali felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, especially as Lin Muyu and Ding Yuqiu, the 2 goddesses, frequently cast admiring glances at Li Xiangnan. He could hardly contain his jealousy. Thus, he opened his mouth to mock Li Xiangnan's medical skills. Upon hearing his words, Lin Muyu's delicate brows knitted together in discontent, and Ding Yuqiu's face flushed with indignation. Both seemed eager to engage in a debate with him. Dr. Luo, how dare you? Had it not been for Dr. Li, if we had followed your suggestion to bind young Wang and send him for an internal surgery, we would have been in dire straits. He accurately diagnosed young Wang's condition and resolved it with remarkable swiftness. You, on the other hand, not only failed to diagnose his ailment but also proposed erroneous treatment measures. We haven't held you accountable, and yet you choose to speak derisively. Indeed, I have finally discerned your true nature. Your skills are meager, yet your temper is immense. You've been ridiculing Dr. Li. Had I been in his position, I would have surely confronted you. It's only due to Dr. Li's good temperament that he refrains from retaliating. Try that with us in the workshop. Quack. You are nothing but a quack, Dr. Luo. Clad in your white coat, I feel embarrassed for the medical profession. Not only are your skills lacking, but your medical ethics are also severely flawed. Look at Dr. Li, then look at yourself. Utter rubbish. Before Lin Muyu and Ding Yuqiu could voice more discontent, the surrounding workers began to chime in, vociferously denouncing Luo Dali's incompetence. Their unrestrained criticism struck at the core of Luo Dali's vulnerabilities. His lips quivered with rage as he pointed at the group, his fury almost palpable enough to incinerate the very room they stood in. You. All of you are utterly unreasonable. I refuse to argue with you. It's like a scholar encountering a soldier. There is no clarity in reason. He had intended to hurl further insults at the workers, but upon noticing their imposing figures, each displaying their muscular frames defiantly, he deflated, angrily shaking his hand. Ding Yuqiu coldly interjected, Dr. Luo, regarding this medical incident, I shall report the facts to the factory's medical leadership. You have no business here now. Have you eaten yet? You should hurry off to your meal. Dr. Ding, Luo Dali awkwardly scratched his head, reluctantly stamping his foot in frustration. Dr. Luo, it's fortunate that nothing grave occurred. Had it escalated, a mere misdiagnosis would not suffice as an explanation. At this moment, Lin Muyu stepped forward with a frosty demeanor. I expect you to compose a 1,000-word reflection on this incident. I will thoroughly report this matter to the factory leadership. Ding Yuqiu was tasked with reporting to the factory's medical leader, while Lin Muyu had to present to the district leadership. Luo Dali felt utterly overwhelmed. Anger drained the color from his face. His lips moved, but he could scarcely articulate a word. Instead, he kicked his stool in frustration and stormed out of the emergency department. Ding Yuqiu, clutching his chest, expressed his lingering anxiety. Shaoli, we owe you a great debt this time. Had we encountered such a perplexing case without your expertise, our knowledge would have fallen short in addressing this emergency. We are fortunate to have you. Lin Muyu nodded earnestly, wholeheartedly agreeing with Ding Yuqiu. Indeed, Shaoli, not only do you possess extensive clinical experience, but your unconventional method of treating patients with century eggs mixed with montmorillonite powder is remarkable. This is what we call the integration of traditional and Western medicine. You are truly a talent. In response, Li Xiangnan smiled and remarked, it's not exactly a blend of Eastern and Western medicine. I didn't think that deeply. The century egg is alkaline, and back when I was in the countryside, I used this folk remedy for similar symptoms. This time, Xiaowak's condition was indeed perilous, which is why I added a bit of montmorillonite powder to stabilize the acid-base balance in the stomach and reduce gastrointestinal irritation. Shaoli, irrespective of the method, you are far superior to that Luo Dali fellow. From now on, we shall seek your expertise for our ailments. The surrounding workers erupted into laughter. Both Lin Muyu and Ding Yuqiu could not suppress their amusement. To receive praise from the workers was the highest form of recognition for their medical skills. At that moment, a fellow worker, Xiao Wang, extended his hand to grasp Li Xiangnan's ingratitude, saying, Dr. Li, I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for you, not only would I not have recovered, but I would have also faced unnecessary surgery. You filled my belly and healed my illness. I am truly impressed. Laughter echoed around them. Xiao Wang fished out a crumpled coin from his pocket and insisted on giving it to Li Xiangnan, saying, Dr. Shaoli, you must have paid for the century eggs. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan quickly recoiled, waving his hand. Please, do not offer me money. I consider this as fulfilling my duty. The factory's medical department will reimburse the expenses. Keep it for yourself. Rest here for a bit. In about 10 minutes. You can move around freely. This afternoon, avoid heavy labor and take care of yourself. Do you all hear me? Keep an eye on this young comrade. Don't let him exert himself. At this, Cui Xinzhan jovially admonished the others. Seeing their nods of agreement, he bent down and pulled Li Xiangnan aside, saying, Now that this matter is settled, Hurry and eat. I've brought your meal. It's warm, and we wouldn't tea wanted to cool down. Oh dear. How could I forget? Ding Yuqiao exclaimed, slapping his forehead in apology. Dr. Li, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to keep you from your lunch. Lin Muyu shook her bag and pulled out a lunchbox, beaming as she looked at Li Xiangnan. Let us share a working meal together. Excellent. Cui Xingzhan eagerly tidied up the table, quickly unpacking the lunchboxes while cheerfully saying, Shaoli, it's clear to me now that you are truly capable. You have come to the emergency department. How resourceful. Our factory is indeed fortunate. Upon noticing that they had yet to dine, the few workers exchanged apologetic smiles before hastily assisting Xiao Wang away. As the others began their meal, Cui Xingzhan observed Lin Muyu watching Li Xiangnan with keen interest. With a sudden exclamation and a slap to his forehead, he exclaimed, Oh, my memory. Dr. Lin, allow me to formally introduce to you our newly appointed factory physician, Dr. Li Xiangnan. We are now truly experiencing the remarkable abilities of Dr. Li. What do you think, Dr. Lin? Our factory is blessed with talent, wouldn't you agree? Li Xiangnan? Cui Xingzhan failed to notice the peculiar glint in Lin Muyu's eyes upon hearing Li Xiangnan's name. Dr. Lin, I apologize for the oversight. Li Xiangnan smiled gently, extending his hand. Dr. Li, you are indeed impressive. Lin Muyu responded with sincere delight, striving to suppress the tumult within her eyes. Although she appeared composed, her heart was already stirred by a tempest. This was the individual, Li Xiangnan, whom her younger sister Lin Chujiao had feigned a divorce with. The same rural fellow who had persistently clung to her? No, it was inconceivable. The current impression of Li Xiangnan was one of confident brilliance, a figure of remarkable stature and exceptional talent. Chapter 20. The duty of a trustworthy person, a simple stir-fry of water bamboo and a dish of scallion and enoki mushrooms, two uncomplicated vegetarian dishes. Li Xiangnan, Cui Xingzhan, Ding Yuqiao, and Lin Muyu each nibbled on their steamed buns while savoring the two small boxes of side dishes. Accompanying them were a bit of fermented tofu from Ding Yuqiao's box and a small portion of pickled vegetables from Li Xiangnan's. As they resolved a minor ailment in the emergency department, with the pressure alleviated, they now enjoyed a leisurely meal. Dr. Li, as for Luo Dali, he hails from a surgical background, thus he is not particularly adept in internal medicine. I implore you to overlook his somewhat petty actions. Ding Yuqiao spoke cautiously. Li Xiangnan glanced up, a slight smile gracing his lips as he pushed his lunchbox forward. Dr. Ding, treating illnesses is akin to dining. One must taste the dishes to ascertain their flavor and quality. As for Dr. Luo's character and skills, I have no time to dwell on such matters. But the discerning eyes of the public are ever watchful. Lin Muyu, munching on her bun, contemplated his words with a glimmer in her eyes. It was evident that, based on the earlier incident, if Luo Dali possessed exceptional skills, there would have been no need for Li Xiangnan to defend him while easily arriving at a diagnosis. The distinction between skilled and less skilled practitioners was clear to even those with modest educational backgrounds. Indeed, I understand. Ding Yuqiao chuckled softly, hesitating as if to say more. Li Xiangnan saw through her thoughts immediately. You fear that my arrival may offend Luo Dali, inciting his retaliation and disrupting the harmony in the emergency department, do you not? Her eyes brightened in surprise as she nodded. Dr. Ding, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I am fully aware of my path. He reassured her with a gentle smile. Rest assured, today's incident has deepened my understanding of Luo Dali. Upon returning to room 301, I shall request my superiors to allow me to visit your factory's medical staff more frequently. In the future, apart from delivering medical supplies, I intend to assist in your factory's clinic. I refuse to believe that while I am present, Luo Dali can create any significant turmoil. Lin Muyu, brimming with a sense of justice, interjected, that is unwise, Dr. Lin. You have your own career. How could you afford to waste your precious time? We can handle our factory's medical matters ourselves. Ding Yuqiao quickly waved her hands in protest. Dr. Lin, Dr. Ding, I believe you underestimate our Dr. Li's capabilities. Cui Xizhan chuckled, shaking his head. They both turned to Cui Xizhan, eager for his explanation. Yet, he merely smiled and remained silent, collecting the lunchboxes and chopsticks. All right. I shall wash the lunchboxes for you. You may sit and relax. Stop right there. Li Xiangnan quickly seized him, grinning as he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered it. Cui, why act so distant? This meal was your treat. Not only did it whet our appetites, but we also ate to our fill. Allow me to wash a few bowls. It's hardly a task worthy of your esteemed presence. As he spoke, Li Xiangnan snatched the lunchbox from his hands, dumping its contents into the tray. With a smile, he greeted Lin Ding and his companion, saying, "You two take a break. I shall wash the dishes. Xiaoli, you shouldn't have to do that." Cui Xingjian scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. "All right then, enjoy your smoke." Li Xiangnan replied with a slight smile and exited the emergency department, noticing several nurses returning from their meal. The young nurse Wang Qin hesitantly peeked around the door. After summoning Ding Yuqiu and the others, she hurried upstairs to coordinate the surgery, only to return and find everyone had already left, leaving her quite puzzled. "Come in. It's all over now." Lin Muyu smiled and waved her in, then turned to Ding Yuqiu, saying, "The nurses are back. We'll be starting work soon. You should prepare, and I'll go lend a hand to Dr. Xiaoli." "Understood." Ding Yuqiu, trusting her words, glanced at the clock. With half an hour until work, it was indeed time to get ready. Cui Xingjian, seeing Lin Muyu swiftly exit, was momentarily surprised. After bidding farewell to Ding Yuqiu, he hurried upstairs. "Dr. Ding, how did it end so quickly? I nearly panicked. With such an urgent case." "Where did everyone go?" Nurse Wang Qin's nose was glistening with sweat, clearly having not experienced such a perilous moment before. Ding Yuqiu chuckled. "It was Dr. Li who resolved the situation. A worker had suffered from crab poisoning. Dr. Li suggested that balancing the acidity in his stomach would suffice. What do you think? Do you still doubt his medical skills?" "Really? Is that true?" Wang Qin exclaimed, her excitement evident as she took small steps closer, her face beaming. "Dr. Ding, does that mean his skills surpass those of Dr. Luo? What happened?" "I just heard the internal medicine team say they canceled the surgery and that the patient had left. I was utterly taken aback. Earlier, it was Cui Xingjian who rushed upstairs to inform the internal medicine team about canceling the surgery, just as Wang Qin was heading downstairs. Curious to know?" Ding Yuqiu glanced at the gathering nurses, eager to promote Li Xiangnan's medical prowess, and enthusiastically recounted, "I truly witnessed something remarkable today. Just now, when Dr. Luo insisted on taking the patient upstairs, Dr. Li stood up, while Ding Yuqiu was extolling Li Xiangnan's virtues in the emergency department. Lin Muyu had already arrived at the back of the cafeteria and found Li Xiangnan washing the dishes. "Let me handle it." Lin Muyu rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward to take over his task. She grabbed some soap powder from a nearby box and applied it to the slightly greasy lunchbox, appearing swift yet deliberately slowing her pace. "Do you often visit the factory doctor, Dr. Lin?" Li Xiangnan, unfamiliar with this assisting doctor, felt a flicker of gratitude in his heart, recalling her passionate defense of him earlier. "Not very often. I only started coming down here after the Ministry of Health initiated cooperation between large hospitals and various factory districts about a year ago, usually every 3 to 5 days. Mostly to deliver supplies." Lin Muyu offered an explanation, yet her thoughts wandered to other matters. Seemingly casual, she asked, "By the way, Dr. Li, I heard from Clerk Cui that you are not from Yanjing. Where do you hail from?" "My home is quite distant, from a place called Hanshan County, several hundred kilometers away. The train ride takes about 7 hours. Hanshan County." Lin Muyu paused momentarily, her gaze becoming distant. It was indeed him, the husband of her sister. "I assume Dr. Li is around 25 or 26. You must be slightly younger than I am. At your age in the countryside, most are already married. Have you tied the knot yet? What brings you to work in Yanjing?" Lin Muyu cautiously probed. Li Xiangnan smiled nonchalantly, interpreting Lin Muyu's inquiries as mere small talk, a task entrusted to him by others. "I too am a prisoner of circumstances. It is a long story." Noticing him gazing upward at the heavens, remaining silent for a while, Lin Muyu was momentarily taken aback. "For someone of my rural origins, merely coming to the city for work is already a luxury. How could I dare to aspire for affection?" A sigh reached her ears, pulling Lin Muyu back from her reverie, only to realize that her lunchbox was already empty. Turning her head, she observed Li Xiangnan's silhouette, facing the myriad of workers coming to wash dishes, moving resolutely against the current, solitary yet steadfast. Chapter 21. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. Director Ma, this is simply incredible." Before he arrived, his voice preceded him. Upon hearing that distinctive, croaky voice, Ming rolled his eyes, lifted the newspaper that had been covering his face, crumpled it into a ball, and hurled it at the figure that burst through the door. "What are you shouting for? It's noon. Are you trying to disturb my sleep?" "Ouch. My apologies, Director. Please forgive me for interrupting your rest." Cui Xingjian, bowing and smiling, hurried to the desk to refill Ma Ying's teacup and brought it back to the wooden sofa. "Please have some tea and calm down." Seeing this unfortunate display, Ma Ying snorted and refused to take the cup. He rested his hands under his head, narrowed his eyes, and muttered, "Speak quickly. If you have something to say, then say it. I still need to sleep. We have half an hour until work starts." Director Ma, Li Xiangnan saved someone in the emergency department. Thud. As soon as this was said, Ma Ying's body slid down to the floor in shock. Struggling to sit up, he widened his eyes to look at Cui Xingjian, then glanced at the wall clock diagonally across the room. It was only 12:30. Work hadn't even begun yet, and Li Xiangnan had already saved someone? How on earth did he accomplish that? In response, Cui Xingjian proudly pointed to his own eyes and declared, "Director Ma, to be honest, I witnessed the entire process of Li Xiangnan saving the person. Not a single detail escaped my notice. It was truly fraught with challenges and twists. If it weren't for him, the emergency department would have faced a serious crisis." Ma Ying smacked his lips in surprise, suddenly intrigued. This Li Xiangnan was indeed extraordinary. He had saved someone even before his shift had begun. If he were to actually start working, he would surely soar to great heights. Having spoken these thoughts, he exchanged a glance with Cui Xingjian, and a strong sense of relief surged within them. This fellow was so capable, thankfully. They hadn't had any significant conflicts with him in the past. Otherwise, if he truly took off, they would be in dire straits. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and tell me what happened. Are you trying to tantalize me?" Ma Ying, seeing Cui Xingjian's silly grin, felt irritation bubble up and tossed a light punch. "Quickly. Director Ma, I followed your instructions and went to the emergency department to inform them about Li Xiangnan's reporting. And I quickly prepared a stethoscope and a lab coat for him. I asked you about Li Xiangnan, not about your own affairs. Hurry." Upon hearing the young man's self-praising remarks, Ma Ying felt a surge of anger. All right, I'll get to it. We were having lunch when Dr. Lin Muyu arrived at our table. What? Ma Ying's eyes widened in disbelief, and he tugged at the corners of his mouth, incredulous. Dr. Lin also came from 301. You can't be saying he happened to witness this scene, can you? Indeed. Director Ma, don't you think we are just incredibly lucky? We just sent Li Xiangnan to the emergency department, and the higher-ups have already noticed his abilities. Wouldn't you say we are like the legendary horse trainers of old? Our impression with the upper management will surely improve. Emma, are we truly destined for greatness? Look at your aspirations. Ma Ying playfully slapped him on the head. Though he said this, a flicker of excitement ignited within him as he rose and paced back and forth, rubbing his hands together. What are you waiting for? Quickly. Tell me everything in detail. We must draft a report on this matter, and it should vividly showcase Li Xiangnan's exceptional abilities. I have a premonition that we may have indeed stumbled upon a treasure. You understand the principle that one person's success elevates all around them, don't you? Chief Ma, listen. Cui Xingjian, now exhilarated, dared not delay any longer and hurriedly recounted the events of noon to Ma Ying in meticulous detail. After a moment, Ma Ying slammed the table in frustration, his beard bristling in anger. That fool Luo Dali is infuriating. I was genuinely moved when he applied to join the emergency department. Little did I know he was waiting for me. This is just adding to my vexation. Chief Ma, I beg to differ, Cui Xingjian remarked with a mischievous grin. Oh, what insight do you possess? Ma Ying raised an eyebrow. Cui Xingjian glanced at the door, quickly moved closer to Ma Ying, and chuckled. Let's consider this from two angles. If it weren't for that scoundrel Luo Dali's interference, how would we have discovered Li Xiangnan's extraordinary medical skills? As the saying goes, without comparison, there can be no pain. The existence of mediocre doctors only serves to highlight Li Xiangnan's brilliance. Ma Ying slapped his forehead, laughing as he pointed at Cui Xingjian. Sometimes your wit surpasses mine. Indeed, Luo Dali is merely a stepping stone for Li Xiangnan. I see it now. He extracted a cigarette and tossed it to Cui Xingjian. Pondering for a moment before continuing, here is the plan. You must promptly draft a detailed report on this incident. Once completed, I shall review it. Did you not mention that Dr. Ding and Dr. Lin also intend to write reports? This matter will soon reach the ears of the leadership. We must act swiftly. Starting from the discovery of Li Xiangnan's talent, the perspective must be sharp. As you rightly said, we should write from the standpoint of Director Xing, the talent scout, and emphasize Li Xiangnan's golden qualities while also praising Director Xing's discerning eye for talent. Understood. Cui Xingjian wasted no time, finishing his tea in a hurry before plopping down on a chair to begin composing. Ma Ying, cigarette in mouth, stood by the window, his demeanor transformed. Indeed, our factory's physician is truly emerging as a talent. Meanwhile, Lin Muyu took advantage of this time to return to the 301 hospital. After securing her bicycle downstairs and glancing at her watch, she proceeded directly to the logistics office. Knock, knock, knock. After hearing an invitation to enter, Lin Muyu opened the door and stepped inside, stating, "Director Lin, the 90 medical masks intended for Hongshanka Machine Repair Factory Hospital have been delivered, and I'm here to sign for them." Lin Weiman smiled, casting a playful glance at his sister as he retrieved a document from a nearby shelf. "Please sign here." Upon seeing her neatly written signature, Lin Weiman paused, noticing a few words scribbled on the scrap paper nearby. He suddenly recalled the Machine Repair Factory Hospital and understood the situation. As she was about to step out, Lin Weiman glanced at his colleagues in the room and exclaimed, "By the way, Dr. Lin, are there any materials needed at the repair shop? Please help me compile a list when the time comes." With that, he rose swiftly and walked to the door, closing it behind him. He turned to his sister with a smile and asked, "Muyu, what is going on? Have you seen Li Xiangnan? How do you feel about him?" Upon hearing this, Lin Muyu pulled him to the end of the corridor, opened the window, and furrowed her brow. "You must tell me honestly, is Li Xiangnan truly a simple, honest farmer from a mountain village? Or is he merely a half-baked country doctor with only superficial knowledge?" Noticing the profound shock in his sister's eyes, Lin Weiman acutely sensed that something was amiss. "Muyu, what's wrong? Has something happened?" Chapter 22. The brother-in-law's thoughtful endeavor. 10 minutes later, a wisp of blue smoke began to billow from the window, obscuring Lin Weiman's face in a haze of uncertainty. "Brother, you ought to smoke less. It's choking me." Lin Muyu waved her hand to disperse the smoke, leaning closer to the window, only to be met by the oppressive heat of the midday sun, compelling her to retreat once more. "Are you suggesting that Li Xiangnan hasn't even made it to work yet he managed to save a worker during lunch? He appears utterly unfazed, maintaining that indifferent demeanor?" Lin Weiman was deeply shaken by his sister's account. "Brother, I was right there, witnessing how Li Xiangnan deftly brushed aside the interference and mockery from that Dr. Luo Dali, rapidly stabilizing the patient. I can attest that he utilized his extensive medical knowledge and clinical experience to pull someone back from the brink of death. Given the urgency of the situation, that worker was truly in dire straits. So, do you genuinely believe Li Xiangnan is merely a quack who knows only the basics? I beg to differ. His expertise extends far beyond such superficiality. You must realize that even Ding Yuqiu and I could not instantly diagnose the symptoms presented by the patient. Yet he managed to calmly and effectively avert what could have been a medical catastrophe." Lin Muyu inhaled deeply, asserting that while his medical skills were commendable, it was his courage and resolute spirit in the face of adversity that were truly remarkable, qualities seldom possessed by others. Lin Weiman took a deep drag from his cigarette, breaking the second one in half and stowing it away in his case. "This lad continues to impress me more and more." Lin Muyu glanced down the corridor, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Brother, you visited Hongshan County several times and interacted with him. Do you believe his medical skills were mere pretense back then?" "Impossible." Lin Weiman shook his head decisively. "It was unnecessary. During my visits to Hongshan County, I observed him and oldly treating the neighbors when I went to see Xiao Qiao. While not exemplary, he was certainly not as skilled as he is today. What sort of expertise is required for minor ailments like colds or sprains? And if he were concealing his talent, what purpose would that serve? He could not have anticipated coming to Yanjing. Could it be that Li Xiangnan has been deliberately withholding his abilities?" Lin Muyu pondered, perplexed. But if that were the case, it would only lead outsiders to perceive the Li family as lacking in medical prowess. I find it hard to comprehend. Wouldn't good medical skills earn them greater respect from the community? What if Li Xiangnan believes that a smattering of rudimentary skills suffices to manage the needs of those mountain dwellers? That would be more than adequate. Lin Weiman chuckled. "Then, this young man's cunning is indeed formidable." Lin Muyu pouted slightly. Waving his hand, Lin Weiman sought to dismiss any notion of disparaging others behind their backs. "This is merely speculation on our part, lacking solid foundation. Let us not dwell on this. I will discuss it with the old man tonight and gauge his perspective. Meanwhile, since you have the opportunity to visit the repair shop, make sure to observe Xiaoli closely. His development warrants our attention." "I understand." Lin Muyu nodded. As the two were about to part ways, Lin Weiman suddenly recalled a statement made by his sister moments earlier. "Wait a moment. You mentioned that Li Xiangnan once said, 'To be entrusted is to be loyal to the task at hand,' right?" "Indeed." Lin Muyu tilted her head. "Elder brother, what are your thoughts on this?" Lin Weiman pondered for a moment and remarked, "Could it be that Li Xiangnan's agreement to come to Yanjing with Xiao Qiao, only to divorce months later, is actually intended to assist the Lin family, ensuring that Xiao Qiao can firmly establish herself in Yanjing?" This notion caused Lin Muyu's expression to shift subtly. Are you suggesting that Li Xiangnan might fear that Xiao Chao's hasty divorce could lead to emotional turmoil? I understand now. She continued. So, his refusal to dine with the Lin family last night, and his earlier indifference towards Xiao Qiao, were tactics to make her perceive a shift in his feelings, thereby facilitating their separation? Ah, this brother-in-law of mine, always considering the Lin family's interests. Lin Weiman shook his head with a bitter smile. His intentions are indeed commendable. Just this morning, he subtly hinted that I should visit him less frequently. It appears he genuinely wishes to avoid entanglements with the Lin family, lest he find himself in an inextricable situation when the time comes for divorce. He's truly so considerate of others. Lin Muyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she suddenly recalled Li Xiangnan's solitary and resolute figure departing from the sink behind the cafeteria not long ago, stirring a pang of sympathy within her. His medical skills are exceptional, yet he remains humble, dismissing accolades with a mere smile. He readily agreed to assist the Lin family with the facade of a divorce, and now, as he faces his own separation, he silently endures inner turmoil while steadfastly supporting the Lin family's plans. Brother, where does Li Xiangnan reside? Lin Muyu instinctively thought of how he had yet to secure a place since arriving in Yanjing. Ah, Lin Weiman scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. I truly do not know. I was in a rush to return last night and asked Uncle Xing to look after him. This morning, I went to help him buy some things. And Uncle Xing only mentioned that arrangements had been made. In my haste to assist Xiao Qiao with her report, I completely overlooked his living situation. You. Lin Muyu felt a surge of compassion mixed with irritation. Elder brother, Li Xiangnan has rendered our family such significant assistance, yet he is alone and unsupported in Yanjing. If we merely engage in superficial gestures without genuinely caring for his well-being, what will others think of the Lin family? Wouldn't they accuse us of ingratitude? Lin Weiman, for the first time, found his sister's words to be profoundly insightful and felt a twinge of shame. You are right, sister. I indeed have not done enough and failed to consider Li Xiangnan's perspective. Exactly. Lin Muyu stomped her foot playfully. If he were to reside in a rubbish heap, a pump room, or a boiler room, surrounded by foul odors and dampness, enduring the sweltering heat, how could he survive this summer? Lin Weiman scratched his head, regret flickering in his eyes. You are correct, Muyu. I shall promptly make a call to inquire. Brother, I may have spoken rather harshly. Please do not take it to heart. I merely wish for the Lin family to avoid any shame. After all, Li Xiangnan is still, at present, a member of the Lin family by marriage. Lin Weiman's eyes sparkled as he gently patted her shoulder. Observing his sister's overwhelming embarrassment, he consoled her. All right. It is I who have not considered this thoroughly. I shall make a call immediately for clarification. In the evening, you can ride your bike to pick up Xiao Qiao, while I will visit Nan's residence to see if there is anything else I can assist with. Does that sound agreeable? Brother, that sounds much better. Lin Muyu finally felt satisfied and waved her hand, saying, I must get to work now. This afternoon, I need to compose an urgent report for the repair shop's emergency department. You should attend to your tasks as well. Lin Weiman nodded, foregoing a return to his office. Instead, he made his way to the reception on the first floor, rummaging through his pocket for his phone book, and dialed the repair shop. Chapter 23. The nuances of human relationships. As the afternoon work commenced, Li Xiangnan couldn't shake off the peculiar glances cast upon him by several nurses in the department. However, once he immersed himself in his duties, he quickly grasped the frenetic pace that characterized the operations of a factory hospital. Despite the establishment of 5 major departments, word had spread that the emergency department not only addressed medical conditions with remarkable swiftness, but was also overseen by the gentle and stunning Dr. Ding. Consequently, whenever factory workers faced any ailment, they invariably flocked to the emergency room. This led Li Xiangnan to experience firsthand the bustling life within the emergency department. Hey, Dr. Li. You're the newcomer. Why not subtly inquire with Dr. Ding if she is seeing someone? Suggested Wei Erxi, a 21-year-old from the machinery workshop, who had an older sister and owned 3 homes. Ask her if she'd be interested in dating me. At that moment, Li Xiangnan was attending to a young man suffering from mild heat stroke, who was tugging at him to gather information about Ding Yuqiu. Amused yet exasperated, he replied, If you're interested in her, why not visit her directly for a consultation and ask her yourself? Isn't that better than me relaying your inquiry? After prescribing medication to alleviate the heat, Li Xiangnan sincerely offered his advice. Wei Erxi, however, wore a pained expression and whispered, You don't understand, Dr. Li. Previously, those who sought excuses to inquire about Dr. Ding have all been blacklisted. Now, they're all sent to Dr. Luo instead. Everyone knows Dr. Luo has a crush on Dr. Ding, so visiting him is quite the ordeal. If you could help me out, I'd be immensely grateful. How about I bring you an extra bun for lunch tomorrow? It appeared there were numerous unspoken rules in play. Li Xiangnan chuckled. Dr. Ding isn't navi. If you ask too overtly, you'll only irritate her. Forget the bun, but I'll do my best to find out for you. Dr. Li. You are truly a good man. Wei Erxi exclaimed, his face lighting up with glee, as he clumsily clutched his medication and scurried away. Li Xiangnan then attended to a female worker suffering from mouth ulcers. Enduring her delicate gaze, he managed to complete her examination before finally stretching and casting a glance at Ding Yuqiu, who was diligently riding across the room. Seizing the moment as she rose to fetch some water, he approached her. Dr. Ding, Li Xiangnan began, carefully choosing his words. When she looked up, momentarily perplexed, he flashed a smile and inquired, "Are you seeing anyone?" Ding Yuqiu, having taken a sip of water, spewed it forth upon hearing his question. Her face instantly flushing crimson. Glancing towards the door, she nervously tugged at her cherry-red lips and replied, "If that fool you mentioned earlier asked you to inquire about me, just tell him I'm taken by someone tall and handsome, and he should give up on that hope. But if this question comes from you, then I'm not seeing anyone." Wait, does it matter who was asking? Li Xiangnan was taken aback, pretending to sip his water, and reflexively questioned, "Is there a distinction?" He observed Ding Yuqiu, noticing her ears had turned a deep shade of red, which piqued his curiosity. Ding Yuqiu lowered her head and began to write, seemingly ignoring his questions. This left Li Xiangnan increasingly perplexed. Just then, a burst of laughter echoed from the corridor, prompting Li Xiangnan to glance outside. In that moment, Ding Yuqiu quietly lifted her gaze to observe the profile of Li Xiangnan, slightly pursing her lips to conceal a barely perceptible smile. I wonder who that Dr. Li really is. As he pondered, Li Xiangnan noticed a middle-aged man with a square face striding purposefully into the emergency department, accompanied by Maying, the head of the administrative department, causing him to pause in surprise. However, Ding Yuqiu had already stood up timidly and called out, "Hello, Director Feng." "Haha, Yuqiu. I've heard that our factory doctor has brought in a talent. It must be this young man." Feng Qingshan entered with a confident gait, nodding at Ding Yuqiu before turning his attention to Li Xiangnan. Maying quickly interjected, "Dr. Li, this is our factory hospital's director, Director Feng." "Hello, Director Feng." It dawned on Li Xiangnan that he was in the presence of the hospital's direct superior. He extended his hand to shake with him, instinctively assessing the robust middle-aged man with a square face and thick eyebrows standing before him, clad in a blue Zhongshan suit. A black fountain pen was tucked at his chest, and he exuded an exceptionally cheerful and upright demeanor. Particularly noteworthy was his distinctive booming voice, which added a touch of humor to the atmosphere. People often say that those who smile are favored by fortune, and Li Xiangnan had a favorable first impression of the director before him. "You must be Li Xiangnan." Feng Qingshan greeted him with a hearty laugh, shaking Li Xiangnan's hand vigorously and giving him a light pat on the back. He continued, "I've been on a business trip these past few days. An old Xing has informed me about your transfer here. If I weren't out of town, I would have personally handled your matters." "Ah, once old Ma mentioned you. I knew you were a gem. I am truly delighted." Feng Qingshan repeated the word "good" 3 times, patting Li Xiangnan's arm, his face alight with joy. Though his arm felt slightly sore, the director's warm words were exceedingly comforting. Li Xiangnan smiled and replied, "Director Feng, you are too kind. I merely strive to fulfill my duties. I do not merit such accolades. You young man, just like me, are humble. I appreciate that, haha. Excellent." Feng Qingshan laughed heartily and turned to Maying, saying, "Department Head Ma, you must ensure that talents like Li Xiangnan receive the best service. Recently, I've attended numerous meetings discussing the nation's imperative to strengthen medical education and the cultivation of healthcare talents. Our factory hospital must not fall behind." Yes, Director. I understand." Maying nodded in agreement. "Dr. Li, Dr. Ding, our emergency department is still in the exploratory and developmental stage, with many aspects yet to be perfected. I believe that your youthful team will undoubtedly meet expectations and foster a thriving emergency department. Unity is strength, and the individual must always serve the collective. Only by working together can you overcome any challenges." Feng Qingshan laughed heartily, offering some advice before glancing at his watch and saying, "All right. You all carry on with your tasks. Should you encounter any difficulties later, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will also keep an eye on your progress. I have another meeting to attend, so I shall take my leave now. Please, continue your work." Ding Yuqiu wiped the sweat from her brow and hurriedly accompanied Maying to see him out. Li Xiangnan, filled with the echoes of his teachings, also escorted him away. But upon turning back, he noticed Ma Ying standing at the gate with a look of anxiety etched across her face. Casting a glance at Ding Yuqiu, Li Xiangnan tugged at the corner of his mouth and smiled. Director Ma, do you have any insights to share? Upon noticing Ma Ying's gaze directed towards her, Ding Yuqiu exchanged a knowing look with Li Xiangnan and took the initiative to retreat indoors, stating, I still need to draft my report. You two carry on with your discussion. Once she departed, Ma Ying smiled and said, Xiao Li, you are quite perceptive. You must have discerned the underlying message in Director Feng's words. Pray tell, what do you think he meant? After studying Ma Ying intently, Li Xiangnan recognized the subtle reminder and responded earnestly, Director Feng is indeed a commendable individual. His words encourage us, while also cautioning us not to let personal conflicts with Luo Dali affect the greater interests of the factory hospital. Ah, I knew it. You have a sharp eye. You truly grasped the situation. Ma Ying exclaimed, patting his arm in surprise. He glanced around before lowering his voice, adding with a chuckle, Luo Dali's father is a comrade of Director Feng. Now it makes sense. Li Xiangnan squinted slightly, suddenly enlightened. He speculated that since Ma Ying was aware of this connection, Director Feng would likely refrain from placing undue emphasis on Luo Dali's misdiagnosis when recounting the events that transpired in the emergency department at noon. However, Ma Ying quickly continued, this matter is known only to me within the factory hospital. But rest assured, Xiao Li, Director Feng is not one to show favoritism. As long as your actions are justified, he will undoubtedly stand on the side of reason. Giving his shoulder a reassuring pat, Ma Ying whispered before departing, you can count on me. I stand with you. Farewell. This brief interlude allowed Li Xiangnan to grasp the underlying dynamics. Feng Qingshan aligned himself with reason, leaving Li Xiangnan with no reservations. As for Ma Ying, she stood firmly by Li Xiangnan's side, irrespective of the logic involved. Such is the nature of human relationships. Li Xiangnan touched his nose, finding the entire situation exceedingly intriguing. Chapter 24. The Unashamed Inquiry of the Sole Commander. The emergency department of the Hongshankou Machinery Repair Factory Hospital is situated on the first floor. Given the presence of two physicians, Ding Yuqiu and Luo Dali, two offices have been established in the corridor to the left of the main entrance. Due to the higher influx of patients seeking Ding Yuqiu's assistance, her office has been expanded by merging it with the adjacent one, rendering it twice the size of Luo Dali's. Upon his arrival, Li Xiangnan was naturally assigned to this spacious area, which became his designated zone. Measuring approximately 5 to 6 square meters around a small desk, positioned diagonally across from Ding Yuqiu's desk, the two physicians sat offset from each other, with two neatly arranged consultation chairs in front of their desks, while a long row of wooden benches occupied the ample space in between, where patients queued for their turns. With Li Xiangnan's involvement in the treatment process, the burden on Ding Yuqiu's shoulders has significantly eased. She quickly drafted a report regarding the events of the noon session, dedicating time to refine and edit it, as it was to be submitted to Director Feng, a task she regarded with utmost seriousness. Seizing a moment of respite, Li Xiangnan made his way to the restroom, located at the end of the corridor to the right of the hall. Exiting his office, he passed by Luo Dali's consultation room and traversed the hall to reach his destination. Good day, Dr. Li. A passing nurse greeted him with a smile. Hello. Li Xiangnan replied politely, though he was unaware of her name. He resolved to inquire with Ding Yuqiu about the specific arrangements within the department, understanding that the emergency department was not solely his domain. In the right corridor on the first floor, one could find the pharmacy and the comprehensive room of the factory hospital. The pharmacy was designated for dispensing medications, while the comprehensive room facilitated the admission and discharge procedures for patients. As he strolled by, many staff members lowered their heads and nodded in acknowledgement from behind the glass window. It appeared that news of his arrival at the emergency department had spread throughout the hospital in no time. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he retraced his steps and, as he passed by Luo Dali's consultation room, he cast a glance inside. There, Luo Dali was idly resting his head on the desk, upon spotting Li Xiangnan. He hastily grabbed a newspaper to shield his face. Look at you. Even you have moments of bashfulness. Li Xiangnan scoffed with a smirk, hastening back to his office. Upon entering, he noticed Ding Yuqiu engaged in conversation with a round-faced male doctor. Upon seeing him, she waved him over. Dr. Li, this is Dr. Zhou Feng from our internal medicine department. So, he is the renowned Dr. Zhou, known for his penchant for overtime. Extending his hand for a shake, Li Xiangnan smiled and said, Dr. Zhou, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Oh, I didn't expect my reputation had reached your ears, Zhou Feng replied, his face flushing with embarrassment as he scratched his head. What do they call me, a workaholic? Or perhaps the sole commander? Not at all. Li Xiangnan chuckled. Everyone speaks highly of your diligent efforts. You are indeed a role model for us all. Haha, you certainly know how to flatter. Zhou Feng grinned, feeling at ease as he pointed a finger at Li Xiangnan. I've heard about your little encounter with Luo Dali at noon. His superficial grasp of surgical practices is passable. Yet when confronted with more intricate medical dilemmas, he finds himself at a loss. To be candid, each time he refers a patient to internal medicine, I expend several times the effort to reassess their condition. Today, you have spared me a troublesome matter. I feel quite relieved. Haha. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan chuckled as well, realizing that they were kindred spirits. He took out a cigarette and offered it, saying with a smile, Dr. Zhou, you must conduct thorough follow-ups on the patients I send your way. Do not indulge me too much. That is out of the question. We both possess significant confidence. Zhou Feng remarked, I have indeed heard of crab poisoning before, and I have even encountered it personally, yet no one has elucidated its intricacies as clearly as you have. Zhou Feng gestured towards a nearby bench, producing a black notebook from his pocket, and sat down. Dr. Li, please join me. I wish to take advantage of this break to seek your insights regarding the nuances of acute appendicitis and the chemical reactions between crabs and persimmons. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhou Feng, at the age of 40, someone whom he could call uncle based on age, would humbly inquire about medical knowledge with such eagerness. Li Xiangnan was not one to withhold information. Moreover, if he could enhance understanding in certain aspects of internal medicine, he would gladly oblige. With a smile, he approached to pour Zhou Feng a cup of tea and handed it to him before sitting down to speak. In fact, the appendix is akin to a vestigial structure within the human body, neither essential nor superfluous. Are there indeed superfluous components within the human body? Your perspective is rather intriguing. Li Xiangnan's words caught Zhou Feng by surprise, igniting a deeper curiosity within him. Even Ding Yuqiu, who was preparing to deliver a report to Dean Feng, found herself torn between her desire to promptly submit the report and her inclination to remain and absorb Li Xiangnan's lecture. Eventually, she bit her lip, set the report aside, and began to take notes while listening intently. Meanwhile, the three nurses emerged swiftly from the inner room, their faces alight with curiosity as they listened to this newcomer imparting knowledge to Dr. Zhou. Wang Qin grasped the arm of her head nurse in astonishment, exclaiming, Sister Nan, this is truly remarkable. Dr. Zhou has come downstairs to consult Dr. Li. This is indeed a case of seeing is believing. The young nurse, Zhu Zhu, echoed her surprise, wondering if even a chief physician like Dr. Zhou had gaps in his medical knowledge. Head nurse Zhang Xiangnan covered her mouth, saying, You all don't quite understand. Do not be deceived by Dr. Li's youth. He is in his 20s but shone brightly at noon today, clearly demonstrating his depth of knowledge. Dr. Zhou is no fool. He naturally seeks guidance on what he does not know. However, such an unembarrassed approach truly astonishes me. Just imagine, a head of internal medicine coming to the emergency department to consult a junior. Who would believe it? Yet, it has truly occurred. Our medical establishment is on the brink of transformation. The three were left in utter astonishment, gazing at Li Xiangnan's retreating figure with complex expressions. In the office of the factory director on the 4th floor of the repair plant, Director Lu Ziyuan handed the report in his hand to Xing Chunlai seated across from him. Old Xing, please take a look at this report from the factory's medical administration department. You have made significant contributions this time. I hesitated to mention it during the meeting, as I wanted to seek your opinion. Since old Feng is here as well, let us speak candidly behind closed doors. Feng Qingshan, who was pouring tea, chuckled at the remark. I did not anticipate that the administrative department of our factory's medical team would act so swiftly. The report is already prepared. When I returned from outside this afternoon, they mentioned it to me, and I thought it would take a few more days. He leisurely took a seat, and Xing Chunlai, having finished reading the report, handed it to him. These sycophants, Ma Ying and Cui Xinjian, this report needs to be sent back for a rewrite. What do they mean by claiming I possess the rare ability to recognize talent? Li Xiangnan is quite skilled in his own right. They make it seem as if all the credit belongs to me. You're enjoying the benefits while pretending to be modest, aren't you? Feng Qingshan tossed him a cigarette, and the latter smiled broadly in response. Old Feng, Lu Ziyuan also took a cigarette and began to smoke. You must have noticed the government's increasing emphasis on the healthcare sector. Our factory has over 20,000 employees, which is equivalent to the population of a county in some regions. A hospital capable of alleviating the healthcare concerns of a county is of utmost importance. You have a considerable responsibility on your shoulders. Although the emergency department may seem trivial, it is fundamentally tied to the safety of the populace. There are no small matters in this regard. You should be aware of this, right? Feng Qingshan's expression turned serious, the blue smoke rising steadily from his cigarette. As half of it burned away, ash fell to the floor. He had already comprehended the director's intent. I understand, Director. I will take care of this matter. Chapter 25. Just get out next time. At the entrance of the office of the hospital director on the 4th floor, Luo Dali hesitated for quite some time. Ultimately lacking the courage to step inside, Wen Shui Xingjian approached him, mentioning that Director Feng was looking for him. A sense of dread gripped him, as memories of the incident at noon flooded back, leaving him somewhat anxious. Quietly pulling Shui Xingjian aside, he inquired for a considerable while about the nature of the matter. But the lad, with his silver tongue, offered nothing but a smile, assuring him that Director Feng exhibited no discernible expression. The absence of any expression, however, suggested that the situation was indeed grave. Luo Dali was well aware of his father's temper, a comrade from the old days. Usually, he appeared carefree and amiable. But when faced with a serious issue, his stern visage would emerge. Yet, if there were no expression at all, it further indicated that the director's mood had plummeted to an all-time low. Contemplating the matter, Luo Dali surmised it was likely related to his misdiagnosis at noon. The thought of Uncle Feng possibly unleashing his wrath upon him made him curse Li Xiangnan 1,000 times. Were it not for him, he would not have faced humiliation before Lin Muyu and Ding Yuqiu, nor would he have become the target of ridicule by the mechanics in the workshop, or provided his colleagues in the medical department with ammunition for gossip. Curse it all, it was all Li Xiangnan's fault for coming to our medical facility. Seething with indignation, Luo Dali took a deep breath and mustered the courage to knock on the door. Come in. The booming voice of Feng Qingshan echoed from within, yet inexplicably. Luo Dali's heart trembled, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. With the director having invited him in, lingering any longer would be inappropriate. Therefore, he hastily opened the door and stepped inside, forcing a smile as he greeted Uncle Feng. Enough with the informalities. I've told you multiple times to address me by my title at work. Feng Qingshan did not lift his head, his gaze fixed intently on the documents on his desk. Luo Dali chuckled awkwardly before cautiously addressing him as Director Feng, asking, "What can I do for you?" With a loud thud, Feng Qingshan angrily hurled the papers from his desk, scattering a flurry of white sheets across the room. 7 or 8 pages in total. Luo Dali, take a good look at what you've done. What? The director's tone and demeanor unequivocally confirmed Luo Dali's suspicions. He was indeed furious, likely related to the scattered papers before him. Struggling to suppress his unease and anxiety, Luo Dali hurriedly gathered the papers, all filled with writing, and scrutinized them. In an instant, he caught sight of the words, Emergency Department Dr. Luo Dali's misdiagnosis. Fortunately, Dr. Li Xiangnan, unafraid of Luo's authority as a newcomer. Do you see it clearly? This is your doing. Feng Qingshan's fierce gaze radiated unspeakable anger as he slapped his own face, exclaiming, although no one knows of our relationship, witnessing you embroiled in such a debacle makes me feel utterly ashamed. Uncle Feng. Luo Dali's complexion had drastically changed, his heart racing uncontrollably as he clutched the sheets of paper tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the strain. Shui Shijian was spouting nonsense, and Dr. Ding. She must have seen that dandy doctor and wanted to curry favor with him, thus framing me here. You mustn't believe them. Slap. Upon hearing these words, Feng Qingshan's pent-up fury finally erupted, delivering a resounding blow to Luo Dali's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Luo Dali, do you take me for a fool? Do you have any idea how your situation has spread throughout the factory hospital? Even Director Liu and Director Xing are fully aware of your misconduct. And you still dare to argue? I went out of my way to tell your father that you are a talented and capable asset at the factory hospital, a leader among our medical team. Is this how you repay my trust? Do you truly believe that just because I am not at the hospital, I am unaware of what transpires here? Is it you who is foolish, or am I? Covering his face, Luo Dali was utterly stunned. He never anticipated that Uncle Feng could become so enraged, and it seemed that Uncle Feng was under immense pressure. Uncle Feng, I was wrong. Luo Dali was no fool. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he quickly feigned remorse. Yet inside, he harbored a burning hatred towards Li Xiangnan, the root cause of Uncle Feng's wrath. In his entire life, Luo Dali had never even received a slap from his own father, Yet here he was, struck down by his father's comrade. Although he felt resentment, he recognized that Director Feng was his superior, and his ability to navigate the hospital's environment depended greatly on this person's influence. Thus, he had no desire to offend Feng Qingshan. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. Now, under Feng Qingshan's ire, he could only submit. Do you understand? Feng Qingshan clenched his fists. The words of the factory leadership were unambiguous. This was no mere misdiagnosis, but a grave dereliction of duty. An outright disregard for the welfare of the community, a blatant negligence of the safety of our workers' lives. Dismissal from your position is certainly a possibility. Hearing this, Luo Dali felt a wave of relief for having chosen to back down earlier. Yet even amidst his relief, a sense of fear gripped him. Director Feng, I truly understand my mistake. I never anticipated that one misdiagnosis could lead to such chaos. Had I known, I would never repeat it. You think there will be a next time? Should there be, you might as well pack your bags. Feng Qingshan slammed the table in frustration. Uncle Feng, please calm down. I will strive to reflect on my actions. I will write a 10,000-word self-critique, deeply contemplating this error. Luo Dali feared for his job and quickly expressed his willingness to amend, his heart torn between fear and resentment, cursing Li Xiangnan profusely in his mind. Having received this assurance, Feng Qingshan's anger subsided somewhat as he resumed his seat, lighting a cigarette and stating, since last year, the state has been convening various meetings, urging all major hospitals and factory clinics to undergo reforms, with the primary aim of serving the interests of the people. Yet here you are, causing trouble at such a critical juncture. You are a prime example. When Li Xiangnan arrives, you must first apologize to him for your arrogant and insolent behavior. Director Feng, must I still apologize to him? Luo Dali was taken aback, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. What is this? Unwilling? Feng Qingshan hurled a pen from the table towards him, declaring, very well, resign in shame. I am willing. Luo Dali trembled internally, hesitantly picking up the pen and placing it back on the table. Compliantly, he stood with his hands clasped, bowing his head to say, Director Feng, I shall do as you say without a hint of complaint. Feng Qingshan was about to elaborate further when a knock at the door interrupted. Rubbing his cheek, he stood up and shot a fierce glare at Luo Dali before calling out, Come in. Director Feng, did you call for me? Li Xiangnan entered. Noticing Luo Dali standing awkwardly to the side and casually inquired. Feng Qingshan smiled broadly. Dr. Li, it is not I who seeks you, but rather Dr. Luo. Little Luo, what was it you just said? Luo Dali realized he could not escape this predicament, lowering his head and muttering, Dr. Li, I was disrespectful to you in front of everyone at noon today, and I foolishly believed my diagnosis was correct. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I would have surely made a grave error. I sincerely apologize to you and shall make a thorough self-reflection to the hospital leadership regarding this matter. Has Luo Dali undergone a transformation? Why is he apologizing to me? Observing Feng Qingshan's affable demeanor, Li Xiangnan felt a shift in the atmosphere. Dr. Luo, it is nothing of great significance. I remember Director Feng once said, unity is strength. Our emergency department holds vast potential, and only by working together can we harness extraordinary power. I shall not hold this against you. We are all here for our work. After all, a few disagreements are quite normal. Look at that. Li Xiangnan's caliber is remarkable. He clearly sees through Luo Dali's attempts to provoke and belittle him. Yet he merely describes it as a disagreement. The disparity in character is striking. While Feng Qingshan felt disappointment towards Luo Dali, he stood and sighed, Little Li, with a talent like you, the emergency department has found its backbone. Little Luo, you must learn from him. Indeed, one must learn from the exemplary. Luo Dali forced a smile, yet his heart was filled with bitterness. Director, that is too much. I'll take my leave now. Li Xiangnan smiled faintly, fully aware of Luo Dali's expression and understanding the underlying tension. Off you go, little Luo. Hurry and write that self-reflection. Feng Qingshan chuckled. Luo Dali followed Li Xiangnan out, casting a shadowy glare at his retreating figure, silently clenching his fists. Chapter 26. Only you can tame his arrogance. As the clock approached 4, the influx of patients in the emergency department noticeably diminished. After descending from the upper floor, Li Xiangnan found himself with ample leisure time. He observed head nurse Zhang Xiangnan alongside nurses Wang Qin and Zhu Zhu organizing intravenous bottles and other medical supplies in the inner room. He put away his pen after finalizing a patient record and turned to Ding Yuqiao, inquiring, Dr. Ding, I see our emergency department is quite busy. Have we considered asking Director Feng to assign a few doctors to assist us? Upon hearing this, Ding Yuqiu lifted her gaze from her desk, sighed softly, and replied, "Indeed. We are busy, but over time, you will come to realize that the emergency department experiences its fluctuations. At times, it feels quite hectic. During those moments, the two of us can manage quite well. However, when things are slow, I often feel rather superfluous. The emergency department possesses a seasonal, timely, and unique nature, which Li Xiangnan, being a medical talent from a later era, was aware of. He was surprised to find that even in 1978, the signs of this phenomenon were already emerging. Noticing his contemplation, Ding Yuqiu set down her pen and added with a smile, "Moreover, with your exceptional skills in our department now, I suspect Director Feng has abandoned the idea of reallocating personnel from other departments." Li Xiangnan smiled wryly, rubbing his nose as he reminisced about the past when the emergency department lacked dedicated doctors and relied on personnel from various specialties to cover shifts. Faced with the challenges of a new department, the staff were overwhelmed. Surgeons struggled with gynecological issues, and those from respiratory medicine were ill-equipped to address dermatological concerns. Complaints were rampant, and many believed that the emergency department was exceedingly difficult. This environment was not conducive to specialists, which ultimately left only him and Luo Dali to remain. Ding Yuqiu recalled the circumstances from 2 months prior and felt a lingering sense of trepidation. Li Xiangnan could relate. Even into the 21st century, the emergency department maintained high expectations for generalists, and specialists found it challenging to endure. Moreover, many contemporary doctors sought stability, having finally settled in surgery, internal medicine, or obstetrics and gynecology. They were often reluctant to shift. Unlike him, who foolishly aspired to make a significant impact, most would prefer the allure of steady benefits and a stable salary. Ding Yuqiu sighed, acknowledging the reality of the situation, which mirrored that of later generations. Li Xiangnan nodded and noticed Xiangnan wheeling a cart out to procure supplies for the medical department. He then remarked, "Dr. Ding, you possess a commendable resolve, truly admirable." "Do not flatter me," Ding Yuqiu replied, her cheeks flushing slightly, accompanied by a smile. "The future development of our department will rely on your contributions as well." Attempting to acclimate to the compliment, Li Xiangnan swiftly shifted the topic. "Are Nurse Zhang and the others here by choice? Are there many nurses in other departments?" In response to his query, Ding Yuqiu expressed a hint of admiration. "Can you guess why she is named Xiangnan? Her parents had only one daughter and wished for her to excel even beyond her male counterparts." Nurse Zhang truly did not disappoint the elderly couple. As soon as the emergency department was established, she promptly took on the role of head nurse, proving to be an exceptional caregiver. Zhu Zhu and Wang Qin, both newcomers, joined later. Zhu Zhu returned to the city last year as a sent-down youth, while Wang Qin came over from the obstetrics and gynecology department. They are both quite commendable. In my office, there are 2 nurses, and on Luo Dali's side, there are also 2 nurses, with head nurse Xiangnan overseeing the nursing duties. Upon hearing her explanation, Li Xiangnan gained a general understanding of the emergency department structure, realizing that there were no complex relationships within, but rather a place dedicated to work. "Dr. Ding, what words have you been exchanging about us with Dr. Shaoli?" At that moment, Zhu Zhu emerged from the inner room, playfully balancing 2 cups of water, one placed on Li Xiangnan's desk and the other on Ding Yuqiu's. Ding Yuqiu blinked. "Indeed, saying bad things about you both. I asked Dr. Shaoli to see if there are any fine young individuals around to set you up with a date." "Oh dear." Zhu Zhu blushed at the remark and shyly stepped aside. Wang Qin's face also turned crimson as she stole a glance at Li Xiangnan, awkwardly saying, "Dr. Ding, why bring this up with Dr. Shaoli? It's rather embarrassing. One might think we are unwanted. If someone wants a partner, bring them forth for my inspection." Ding Yuqiu chuckled. Ignoring her, the 2 women giggled behind their hands in mock indignation. "Dr. Ding, do not play matchmaker for them. Perhaps focus on your own prospects first." Head nurse Zhang Xingyan entered with a cart, teasing Ding Yuqiu. "Ha ha." Zhu Zhu and Wang Qin burst into laughter. Ding Yuqiu, her face flushed with embarrassment, cast a furtive glance at Li Xiangnan, feigning anger. "Nurse Zhang, you only tease me. Tomorrow, I shall show you my partner." "Ah, I shall eagerly await that." Zhang Shengnan chuckled softly, glancing discreetly at Li Xiangnan. Sensing the subtle glances directed at him, Li Xiangnan felt overwhelmed. It is often said that 3 women make a drama. And now, with 4 enchanting women in one department, it seemed there would be challenges ahead. Observing Li Xiangnan's silence and hesitation to engage, Zhang Shengnan smiled, tapping his desk gently. Looking towards the door, she lowered her voice. "Dr. Shaoli, Guess what I saw when I passed by Dr. Luo's office just now? At her words, Ding Yuqiu, Zhu Zhu, and Wang Qin perked up with keen interest. Xiangnan glanced at their eager expressions, chuckling softly. Dr. Luo had left the door ajar, diligently writing a self-critique inside, while his two nurses sat in the office, wide-eyed and utterly silent. The group exchanged knowing glances and erupted into laughter. Serves him right. Wang Qin pouted. Who told him to boldly oppose our Dr. Li? I heard from someone upstairs that Director Feng was scolding him quite harshly in his office. Apparently, he might even be dismissed. Is it any wonder he is frightened? Zhu Zhu exclaimed, clutching her stomach with laughter. If it were me, I wouldn't just write a 10,000-word critique. I would stay up all night writing 20,000 words to express my contrition to the hospital. Xiangnan raised her thumb and sincerely remarked, Dr. Li, only you can subdue his audacious arrogance. Shoo, keep your voices down. Are you not afraid of being overheard by those next door? Ding Yuqiu admonished, though she herself suppressed a smile that seemed to dance on her lips. The three nurses burst into laughter and scampered away. Li Xiangnan exchanged a knowing glance with Ding Yuqiu, noticing her shy smile, which filled him with an unexpected sense of elation. As the workday drew to a close, Ding Yuqiu, her cheeks flushed, approached Li Xiangnan before the three young nurses had emerged. Dr. Li, she inquired, having assisted the emergency department with such pressing matters today, I would like to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. Would that be agreeable to you? Li Xiangnan instinctively considered declining, but the hopeful glimmer in her eyes compelled him to nod, almost unconsciously. All right then, I am truly honored. Shall we go? As they passed by Luo Dali's office, they noticed a small desk lamp lit within, with the large-headed figure diligently scribbling away. They both chuckled at the scene. Upon reaching the entrance, while conversing jovially with Ding Yuqiu, Li Xiangnan was momentarily taken aback as he spotted Lin Weiman outside. With a mix of amusement and disbelief, he exclaimed, Brother Weiman, what brings you here? Seeing Li Xiangnan and Ding Yuqiu emerge together, engaged in cheerful banter, Lin Weiman leaped off his bicycle, retrieved an ice pop from his bag, and teasingly offered it to him, saying, What is this? From the sound of your words, it seems I am not welcome? Chapter 27. You lucky fellow. Li Xiangnan caught the old popsicle, priced at 2 cents each, and glanced at Lin Weiman, who was smiling as he looked at Ding Yuqiu, feeling both amused and exasperated. With a hearty chuckle, he remarked, Brother Weiman, please don't tease me. He casually tore off the popsicle's wrapper but handed it to Ding Yuqiu, saying, Dr. Ding, you should have this. It's still quite warm out. Lin Weiman smacked his lips, his eyes widening in surprise as he did not expect Li Xiangnan to act in such a manner. No, it's all right. I don't really like popsicles. Ding Yuqiu quickly waved her hands in refusal, her cheeks flushing bright red. In truth, she felt quite pleased. Although she was unaware of Lin Weiman's connection to Li Xiangnan, she noted that he had come to the emergency department on his day off, and she felt too shy to inquire about Li Xiangnan's background. Seeing Lin Weiman waiting for him here, with the popsicle hardly melted, indicated a good rapport with Li Xiangnan. Naturally, she was reluctant to accept a gift meant for him. Despite the popsicle costing only 2 cents, the average worker's wage in this era was merely 25 cents. Many households relied on a single income to support large families, making every penny precious. Treating oneself to a popsicle was often considered an extravagance. Ding Yuqiu, too, was hesitant to spend money frivolously on such sweet indulgences, having seldom bought such cooling treats. However, knowing that Li Xiangnan thought of her first brought her great joy. Curiosity about Lin Weiman's identity piqued her interest. After refusing Li Xiangnan's offer, she introduced herself. Hello, I'm Li Xiangnan's colleague. My surname is Ding. Are you his friend? Not quite. I'm his second uncle. Lin Weiman instinctively began, but Li Xiangnan had already approached, grabbing his bicycle handle and interjecting. I'm my second uncle's third aunt's nephew's cousin. Lin Weiman. Ding Yuqiu? She pondered for quite some time, unable to decipher the nature of Lin Weiman's relationship with Li Xiangnan. Lin Weiman, feeling quite awkward, shot a glare at Li Xiangnan, uncertain of his intentions. He then licked his popsicle and said, Hello, Dr. Ding. I'm his second cousin. Hello, cousin. Ding Yuqiu greeted him warmly. Li Xiangnan cast a sideways glance at the net bag beneath the bicycle handle and inquired, Brother Weiman, did you come here too? I brought you something and thought I'd check out your place. Lin Weiman patted the net bag and kicked the bicycle stand, you see. Since I wasn't allowed to drive, I've switched to a more comfortable bike for you. How considerate, right? Let us go. He gestured for Li Xiangnan to follow and took a few steps ahead, noticing Ding Yuqiu's slight discomfort. Li Xiangnan quickly caught up and grabbed the back of the bicycle, explaining, "Brother Wayman, I just started at the factory hospital's emergency department today, and I've already arranged to treat Dr. Ding to a meal. Your timing is perfect. If you're free, we could all eat together." Ding Yuqiu was taken aback, never expecting that Li Xiangnan would claim responsibility for her, a gesture that warmed her heart, revealing his desire to shield her from embarrassment. Dinner? Lin Wayman was momentarily confused, only then realizing why the two had left work together. Observing the graceful and delicate Ding Yuqiu standing obediently, he felt an inexplicable pang of nostalgia, akin to a cherished toy truck being given away by parents, accompanied by a subtle hint of jealousy. Yet, he understood that Li Xiangnan was destined to divorce Lin Chujiao, and both would ultimately find their own happiness. Xiao would fall in love with the suitor chosen by her parents, while Li Xiangnan would select a beloved partner to grow old with. As an outsider, he could only watch this unfold with a sense of resignation. However, upon reflecting that Li Xiangnan had other aspirations, he felt an unwarranted reluctance, but perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. Instinctively, he was about to decline the invitation when he saw Li Xiangnan extend a hand towards him, smiling. "Cousin, my job has finally stabilized here in Yanjing. I am immensely grateful for your assistance in this unfamiliar place, and I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude. I have been wanting to treat you to a meal. There is no time like the present, so let us make it today." Upon hearing this, Lin Wayman realized he could not refuse and reluctantly nodded. "Well then, I suppose it's settled. I could use a meal." With a smile, Li Xiangnan turned and called out, "Dr. Ding, shall we go? Let us have a meal together with my cousin. You don't mind, do you?" Shaking her head, Ding Yuqiu's face lit up with a radiant smile. "Of course not. I would love to meet your relatives. Dr. Ding, off work now? Goodbye." "Goodbye, Dr. Li." At that moment, Zhu Zhu and some familiar colleagues were leaving the hospital, waving cheerfully at them. "Goodbye." Ding Yuqiu waved back, feeling slightly embarrassed and quickening her pace. Noticing her bashfulness, Lin Wayman and Li Xiangnan exchanged glances and shared a smile. "Ah, Dr. Ding, you're leaving with Dr. Li?" At that moment, Wang Qin rode up on her bicycle, halting curiously behind them. "Where are you two headed? Stop joking around. We're just passing by. Hurry home." Ding Yuqiu's face flushed a deep crimson as she playfully nudged the girl, urging her to leave. "Oh, I see." Wang Qin stuck out her tongue and dashed away. Teasing Li Xiangnan, "Dr. Li, you better not bully our Dr. Ding." Li Xiangnan shot her a sidelong glance, choosing not to respond. "Let us go." After that brief interlude, Ding Yuqiu felt anxious about encountering anyone else from the hospital. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, as head nurse Xiangnan hurriedly emerged from the hospital entrance, approaching the trio. After a prolonged stare at Li Xiangnan, Ding Yuqiu, and Lin Wayman, she muttered, "Dr. Li, are you and Dr. Ding on a date? Oh dear, you should hurry home." Ding Yuqiu's entire face burned with embarrassment as she glanced at Li Xiangnan, who was shyly hastening toward the factory entrance, leaving behind a remark. "I'll wait for you at the factory gate." "Hey." Lin Wayman observed this scene, shaking his head, and nudged Li Xiangnan's waist. "You lucky fellow. It's only been a day, and already they're so familiar with you, even sharing jokes. I can see that they all have a good rapport with you. So, tell me, how's Dr. Ding?" "Brother Wayman, please don't tease me." Li Xiangnan replied with a wry smile as he walked toward the entrance. "With the world still uncertain, I have no inclination for romance. Let us hurry and eat." Lin Wayman chuckled, but inside, he felt a tumult of mixed emotions. If one were to call it joy, he indeed felt pleased. After all, Li Xiangnan's popularity suggested that the matter of Xiao and his divorce could be resolved smoothly, alleviating any concerns about matrimonial issues on Xiao Li's end. Yet, if one were to call it sorrow, he genuinely felt that too, for his time passed. Li Xiangnan continued to display extraordinary talent, leaving Lin Wayman saddened by the thought of losing such a remarkable son-in-law for the Lin family. Chapter 28. Do you truly know that man? After work, Lin Miyu pedaled her bicycle, her mind occupied with thoughts as she hurried towards the East City Health Bureau. Today marked Lin Chujiao's first day on the job, and as the elder sister, it was only natural for her to check in on her younger sibling, especially since their father, Lin Waymin, had been dispatched to visit Li Xiangnan's residence. Upon arriving at the entrance of the health bureau, she halted her bicycle and glanced at her watch, relieved to note that only 10 minutes had elapsed since the end of the workday. She set her bike down and eagerly awaited her sister's emergence. Old Li at the security booth was leisurely sipping tea when he noticed a graceful figure peering into the bureau. Recognizing her gentle demeanor reminiscent of spring, he felt instinctively that she was no ordinary girl. With a smile, he opened the window and called out, "Miss, are you waiting for someone? It's quite warm outside. Why not come in and wait? We have a fan." Startled by the unexpected invitation, Lin Muyu turned to see old Li beckoning with a grin. She glanced towards the office building, assessed the sky, and shook her head. "Sir, I am indeed waiting for someone, but she should be out shortly. I have no other plans for now. Dear girl, I've never seen you here before. Which family do you belong to?" Old Li, with time on his hands, struck up a conversation with Lin Muyu. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she chuckled and replied, "Sir, I'm still quite young. I'm not in a hurry to find a partner." "Goodness, a delicate flower like you without a suitor? No one would believe it. Please, come in and wait." Old Li lamented, realizing that such a radiant young lady was not there to meet any of the bureau's young men. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed, "Ah, you must be waiting for Miss Lin, who reported today." Recalling that Lin Wei Min had driven a jeep to bring Lin Chujiao for her onboarding. A vehicle not owned by just anyone, he connected the dots between the two young ladies, noting their similar noble qualities. "You'll have to wait a few more minutes. There's a meeting in the afternoon regarding some rural medical outreach. Come inside and enjoy the fan." "Still in a meeting?" Lin Muyu checked her watch and nodded, smiling as she stepped through the gate into the security booth, gracefully positioning herself by the side. "Please, have a seat. It's far too hot outside." Old Li closed the window to block the heat, adjusted the fan to direct a pleasant breeze towards her, and poured her a cup of hot tea, placing it on the table within her reach. "Have some tea. Your friend should be out shortly. Chujiao is my sister." Lin Muyu responded with a smile, expressing her gratitude to Old Li. "I envy you. The women of the Lin family are also exquisite, and the young men are handsome too," Old Li remarked, fanning himself with a sense of admiration. Those who could afford a jeep, whether it belonged to their family or their work, were not to be trifled with. Yet, as merely a security guard, he felt no need to forge connections, but extending a modicum of respect and convenience was a simple courtesy. After uttering these words, he immersed himself in reading the newspaper. Lin Muyu, noticing the other party's measured politeness, felt a slight sense of relief as the cool breeze from the fan enveloped her, dispelling the heat that had clung to her. Wiping the fine beads of sweat from her delicate nose, she cast a glance at the fan, and for reasons unknown, the first thought that sprang to her mind was whether Li Xiangnan's residence possessed such an appliance. The conditions at the health bureau were undoubtedly commendable. The guardhouse had been equipped with a separate electric fan. However, in an ordinary household, such a luxury would consume nearly 2 months' salary, making it a purchase most would hesitate to make. When Lin Weimin returned home that evening, she intended to inquire about Li Xiangnan's circumstances. Should it turn out that he lived in simplicity and heat, the Lin family would surely devise a means to procure a fan to alleviate the sweltering conditions. Just then, a series of bicycle bells rang out in succession, prompting Old Li to rise and chuckle. "My dear girl, your sister and the others have finished work." Standing up, Lin Muyu indeed spotted Lin Chujiao, who, with her bag in tow, emerged from the building alongside a throng of others, many of whom hurriedly retrieved their bicycles from the shed and rode away. "Thank you so much, uncle. I'm off now," she called out. Go, Lin Muyu waved, exiting the guardhouse with quickened steps, calling out, "Xiao, over here. Third sister, what brings you here?" "Where's my second brother?" Lin Chujiao exclaimed with delight, glancing around but failing to catch sight of Lin Weimin. Lin Muyu offered a gentle smile, taking her hand. "Come, let us talk on the way." The two sisters, one exuding a gentle grace, the other radiating a cool elegance, attracted the attention of many young passers-by, prompting several to steal glances in their direction. Yet, seemingly accustomed to being observed, the two shared a moment of slight embarrassment before continuing to the entrance. Lin Muyu patted the back seat, examining her sister, who was adorned in a light blue dress. "Will the skirt be all right? Shall I accompany you?" "No worries. I'll be careful. Let us head home." Lin Chujiao replied with a subtle smile, tucking a stray hair behind her ear, preparing to board the bicycle. "Then let us go?" Lin Muyu, clad in tailored trousers, effortlessly mounted the bike. As the speed picked up, Lin Chujiao leapt onto the bike with a flourish, and the two burst into laughter, drawing the gaze of those around them once more. As they pedaled down the street, Lin Muyu gradually adjusted to her sister's weight, and the pace slowed. "Xiao, you've lost quite a bit of weight. Make sure to eat well when we get home. I spoke to Mom this morning before leaving. She ordered milk from the supply and marketing cooperative for you. Have a glass in the morning. It's fresh and nutritious." Lin Chujiao, now quieter, spoke less. "By the way, how was Li Xiangnan's medical practice when he was in Hanshan County?" Do you have any insight? Lin Muyu inquired directly. Third sister. Why the sudden interest in this? Lin Chujiao asked, intrigued. Isn't he assigned to the factory hospital at Hongshanka machine repair plant? I was merely asking in passing. Lin Muyu replied nonchalantly. So be it. There seems to be no progress. Most of the time, it is his father who treats patients, while he merely observes. Referred to as an assistant in pleasant terms, yet in less flattering ones, merely a pretender, rendering no difference whether he is present or absent. Upon hearing this, Lin Muyu felt a flicker of surprise, for this sharply contrasted with the Xiangnan she had encountered today. What impression do you hold of him? She inquired. Sister, why do you care so much about him? He has already severed ties with me, with the Lin family. In a few months, we shall be divorced. Ignoring him is the key to our family's prosperity. Lin Muyu halted her bicycle, her curiosity piqued. I wish to discern what manner of person he truly is. You are aware that I frequently visit their medical aid at the 301 hospital. Provide me with a reference, so I may choose whether to assist him or, as you suggested, disregard him. Turning her head, Lin Chujiao replied nonchalantly, irresponsible, uneducated, and unambitious. That is the impression Li Xiangnan leaves. Moreover, he is perpetually entangled in romantic affairs. I have been disappointed in such a man on numerous occasions. Lin Muyu did not turn back but pressed on. So, you are resolutely determined to divorce. Sister, the initial sham marriage was our father's idea. Had it not been for the influence of the Li family and the multitude of suitors, I would not have resorted to such a desperate measure. But now, divorce aligns with both my father's wishes and my own. A man like Li Xiangnan is destined to have no intersection with my life. The sound of the bicycle chain clicking echoed as Lin Muyu resumed pedaling, the image of the young man's warm and confident demeanor flooding her mind. She inhaled deeply and said, Xiao Qiao, is this truly your sentiment, or merely a fade for the Lin family? You may deceive me and everyone else. But if you are deceiving yourself behind her, Lin Chujiao astonishingly refrained from retorting, remaining silent. Lin Muyu continued, her tone laden with melancholy. What if Li Xiangnan is not as insufferable as you portray, but rather a different individual altogether? Have you genuinely sought to understand that man? Still, there was no response. However, she perceived the sudden irregularity in Lin Chujiao's breathing behind her. Chapter 29. Is this where he resides? Dr. Li. Thank you for your hospitality. I had a hearty meal tonight. I shall treat you another day. At the entrance of the state-run hotel, Ding Yuqiu expressed her gratitude to Li Xiangnan, while Lin Weiman pretended to be preoccupied with unlocking his bicycle nearby. Dr. Ding, you are too kind. I am new to the emergency department and was hoping for your guidance, as you are the senior. Li Xiangnan replied with a smile. Ding Yuqiu waved her hand sincerely. Oh, Dr. Li, you have it all wrong. It is you who should guide us. Well then, why not linger a while to dissipate the alcohol? Lin said, comradely. I shall take my leave. Waving goodbye, Li Xiangnan turned to find Lin Weiman staring intently into the distance, clicking his tongue in a teasing manner. Brother Weiman, you're not tipsy, are you? Are you trying to change the subject? They exchanged knowing glances and shared a subtle laugh. Lin Weiman, with a smile playing on his lips, remarked, you are quite astute. Don't feign ignorance with me. That Dr. Ding seems to have an interest in you. Brother Weiman, what are you talking about? We are merely colleagues. I have just met her today, Li Xiangnan said, slightly embarrassed as he touched his nose. Oh, love can blossom over time or ignite at first sight. Who says one cannot develop feelings on the very first day? Lin Weiman's words held a certain wisdom. Yet he felt a tinge of embarrassment as he turned his bicycle towards the Hongshan mechanical repair factory. Brother Weiman, I didn't expect you to be a seasoned player in the realm of romance. I admire that. Li Xiangnan chuckled, not wishing to delve deeper into the topic. After all, Lin Weiman was the brother of Lin Chujiao, who was still married to him, making discussions about other women feel somewhat awkward. Curiously eyeing Lin Weiman, he asked, Brother Weiman, are you not planning to head back now? Are you eager to send me off? Lin Weiman patted him on the shoulder and continued forward. Did those few drinks with your uncle go to waste? I haven't seen where you reside yet. Let's go. Taken aback, Li Xiangnan hurried to catch up. Brother Weiman, I've already settled in. The conditions are decent. There's nothing to see. It's getting late. Aren't you going home? If a lady can return home alone without fear, why should I? A grown man? Be afraid of being devoured? Lin Weiman replied, removing the net bag from his shoulder and rehanging it on the handlebars. As your uncle, it's unacceptable that I don't know where you live. I'm just here to bring you some essentials. Recognizing that Lin Weiman was not one to be easily dissuaded, Li Xiangnan sighed, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, and offered one to him. They strolled leisurely while enjoying their smoke. It seems you possess commendable medical skills. Your colleagues in the emergency department hold you in high regard. Lin Weiman casually remarked. Brother Weiman, you jest. That is certainly not the case. My eyesight is quite sharp. The nurses greet you as you leave work, particularly Dr. Ding, who, during our meal, praised you profusely, extolling your prowess and vast knowledge. It is evident to me that she holds you in genuine esteem, you newcomer. Lin Weiman exhaled a puff of smoke. Noticing Li Xiangnan hesitating to speak, and quickly interjected, you ought to cease that. Excessive humility often veers into arrogance. There is no need for such posturing. What you are is what you are. Medicine is unlike other professions. It is grounded in true skill and expertise. Li Xiangnan could only cover his mouth with the cigarette tip. As they approached Li Xiangnan's residence, Lin Weiman spotted someone squatting beneath a street lamp, irritably swatting at mosquitoes. The moment he made a sound, the figure stood up. Comrade Chui, what brings you here at such a late hour? Surely, you aren't waiting for me? Upon recognizing the silhouette, Li Xiangnan was taken aback. He had glanced at the clock on the restaurant's cash register just before leaving, and it was already past 7. This meant that Chui Xinjian had been waiting at his doorstep for nearly 2 hours. Shaoli, indeed I was waiting for you. Chui Xinjian grinned broadly, approaching the warehouse entrance with a bag in hand. I ran into old Sun from the security department this afternoon and learned that the fellow had arranged the coal stove for you. I thought to myself, having just the stove is of little use if you can't even prepare breakfast. Hence, after my shift, I went to the coal shop and bought you 2.5 gene of coal. I don't have many tickets left, so please don't think it's too little. Lin Weiman was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape, astonished at the respect Li Xiangnan commanded. Li Xiangnan felt a warmth in his heart and swiftly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, offering it to Chui. Comrade Chui, your kindness is truly appreciated. Oh, you're new here, and your home is quite far in the county town. As an administrative officer, it is my duty to look after talents like you, who have left their homes behind. It's not a particularly valuable item. Please accept it. Chui Xinjian chuckled, simultaneously smoking and swatting at mosquitoes on his legs. Though coal is not particularly precious, it remains an essential resource, with each household allotted a fixed monthly quantity. He would never dare to purchase it under the guise of being the factory doctor. He surely used his own quota for this gift, thus reducing his household supply. Yet, he chose to proceed with this gesture, under the pretext of caring for those who have left their homes. However, there are many such individuals in the factory. Why not extend his care to others? Human nature is complex, and one cannot simply judge a person's character based on a singular action. Initially, Chui Xinjian's difficulty with him was evident, but after Li Xiangnan helped him save face, these subsequent small acts highlighted his genuine respect for Li Xiangnan. Relationships are reciprocal. Old Chui, observing this man in his 30s, Li Xiangnan patted his shoulder, opting for familiarity over formality. Let us unlock the door. You've been waiting for nearly 2 hours and must be starving. Come inside. I'll steam some rice for you. Oh, no need for that. Chui Xinjian waved his hand with a chuckle. That would be too much. My family is waiting for me. If my daughter doesn't see me, she want to eat well this evening. You carry on. I shall take my leave. Having spoken, he waved his hand, exchanged a brief nod with Lin Weiman, and hastily departed. That old Chui. Li Xiangnan sighed, shaking his head as he pushed the door open. Weiman, please come inside. There are many mosquitoes outside. Lin Weiman nodded, glancing back at Chui Xinjian's hurried figure before stepping into the room. He placed the net bag on the table and was momentarily taken aback by the furnishings within. The red brick house retained the raw appearance of its original state. Beneath the grayish walls, a few square meters near the bed were covered with newspaper. Although the floor was made of cement, it was pockmarked from the passage of time, and even Li Xiangnan's bed was propped up with wooden blocks for balance. Inside the room were 2 tables, one large and one small, along with 3 or 4 benches and 2 decaying cabinets. He noticed that the bed was fashioned from one of the cabinets, adorned only with a roll-up mattress and a thin mat, offering no comfort whatsoever. All the furniture exuded an air of age and decay. Had it not been for Li Xiangnan's meticulous cleaning that rendered the space relatively tidy, he might have thought it a refugee dwelling. Is this where Li Xiangnan resides? Lin Weiman felt a tightening in his throat, a slight sting in his nose, and the big man's eyes unexpectedly glistened with unshed tears. Chapter 30. A troubled conscience. It took about 10 minutes for Wei Min to fetch water from the cafeteria. Wait a moment, Brother Wei. I will boil some water to brew you a cup of tea. Please, have a seat. Li Xiangnan brought in the coal briquettes that Chui Xinjian had provided, hurriedly arranging them, and struck a match to ignite some kindling, eager to prepare tea for Lin Weimin. There is no need for such trouble. I'm not thirsty. Please, sit down. Lin Weimin relaxed his clenched fists, allowing the pent-up emotions within him to dissipate as a smile broke upon his face. It's nothing, Li Xiangnan replied, fanning the flames with a palm leaf, peering into the copper kettle to check the water level, and finally settled down on the ground with a sense of relief. Observing his demeanor, Lin Weimin quietly admired the young man's resilience. Despite the simplicity of their surroundings, he seemed wholly unaffected by the environment. While he could endure hardships, Lin Weimin doubted he could live in such conditions for an extended period. Earlier, he had noted that the two small rooms served as a storage facility for the factory hospital, facing west and subject to intense sunlight in summer. Even with the door open, he could feel the scorching heat radiating from the roof and walls. The room, with only a small window in the southwest corner, lacked any cross breeze, making the idea of cool air a distant dream. How could one find peace and sleep on such sweltering nights? The Lin family had secured a job for Li Xiangnan, and his household registration was being arranged. Yet Lin Weimin felt a sting of embarrassment that someone who had just arrived in Yanjing had to endure such living conditions. No wonder Li Xiangnan had never invited him to visit his residence, even going so far as to discourage him from coming over. He likely feared that Lin Weimin would overthink the situation. Lin Weimin felt a profound sense of guilt that his younger sister and this benefactor were residing in such an environment. Xiaoli, don't busy yourself. Let us have a chat. It's all right, Brother Wei. We both drank too much earlier, and you must feel the heat. It's just the effect of the alcohol. A bit of tea will quench your thirst. This young man Lin Weimin sighed, realizing that Li Xiangnan was trying to mask the natural heat of the room under the guise of drunkenness. He would never allow anyone to feel indebted to him. With a heavy sigh, he retrieved a cloth bag from his net pouch, revealing 2 bars of soap, and added, "Here are 2 kilograms of flour. You can make some flatbreads in the morning. It should last you a week. And here are 2 bars of soap, with the heat of summer. You'll be sweating a lot, so make sure to wash often. Just let me know when you run out." These were items that could only be obtained with coupons. Not to mention flour, but soap was rationed to 1 bar per household for 2 people each month. Seeing the fire had caught well, Li Xiangnan felt assured enough to let it boil by itself. He rose to sit at the long table, expressing his gratitude. "Brother Wei, I'm always burdening you with expenses. I'll get you some soap coupons." As he began to rummage through the box, Lin Weimin stopped him. "Xiaoli, don't bother. It's not of much value. Keep it. Look at the sweat on your forehead. You're a young man, and you'll go through soap quickly in this summer heat." All right then. Li Xiangnan had no choice but to accept. However, he assured Brother Wei Min, "I will work hard to earn money and save up tickets to repay you later. Consider this a loan." Seeing his insistence, Lin Weimin, who was swatting mosquitoes, conceded. "All right then, you are quite stubborn." Observing him scratching his thigh and then his back, Li Xiangnan apologetically closed the door. "Brother Wei Min, I truly apologize. Behind this house is a bamboo grove, and the mosquitoes are rather abundant in summer." "Abundant? It's practically a swamp of mosquitoes," Lin Weimin remarked instinctively. Li Xiangnan chuckled and offered a cigarette as an apology. "Let's smoke and drive them away." "Ha, you rascal." Lin Weimin laughed, amused by his ability to find humor in adversity. After enduring until the water boiled, he hurriedly sipped some tea and prepared to take his leave, saying, "I'm pleased to see you working well. Xiaoli, I initially wanted to share some words of caution, but it seems those words are unnecessary now. You are quite impressive and no longer require my encouragement." He patted Li Xiangnan on the shoulder and stepped outside. "Brother Wei Min, I will continue to strive." Li Xiangnan accompanied him to the door. Lin Weimin paused, glanced back at the swirling mosquitoes under the halogen light, and sighed, "Xiaoli, you have suffered." Without waiting for a response, he strode to his bicycle, quickly mounted, and rode away, as if fleeing from the guilt he could no longer bear. That Brother Wei Min. Li Xiangnan chuckled, closed the door, and sat at the table to sip his tea, beginning his own battle against the mosquitoes. Meanwhile, Lin Weimin pedaled swiftly back to the family quarters, spotting Lin Mu pacing downstairs. After locking his bicycle, he inquired, "Have you eaten? How was Xiao Qiao's day at work?" "Second brother." Lin Mu approached quickly. "She's doing all right. She just had dinner and went upstairs. Her mood is still a bit low." Looking up at the second floor, Lin Weimin noticed a faint light emanating from Lin Chujiao's room and sighed. "Did you have a heart-to-heart with her on the way back?" Lin Mu pouted and shook her head. "We talked, but I feel Xiao Qiao wasn't being entirely truthful. But let's set that aside for now. Have you checked on Li Xiangnan's accommodation? What do you think?" "It's complicated." Knowing she would ask, Lin Weiman ascended the steps and replied earnestly, "If I had to live in an environment like that, I think I'd go mad within a week. Not to mention the heat, the mosquitoes nearly carried me away." Lin Muyu's expression changed, and she anxiously stamped her foot. How could the machine repair factory arrange such accommodation for him? This is no joke. Did our father not clarify things back then? Lin Weiman shook his head. Muyu. This is not primarily the fault of the machine repair factory. Xiao Qiao returned unexpectedly, and their dormitory spaces had already been allocated. They couldn't just evict someone for Li Xiangnan. That wouldn't be appropriate. The only available spaces were likely to be like that. I know Director Xing. He is not inconsistent. The machine repair factory has its own difficulties. Does Li Xiangnan have any complaints? Lin Muyu asked, clearly worried. The resilience of this young man is truly remarkable. Not only does he harbor no grievances, but he has even grown accustomed to it, Lin Weiman remarked, observing Lin Muyu with her arms crossed and an uncertain gaze. He promptly inquired, "How is Dad feeling today?" After chatting briefly with Xiao Qiao, "It seems to be all right. You aren't considering discussing. The matter of the house must be resolved promptly. Otherwise, we shall let Li Xiangnan move in," Lin Weiman exclaimed with fervor. Lin Muyu puffed her cheeks, took a deep breath, and declared, "Then I shall accompany you." "You too? Little sister, do you wish to be scolded by Dad?" Lin Weiman chuckled. "Let him scold me. I am curious to see if his conscience can bear it. Let us go." Lin Muyu raised her chin defiantly, resembling a spirited little rooster. Lin Weiman was taken aback. She seemed to be in sync with his thoughts. Soon, in the study upstairs, Lin Jianzhou was wearing glasses and writing a report when he noticed Lin Muyu and Lin Weiman knock on the door and enter without waiting for an invitation. "What are you two doing? Do you not understand the rules?" "Dad." Before the stern father could finish his sentence, Lin Muyu, prepared for a reprimand yet composed and self-assured, interjected, "When do you plan to address Li Xiangnan's accommodation issue?" Chapter 31. The compromise of Father Lin. As Lin Jianzhou observed his son and daughter storm into the room and firmly shut the door, he removed his glasses and closed the report, a flicker of curiosity emerging on his otherwise stern visage. "You both disregard decorum to confront me. Is it merely for the sake of that outsider, Li Xiangnan?" Upon hearing the term outsider uttered from their father's lips, both Lin Muyu and Lin Weiman felt a pang of discomfort. Yet, this was not the moment for such grievances. Lin Muyu nodded emphatically, steering the conversation back to the matter of housing. "Father, you previously stated that bringing Li Xiangnan to Yanjing would resolve his employment and residency issues. This initiative commenced before Xiao Qiao and Xiao Li returned to Yanjing. Why is there still no progress?" Noticing his daughter's palpable anger and Weiman's anxious demeanor, Lin Jianzhou chuckled softly, reclining against the broad yellow pearwood bench. "Weiman, what have you said to your sister to incite such fury?" "Father," Lin Weiman grimaced, hastily retrieving a thermos to refill his father's tea. "I haven't said anything. I'm equally concerned about this matter. Muyu and I are simply attuned to each other's thoughts regarding Li Xiangnan's accommodation." Acknowledging this, Lin Jianzhou raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "But isn't Xiao Li's housing issue resolved? Moreover, I promised him assistance with employment and residency. Hasn't employment been secured? The residency application is in process. I have not reneged on my word, have I?" Lin Muyu paused, stamping her foot in frustration. "Father, you're being unreasonable." Hey, Lin Weiman interjected, alarmed, and quickly intervened. "Muyu, how can you speak to father in such a manner? He has indeed addressed those two concerns." As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance at his sister, urging her to temper her agitation. However, Lin Muyu, feeling the urgency of the situation, stamped her foot again. Observing her brother's repeated cautionary glances and their father's stern, unsmiling countenance, she eventually clenched her fists, forcing herself to remain composed. Just moments ago, she had learned of Li Xiangnan's crude living conditions, hot, mosquito-ridden, and utterly unsuitable for habitation, which had filled her with anxiety, leaving her at a loss for composure. "Muyu," Lin Jianzhou sighed, blowing on the hot tea. "The factory director, Xing Chunlai, has expressed his apologies to me. I am aware that Li Xiangnan's accommodations are indeed subpar. Their housing allocation must adhere to protocols. While I share your urgency, we cannot forsake established regulations. Without rules, there can be no order. This is a principle I have consistently imparted to you. Just because Li Xiangnan is the nominal husband of Xiao Qiao does not mean I should circumvent these protocols. Let me be clear, there are policies governing housing allocation. If he meets the criteria, he will benefit. If not, your appeals to me are futile. I have no need to beg on his behalf. Such benefits are largely contingent upon his own merits." "Father," Lin Muyu stamped her foot, You haven't seen where he lives now. It's not only rudimentary, but it's unbearably hot in the summer, and there are swarms of mosquitoes. It's simply uninhabitable. What? He can't even endure such conditions? He must indeed be a pampered individual. I certainly won't speak on his behalf. Lin Chujiao's tone turned somewhat severe. No, father. Lin Weimin quickly intervened upon hearing this, pulling his sister back. Xiaoli has never expressed any dissatisfaction. I only mentioned it to Mu Yu after visiting his residence today because I felt a pang of conscience. After all, Li Xiangnan has done us a favor and shown kindness to Xiao Qiao. Seeing him live in such an environment is truly disheartening. It's a fact. If you were to visit one day, you would likely feel the same. At these words, Lin Chujiao paused, his brows slightly furrowing as he contemplated. There was some truth in that. It appeared that your impulsiveness was based on this point. If your intention was merely to seek benefits for him, I would have looked down upon you. However, given your current words, I find I have underestimated Xiaoli. Noticing his father's change of heart, Lin Weimin pulled over a chair and sat at the desk. I brought some daily necessities to visit Xiaoli today, since he started working. Both the nurses and doctors at the hospital have spoken very highly of him. Their attitudes are warm and respectful. This is no small feat for a doctor who has just started. Oh, is that so? Lin Chujiao replied, slightly surprised. Yes. Xiaoli chose to work in the emergency department of the factory hospital. Even before his shift began, he saved a patient. At that moment, the two doctors in the emergency department were unable to diagnose the condition promptly, but Xiaoli, against all odds, managed to save the patient, who was suffering from crab poisoning. Emergency department? Crab poisoning? He saved them? Lin Chujiao's eyes brightened, a flicker of astonishment in his pupils. This barefoot doctor from the countryside, could he be more capable than his two colleagues? Lin Chujiao murmured, suddenly noticing Lin Buyu's lips curving into a smile. Remembering how she had rushed to speak up for him earlier, and recalling her recent work at Ward 301, he inquired, Mu Yu, did you hear any rumors at the hospital? Lin Mu felt a surge of pride and straightened her chest, declaring, I didn't just hear about it. I was present at the scene. I went to deliver supplies to the factory doctors at noon and happened to witness the entire event. Li Xiangnan didn't know who I was, and I can say I personally witnessed him save a life. It was nothing short of heroic. Knowing Lin Muyu's gentle nature and that she never boasted, the high praise coming from her truly astonished Lin Chujiao. Please, elaborate on the specifics of today's events. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chujiao found himself filled with curiosity about Li Xiangnan. Lin Muyu exchanged a glance with Lin Weimin, smiled faintly, and settled onto a stool. Their conversation continued for over an hour. Eventually, Lin Chujiao, having consumed 2 large cups of tea, was profoundly impressed by Li Xiangnan's performance in the emergency department that afternoon. Calm and composed, with a wealth of medical knowledge, Li Xiangnan truly commands my respect. It is indeed rare for someone of his age to possess such acumen. As I overheard my father's increasingly favorable assessment of Li Xiangnan, I, Lin Muyu, exhaled in relief. Setting aside other considerations, that official named Cui Xinjian from their factory hospital, who used to engage in sycophantic flattery and deceitful charm, has now inexplicably become obedient to Li Xiangnan. Oh, is that so? Being in a high position, Lin Chujiao was well aware that managing people is no simple task. Moreover, just moments ago, Cui Xinjian had waited 2 hours at the doorstep of Xiaoli's home, solely to deliver some coal, concerned that he might not have fire to cook in the morning. Such treatment is not something one receives merely due to a simple and honest demeanor. Lin Weimin recounted his observations. Lin Chujiao squinted, endeavoring to construct an image of this son-in-law he had yet to meet, and found himself greatly intrigued. After a prolonged contemplation, he seized a nearby calendar and circled a date. The day after tomorrow evening, I am free. Convince Li Xiangnan to come to our home for dinner. I wish to meet him in person. Furthermore, regarding the house, I will personally call their factory director, Lu Ziyuan. Rest assured. Lin Weimin and Lin Muyu exchanged glances, feeling a weight lift from their shoulders, and they both burst into laughter. Chapter 32. You are truly remarkable. With the door closed, Li Xiangnan sat at the table, sipping tea while meticulously assessing his current assets. To refer to them as assets might be slightly misleading, for at this moment, he possessed a mere 65 yuan and some grain coupons. He took the time to tally everything carefully. The 50 yuan gifted by Lin Weimin remained untouched, supplemented by the 10 and 15 yuan given by his father, Li Fugue, before the college entrance examination and his departure. Some had been spent during the exam period, as well as for meals and living expenses in Yanjing. Regarding the grain coupons, including those provided by Lin Weiman and accounting for Lin Chujiao's share, he had a total of 52 jin, calculated at a monthly ration of 20 jin per person. This quantity assured him sustenance until the 15th of next month, when his salary would be disbursed. For one person, it was ample, even more than sufficient. Additionally, with oil tickets, coal tickets, and some food coupons, though not abundant, he could sustain himself comfortably for an entire month. However, if he were to entertain guests, he would have to part with additional grain coupons, necessitating a careful recalculation of his living expenses. The more frequent the gatherings, the tighter his budget would become by the time he needed to purchase grain at the grain station next month. Today was July 23rd, leaving 23 days until his salary would arrive on the 15th of next month. If he tightened his belt, perhaps he could even find himself in a position of relative comfort. Although life was somewhat constrained, there was a discernible trend toward improvement. Just as he was contemplating how to bide his time until payday, a faint scent of mugwort wafted through the crack of the door, accompanied by soft rustling sounds from outside. Upon opening the door, he beheld a hunched figure holding a bundle of smoldering mugwort, wafting its fragrant smoke around the base of the wall. His heart warmed, and he hurried forward, calling out, "Grandpa Chin, what a surprise to see you here, driving away the mosquitoes for me. You truly are a good soul." Little Lee. Grandpa Chin straightened his back, revealing a grin that showcased his yellowed teeth. He brushed the mugwort against the windowsill, chuckling, "We are both wanderers of fate. My place is swarming with mosquitoes in the summer, and I had some leftover mugwort leaves, so I thought I'd come over to help you out. No need for thanks. Allow me." Li Xiangnan retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to him, accepting the mugwort in return. He mimicked the older man's actions, diligently wafting the fragrant smoke around the door and windows as the fresh and distinctive aroma filled the air. Grandpa Chin lit his cigarette, directing him, "Make sure to waft it around the bed. It will make for a more restful night. Then you can close the door and wait a bit. The mosquitoes will all be gone. I'll keep you company here at the door." Agreed. Touched by Grandpa Chin's thoughtfulness, Li Xiangnan followed his instructions, closing the door and bringing out a cup of tea. "Please, have some tea. Thank you so much." He then retrieved 2 stools, placing one for each of them to sit. Why the formality? Grandpa Chin puffed on his cigarette, pulling out a fan that he had tucked into his waistband. Fanning Li Xiangnan gently, he gestured toward the factory hospital, which still had its lights on. Is old Zhou still there? At that moment, Li Xiangnan noticed that the factory hospital still had a few scattered lights on, and he surmised that old Zhou's office was among them. He nodded slightly, amused, and remarked, "Old Zhou certainly has it tough. He can endure even more than us young folks. At his age, most would have gone home to spend time with their wives and children. Are you unaware of the reason?" Initially, Li Xiangnan had merely been jesting, but upon hearing Mr. Chin express surprise, he paused and turned with curiosity, asking, "Reason? Dr. Zhou is working overtime. Is there more to it?" Mr. Chin did not respond, but instead chuckled and patted Li Xiangnan on the shoulder, remarking with a knowing smile, "Young Li, old Zhou is indeed commendable, but I, old Chin, hope that one day, our hospital will no longer have lights shining through the night, nor scenes of overcrowding. We common folk dread hospitals the most. May the world be free of ailments, let not the dust settle on the shelves of medicine. I share the same sentiment, old Chin." Watching Mr. Chin's departing figure, an unexpected curiosity welled up within Li Xiangnan. He extinguished his cigarette and made his way towards the factory hospital. However, midway, he looked up to find the lights on the upper floors extinguished. Soon, the tinkling sound of a bicycle echoed along the road. Lowering his gaze, he saw Zhou Feng not riding the bike but quietly pushing it, a flashlight in hand, gradually fading from view. Observing Zhou Feng's somewhat weary and burdened silhouette, Li Xiangnan furrowed his brow and glanced back at the internal medicine department, his curiosity deepening. Tomorrow, he resolved to seek an opportunity to inquire about the relationship between Ding Yuqiu and Zhou Feng, perhaps even visiting the internal medicine department personally. Having made up his mind, he returned to his small room. Upon opening the door, a rich aroma of mugwort wafted in, revealing a considerable amount of mosquito corpses scattered across the floor. Quite effective. Li Xiangnan smiled faintly, deciding he would also ask old Chin tomorrow where he could gather some mugwort to endure this trying summer filled with mosquitoes. After finishing his cold tea and noticing the clock pointed to 9, he began preparing water for washing up, readying himself for bed. Meanwhile, in the family quarters, Lin Muyu knocked on her sister Lin Chujiao's door, discovering her younger sister Lin Yue animatedly discussing something with Xiao. "What time is it? Yue, aren't you getting ready for bed?" "Third sister, I'm currently discussing a problem with fourth sister. I borrowed some college entrance exam questions from my classmates, and we were just estimating scores. Yue was brimming with excitement and had no intention of leaving easily. You all are quite efficient. So, what scores did you estimate? Lin Muyu, intrigued by Lin Chujiao's revision efforts, inquired. Third sister. Haha. This time, I'm certain I can get into Yin University. Yue exclaimed, bouncing on her bed. Hush. You'll draw our father's ire and he might scold you. Although Lin Muyu was also delighted, she quickly covered her sister's mouth to prevent her from being too boisterous. Yet she still expressed her surprise. Really? You did that well? Yes, third sister. I plan to apply to the Yin University Medical School. My scores will definitely make it. Yue declared confidently. The Yin University Medical School? That's quite an impressive achievement. This is indeed a prestigious university in the realm of domestic medicine. Lin Muyu was astonished, yet noticed that Lin Chujiao's spirits were rather low. She quickly attended to her sister's feelings, asking, What about you, Xiao? Shaking her head slightly. Lin Chujiao expressed her regret. This time it seems unlikely, but the Union Medical College should suffice. My grades for Yin University are a bit lacking. Really? Although I can attend Yin University, Union is still quite commendable. Oh dear, our family is on the verge of producing a whole generation of university students. Lin Muyu exclaimed with great excitement. Lin Chujiao let out a small sigh. She truly hoped to be admitted to Yin University and fulfill her academic aspirations, yet recognized the gap in her capabilities. By the way, I wonder what Li Xiangnan will manage to achieve. Oh dear. Why am I still contemplating that guy's college entrance exam results? If he manages to get into a vocational school, that would be miraculous. Lost in thought, Lin Muyu nudged Lin Yue, ushering her towards the door. You should hurry to bed. Your sister Xiao has work tomorrow, so don't disturb her too late. Then what about you? We should leave together. Lin Yue retorted, visibly annoyed. I have matters to discuss with your fourth sister, which are not suitable for you, little brat. Lin Muyu waved her hand dismissively. Fuming, Lin Yue stamped her foot, puffed out her not-so-prominent chest, and placed her hands on her hips, declaring, Lin Muyu, don't underestimate me. I'm already 19, you know. I'm grown up. Still just a child. Lin Muyu shot her a sidelong glance, puffing out her own chest in response. Not daring to utter another word, Lin Yue swiftly retreated. Chapter 33. The talented scholar and his beautiful partner in the stillness of the night. When Li Xiangnan awakened from his slumber, the clock's hands pointed to 7 o'clock. The factory hospital's working hours commenced at 8 in the morning, granting him an hour to attend to his personal hygiene and breakfast. The sun outside radiated warmth, casting a gentle glow into the modest room, infusing it with a touch of warmth. Calculating the time, he deemed it appropriate to rise and prepare a meal. Thus he refrained from lingering in bed and swiftly got dressed. He first kindled the coal stove, vigorously fanning it until he observed sparks dancing upward. Satisfied, he placed a water-filled copper kettle atop it to heat, and hastily retrieved a bowl of flour from the bag to set aside for dough preparation. By the time he completed his morning ablutions, the water had nearly boiled, and the dough was sufficiently rested, ready for either pancakes or noodles. Grabbing his toothbrush and towel, he opened the door, preparing to step outside. However, as the door swung open, he spotted two familiar figures in the distance. Sunjia, the deputy head of the security department, waved his hand and called out, Shaoli, someone is looking for you, and I've brought them over. Upon closer inspection, he noticed Lin Muyu, who approached with a net bag, her face beaming with joy. Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, clearly delighted to see him. Dr. Lin, what brings you here? Lin Muyu parked her bicycle, beaming with a smile as she patted her shoulder bag. Have you forgotten? I came to deliver a report to your factory leaders. Today, she wore a simple white shirt paired with tailored trousers and round-toed leather shoes, her white socks peeking out. Though her attire was ordinary, it exuded an unspoken grace and elegance. Li Xiangnan observed her for a moment before nodding and stepping aside. You arrived quite early, Dr. Lin. Sun Section Chief, please come in and have a seat. Sure. Lin Muyu, undeterred by the modest surroundings, glanced around before stepping inside. At that moment, Sunjia approached and playfully grasped Li Xiangnan's arm, gesturing toward the room with a knowing smile. Shaoli, you truly are a remarkable talent. You've managed to capture the attention of our esteemed Dr. Lin right after your arrival. Section Chief's son. Li Xiangnan was momentarily taken aback, a hint of bitterness creeping into his smile. You jest. Dr. Lin and I maintain a purely professional relationship. I understand. Sunjia teased, poking him lightly in the ribs. It's obvious that Dr. Lin has a fondness for you. Who else would come looking for you at such an early hour? And that bag she carries likely holds a gift for you. When Dr. Lin first joined our factory hospital, she caused quite a stir. Everyone was captivated by her presence. Yet, surprisingly, no one has caught her eye until you came along. Listening to the mix of envy and admiration in Sun Jia's remarks, Xiangnan felt exasperated. He offered a cigarette, sighing, "You truly misunderstand. Didn't you hear Dr. Lin say she was here to deliver a report?" Aha! Sun Jia leaned in, unabashedly peering into the room with mischief in his eyes. Then why didn't she go directly to Director Lu's office? Why come here instead? Oh, Xiaoli. You've taken advantage of the situation yet still play the innocent. That is indeed your folly. With these words, Sun Jia deliberately raised his voice, saying, Xiaoli. Others would be delighted to be misunderstood as being in a relationship with Dr. Lin. Yet here you are, insisting on explaining yourself to me. Dr. Lin is not pleased with this. Upon witnessing Xiangnan's chagrined expression, he chuckled and patted his shoulder, enviously remarking, "A talented man deserves a beautiful woman. I dare say you are the only one in this factory who can win Dr. Lin's heart. TSK, and on your first day at work. Fate has already smiled upon you. We are all envious. Why would you not pursue such a lovely lady? Are you foolish?" Within the confines of the room, Lin Muyu stood, her cheeks flushed as she overheard the remarks seemingly directed at her. She harbored no romantic intentions towards Xiangnan, yet for reasons unknown. A sense of disappointment washed over her upon hearing Sun Jia, the deputy director of security, speak of Xiangnan fervently defending his innocence regarding their relationship. It stirred a conflicting emotion within her. In a moment of daze, her eyes fell upon the starkness of her surroundings, recalling the modest living conditions described by her brother. Lin Weiman, cramped, simplistic, and dilapidated, causing her heart to tighten inexplicably. It was only 7 in the morning, yet the temperature within the room had already begun to rise. An oppressive warmth enveloping her face, forcing her to seek refuge in the shadows to find solace. Although the room was not damp or cold, the summer heat rendered it nearly unbearable. Fortunately, her father had promised last night to expedite the housing arrangements for Xiangnan with her brother. Lost in thought, she noticed the sunlight at the door being obscured as Xiangnan entered the room. "Where's Director's son?" she inquired hurriedly. "He went on patrol. He worked the night shift and switched with someone at 8. After his patrol, he went home." As Xiangnan approached the table to pour water, he retrieved some high-quality tea leaves from the cupboard, steeping them before offering them to Lin Muyu. "Dr. Lin, please have some tea. It's already getting a bit warm. It's still early. The air outside isn't oppressive, just your room facing the sun that is too hot." Lin Muyu waved her hand beneath her chin to fan herself. "I only have this hand fan, a gift from Grandpa Chain. Please use it, and I apologize." Xiangnan handed her the fan. "Why are you apologizing to me? I merely have concerns about the poor conditions of the housing arranged by Director Xing." Lin Muyu's eyes reddened slightly as she compassionately surveyed the sparse furnishings of the room. Xiangnan chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. With a job secured in Yanjing, his household registration issues being resolved, and the housing situation supposedly in process, he regarded this small room merely as a transitional phase, believing that a brief period of hardship was not insurmountable. Beside him, Lin Muyu waved the fan, a cool breeze brushing against her, and remarked with mild surprise, "You've only just arrived, yet you've already acquainted yourself with Grandpa Qin and Director Sun, and even Mr. Cui seems familiar with you. Xiaoli, your social skills are quite impressive." "Just average," Xiangnan modestly replied, then glanced at the net bag she had placed on the table and asked, "By the way, Dr. Lin, do you have any other matters to attend to? I still need to freshen up. Last night, while passing through the street, I happened upon a vendor selling floral water, so I brought you a bottle. Yesterday, Secretary Cui informed me that you reside not far from the factory hospital. Considering the abundance of greenery in this area and the summer heat, I thought you might endure some discomfort, so I took the liberty of bringing you a bottle. Please do not refuse. I am rewarding you for saving a young man yesterday." Lin Muyu bit her lip, suppressing her anxiety. Just moments ago, she nearly let slip the details regarding her second brother, Lin Weimin. Presently, Xiangnan is unaware that she is Xiao Chao's third sister, providing her with an opportunity to assess his character. "Dr. Lin, thank you ever so much. I shall not be polite," she exclaimed. "I truly felt unwell last night." As she retrieved a bottle of floral water from her pocket, Xiangnan did not decline. "Last night, Old Qin also provided me with some mugwort to ward off mosquitoes, but in the latter half of the night, a few more appeared, causing me considerable distress." Uft. Lin Muyu burst into laughter, covering her mouth. She then produced a lunchbox from her pocket. I bought more breakfast this morning, and since you haven't eaten, you can help me with it. Otherwise, I would have to carry it back, which would be quite bothersome. As she spoke, she opened 2 lunchboxes containing a fried dough ring, 2 steamed buns, a lion's head meatball, and a small portion of pickled vegetables. Did you buy too much? Or was it intentionally excessive? Xiangnan asked, taken aback. He pointed to the dough fermenting nearby. Dr. Lin, my dough is still rising. I was planning to make noodles later, but that won't be a problem. Surely a young man like you can manage this little amount? Lin Muyu covered the lunchboxes and glanced at her watch. It's still early. I'll prepare the dough and noodles for you. Hurry and wash up. By the time you return, it may be ready to eat. Xiangnan was momentarily taken aback, sensing the peculiarity of the situation. Go on. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up. But before he could respond, Lin Muyu had already ushered him out the door. Chapter 34. The melancholy beauty carefully folding the cuffs of her shirt inch by inch on her arms. Lin Muyu took the basin from the room to wash her hands meticulously. After disposing of the dirty water outside, she returned to the house to clean the basin. Then tested the softness of the dough in the large bowl with her hands. Satisfied with its consistency, she wiped the table clean and began kneading the dough. The Lin family enjoyed a favorable financial situation, with 2 sons and 3 daughters all excelling in their own rights. Although they once had a maid to assist with cooking and laundry, Lin Chujiao had always imposed strict standards on his children, ensuring they were well-versed in household chores. Since their father resumed work, even though it had been a while since he had to tend to the household, Lin Muyu had become adept at cooking, displaying both strength and technique as she kneaded the dough, which was gradually becoming soft and elastic, ready to be cut into strips for boiling. For some inexplicable reason, the thought of preparing a bowl of noodles for Xiangnan filled her heart with a tiny spark of joy. This small happiness prompted an urge to hum a tune, and she struggled to suppress the smile threatening to escape her lips. Xiaoli, did you sleep well last night? A robust voice called from outside, causing Lin Muyu to freeze momentarily. Someone was approaching? Her face flushed suddenly, and her hands became a flurry of activity. What should she do? If someone saw her making breakfast for Xiangnan, who knew how it would be interpreted? Just as her heart raced with apprehension, a figure entered through the door. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere instantly thickened. Dr. Lin, what are you doing here? The doorman, Grandpa Qin, nearly dropped the cigarette from his mouth in shock as he caught sight of her rolled-up sleeves and the dough she was working with. His eyes widened in astonishment. Dr. Lin, are you making breakfast for Xiaoli? Seeing the surprise etched on Grandpa Qin's face, Lin Muyu felt an overwhelming embarrassment. As if she could dig her toes into the ground to escape. She forced a smile, wiped the sweat from her brow, and hurriedly explained. I came to find Factory Director Liu, intending to check on Dr. Li's living conditions to ensure he isn't facing any difficulties at the factory. Hiki. Grandpa Qin chuckled knowingly, shaking the cigarette he held. Dr. Lin, I may not grasp these intricacies, but what you're doing is commendable. Xiaoli is new here, and we ought to look after him. Lin Muyu suddenly realized how flimsy her excuse sounded. What right did she have to claim to be part of the factory? Surely, no one would believe that she was an emissary from the 301 hospital sent to inquire about the factory's doctor. Why aren't you checking in on him? Dr. Ding? Or you, Dr. Luo? As these embarrassing thoughts flooded her mind, her cheeks flushed with shyness. However, since she had already committed to her actions, there was no point in regretting them. Taking a deep breath, she asked, Grandpa Qin, what brings you here? Oh, I brought some mugwort for Xiaoli. You wouldn't believe it. Both the dormitories and the doorman's lodge are surrounded by woods, making them particularly prone to mosquitoes. After burning some mugwort to alleviate troubles, I ventured to the back mountain at dawn to gather a bit and brought some to Little Li. Lin Muyu sincerely remarked, You are truly considerate, Grandpa Qin. Oh, Little Li is so young and lives in a place worse than mine. If I can help even a little, I shall do so. Growing older, I cannot bear to see you young people suffer. Grandpa Qin chuckled, standing at the door with a cigarette. Lin Muyu nodded, reassessing the friendship between Xiangnan and Grandpa Qin in her heart. Little Li, smoking so early in the morning? Aren't you afraid of lung disease? Just as they were conversing, a voice of laughter and scolding echoed from outside. Lin Muyu was momentarily taken aback. Grandpa Qin stifled a laugh and glanced at the frozen Lin Muyu, shifting his foot toward the entrance. Grandpa Qin, what brings you here? Cui Xingzhan hurriedly entered, holding a net bag, and upon spotting Grandpa Qin smiling at him from the door, he paused, noticing the peculiar expression on his face, and inquired, What are you laughing about? Before he could finish, he abruptly noticed the brightness inside the room. A glance revealed Lin Muyu, with her sleeves rolled up, kneading dough at the table, glaring at him with a mournful expression. Dr. Lin, what are you doing here? Why are you kneading dough for little Li? Cui Xingjian stammered, struggling to comprehend Lin Muyu's unexpected presence in Li Xiangnan's small abode so early in the morning. What time is it? Just past 7. He had arrived quickly as he lived nearby, but Lin Muyu's home was a bit farther. It raised suspicions that she might have stayed overnight. Oh no. Little Li returned home reeking of alcohol last night. Could something have happened here? Where to look? Lin Muyu noticed him casting a dubious glance toward the bed and instantly understood, her face flushing red as she couldn't help but scold. What are you imagining? Nonsense. And no. Cui Xingjian scratched his head, observing Lin Muyu's embarrassed demeanor, increasingly convinced that something was amiss, and then exchanged knowing glances with Grandpa Qin. Witnessing the two of them exchanging sly looks made Lin Muyu's ears burn with embarrassment. What brings you here? Grandpa Qin asked with a grin, seemingly enjoying the lively atmosphere and reluctant to leave. I brought some porridge for little Li, made by my family. Cui Xingjian proudly declared. Ah, you two seem to be in cahoots. Grandpa Qin chuckled knowingly. That cannot be. Little Li will be having the noodles personally prepared by Dr. Lin. Cui Xingjian, noticing Lin Muyu slicing the dough, expressed his envy. Little Li, are you up yet? They were engaged in playful banter when another loud voice rang out from outside. Grandpa Qin smacked his lips, and Cui Xingjian's mouth twitched. Meanwhile, Lin Muyu was completely dumbfounded. What was happening this morning? Was it deliberate? She only intended to make breakfast for little Li, yet so many people had arrived. Hey, Grandpa Qin? Little Cui? What are you two doing here? Where's little Li? As soon as he entered, Xing Chunlai was taken aback to see the two of them. However, before he could articulate his surprise, he noticed the peculiar expressions on their faces, accompanied by their gestures towards one side. Turning his head instinctively, he was momentarily stunned, uttering a sound of astonishment. His expression shifted rapidly, ultimately coalescing into a single incredulous exclamation. Dr. Lin, what brings you here to prepare breakfast for Xiao Li? He was well aware of Xiao Li's circumstances and recognized him as the son-in-law of the Lin family. But he distinctly remembered that Xiao Li's relative was the fourth daughter of the Lin family, not this third one. Director Xing, I've explained this twice already. Lin Muyu, feeling quite familiar with her uncle Xing Chunlai, pouted her lips in discontent, her face betraying a sense of grievance. Xing Chunlai was momentarily taken aback. He couldn't comprehend the situation, yet he was profoundly shaken. Given the presence of Elder Qin and Cui Xingjian, he refrained from probing further, instead smilingly offering cigarettes to the two men. At that moment, Li Xiangnan had finished brushing his teeth and washing his face, returning with a basin in hand. A few people had gathered nearby, exchanging gossip about Dr. Lin and Dr. Li, speculating about romantic entanglements. When he approached to listen in, the crowd dispersed with laughter upon spotting him. Li Xiangnan's face darkened. It was evident that Lin Muyu's earlier visit had caught the attention of several coworkers, leading them to suspect a budding romance. What a bunch of busybodies. He shook his head in exasperation as he entered the room, intending to thank Lin Muyu, only to find himself momentarily dumbfounded. At the long table, Xing Chunlai, Cui Xingjian, and Elder Qin were watching him with peculiar smiles. Meanwhile, Lin Muyu stood by the stove, her gaze directed at him, filled with an inscrutable melancholy. Chapter 35. The intelligence revealed by Dr. Lin. Director Xing, Officer Cui, Grandpa Qin, what brings you all here? Upon sensing the peculiar gazes from the group, as well as the melancholic expression on Lin Muyu's face, Li Xiangnan's heart sank momentarily. Nevertheless, he promptly adjusted his strange mindset and greeted them warmly. Ah, Xiao Li, you truly are fortunate. Director Xing remarked with a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Indeed. Dr. Xiao Li, Dr. Lin has personally prepared breakfast for you. How fortunate you are. Officer Cui's smile was nearly bursting at the seams. Grandpa Qin, however, refrained from teasing Li Xiangnan, instead grinning while holding a cigarette, as if he was intentionally waiting to witness his embarrassment. Well, you were quite right. I seem to be exceptionally lucky. When Dr. Lin visited the factory, she happened to prepare a little extra breakfast on the way. And here I am, enjoying it while she kindly made me a meal. Have you all eaten? Why not join me? Li Xiangnan instinctively explained, inviting them to share the breakfast. That simply won't do. This is specially made for you. I lack such fortune. Director Xing chuckled, rising swiftly to pat Li Xiangnan on the shoulder, his voice resonating with enthusiasm. Xiao Li, haha. Seeing the look of delight on Director Xing's face, Li Xiangnan felt a bit flustered. After all, Director Xing was well aware of his familial situation. What could this envy possibly signify? Having said that, Director Xing discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Li Xiangnan before striding out the door. Director Xing, at least have a bite. Li Xiangnan called after him. But old Xing waved his hand, quickening his pace. Oh dear, I must be off as well. I need to go fetch water for Chief Ma. Officer Cui checked his watch and hastily gathered his net bag and lunchbox before exiting. I too must make my departure. The shift change is approaching. Grandpa Qin chuckled, strolling leisurely towards the door. Upon hearing their remarks, Li Xiangnan couldn't help but smirk, realizing their intent. These three had deliberately lingered to witness his embarrassment. And once they had savored the spectacle, remaining would have been inconsiderate. Officer Cui, Grandpa Qin, Li Xiangnan glanced at the table, noticing an abundance of food left behind since his departure, and chuckled. Since there's plenty of breakfast, I might as well indulge a little. Officer Cui, beaming with delight, shook his hand and whispered, if we don't leave soon, Dr. Lin's glare could very well be lethal. Dr. Shaoli, you should eat quickly. I'm off. He then dragged Grandpa Qin out with him. Scratching his head, Li Xiangnan shrugged and turned to Lin Muyu, who had been sullen and silent. I haven't even asked why they came, and now they've all left. With a sigh of frustration, Lin Muyu pointed to the door and the table. Grandpa Qin brought you mugwort. He harvested it from the back mountain at dawn. Officer Cui brought you porridge, made by his family. Director Xing brought you soy milk, fresh from the tofu shop next door. It smells delightful. Well, it seems these individuals have banded together for a purpose. Li Xiangnan couldn't help but chuckle. It appears that the three of them, much like the workers outside, have misinterpreted Lin Muyu's intentions, believing she had come solely to prepare breakfast for them. Consequently, upon seeing her, their gazes were laden with ambiguity. Noticing a hint of melancholy in her eyes, he let out a chuckle, feigning ignorance, and gestured towards the table laden with steamed buns, fried dough rings, soybean milk, porridge, pickles, and a lion's head meatball. Dr. Lin, look at this bountiful spread. I cannot possibly consume it all by myself. Would you be so kind as to assist me? It's far too warm here to preserve the food. And if I can't finish it, it will all go to waste. But I've already eaten. Lin Muyu pressed her lips together. In truth, she had hurried over, fearing that Li Xiangnan would leave early, and had not resolved her own breakfast situation, leaving her stomach empty. Come now, just have a little. Wastefulness is disgraceful. This is all sustenance. Li Xiangnan implored her with his eyes. Very well, I shall assist you. Lin Muyu feigned reluctance, pushing the porridge towards him, then offering him her lion's head and pickles before serving herself a bowl of noodles from the pot and taking a seat at the table. This spread was indeed sumptuous. Li Xiangnan couldn't help but marvel. Just the previous morning at the state-run diner, he had cautiously ordered a bowl of noodles and sauce, and now, on this second day before work, he found not only noodles but also fried dough rings, soybean milk, porridge, rice, and the fragrant lion's head meatball. Such a disparity had taken him by surprise. Observing Li Xiangnan devouring his food, Lin Muyu instinctively urged him to slow down, as the embarrassment she had felt earlier due to the unexpected arrival of Mr. Qin, Cui Xingjian, and Director Xing began to dissipate. As a lady of refinement, being misunderstood as having some connection with Li Xiangnan naturally left her feeling somewhat vexed. Moreover, as the third sister of Xiao, and with Li Xiangnan being her brother-in-law, they were indeed related. Yet, witnessing Li Xiangnan's ravenous appetite, a pang of sympathy stirred within her. The challenges of insufficient food and poor living conditions reflected a failure on the part of the Lin family to care for him properly. As for the opinions of others, she resolved to disregard them. By the way, Shaoli, it seems the factory is planning to send personnel to the countryside for medical support. Would you be interested in going? After finishing her noodles, Lin Muyu recalled this and promptly inquired. Medical support? Li Xiangnan was taken aback, shaking his head. Dr. Lin, I'm in the emergency department. If I go to provide support, what will happen to my department? Although I just began yesterday, I have already experienced the hectic nature of the emergency ward. It is severely understaffed. If I leave, it would be quite unreasonable. I'd rather not go. I doubt the factory would even approve my request. Not necessarily. Lin Muyu smiled. In the past, before the emergency department existed, everyone managed just fine. Could it possibly come to a halt just because you or Dr. Ding are absent? I think not. Furthermore, for this trip to the countryside, I was hoping to recommend both you and Ding Yuqiao. What? Both of us? Then the emergency department would be left unattended. Isn't there still Luo De now? Though he hails from surgery, the majority of cases in the emergency department are surgical in nature, so he can manage. Moreover, there is one more reason I must express. This opportunity to provide medical support in rural areas presents a multitude of challenges and diverse medical conditions. which can significantly contribute to the growth of your colleagues in the emergency department, allowing them to acquire a wealth of experience. This is, in fact, a fortunate circumstance. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it is tailor-made for you. Lin Chujiao articulated his rationale with clarity and conviction. Furthermore, this initiative includes comrades from the 7th Factory and the 8th Hospital, providing an excellent platform for exchanging medical expertise and techniques. Such an opportunity to forge connections with numerous medical professionals is indeed rare and will greatly benefit your future endeavors. This directive has been issued by the department, and several health bureaus are currently preparing for this initiative. The benefits, both overt and covert, are indeed substantial. Xiangnan, without harboring any doubts, contemplated the matter briefly and consented, saying it is a good idea. I will approach Director Feng to request participation. Yes, preparations commence in a fortnight. Once the notification arrives, you must promptly apply, and in the meantime, dedicate yourself to your studies and delve into medical literature. Lin Chujiao exhaled with relief. For this medical support initiative, Lin Chujiao, serving as the liaison for the East City Health Bureau, will also participate. Fortunately, she had a lengthy conversation with her sister last night and learned of this development. She must quickly ensure her sister comprehends the true character and capabilities of her brother-in-law. Perhaps divorce is not the ultimate fate for them after all? Chapter 36. Did you not have a date with Dr. Ding last night? With a contented belch, Xiangnan parted ways with Lin Chujiao at the fork leading to the factory office, leisurely making his way to work. The sumptuous breakfast had far exceeded his expectations. Now, feeling fully satiated, his spirit was markedly uplifted, invigorated by a sense of delight that coursed through him. Although Xiangnan longed for a diverse breakfast each day, he was acutely aware of the adage that it is easier to slip from frugality into extravagance than to revert from luxury to simplicity. Occasional indulgences only serve to heighten one's anticipation for life, while mediocrity remains the prevailing theme. With a sense of reverence and hope for the future, he arrived at the entrance of the factory hospital, where he immediately spotted a familiar figure bent over, locking a vehicle. With a smile, he approached to greet the individual. "Oh, Dr. Luo, good morning." The person in question was none other than Luo Dali, who harbored a plethora of grievances within. "Ah, good morning, Dr. Li." Luo Dali had just been securing his vehicle beneath the shed, muttering about the mischief caused by Xiangnan. Startled by the unexpected greeting, he instinctively masked his animosity with a facade of amiable indifference, opting for a light-hearted demeanor instead. "Hey, Dr. Luo, why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? Did you not sleep well last night?" As Xiangnan ascended the steps, he immediately noticed the dark bags beneath Luo Dali's eyes, bloodshot veins evident on his sclera. "I'm just engrossed in medical literature," Luo Dali responded dismissively, his lips pursed in a feigned nonchalance. Internally, he had scolded Xiangnan countless times. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had to write a lengthy reflection for Dean Feng. I barely managed to churn out over 1,000 words in the office yesterday and toiled through the night until 3 in the morning. Only to produce less than 5,000 words, all thanks to you, Xiangnan." After pausing to allow Luo Dali to catch up, Xiangnan cheerfully patted him on the shoulder, his smile warm and encouraging. "Dr. Luo, make sure to rest. You are the pillar of our emergency department. You must hold on. Don't wear yourself out. Then you can write my reflection." Luo Dali instinctively wanted to retort, but he bit his tongue, forcing a smile and stepping aside. "Thank you for your concern, Dr. Li. Ah, we are colleagues. It is only natural," Xiangnan responded. "By the way, Dr. Luo, what medical literature are you so eager to delve into? May I take a look?" "Of course, I am writing a reflection, not actually reading medical texts." Luo Dali nearly shouted, his frustration boiling beneath the surface. "Look at you. So stingy. I shall return it, I promise. Is it some sort of secret?" Xiangnan feigned realization, squinting at Luo Dali's face, and added, "Ah, I see. Dr. Luo, you must be going home to catch up on studies. I ought to hurry to the office and do the same, lest I fall behind." As Xiangnan laughed heartily and walked away, Luo Dali silently clenched his fists, his irritation palpable as he fumed in frustration. He had come to understand one thing. Xiangnan was cunning, with a heart full of mischief. This young man is certainly aware that he is burning the midnight oil to pen a self-reflection. His feigned claim of studying medical texts at home merely implies that he misdiagnosed a patient yesterday and, fearing further mishaps, is frantically cramming for knowledge. Though he employs no vulgarity in his insults, he is indeed a scoundrel. "Dr. Luo, why are you standing here? Why does your complexion appear so ghastly?" A young nurse from the emergency department inquired, her bag slung over her shoulder as she passed by in astonishment. Upon realizing it was a nurse from his own department, Luo Dali could only muster a cold snort, muttering, "Just wait and see." The nurse paused, tightening her grip on her bag strap. "But, Dr. Luo, what have I done to provoke you?" Meanwhile, Li Xiangnan entered the office to find Ding Yuqiu already seated behind the desk. She greeted him as he arrived. Xiangnan, Wang Qin, and Zhu Zhu were animatedly discussing something nearby. Upon noticing Li Xiangnan's presence, their chatter abruptly ceased, although their glances frequently darted in his direction. Li Xiangnan rolled his eyes in exasperation, realizing he was witnessing the classic drama of three women. They were evidently embroiled in some extraordinary gossip. As he opened the medical records, he braced himself for a demanding workday. Oddly enough, only one female worker with a scraped foot had come to see Ding Yuqiu that morning, leaving the office unusually quiet. He finally comprehended what Ding Yuqiu had meant about the unpredictable nature of the emergency department's busyness. Indeed, patients were like chives, coming in waves. Clearly not in season that morning. "Hey, Dr. Li, I heard Dr. Lin made you breakfast in your office this morning. Was it delicious? Didn't you have a date with Dr. Ding last night?" Li Xiangnan, who had been idly perusing medical texts, suddenly found himself the subject of Zhang Xingnan's and the other's curious interrogation. Turning around, he noted that Ding Yuqiu was indeed absent from her desk. "Little Dr. Li, Doctor, Ding has gone to the restroom. You must share with us. Was it true that Dr. Lin made you breakfast this morning?" Wang Qin asked, her curiosity piqued. Li Xiangnan's expression darkened as he replied testily, "Have you been discussing this all morning? How scandalous. You're done for, little Dr. Li." Zhang Xiangnan, the head nurse, declared with conviction. "What do you mean?" Li Xiangnan was bewildered, failing to grasp her implication. Wang Qin and Zhu Zhu exchanged amused glances, urging the head nurse, "Come on, Zhang, enlighten little Dr. Li." Suddenly, the sound of flat-soled shoes echoed from outside. Zhang Xiangnan shot a glance at Zhu Zhu, who promptly dashed to the door, her expression shifting to one of alarm. "Oh no, Dr. Ding is back from the restroom." Zhang Xiangnan, despite her slight panic, managed a sly smile, teasing little Dr. Li. "Who do you think is better, Dr. Ding or Dr. Lin? If you can't decide, it sounds like a love triangle. You're truly in trouble." Li Xiangnan, caught between laughter and resignation, replied, "You all are far too concerned. It's as if the emperor is calm while the eunuchs fret. I am still young, yet to embark on my university journey. I am not contemplating matters of the heart. TSK, Dr. Li, it appears you have been captivated by Dr. Lin. Haven't you? Dr. Li, in truth, Dr. Ding is quite remarkable. Should you choose not to select her, you may find yourself regretting it." "Dr. Li, I gather that you still intend to attend university?" The three of them immediately began chattering excitedly when suddenly, a person burst through the door. Returning, Ding Yuqiu stood by the entrance, astonished to see Zhang Xiangnan surrounded by two nurses and conversing with Li Xiangnan. She queried, "What are you all discussing? What is this about Dr. Ding and Dr. Li, and what university?" The nurses promptly scattered. Li Xiangnan rolled his eyes in exasperation, about to explain, when a voice echoed from the corridor, "Emergency department. Dr. Li, you have a phone call." "A phone call?" Li Xiangnan responded with a slight nod. Ding Yuqiu poked her head out and replied, "I'll be there shortly, Master Su." After finishing, she knocked on the door and said, "Dr. Li, why are you still standing there? The dispatch room has your call. Hurry up. It could be a long-distance call, which is precious." Oh, thank you." Li Xiangnan quickly rose and dashed outside. Ding Yuqiu stepped into the office, glancing at the three nurses who were pretentiously wiping the tables and organizing the medicine cabinet. She rapped on the table and said, "Wang Qin, Zhu Zhu, what were you discussing with Dr. Li just now? Were you speaking ill of me behind my back?" Zhang Xiangnan exchanged glances with the two of them and approached with a grin, leaning over her desk. "Dr. Ding, you may not be aware, but Dr. Lin was in Dr. Li's room early this morning, even preparing breakfast for him. Many at the factory witnessed it." Ding Yuqiu's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart racing wildly. Chapter 37. Last night, did Lin make you stay in your room? The factory's medical dispatch room is conveniently located adjacent to the pharmacy, featuring a small door with a glass window positioned near the main entrance. When Li Xiangnan arrived, he found the telephone resting on the windowsill and quickly picked it up. "Hello?" A familiar voice came through. "Is this Li Xiangnan?" "It's Lin Weiman." "Brother Weiman?" Li Xiangnan was somewhat taken aback. He had just shared drinks with his second uncle last night, and now, just past 9 in the morning, he received a call. Given his uncle's character, he assumed there must be something that required a personal visit. Curiosity stirred within him as he promptly inquired, "What brings you to call?" "Little Li. Your household registration has been processed and is now settled in our family compound. I've got a good rapport with the street office director. He delivered the paperwork to me first thing this morning. If you have time around noon, swing by room 300 in one of the logistics department to pick it up. I will be preoccupied with material procurement at the station until late. Otherwise, I would have delivered it myself. The household registration is ready? So soon?" Li Xiangnan was genuinely astonished. He felt a palpable sense of admiration for the Lin family's efficiency, and excitement surged within him. This was fantastic news. "All right. I must get back to work. Be sure to come and collect it. I want to feel at ease leaving it here. When you arrive, just look for Xiaowang in the office." "Absolutely. I will make it a priority to come by at noon. You can count on me." Lin Weiman was indeed quite busy and hastily ended the call. Nevertheless, the news he received lifted Li Xiangnan's spirits considerably. With his job now solidified, once the household registration issue was resolved, he would officially become a resident of Yanjing. "Congratulations, Dr. Xiaoli." Old Li in the dispatch room, who was reading the newspaper, noticed him hanging up and peered over his thick glasses, a smile spreading across his face. "Master Su, I appreciate your help." Li Xiangnan, displaying his thoughtfulness, rummaged through his pocket and quickly offered a cigarette. "Please have one." "Oh, little Li, you're too kind." Master Su eagerly accepted the cigarette. Recognizing the new doctor's considerate nature, he felt inclined to engage further. After lighting up, he gestured towards the blackboard nearby, chuckling. "Dr. Xiaoli, see that blackboard? Whenever you're coming or going, or if you need to use the restroom, just take a glance. Any phone calls that require your attention will be noted there. If you see your name, feel free to return the call right here." With various departments in the factory hospital occupied with surgeries, restroom breaks, or being out, the dispatch room occasionally struggled to locate personnel. Consequently, they would jot down incoming call information on the blackboard for doctors and nurses to reference, while more sensitive communications would be relayed directly by old Su. Li Xiangnan turned to see the blackboard indeed filled with notes. He mentally registered the information and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Su, for your assistance." Meanwhile, in the emergency department's second room, Ding Yuqiu felt a flush of color rise to her cheeks as she attempted to mask her somewhat chaotic emotions. Addressing the three nurses gathered around her, she asked, "You're not joking, are you? How could Dr. Lin possibly make breakfast for Dr. Xiaoli? She is, after all, Dr. Lin, our esteemed support cadre. What a remarkable status she possesses. One might say her standing is only slightly inferior to that of Director Feng. Lin Miyu serves as a designated aide doctor between the 301 hospital and the factory hospital, a figure truly exalted in the eyes of the factory hospital staff. Moreover, her beauty, intellect, and innate elegance render her an unattainable presence for those at the factory hospital, creating a vast chasm between them. How could someone of her caliber possibly prepare breakfast for Li Xiangnan? Ding Yuqiu found it utterly unbelievable. Yet the three nurses spoke with such conviction and detail that she was compelled to entertain the notion. Indeed, many had witnessed it that morning, including the esteemed factory director Xing, Secretary Cui, and the doorman, Mr. Qin, who had all visited Dr. Li's quarters. If you doubt it, you may verify with them. Zhang Xiangnan asserted with unwavering certainty. Ding Yuqiu blinked, her eyes suddenly moist. With so many witnesses, and with such prominent figures present, the event was likely true. Yet it perplexed her. Patting Ding Yuqiu's hand gently, Wang Qin expressed her concern. "Dr. Ding, you must act swiftly. Dr. Li is indeed remarkable, and you cannot let him slip away." "Oh, who would want to miss out on him?" Ding Yuqiu retorted, her cheeks flushing as if the words suggested she was pursuing Li Xiangnan. She waved her hands dismissively, urging, "You all should focus on your own matters and cease discussing this." Zhang Xing'an exchanged knowing glances with the two young nurses, signaling them to depart while she added, "Dr. Ding, you must seize this opportunity. I see something special in Dr. Li. Missing out would bring genuine regret." All right, I shall cease my remarks. I am taking my leave." Zhang Xiangnan sighed as she exited. Meanwhile, Ding Yuqiu kept her head down, forcing herself to concentrate on her work. Yet, after a considerable time, she found herself unable to absorb even a morsel of the medical texts on her desk. The sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, and soon Li Xiangnan's tall figure entered the office, taking a seat at the desk. Ding Yuqiu instinctively turned to look, noting his buoyant demeanor and the smile that nearly escaped his lips, which cast a shadow over her heart. Indeed, the rumors appeared to hold truth, and Li Xiangnan seemed to be relishing it, his spirits remarkably high. She yearned to inquire whether Lin Muyu had spent the night in his quarters. If that were the case. No, it could not be. Lin Muyu exuded the air of a refined lady, unlikely to share a bed with someone without the formality of marriage or courtship. Such behavior would be incongruous with her character. She was certainly aware of propriety and would never act so rashly. Furthermore, they had only just met the day prior. It was implausible for them to engage in such indiscretions on their very first encounter. This was simply too incredible. No, I must investigate this matter personally. Perhaps the reality is not as the others have claimed. Perhaps Lin Muyu preparing breakfast was merely a coincidence. They are not in a relationship. Nor has anything untoward transpired. Yet, as Li Xiangnan settled into the office, he quickly sensed an unusual atmosphere enveloping the room. Although the three nurses huddled together, their gazes betrayed an air of peculiarity. Ding Yuqiu persistently cast furtive glances in Li Xiangnan's direction, only to hastily avert her eyes whenever he looked back, as if she were afraid to meet his gaze. What on earth is happening? Li Xiangnan found himself utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, noticing Zhang Xiangnan and Wang Qinzhuju entering the inner chamber, Ding Yuqiu hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and capped her pen, preparing to approach them with her inquiries. Just then, a sudden roar echoed through the corridor, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. Li Xiangnan and Ding Yuqiu turned simultaneously, and Zhang Xiangnan and the others hastily exited the inner room, their expressions filled with astonishment as they gazed toward the entrance. Soon, Luo Dali's face, contorted with fury, shock, resentment, and dissatisfaction, appeared in the doorway. He was panting, his face taut with suppressed rage. Ding Yuqiu was the first to rise, her brow furrowed as she inquired. Dr. Luo, why are you shouting? What has happened? Dr. Li, you. Luo Dali spat out a few words through clenched teeth, his hand shaking with fury as he pointed at Li Xiangnan. His face shifted through a spectrum of emotions, muscles twitching. Before he spoke in a voice tinged with a hint of sob, could you step outside for a moment? I have something to ask you. Ding Yuqiu? Li Xiangnan. What is this contradictory mix of anger and what seems to be a plea? How could such a perplexing expression manifest on Luo Dali's face? Chapter 38. I beg you. Introduce me to a partner. Upon hearing Luo Dali's intention to summon Li Xiangnan outside, Ding Yuqiu and Zhang Xiangnan exchanged anxious glances, instantly gripped by tension. The memory of yesterday's misdiagnosis by Luo Dali lingered vividly in their minds, and the resentment etched on his face had not yet faded from their recollection. Everyone was acutely aware of the discord between him and the newly arrived doctor, Li Xiangnan. The thought of Li being called out at this hour ignited fears of an impending confrontation. Ding Yuqiu, feeling a surge of urgency, approached hastily and implored, Dr. Luo, whatever you have to say, please voice it in front of all of us. We are not strangers. What is your intention? Luo Dali's expression stiffened, suddenly feeling a bit flustered. How can I even articulate it? Besides, why are you so anxious about my summoning Li Xiangnan? Are you, like Dr. Lin, infatuated with this dashing and competent doctor? Are you genuinely afraid of him encountering trouble? Dr. Luo. Zhang Xiangnan quickly rallied two other nurses to stand in solidarity with Li Xiangnan. Do you wish to be rude to Dr. Li? I must inform you that we live in a civilized society, so suppress those ill thoughts of yours. If you dare to lay a hand on Dr. Li, we shall not permit it. Indeed, Dr. Luo, you shall not. Wang Qin and Zhuju chimed in, their expressions reflecting righteous indignation as they subtly positioned themselves in front of Li Xiangnan's desk. Ding Yuqiu gestured towards Wang Qin, urging, quickly, go upstairs and find Dean Feng. I believe Dr. Luo is truly out of line. Wait, don't do that. At this proclamation, Luo Dali grew visibly anxious, his face contorting in distress. I am not here to trouble Dr. Li. I merely have a matter to discuss with him. Why are you all behaving this way? Making me seem like a complete fool? Is that not the case? Zhang Xiangnan rolled up her sleeves, her demeanor suggesting she was prepared to confront him should he act impolitely. Oh dear. Witnessing Zhang Xiangnan's readiness for confrontation, Luo Dali grew frantic, rushing to intercept Wang Qin. I genuinely have something to convey to Dr. Li. Rest assured, it is not a matter of fighting. Then do speak. Wang Qin halted, glaring at him. Luo Dali scratched his head, wiping the sweat from his brow, casting a pleading glance at Li Xiangnan. Li Xiangnan, having observed Luo Dali's anxious demeanor, felt a wave of appreciation for the support he was receiving from the others. He was not intimidated by Luo Dali's potential malice, as he had never considered him a rival. However, witnessing Luo Dali's evident urgency, especially after his earlier outburst in the corridor, piqued his curiosity. With a smile, he interjected to halt Wang Qin and nodded at Ding Yuqiu. Dr. Luo, do you truly have something to discuss with me? It is not about fighting, is it? Though my fists may not rival the size of your head, I assure you my wits are far sharper. Luo Dali, looking exasperated, quickly shook his head. I genuinely do not have time for a brawl. I have a matter of importance. Very well, let us step outside to converse, Li Xiangnan replied with a nod. Shall we? Ding Yuqiu called out anxiously. Fear not. In broad daylight, would Dr. Luo dare to commit an act of violence? Li Xiangnan waved his hand and led the way out of the clinic. Luo Dali took a glance at Ding Yuqiu, his emotions complex as he followed suit. Oh dear, what is this about? Really, Dr. Luo just won't quit, will he? Wang Qin hurriedly pulled Zhu Zhu to the window to peer outside. Ding Yuqiu and Zhang Xiangnan also approached the windowsill, searching for the silhouettes of Li Xiangnan and the other. Dr. Ding, what do you think, Doctor? Luo wants to talk to Dr. Li about? Surely there's no hidden agenda? Zhang Xiangnan remarked in confusion. How would I know? Ask him when he returns. Ding Yuqiu leaned forward to observe the entrance of the clinic, remaining ever vigilant. Should Luo Dali confront Li Xiangnan, she would undoubtedly be the first to rush out to intervene. The group waited anxiously, and sure enough, they spotted Li Xiangnan leading Luo Dali into the shadow of a large tree across the way. Dr. Luo, speak up. What is the matter? Li Xiangnan stood with his hands clasped, casting a glance at Luo Dali who had followed him. Shall we have a smoke? Luo Dali quickly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered it. Li Xiangnan was momentarily taken aback, genuinely surprised that Luo Dali could lower himself in such a manner. Calmly accepting the cigarette, he noted that the match was already presented. After taking a puff, he settled onto a stone bench, watching Luo Dali with keen interest. The latter had boldly called him out in front of numerous doctors and nurses, and Li Xiangnan found it hard to believe there was nothing amiss. Yet, after quite some time, Luo Dali had consumed half the cigarette without uttering a single word. Noticing the man's anxious and conflicted glances towards him, Li Xiangnan smiled slightly and teased, Dr. Luo, if you don't speak soon, I might just head back inside. And you won't be able to coax me out for a meal. Oh, please don't. Luo Dali immediately grew nervous, shaking his hands, deeply inhaling the smoke before extinguishing it with force. He hesitated before finally asking, Dr. Li, are you single? Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan coughed out a mouthful of smoke in surprise, exclaiming, Dr. Luo, are you all right? What does my relationship status have to do with you? I refuse to answer personal questions. It matters greatly. Now that I've opened my mouth, Luo Dali forced down his anxiety, sitting at the edge of the stone bench. If you're married, then I might have a chance. What? Li Xiangnan replied, looking at Luo Dali. Dr. Li. Luo Dali, unable to meet his gaze, spoke with conviction. I've heard all about it. This morning, Dr. Lin went to your house to make you breakfast. Last night, you were out on a date with Dr. Ding. I'm begging you, can you share a partner with me? It's not good to have two boats in the water. You're talking nonsense. Li Xiangnan was amused by his own irritation. Luo Dali, what on earth are you thinking? When did I ever go on a date with Dr. Ding? Dr. Li. Don't deny it. Many people saw it last night. I just overheard them discussing it while I was in the restroom. The country has implemented a monogamous system. The old ways of having a primary and secondary wife are long gone. For goodness sake, you keep one, and share the other with me. I'm pleading with you. Do you really believe in such rumors? Li Xiangnan pouted. Is it not true? You didn't go on a date with Dr. Ding? Luo Dali's expression shifted to one of surprise. Is it worth my time to explain this to you? Li Xiangnan shot him a glance. And what about Dr. Lin? You aren't dating her, so why is she making breakfast for you? Such a close relationship surely suggests something more, does it not? Luo Daliki inquired nervously. Li Xiangnan, amused yet exasperated, replied, Dr. Luo, were you bellowing in the corridor out of sorrow regarding this matter? You seem rather unstable. Dr. Li, Luo Daliki, concerned about his own marital issues, felt compelled to humble himself. Of course, I am upset. I have never been in a relationship, and finally, I meet two who catch my eye. Li Xiangnan covered his face, thinking to himself, Luo, have you even considered your own appearance? Anyone who would be with you must be blind. He shrugged and glanced at Luo's forehead, feeling the heat rising on his bald head. Luo Daliki sensed Li Xiangnan's mischievous gaze lingering on his receding hairline, and with a grimace, he said, Dr. Li, I am not yet 30. Goodness, I thought you were 50. Luo Daliki felt a wave of numbness wash over him. Silently chuckling, Li Xiangnan rose and dusted off his pants. Noticing that no promises had been made to him, Luo grew anxious again. Shao Li, you haven't answered my question. Do you prefer Dr. Lin or Dr. Ding? You must leave one for me. I wouldn't mind your answer. I like both of them. Dr. Luo, I truly find it hard to believe you. Setting aside your apparent indecision, can you tone down your aspirations to court someone so far out of your league? Luo Daliki blushed, but you can't monopolize them both. Laughing, Li Xiangnan playfully adjusted the collar of Luo's shirt and poked him in the chest, saying, the legs belong to someone else. How can you control who approaches me? If you have the capability, why not pursue them yourself? Clapping Luo on the shoulder, Li Xiangnan departed with a smile. Luo Daliki, I could scold you for dreaming in broad daylight, but that would be too generous. Perhaps take a moment to reflect upon your own worth. Chapter 39, Dr. Ding. You still have a chance. Am I straddling two boats? Am I a toad dreaming of swan meat? Is it only you, Li Xiangnan, who is worthy, and I, the toad? With your legs on others, how can a dog like you expect a female dog to approach? What pretentiousness is this? And you dare say I should pursue on my own? Do I need to lower myself to chase after you? You scoundrel. After a moment of shock, Luo Dali regained his senses, only to find that Li Xiangnan had already vanished without a trace. His jealousy surged like a spilled vat of vinegar, and the anger within him grew with every thought. Fine, fine, you think you're so impressive, Li Xiangnan? I refuse to believe that I am inferior in every way. In the workplace, you may intimidate me, but in matters of the heart, I will crush you. Humph, I have long harbored feelings for Ding Yuqiu, even going so far as to transfer from surgery to the emergency department for her. Yet on the very first day, she went on a date with you, Li Xiangnan. Well then, I shall no longer hold any regard for Ding Yuqiu. Instead, I will win over Lin Muyu. Let us see what you, Li Xiangnan, have to compete with me. Fuming and resolute, Luo Dali pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and took a fierce drag, gritting his teeth as he kicked a stone bench. What on earth was said? Why was Dr. Li patting the other person on the shoulder? It feels as though Luo's head is filled with matters he wishes to discuss with Dr. Li, though I am clueless about what those matters might be. This scene resembles two brothers reconciling, as if they have buried the hatchet. Listening to Zhang Xiangnan and the others chattering away, and seeing Li Xiangnan stride back, Ding Yuqiu quickly urged, stop discussing, lest someone overhear. Hurry up and disperse. The nurses scattered in an instant. Moments later, Li Xiangnan strode confidently through the door. Ding Yuqiu glanced over, ready to inquire, but unexpectedly, he spoke first. Dr. Ding, could I borrow your bicycle at noon? I have a matter to attend to. A bicycle? Ding Yuqiu was taken aback but nodded, retrieving the bike key from her bag and placing it on his desk. Here, you may use it. But where are you going? What matters require your attention? Though her question lacked politeness, genuine curiosity bubbled within her. Just a personal matter, Li Xiangnan replied with a slight smile, unwilling to divulge further. The issue regarding his household registration was a private affair between him and the Lin family, entangled with personal relationships. The fewer people who knew, the better. While he trusted that Ding Yuqiu would not leak it, one could never be too cautious. After all, walls have ears. And it would not bode well if it fell into the wrong hands. Ding Yuqiu blinked and glanced toward the corridor. Is this related to Dr. Luo seeking you out earlier? Not at all, Li Xiangnan shook his head. This only deepened Ding Yuqiu's curiosity. Zhang Xingyan gestured to Wang Qin and Zhu Zhu to temper their expressions, while she herself approached Dr. Li with a smile. Little Li, what did Dr. Luo want with you? He seemed rather secretive, as if he had something unspeakable to discuss. Oh, it is nothing of that sort. Li Xiangnan chuckled, reminiscing about the concern shown by the nurses in the office and Ding Yuqiu regarding his personal matters, as well as the absurd demeanor of Luo Dali. With a nonchalant smile, he remarked that Luo, I heard that Dr. Lin prepared breakfast for me and he was in quite a tizzy, seeking my counsel. He wishes for Dr. Lin to make breakfast for him too. He still doesn't have a partner. What a joke. Luo truly has no shame. How can he entertain such thoughts? To even think Dr. Lin would prepare breakfast for him is utterly preposterous. Wang Qin spat in disdain. Zhang Xiangnan, equally incensed, scoffed. What kind of person is he? He should take a good look in the mirror. And now he has his sights set on Dr. Lin. I've already criticized him for his infatuation with Dr. Ding. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. It's truly laughable. It was no wonder he dared not speak before us earlier. He feared we might drown him in our derision. How bold of him to think he could be like Dr. Li. Zhu Zhu, filled with righteous indignation, clenched her fists. Ding Yuqiu, relieved, sighed. I thought it was something serious. If it's just this, then it's merely Luo's misplaced affections. That fellow is likely envious of you. He is jealous that Dr. Lin prepared breakfast for Dr. Li. The nurses echoed in unison. Seizing the moment, Ding Yuqiu quickly posed the question that had been troubling her. That Dr. Luo is indeed shameless. Tell us, Shali, what is the story with Dr. Lin this morning? Seeing Ding Yuqiu and the surrounding nurses gazing at him expectantly, Xiangnan realized that if he did not clarify the matter today, he would be subjected to endless inquiries in the future. With a wry smile, he explained. It's not as serious as everyone thinks, nothing like dating Dr. Lin. She simply came by this morning to deliver a report to the factory leadership and, passing by a breakfast shop, brought me some food. When she arrived, my dough was fermenting, and fearing it would spoil, she lent a hand. Perhaps it's because Dr. Lin is quite popular in the factory that everyone is discussing this. Our relationship is entirely innocent. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged relieved glances, collectively sighing in relief. Frequently looking toward Dr. Ding, silently conveying that there was still hope for her. Especially for Ding Yuqiu, the weight on her heart lifted, allowing her to relax completely. Surveying the relieved expressions on everyone's faces, Xiangnan couldn't help but laugh. Why are you so concerned about my personal life? I've already stated that I won't consider matters of the heart until I graduate from university. Shali, you can't dictate love. What if, by some chance, you find yourself falling for someone? Xiangnan teased as she retreated. Ding Yuqiu settled into her seat, playfully inquiring, Dr. Li, does that mean you participated in this year's college entrance examination? Noticing the nurses perk up with interest, Xiangnan felt there was no need for concealment. Yes, I did. I can tell from your tone that you'll surely get into university. Just don't forget us old colleagues when you do, Ding Yuqiu said. Her heart filled with both trepidation and nostalgia. The matter is still in its infancy. How could that be? Xiangnan waved his hand dismissively. You are exceptionally knowledgeable. You will undoubtedly succeed, Ding Yuqiu murmured softly. The emergency department was indeed rather tranquil that morning, and as soon as his shift ended, Xiangnan hopped onto Ding Yuqiu's bicycle and hurried towards the 301 hospital. This is the Army General Hospital, where one immediately senses an atmosphere of solemnity and gravity upon entering. The scale of the hospital is incomparably larger than that of the factory's medical facility. If given the opportunity, working in a major hospital would be ideal. Amidst this subtle astonishment, Xiangnan began to cultivate aspirations for the future. He locked the bicycle and stepped into the bustling hospital lobby. Chapter 40. The encounter with the original partner Mr. Jiang. This is the notification document for the meeting regarding our rural medical support. Please deliver it to the hospital leadership. The meeting will commence promptly at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon at the East City Health Bureau. You may discuss it among yourselves beforehand. In the office of the 301 hospital, Lin Chujiao extracted the prepared documents from her bag and handed them to Mr. Jiang. Thank you immensely, Mr. Jiang. I appreciate your effort in delivering this personally. Please have some water. On such a scorching afternoon, I wouldn't want to trouble you. I have numerous documents to distribute to various hospitals and factory clinics, Mr. Jiang replied, placing the documents solemnly on the desk. I will ensure they reach the leaders on time. You truly are dedicated, not even taking a moment's respite in this heat. Mr. Jiang remarked as he escorted her to the door. Please, I must take my leave. I apologize for the interruption. Lin Chujiao waved as she hurried to the staircase, rummaging through her bag for her notebook to locate Lin Weimin's office. With the time still early, just 1:15 noon, she had been busy distributing meeting documents all morning and had yet to eat. She thought to find Lin Weimin and invite him to lunch at the cafeteria, hoping to catch a glimpse of her second brother since she was already there. At that moment, she heard a familiar voice from the first floor's reception area. Excuse me. Could you tell me which floor the logistics department is on? Oh, it's on the first floor at the end of the hallway. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for Deputy Section Chief Lin regarding a matter. You should be on break. You might want to check. Thank you. Upon hearing that voice, Lin Chujiao froze momentarily. Peering over the staircase, she caught sight of a familiar yet strange figure. Xiangnan? What brings him here? Isn't he employed at the machinery factory clinic? What could he possibly need from my second brother at this hour? Seeing him head deeper into the corridor, she hastily descended the stairs and stood at the corner, peering into the hallway. Indeed, Xiangnan had entered the office. Driven by curiosity, she swiftly approached the door marked Logistics Department. The door was ajar, allowing her to clearly hear the conversation within. Inside the office, hello, comrade. I am Xiangnan. May I inquire which one is Comrade Xiaowang? Xiangnan stood at the door, respectfully addressing the 4 staff members seated inside. You must be Xiangnan. I am Xiaowang. Section Chief Lin instructed me to wait for you here during lunch. The materials you requested are right here. Please check. A young man with a square face quickly rose, smiling as he handed over a file. "Thank you so much. I appreciate your patience during your break." Xiangnan chuckled, promptly accepting the file and retrieving a cigarette from his pocket to offer. He observed with clarity that, although the office was occupied, everyone was resting with their heads down on their desks, except for the diligent little Wang, who was intently focused on the documents before him. This suggested that he was perhaps waiting specifically for him. "Oh dear. Director Lin has specifically instructed me to wait for your arrival. I can rest assured once I hand over the documents to you." Little Wang chuckled heartily. Documents? What documents? How did he already know that his second brother was absent from the office? Had they spoken on the phone? Lin Chujiao furrowed her brow. Feeling an unsettling sense that Xiangnan and her second brother shared a bond that seemed more intimate than her own. Were they so familiar with each other, conducting personal matters without her knowledge? Moreover, the demeanor of this staff member clearly indicated that her second brother had entrusted him with something significant, which compelled him to be attentive to Xiangnan, even foregoing sleep to wait for him. The staff member's attitude was, to a certain extent, representative of her second brother's disposition. Surely, this was an exaggeration? He was not even Lin Weiman's approved brother-in-law. Was it necessary to treat him with such deference? "The materials are excellent. All here. Thank you." Xiangnan expressed gratitude as he reached out to shake hands. "Please extend my thanks to Director Lin. Too kind." Little Wang waved his hand, his demeanor amicable. Xiangnan nodded and strode away with purpose. Upon hearing footsteps, Lin Chujiao hastened to exit, ascending the stairs to the second floor. Within moments, she heard the rhythmic sound of Xiangnan's footsteps as he exited the corridor towards the reception room. Curiosity piqued. She descended a couple of steps just in time to witness Xiangnan offering a cigarette to the elderly gentleman at the reception. At that moment, her eyes glimmered with a complex expression. Xiangnan had always struck her as languid, apathetic, and somewhat defeated, resembling an elderly man on the brink of the grave. Yet now, he radiated a vibrant, confident energy, exuding a remarkable ability to navigate social nuances, even extending courtesy to the staff and logistics, and showing respect to the elderly gentleman at the reception. Such behavior was unthinkable in Jiatuan, where he typically presented himself with an air of arrogance. It was impossible not to be astonished. The stark contrast between her previous impressions and the current reality left her somewhat bewildered. After much hesitation, Lin Chujiao ultimately refrained from approaching him and instead proceeded downstairs to inquire about when Lin Weiman would return. Unbeknownst to Xiangnan, Lin Chujiao was also at the 301 hospital, nearly crossing paths with him. He hurriedly pedaled his bicycle towards the library. The Lin family was known for their reliability. He had reviewed the household registration documents and found no discrepancies. Although the registration was under the Lin family, it indicated a connection through kinship, and it was noted that Lin Chujiao was the head of the household. Xiangnan understood that this arrangement was also to facilitate future divorce proceedings. As long as he separated the household registration, there would be no need to obtain any documents from Lin Chujiao's parents. Once they divided the property, if he so desired, he could transfer the household registration to the new residence, establishing residency there directly. Possessing this substantial, well-organized household registration booklet would equate to having an identification proof in Yanjing. Otherwise, it would be quite inconvenient to navigate with only an introduction letter from his hometown. For instance, individuals from outside the region cannot obtain a library card. They must either possess a local household registration booklet, a student ID from one of the universities, or a special introduction letter issued by the local street office. The first generation of identity cards was only issued in Yanjing starting in 1984, and even now, one must rely on the household registration booklet to navigate the world. Xiangnan approached the library with a clear purpose. According to information disclosed by Lin Muyu, in just half a month, a rural medical support initiative would commence. He understood that this was not only an opportunity for personal development, but also a rare chance to gain visibility among higher authorities. If he performed well, he might attract the attention of prominent hospitals and secure a promotion. Within the library, there undoubtedly lay literature pertaining to medical practices of this era. He needed to swiftly review and master this knowledge, filling in the gaps in his understanding. Otherwise, relying solely on his advanced medical knowledge from a future era without practical application would prove to be a source of great frustration. Only by aligning his medical expertise with the contemporary healthcare context could he truly make a significant impact. Otherwise, should he encounter an acute appendicitis case and blurt out a suggestion for laser removal, he would certainly terrify others. Ultimately, he would have to resort to using a surgical knife on site. 15 minutes later, having purchased 3 meat buns, Xiangnan stood before the city library building. Chapter 41. The allure of my sister-in-law. The Yanjing Library, formerly known as the Capital Library, opened its doors to the public in 1912. Standing before this ancient and solemn edifice, a swell of ambition surged within Xiangnan. This repository of knowledge housed an immense wealth of information, far beyond his ability to fully explore, and the grandeur of the architecture inspired both reverence and awe in him. Consequently, having skipped lunch, Xiangnan dared not take his meat bun inside. Instead, he settled for a cool spot by the bicycle shed, munching away while absorbing the dignified atmosphere that enveloped him. At that moment, a melodious laugh reached his ears. "Young Hui, hurry up. I finally convinced my mom to let me out. We must seize the moment to visit the library. I tell you, last time I found some delightful novels in there, and I will show you later." Hee hee. It was so amusing that I couldn't help but laugh in my sleep for days. Xiangnan turned to see a spirited girl skipping up the steps with her hands clasped behind her back, followed closely by a girl with a long ponytail. The playful girl had an exquisitely delicate oval face, adorned with rosy lips, brows like distant mountains, and a teardrop beauty mark accentuating her cheek, making it impossible not to admire her enchanting features. Though slender, her stature was strikingly tall, with her long, dark hair cascading into 2 slender braids that veiled half of her fair, luminous neck. In contrast, her skin was as white as that of an infant, and her smooth arms and legs, exposed beneath a floral dress, exuded youthful vitality, reminiscent of a forest sprite gracing the earthly realm. A tall, enchanting girl. Xiangnan silently observed her for a moment before returning to his bun. In an era when most residents of Yanjing labored diligently, such a figure and demeanor could hardly be cultivated by mere scholarly families or illustrious lineages. "Yuan Wei, if you're interested in borrowing some books to read at home, why drag me to the library in the sweltering midday heat?" Liang Hui, closely trailing behind her, wore an expression of melancholy. Lin Yue turned around, hands on her hips, and asserted with conviction, "Liang Hui, my dear Hui, do you not understand my mother or my father? Would they allow me to read novels at home? They would surely punish me severely. I tell you, they are the true villains from the stories, against whom I must fight." A chuckle escaped Xiangnan, unable to contain himself upon hearing her words. The unexpected laughter echoed at the library steps, instantly drawing the attention of Lin Yue and Liang Hui, who turned to see him seated below. "Hey, what are you laughing at?" Lin Yue, with a flushed face, exclaimed, her hands on her hips, pouting as she descended the steps. "Yuan Wei, wait for me. Don't trip." Liang Hui hurriedly followed her down, while Lin Yue reached Xiangnan, her cheeks still burning with shyness. "Hey, were you laughing at me just now?" Lin Yue asked, her face a rosy hue. Xiangnan held a bun in his mouth, glancing around before lifting his head to see Lin Yue with her cheeks puffed in irritation, embodying the unique charm of youthful femininity. He shook his head and remarked, "With so many people around, how can you be so certain that I am laughing at you? Perhaps it is someone else who is amused." Lin Yue paused, perplexed by his words. She glanced around and instinctively inquired, "What nonsense are you talking about? Where are the others?" "It's just you here." Xiangnan chuckled. "Teasing her? Really? You can't see them? This place is filled with people. Otherwise, why would I be sitting here eating a bun? I was squeezed into this spot." "Huh?" Before Lin Yue could express her surprise, Liang Hui gasped and immediately clutched her arm in fear. "Where are the people? Don't scare us." The 2 girls exchanged a glance, their eyes widening in terror. Seeing them huddled together like frightened fawns, Xiangnan lowered his head, nearly bursting into laughter, and quickly turned his gaze elsewhere. Lin Yue glanced at her blushing friend, pried her arm away, and mustered the courage to approach Xiangnan from the other side, only to catch him stifling a laugh. "You little rascal, you're teasing us." Her face flushed crimson, and her cheeks puffed up once more as she glared at Xiangnan with a mix of shyness and indignation. "How could you be so cruel? Apologize. Look at how frightened you've made my friend." The delicate fragrance of youthful innocence wafted towards him with the breeze, and even in the backlight, he could see the fine peach fuzz on her ears. A strange flutter stirred within him, compelling him to abandon his playful intentions. He smiled gently and said, "I apologize. I just found you both quite amusing. It was merely a small jest. Little sister. If your parents knew you referred to them as villains, they would surely be heartbroken." "Humph. Just eat your bun. You're the one who's small." Lin Yue took offense at being called little. Liang Muyu was forbidden to mention it, and this stranger, Xiangnan, had even less right to say so. "Liang Hui. Let us go. Ignore this meanie." Li Xiangnan couldn't help but chuckle as he finished the last of his bun and turned to ask, "Little sister, what novel are you reading? Do share. When I see your parents, I'll see if they match the villains you mentioned." "Meanie, just eat your bun." "I'm ignoring you. I can't hear you. You're talking to yourself." Lin Yue covered her ears and hurried up the steps, glancing back to take a few more steps down before grabbing Liang Hui and racing upward, convinced that Li Xiangnan was a devil. Ha! Li Xiangnan, relishing the last of his bun, looked back at the girls disappearing into the library's hall, finding the encounter exceedingly entertaining. His spirits lifted, he swiftly concluded his lunch, stood up, dusted off his pants, and made his way up the staircase. "Hello, comrade. Could you assist me in obtaining a library card?" "Thank you." Li Xiangnan approached the staff at the service desk, producing his recently acquired household registration booklet. Upon hearing the voice beside her, Lin Yue glanced up to see Li Xiangnan's white shirt once again coming into view. She couldn't help but roll her eyes in exasperation. Noticing that he seemed to have spotted her, she felt an inexplicable urge to offer an explanation. "Why? My mother took my library card. I can simply apply for a new one." Li Xiangnan opened his mouth but remained silent, instead breaking into a smile. "This girl is undeniably quirky. Liang Hui, let us go." Lin Yue urged her friend, hastily making her escape. The library card costs merely a dime, offering 1 month of free borrowing. After that, a fine of 1 cent per day for overdue books applies. "Young man, please remember to return the books promptly. Here is your ticket." "All right, thank you." Li Xiangnan nodded and accepted the library card, swiftly making his way to the reading room on the first floor, searching for books pertaining to medical studies. The category tags hung overhead, requiring his constant attention, so much so that he failed to notice when he bumped into someone. "Ouch, were you doing that on purpose?" "What are you following me for?" Lin Yue said, rubbing her shoulder, her face flushed. "Apologies, young lady, I too am in search of books. I am not following you. If you weren't following me, then how did you collide with me?" Lin Yue bit her lip in annoyance. All right, Yue, let us find our books quickly. Otherwise, we won't have enough time to read this afternoon." Liang Hui pulled her away. Li Xiangnan shook his head in resignation and intentionally moved several rows away. Finally locating a medical reference book in a corner, he found a copy of Clinical Medicine, Important Considerations, 1977 edition, and hurriedly settled into a spot to determine if it was the type of material he required. "Yue, let us hide in this corner. That rogue surely won't find us here. That guy is truly outrageous. He scares us, mocks us, and even bumped into you. It's as if we have some past grievance with him." As she perused the book, 2 individuals sat down across from her at a nearby table. Li Xiangnan lifted his head, feeling a sense of numbness. Their eyes met. Lin Yue's face reddened instantly, reaching all the way to her neck. Chapter 42. Unfamiliar encounters in the presence of others. Speaking ill of someone can lead to an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Lin Yue and Liang Hui, both scions of distinguished families, instinctively felt a profound awkwardness that made them wish they could burrow into the ground. Regardless of previous circumstances, it was undeniable that they had arrived later while the other party had been seated first, and here they were, disparaging him from behind. After a moment of astonished unease, Lin Yue grasped her friend Liang Hui's hand and mustered a semblance of a smile, exclaiming, "I take full responsibility for the remarks. Do not blame Liang Hui. I sincerely apologize." Noticing the girl's demeanor, which was both sincere and courageous, Li Xiangnan offered a faint smile and casually remarked, "It's not a significant matter. No need to fret." With that, he glanced briefly at the directory of clinical medicine, jotted down a few notes in his notebook, and then wandered over to the nearby bookshelf. As soon as he departed, Liang Hui's taut nerves relaxed, and with a lingering sense of dread, she exclaimed, "That terrified me. Why does he keep lingering around us? It's utterly excessive. Liang Hui, this time it's not him pursuing us, it's us pursuing him. Be cautious with your words, lest he overhears." Lin Yue pouted, her curiosity piqued as she peered at Li Xiangnan, who was searching for a book on the shelf. "Hey, Yue, which side are you on? Why are you defending him? Didn't you see how he mocked us earlier? He even frightened us at first, making me think there were indeed ghosts in broad daylight. My heart is still racing, and I dare not venture into less populated areas." Liang Hui lamented, clutching her chest in fear. "Haha, why have you become so timid?" Lin Yue stifled her laughter, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "You're one to talk. Your face turned pale with fright too. It's all his fault for ruining our good mood," Liang Hui retorted, opening a book on the table only to quickly close it, her voice trembling. "Yue, given what just transpired, why would you suggest we read something like strange stories from a Chinese studio? Do you not care that I'm still shaken? Sure, he is coming. Don't say a word. Lin Yue quickly kicked her friend under the table, lowering her head to feign interest in a novel, Uncle Tom's Cabin. Xiangnan, oblivious to their discussion, was engrossed in examining the clinical case studies he had procured. Unlike last time, he did not return the book immediately. Instead, he diligently noted the title in his notebook, set the book aside, and rose once more to seek additional volumes. Hey, Yue, what do you think he is up to? As soon as he left, the two girls resumed their conversation, their curiosity piqued by Xiangnan's actions. Let us just take a look. Lin Yue stood up, leaning over the table to glimpse the titles of the books he had previously handled, exclaiming in surprise, "It's a clinical medicine book. It appears quite professional. Could it be that he, like your sister, is a doctor?" Yang Hui inquired, her intrigue evident. I'm not certain. Perhaps he is merely a student with an interest in medicine. Lin Yue pouted and expressed her opinion. My sister definitely won't come to the library to read at noon. She's too busy. During lunchtime, she is catching up on her sleep because the patients are plentiful during work hours, and the doctors are all quite occupied. Perhaps it is merely a matter of interest, Liang Hui thought, yet she felt there was an inconsistency in Lin Yue's words. Shaking her head, but that doesn't seem right. How could there be such an old student? He must be in his 20s, right? Lin Yue shook her head. So what if he is? My fourth sister is 20 and just took the college entrance examination. He looks at most 21. He can't be that old. He might even be a university student. Oh, would you like to ask him which school he attends? Don't you also aspire to be a doctor? You both share the same interest. What do we call like-minded individuals? Lin Yue giggled, echoing her friend. Afterward, she quickly covered Liang Hui's mouth, noticing the serious gazes of those seated nearby, and whispered, Liang Hui, let us keep our voices down, sticking out her tongue. Liang Hui nudged her friend with her knee and suddenly smiled. Yue, didn't you once say that one must engage in combat to truly know someone? Does that mean we have a kind of acquaintance with this rogue? That has something said about heroes in the world. Ours is. Lin Yue pursed her lips and smiled. Perhaps it doesn't count. Her friend's words eased her tension, and when she glanced at Xiangnan again, her hostility had nearly dissipated, replaced by a scrutinizing gaze. This fellow had a buzz cut, exuding vitality, with sharp brows and bright eyes that sparkled like stars. Whenever he looked at someone, there was a flickering light in his eyes. His face was remarkably resolute, with features as sharply defined as if chiseled by a knife. His appearance was not only dignified but could even be described as handsome. As Lin Yue observed him, a wave of intense curiosity surged within her. She longed to discover why this guy was incessantly searching for books. Unbeknownst to Xiangnan, a pair of eyes was fixated upon him. He abandoned his previous method of simply picking a book to read, and instead flipped through each book he found on the shelf. If a book piqued his interest, he tucked it under his arm, repeating the process. Before long, he selected 2 more books and returned to his seat. Lin Yue swiftly withdrew her gaze, sitting obediently, and rummaged through her bag for a notebook, wishing to jot down some interesting quotes. However, after searching for quite some time without finding a pen, she poked Liang Hui beside her. Do you have a pen? Yue, you've asked the right person. I detest studying. How could I possibly bring a pen? Lin Yue shot her a look that conveyed the futility of the question, rolling her eyes before turning to Xiangnan. Hello, may I borrow your pen? Xiangnan, who was busy noting down the book titles, paused, glanced at the notebook, and seeing it was nearly complete, capped his pen and pushed it towards her, nodding refreshingly. Go ahead. Thank you. Lin Yue softly replied, only to feel a pinch at her waist. She grimaced and grabbed Liang Hui's hand. Why did you pinch me? That didn't even hurt. Stop fooling around. Let us keep it down. The people around us are noticing. Can't you see that the ones opposite us are also reading? Xiangnan listened intently, not missing a single word, and a faint smile crept across his lips. The trio exchanged glances for a while, and the atmosphere shifted from fervent to tranquil. Suddenly, Xiangnan slapped his forehead, lifted his gaze, and, unable to find a clock, turned to Lin Yue and inquired, My dear classmate, what time is it? 1:15. Lin Yue replied after glancing at her watch. No sooner had the words left her mouth than she heard Xiangnan exclaim, Oh no. He hastily gathered a few books, slung his bag over his shoulder, and hurried toward the door. What is wrong with him? Liang Hui asked curiously. How would I know? Lin Yue replied with a hint of disappointment, watching Xiangnan leave. She pouted slightly, feeling that he hadn't even had the chance to bid her farewell. With a heavy heart, she began to jot down a few lines, but suddenly realized she was still holding Xiangnan's pen. In a flurry, she closed her book, tucked it into her bag, and dashed toward the exit. Yue, what are you doing? Liang Hui exclaimed, taken aback. Without answering, Lin Yue rushed to the lending area, only to find that Li Xiangnan's figure had vanished. She swiftly made her way to the library entrance, and there she spotted him pushing a cart, darting out of the shed. Hey, you forgot your pin. The only response was the ringing bell as Li Xiangnan hurriedly alerted passersby, and his silhouette soon faded into the street. I must return the pin to him, otherwise he might think I am just a girl who takes advantage. Lin Yue thought anxiously. Quickly, a clever smile spread across her face as she turned back to the lending area, pretending to peruse the books just returned while discreetly glancing at the borrowing log. Noticing a teacher's scrutinizing gaze upon her, she cheerfully asked, "Excuse me, teacher, may I inquire the name of the individual who just borrowed the medical book?" Chapter 43. I will find you, classmate. Please refrain from inquiring about others' personal information. I am bound by a duty of confidentiality. It is impossible for me to divulge that. The librarian, noticing Lin Yue's gaze lingering on the registration book, swiftly covered it and, with displeasure, remarked, "What are you doing? Are you peeking? I've encountered many girls like you. Is it that you have taken a fancy to a handsome fellow simply because of his appearance? Is it really necessary to pry into his affairs? Focus on your studies. You are still so young." Lin Yue's cheeks flushed crimson, and she was rendered speechless, her thoughts stifled. Taking a deep breath, she playfully retorted, "If you won't let me see, then just don't. There is no need to berate me." With that, she turned away, concealing a hint of relief on her face, and playfully stuck her tongue out at Liang Hui, who was striding over, pulling her aside. "Yue, what are you up to? Why are you running so fast? Can I borrow your car? I left my fountain pen." Lin Yue reached for the pocket at Liang Hui's waist. Liang Hui dodged, surprised. "Yue, do you know where that person is? Why are you going to look for him?" Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Yue mischievously grinned. At the Hoshan Comb Machine Repair Factory Hospital, the doctor with the surname Li. "Wow, you managed to sneak a peek at the registration book?" Liang Hui admired, handing over the keys. "Unfortunately, I didn't see everything." Lin Yue took the keys, swiftly yanked her bag from Liang Hui's grasp, and clapped her on the shoulder. "Liang Hui, I'll be back shortly. If you're in a hurry, take the bus home. I will return the car to you tonight." With that, she turned and departed. "What if your mother asks about me? What should I say?" Liang Hui chased after her, but Lin Yue had already dashed to the other side of the carport. "Tell her I want to visit my fourth sister," Lin Yue called out, unlocking the car and leaping on, her long legs soaring as she encouraged herself, hoping she might catch up with him along the way. Meanwhile, Li Xiangnan hurried back to work, pedaling swiftly until he reached the unit. Noticing he had only half a minute left before his shift started, he hastened towards the emergency department, determined not to arrive late on his second day at work. Passing by Luo Dynaidi's office, he noticed it empty. Surmising that the fellow had likely been summoned to the factory, it seemed yesterday's events left quite a few after effects. "Dr. Li, why are you just getting back?" Ding Yuqiu inquired, glancing at the clock on the wall with surprise as Li Xiangnan entered, panting. "A bit of a situation delayed me, thankfully. I just made it in time." After catching his breath, he noticed the hour hand pointed to 1:30, feeling a slight relief as he smiled. "Thank you for the bicycle, Dr. Ding." He then stood up and placed the keys on the table with a flourish. Ding Yuqiu nodded, placing the keys into her bag, casually asking, "So, have you taken care of everything?" With a broad grin, Li Xiangnan replied with ease, "All done." "That is splendid." Ding Yuqiu smiled back, eager to inquire further, when Xiangnan cheerfully emerged from the inner room. "Ah, Dr. Li, you're back. Where have you been? You've kept Dr. Ding waiting all afternoon." She was peering out the window, worried something had happened at your home. As soon as Xiangnan spoke, Ding Yuqiu felt a sudden tightness in her chest. Li Xiangnan pressed his lips together, helplessly wiping the sweat from his forehead, and suddenly smiled, saying, "Is Dr. Ding eagerly awaiting my return? Or is she merely concerned about her bicycle? She values her own bicycle, you see." "Aha." Ding Yuqiu couldn't help but chuckle at his words, casting a grateful glance at Li Xiangnan, surprised that this fellow could be quite amusing at times. Xiangnan shot a disapproving glare at Ding Yuqiu, her expression one of disappointment, as if to say, "Dr. Ding, I am clearly speaking in your favor, and yet you are shamelessly laughing here. Oh, what a hopeless case." Zhu Zhu, resting her chin on her hands at the nurse's station, shook her head, feeling exasperated by Dr. Ding's foolishness. Indeed, it seems that women in love often appear the most naive. This saying holds true. Wang Qin also expressed her discontent. Just as they were sharing laughter, a sudden wail erupted from outside. a woman's voice both piercing and sorrowful. In an instant, due to their professional instincts, everyone, including Li Xiangnan, stood up abruptly. Help! Doctor! Doctor! Please, save my child. Bang! 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 Before Li Xiangnan and the others could react, a frantic knocking came at the door of Dr. Luo's first consultation room, followed by the voice of old Su from the front desk. Comrade, Dr. Luo is not here. Quickly, take her to the second consultation room. What has happened to this child? Upon hearing the commotion, Li Xiangnan had already darted around his desk towards the door, with Ding Yuqiu and 3 nurses hastily following suit. Just as the woman rushed in, they all collided at the entrance. Ouch! Zhu Zhu bumped into the open door and fell to the ground, while the woman also tumbled down. She hurriedly rushed over to help her up. Are you all right, ma'am? I'm fine. Doctor, please save my child. I beg you. The woman sobbed, her face streaked with tears and filled with anxiety, hardly noticing her own pain as she pushed her child forward. A child? Upon hearing the woman's words and seeing the child, Zhang Xinnan's expression turned serious, instantly amplifying her urgency. Although they were all dedicated doctors with a strong sense of responsibility, the factory hospital lacked a pediatric department, and they had no experience treating children. What happened? Quickly, tell us the specifics. Sensing the nurse's panic, Ding Yuqiu grasped the woman's shoulders and shook her gently. Calm down, please. Tell me what happened to the child. She fainted at home, and she started convulsing. What should I do, doctor? Will she die? Is my child going to be all right? The woman spoke in a frantic and distressed manner. Hearing this, Ding Yuqiu, Zhang Xiangnan, Zhu Zhu, and Wang Qin were all momentarily at a loss. Don't panic. Listen to me, everyone. Stay calm. At that moment, Li Xiangnan crouched down decisively, proclaiming, though the child is merely 8 or 9 years old, she has previously encountered situations where workers have convulsed and fainted. Let not anyone carry a burden of doubt. Treat her as a petite female worker and heed my instructions. Upon hearing this, Ding Yuqiu and Zhang Xiangnan exchanged glances. Instantly feeling reassured, Li Xiangnan wasted no time and approached the little girl, who appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old. He gently placed his hand on her forehead, then delicately touched her neck before finally resting his fingers on her wrist to check her pulse. After a few moments, he confirmed, it is a high fever with convulsions. A gasp of astonishment arose from the crowd. As if responding to his words, at that very instant, the little girl suddenly rolled her eyes back, her body trembling slightly, and the sound of her teeth chattering could be faintly heard. Yuandan, please wake up. The woman cried out in despair, completely losing her composure. Just then, the voice of Cui Xinjian echoed from the corridor. What is happening here? Little Li, I must say you are quite busy. However, before he could finish his sentence, he caught sight of the woman half sitting on the ground, cradling her child. His face turned pale as he dropped to his knees, frantically clutching his wife, Xiao Feng, and exclaimed, What has happened to Yuandan? The revelation that this woman was a relative of Clerk Cui astonished everyone. The coincidence was staggering. Without pausing to comfort Cui Xinjian's emotions, Li Xiangnan shouted, Silence. Follow my commands. Dr. Ding, fetch the sedative. Nurse Zhang, prepare the silver needles and sterilize them. Aye. She has bitten her tongue. She has bitten her tongue. Xiao Feng suddenly cried out in alarm. Stay calm, Li Xiangnan said, maintaining his composure as he pried open the girl's mouth and inserted his thumb. However, as soon as he did, a sharp crack echoed, followed by blood gushing from the corners of the girl's mouth. The sight rendered Zhu Zhu and Wang Qin pale, unable to suppress their gasps, their eyes wide with horror as tears threatened to spill. Ding Yuqiu and Zhang Xiangnan, rushing over, were equally struck dumb, their scalps tingling with fear. Witnessing Li Xiangnan's selfless determination to save the child despite his own pain, Cui Xinjian felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him, leaving him dazed for a moment. It wasn't until Li Xiangnan reassured him, the child will be all right, that he snapped back to reality. Realizing tears were streaming down his face. Administer the sedative. Dr. Ding, hurry. Understood. Ding Yuqiu, wiping her tears, swiftly injected the sedative into the girl's arm. Only then did Li Xiangnan lift the child into his arms, rushing towards the hospital bed while calling out, Bring the silver needles. Chapter 44. One wave after another. The tranquilizer, known in Western medicine as diazepam, is specifically designed to induce sedation and exhibits remarkable pharmacological effects in treating high fever seizures, such as those experienced by the young girl, Yuandan. After lying on the hospital bed for merely 2 minutes, the tremors began to subside under the influence of the medication, and the taut muscles of her face and neck gradually relaxed. The once tightly shut eyes of the little girl revealed a calming motion of her eyeballs beneath the lids. It worked. Ding Yuqiu wiped away the tears that had been prompted by fear, feeling a profound sense of relief. Xiangnan, Zhu, and Wang Qin also exhaled, while the woman, Xiaofeng, who had been gripping Cui Xinjian's arm tightly, swallowed nervously but appeared noticeably calmer. The child was saved. Cui Xinjian gently patted the back of his family member's hand, his elderly father's face still marked by the remnants of fear as he consoled his wife. His gaze towards Li Xiangnan still filled with guilt and gratitude. At that moment, his thumb was firmly clenched in the grip of his daughter, Yuan Dan. Dr. Li. Zhu, positioned opposite the bed, gently dabbed at the blood at the corner of the girl's mouth with a piece of gauze, struggling to look at the distressing sight. What should we do now? Ding Yuqiu tenderly stroked Yuan Dan's head, wiping the sweat from her forehead and neck, casting an inquiring glance at Li Xiangnan. It was evident that everyone present regarded him as their anchor of hope. No one dismissed his medical expertise simply because he had only just arrived. Please wait. Sensing the anxious gazes around him, Li Xiangnan furrowed his brow slightly, forcing a smile as he accepted the gauze from Zhu and gently pressed on the child's tightly clenched jaw. Xiaofeng, aware of the torment this doctor had just endured, expressed her gratitude. Dr. Li, thank you. If it weren't for you, Yuan Dan could have bitten her own tongue, and who knows what might have happened then. Xiaofeng, calm down. We must not add to the chaos for the doctors. They will surely do their utmost to save the child. Cui Xinjian, though anxious himself, understood the gravity of the situation and hurriedly comforted his wife. Saving lives must take precedence. They could not afford to create further disorder, especially with his beloved daughter lying on that bed. All right. Xiaofeng covered her mouth, tears resembling small beads rolling onto her hand, refraining from making any further sounds. Dr. Li. Cui Xinjian choked back tears several times, ultimately managing to utter 3 words. I beseech you. Li Xiangnan nodded with a smile, and at that moment, the child's jaw relaxed, allowing him to withdraw his finger from her mouth. Upon seeing the deep bite mark on his thumb, where it appeared the white bone was almost visible through the blood-stained wound, Ding Yuqiu, Xiangnan, Zhu, and Wang Qin all closed their eyes in sympathetic pain. Ding Yuqiu hastily grabbed an alcohol swab and reached out, intending to staunch the bleeding, while Xiangnan offered a bandage. Not yet. Li Xiangnan, disregarding his own injuries, waved his hand and ignited the alcohol lamp. Indeed, Xiangnan opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately nodded, placing the bandage into Dr. Ding's hands. She rushed over to light the alcohol lamp and pushed the small cart closer. Cui Xinjian and Wang Xiaofeng remained oblivious to his intentions, both holding their breath in anticipation. Although the sedative had been administered, the calming medication could only temporarily suppress the convulsions. I will utilize acupuncture to halt her spasms. That should suffice. Li Xiangnan explained carefully. Noticing the gazes of the crowd upon him, as they nodded in understanding, he withdrew a slender silver needle from the pouch, sterilizing it with the delicate flame of the alcohol lamp before gently inserting it into the little girl's Ren Zhong acupoint. Next, he proceeded to the Higu, Shixian, and Shaoshang acupoints. Ultimately, 4 elongated silver needles were embedded in the small Yuan Dan's body. Li Xiangnan then glanced at the wall clock, exhaling in relief. Dr. Ding, please rotate each needle for 2 minutes, then pause for 2 minutes, and repeat this cycle 3 times. Understood. Ding Yuqiu immediately complied, meticulously mimicking his technique in the rotation of the silver needles. With a slight exhalation, Li Xiangnan finally sank into a chair beside him. Dr. Li, let me assist you with the bandaging. Zhu approached, wiping away her tears as she found disinfectant cotton balls on the cart and carefully cleaned the blood from his wound. Li Xiangnan turned his head, smiling as he looked at Cui Xinjian and his wife. What happened with little Yuan Dan? Has she had a history of seizures? Is her fever frequent? The saying goes that the fingers are connected to the heart, and seeing him speak while gritting his teeth, everyone understood the agony he was enduring at his wound. Xiangnan could no longer bear to watch and hurried to assist Zhu with the treatment. Li Xiangnan's feigned nonchalance, insisting they not worry and focusing solely on saving the child, earned him Cui Xinjian's profound respect. The heartfelt admiration brought tears to his eyes again, and he wiped them with his sleeve, responding earnestly. Yuan Dan has had fainting spells since childhood. Back then, it was attributed to malnutrition. However, the seizures only occurred during fevers, never as severe as this. To be honest, young Dr. Li, I have never seen her like this. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan furrowed his brow. Has she been coughing lately? Have there been any other symptoms? Yes, just a couple of nights ago she had a cough. We thought nothing of it. Who would have guessed she would seize? Cui Shijian lamented, filled with regret. Previously, when the child had trouble eating, we took her to the hospital, and they said it was just a bit of food accumulation causing the cough. A little medication, and she improved. At that moment, Wang Xiaofeng regained her composure, wiping her tears as she said, Dr. Li, it is our fault. We thought this time would be like the others. Merely a common cold with fever and cough due to food accumulation. Yesterday, the child mentioned her head hurt a bit and vomited several times, even calling me her grandmother. I should have insisted her father take her to the hospital. The truth is, this child has always been frail and sickly. We have grown accustomed to it. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan's expression subtly shifted. Ding Yuqiu and several nurses, including Xiangnan, looked over with mild surprise. Dr. Li, what is it? High fever, convulsions, altered consciousness, excruciating headaches, accompanied by vomiting. These are symptoms of meningitis. Meningitis? Cui Xinjian murmured, panic-stricken. Is this illness serious? However, Ding Yuqiu and Zhang Xingnan had already turned pale. I ask you, is this indeed the child's first occurrence of convulsions? Li Xiangnan suddenly stood up, his gaze sharp as he directed it towards Wang Xiaofeng. Yes, I am absolutely certain it is my own child. Before she could finish, Li Xiangnan exclaimed, Dr. Ding, prepare penicillin. We cannot delay this. Quickly. Penicillin? Ding Yuqiu was taken aback, pondering the composition of the medication for a moment, her face contorting with concern as she exchanged glances with Zhang Xingnan and the others. But we do not have that medication in our hospital. Not available? Li Xiangnan's expression grew grave, his brow furrowed. Then where can we obtain it? Zhang Xingnan raised her hand, saying, the 301 hospital has it. I will find Dr. Lin and have her apply for it. Apply? By the time they finish the procedures at their hospital, how long will that take? There is no time. The hour following the convulsions is the optimal treatment window. If we miss that, Li Xiangnan shed his lab coat and dashed out. Dr. Ding, keep the child safe. I will return. Where are you going? Ding Yuqiu, having just finished with her acupuncture needles, called out anxiously. I am going to the 301 hospital. I will personally procure the medication. Li Xiangnan's voice faded down the corridor, leaving Cui Xinjian in a stunned silence, fearfully asking, Dr. Ding, what will happen to my child if we cannot get penicillin for the meningitis? Ding Yuqiu and the other nurses exchanged glances, silently lowering their heads. Although no answer was given, Cui Xinjian discerned the dire consequences from their expressions. As Li Xiangnan burst through the door, he suddenly realized he had forgotten to ask Dr. Ding for the bicycle keys and hurriedly turned back. Just as he was about to pivot, he spotted Lin Youei's anxious figure rushing towards him. Hey, I knew you would be here. You arrived just in time. Li Xiangnan grasped her handlebars, urging, get down quickly. I need to go to the 301 hospital to save someone. Lend me your bike for a moment. Lin Yuei, who had just been filled with joy, immediately changed her countenance, hastily dismounting and unhesitatingly relinquishing the bike to him. However, as Li Xiangnan mounted, she swiftly hopped back on. You go fast. Hurry. I will accompany you to save the person. I know the way. Trusting her intentions, Li Xiangnan stood up and pedaled furiously, racing with Lin Yuei out of the factory gates. Chapter 45. The Thoughts of a Woman. Do not guess. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of the 301 hospital, Master Tong, please prepare 2 steamed buns and a serving of minced eggplant, Lin Weiman requested, holding a lunchbox at the hospital window. After speaking, he fished out 20 cents from his pocket and handed it over. Here is the payment. Certainly. Director Lin, why are you so late today? Master Tong, who was serving at the window, evidently recognized this influential deputy chief of logistics. After handing over 2 buns, he generously scooped a generous ladle of minced eggplant into Lin's lunchbox. Oh, don't mention it. The hospital received supplies, and I went to assist with the unloading this morning. It exhausted me. Lin Weiman shook his head, placing a hand on his waist and grimacing slightly. You must eat well, for the sake of our hospital. You've worked hard. Master Tong respectfully jiggled his spoon and knocked on the metal basin, pushing the last bit of minced eggplant into the lunchbox. Director Lin, please don't be modest. There aren't many people left to eat, and you should have this last bit of delicacy. Thank you. Lin Weiman replied politely, smiling as he walked away. By now, it was already past 1 o'clock. He had just returned from outside and had missed the lunch rush. He hurried to the cafeteria and managed to catch the tail end of lunch service. The cafeteria was sparsely populated, with only a few groups of staff members, mostly those returning from fieldwork like him. As he searched for a seat, he turned around and spotted a familiar figure in the corner. His face brightened, and he hurried over. Xiao, what brings you here for lunch? Second brother? Lin Chujiao sighed with relief, pouting slightly. You finally made it back. Were you waiting for me? Did something happen? Lin Weiman asked. Startled by his sister's words as he quickly took a seat, his meal untouched, his gaze fixed anxiously on her. Go ahead and eat. I'm fine. I just came to deliver documents for the meeting, and I thought I'd check on you. But your colleagues informed me that you were out this morning. So I waited for a bit. When my stomach couldn't stand it any longer, I came here to eat. Lin Chujiao offered a brief explanation. I thought something was wrong. You scared me. Lin Weiman finally relaxed, chuckling as he picked up his chopsticks. Just as he took a bite of the minced eggplant, he glanced at his sister with a playful expression. What does that look for? Lin Chujiao asked, biting into her bun and glancing around before whispering. Tone it down a bit. Anyone who doesn't know might think you're unwell. Hey, I'm just enjoying a conversation with my sister. Who dares to say I'm making faces? You even know it's making faces? Hurry up and eat. However, Lin Weiman continued to eat with a smile, then inquired. So, did you wait outside my office during lunch? Yes, Lin Chujiao nodded, sensing her brother's curiosity and feigning ignorance. Did you happen to see Li Xiangnan? Lin Weiman asked eagerly. Li Xiangnan? What does he want with you? Is he looking for you? Upon hearing this, Lin Weiman let out a sigh of relief. Knowing that his sister had not encountered Li Xiangnan, Chujiao contemplated her impending divorce with a sense of complexity. Truthfully, the moment she beheld her sister, a starkly different figure from the past sprang to her mind. Hearing that her sister was waiting outside the office, an inexplicable worry arose within her about a potential confrontation between her and Li Xiangnan. His household registration has been processed. This task was entrusted to me by our father, and as soon as it was completed, the neighborhood office sent me here. I asked him to come and collect the documents. Lin Weiman explained, oblivious to the peculiar expression on his sister's face. You should eat some eggplant too. How can you only have a single steamed bun? It's not sufficient to only consume pickled vegetables. Observing the remnants of her lunchbox, which contained merely half a torn steamed bun and a small portion of pickled vegetables, Lin Weiman hurriedly pushed the lunchbox toward her. Lin Chujiao waved her hand dismissively, stating that she wasn't particularly hungry and suggesting that he, having exerted himself in the morning, should eat some meat for nourishment. Just eat a little. The lunch period has ended. And Chef Tong just called me with so much food that I cannot finish it. Please help me out. Only then did Lin Chujiao take a few bites, lapsing into silence. What is the matter? Halfway through the meal, Lin Weiman noticed his sister had grown distant again, her brow furrowed in thought. Second brother. Lin Chujiao cut to the chase, inquiring whether he had been in frequent contact with Li Xiangnan, implying a close relationship. It was indeed their father who had asked him to handle the household registration, but shouldn't he inform her of any developments? Had she not asked? Would he have concealed this matter from her indefinitely? Why did they keep everything from her, making her feel like an outsider? Lin Weiman quickly waved his hands in denial, insisting that was not the case. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he considered his three sisters, Lin Muyu, Lin Chujiao, and the ever-perturbed Lin Yue. These three were his Achilles heel, and he feared them deeply. Seeing his sister's fluctuating emotions, he felt compelled to explain, since you were ultimately divorcing Li Xiangnan. Discussing him in your presence could affect your mood. I am merely considering your future. Whether it affects me is my concern. Whether you mention it is yours, that's a matter of attitude. Lin Chujiao retorted coldly. Oh, you are now lecturing me. Fine, I understand. I promise to inform you of anything regarding Li Xiangnan from now on, all right? Lin Weiman solemnly declared. Although it seemed a serious matter, inexplicably, he felt a sense of relief. It appeared that his sister's feelings for Li Xiangnan were perhaps not as frigid as he had surmised. There might indeed be some affection involved. That's better. Lin Chujiao finished the last morsel of her bun, clapped her hands, and closed the lunchbox. You, at times, are utterly incomprehensible. What do you truly think? Lin Weiman shook his head with a wry smile. Just remember, don't try to guess a woman's thoughts. Lin Chujiao smirked slightly, glancing around before asking, by the way, where is my sister? Those from her department mentioned that she was absent from work and had not dined in the cafeteria at noon. Lin Weiman instinctively remarked. Perhaps she has gone to the repair factory hospital. The repair factory hospital? I recall Mother mentioning that she was merely an auxiliary doctor there, and her time spent on field duty was infrequent. Yet, her colleagues had stated that my sister had not reported for work that morning. Li Xiangnan is there. Lin Weiman said, biting into a steamed bun as he looked at her. What? What did you say? Li Xiangnan is at the repair factory hospital? Why didn't you inform me about his assignment there? Is my sister aware of this? Yes. Upon seeing Lin Chujiao's slightly agitated demeanor, Lin Weiman could only press his lips together in acknowledgement. She knows? My sister is aware that he is at the repair factory and still goes there? What does she mean by that? Lin Chujiao's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, and she quickly wiped the corners of her eyes as she stood up. So, second brother, you and third sister have been secretly associating with him, maintaining a close relationship with Li Xiangnan, haven't you? What are you talking about? Didn't I just explain? It was to protect your future. Lin Weiman responded. You mentioned he was new to Yanjing, unfamiliar with the surroundings. If you and I do not care for him, who would? I refrained from telling you to avoid complications. Please do not be angry. Lin Weiman hastily grasped her arm. Second brother. Lin Chujiao brushed his hand away, wiping her tears as she declared, I have stated before that I do not wish to be kept in the dark. Your willingness to share or withhold information reflects your attitude. Why is it that I am always the last to know about everything? Is this appropriate? You are being unreasonable. With that, she turned away from her brother, hurriedly picking up her lunchbox and departing in haste. Fourth sister, I apologize. Lin Weiman called out, twitching his mouth and clicking his tongue. This is a disaster. I must quickly contact Miyu to discuss this matter. Outside, Lin Miyu stormed out of the cafeteria, fuming over being kept in the dark by her second and third siblings. Suddenly, she noticed Li Xiangnan cycling towards the office building with Lin Yue in tow. Lin Yue? Even if my second and third siblings concealed matters from me, when did you, my younger sister, become so close to Li Xiangnan? You were sharing a ride with him? Witnessing this scene left Lin Chujiao utterly stunned. Chapter 46. A roadblock. The cafeteria is situated to the left of the hospital's main entrance, adjacent to the courtyard wall. Lin Chujiao observed as Li Xiangnan and Lin Yue circumvented the outpatient department, heading toward the administrative office building at the back, causing a mix of frustration and anxiety within her. Hadn't that fellow already visited her second brother at noon? Why was he returning at this hour? And with his younger sister on the same bicycle no less? For reasons unknown, a twinge of jealousy surged within her, compelling her to hasten after them. Dr. Li, where would you like to go first? I am somewhat familiar with this area. Allow me to guide you. On their way, Lin Yue hesitated to inquire further and gathered only that the factory hospital's emergency department had treated a young girl whose required medication was unavailable at their facility. Thus, Dr. Li had decided to come to the 301 hospital to procure the necessary drugs. Let us head to the logistics department first. Li Xiangnan parked his bicycle in the shelter behind the outpatient department and quickly ascended the stairs in a few strides. The logistics department? Isn't my second brother working there? Lin Yue paused, her steps faltering. This could lead to trouble. If he discovered she was not at the library this afternoon, would he inform their mother? How could she explain her absence from studying in the library to mingle with a stranger? Yet, a newfound resolve washed over her. Humph. I am accompanying Dr. Li to save a life. As the saying goes, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. This is indeed a noble endeavor. With this thought, Lin Yue steeled herself and dashed forward, unafraid. However, just a few steps in, she collided with someone around the corner. Before she could utter a sound, her wrist was firmly grasped. Are you all right? Li Xiangnan's sunny visage radiated concern. I'm fine. Lin Yue's heart raced, and she avoided meeting his gaze. Lowering her head, suddenly aware that her wrist was still firmly held, her cheeks flushed. Just as she was about to speak, her wrist was released, prompting her to exclaim, Hey, where are you going? No time. The person I need to find should still be away. This matter is not troublesome. I'll head directly to the pharmacy department. Li Xiangnan waved his hand and dashed toward the entrance. Lin Yue stood momentarily dazed. While relieved at the prospect of avoiding Lin Weiman, she felt an inexplicable urgency. Dr. Li, do you know anyone at the pharmacy department? She hurriedly chased after him. What? Don't know anyone? Can they really disregard a life just because of that? If I don't know someone, how can I obtain the medicine? Li Xiangnan rushed down the stairs, making his way back into the outpatient building through the back door. Wait for me. Lin Yue panted, hands on her hips. After catching her breath for a moment at the base of the stairs, she hurriedly followed him. Seeing Li Xiangnan ascend the stairs, Lin Yue stopped the passing nurse. Excuse me, could you tell me what floor the pharmacy department is on and its location? Second floor. West side. Thank you. Lin Yue smiled and waved her hand, quickly chasing to the stairway. Upon seeing the long flight of steps, she felt momentarily disoriented but gritted her teeth and pressed on. Spotting Li Xiangnan heading in the opposite direction, she hastily called out, "Dr. Li, over here, this way." She pointed towards the sign for the pharmacy department, beckoning him back. In her haste, she had lost her bearings. Li Xiangnan apologized, but did not pause in his stride. "I can see that you are quite worried about the child. Dr. Li will be fine. With your assistance, Xiao Yuan and will surely be out of danger," Lin Yue said earnestly. Li Xiangnan smiled faintly, offering no reply, as he hurriedly sought the appropriate department. At that moment, Lin Chujiao had quietly observed the two ascend the stairs and had followed them to the stairway but did not step out. Instead, she stood by the corridor, watching them scurry about in search of someone. What are they doing? She furrowed her brow, puzzled by the actions of Li Xiangnan and Lin Yue. Here, Lin Yue pointed to a bustling transparent windowed office where individuals were constantly moving in and out with supplies, detaining Li Xiangnan. Upon glancing up, she noticed that the sign for the pharmacy department was indeed missing, having been affixed to the open door. No wonder he had been unable to locate it. The pharmacy department oversees the distribution of medications within the hospital and is the superior entity to the dispensary, so obtaining penicillin necessitates their negotiation. "Comrade." Li Xiangnan nodded at Lin Yue and quickly approached the window. "Excuse me, is your department head available? I need to discuss something with him." "Director Wang, someone is looking for you," a staff member called out, and shortly thereafter, a tall, slender figure emerged from within. Upon seeing him, Li Xiangnan promptly extended his hand. Striving to keep his tone composed and calm, "Director Wang, good day. I am from the factory hospital, and we have a young girl who has contracted meningitis. However, our hospital currently lacks penicillin. Since our factory hospital is not a designated support unit for the 301 hospital, I was wondering if I could take the medication back for the patient first. I will return later to complete the application procedures. The child is in a critical state, and without this antibiotic, she may suffer seizures again, potentially causing irreversible brain damage. You needn't try to frighten me with the patient's condition. Your little factory hospital cannot possibly encounter as many patients in a day as we do at the 301. Why say so much? People die in hospitals every day. I cannot bend the rules for you. Please understand." Before Li Xiangnan could finish, Director Wang's curt reply silenced him. His words were devoid of empathy, causing Lin Yue, filled with righteous indignation, to widen her eyes in disbelief. "Hey, how can you speak like that? What do you mean by people die every day? Aren't you a doctor? Can you truly just stand by and watch a life slip away? We never said we wouldn't complete the application. It's just that the situation is urgent. Is it too much to ask for the medication first? Is this what a white angel would say?" From a distance, Lin Chujiao silently grasped the door frame, her heart slightly racing, evidently stirred by the unfolding emotions. Observing the furious Lin Yue, Li Xiangnan quietly pulled her behind him. In response, Director Wang coldly smiled. "Comrade, what kind of place do you think a hospital is? Birth, aging, illness, and death are experiences everyone encounters. In this place, on a high-traffic day, over 100 lives are lost. It seems that everyone disregards the rules, all eager to obtain medication from me. What would become of our medical department in such chaos? Especially for precious medications like penicillin, it is utterly impossible to simply hand them over at your behest. Without proper procedures, even with sympathy for the little girl you mentioned, I cannot make exceptions. Please be mindful of your words. You are truly heartless." All right, miss, perhaps you should temper your words." Li Xiangnan gently nudged Lin Yue's arm, swiftly intervening. He turned to Section Chief Wang with a warm smile. "I apologize. We have been rather anxious. May I inquire who I should approach to procure the medication?" "Seek Director Miao. If he approves, I shall fetch it for you immediately," replied Section Chief Wang. "Isn't this an egregious imposition? Must I consult the director merely to obtain medication? Is this a deliberate obstacle?" Lin Yue exclaimed, her frustration boiling over as she perceived an intentional trap set for her. "Very well, comrade. Thank you." Section Chief Wang chuckled lightly, noting, "Director Miao's office is on the 5th floor." Li Xiangnan merely smiled and nodded, turning to lead Lin Yue away. "Dr. Li, how could you remain so composed after their outrageous behavior? How can such individuals hold positions in 301 hospital and even become section chiefs? It baffles me," Lin Yue protested, her cheeks flushed with indignation, ignoring the grip on her wrist. Section Chief Wang's reasoning is sound. There is little he can do, Li Xiangnan reassured her. "Now, let us not dwell on anger. Our priority is to obtain the medicine to save lives, not to squander time here. Let us proceed to find the director." "Are you truly going to seek out the director? He is clearly trying to hinder you." Lin Yue stamped her foot, exasperated, as she hurried after him. Lin Chujiao emerged from the restroom, glancing at the two ascending the stairs before looking towards the medical department, silently clenching her palms. Chapter 47, Li Xiangnan? Isn't he my brother-in-law? Dean Miao, all departments have been notified. The meeting will commence promptly at 2:15. Secretary Xiao Wang knocked on the door, respectfully greeting while holding a folder. Miao Jijian nodded, glanced at his watch, and said, "All right, boil 2 kettles of water and prepare tea with Xiaoli and the others. This meeting about the medical support to the countryside will take quite some time. You go ahead and prepare. I will join you shortly." Understood, Dean. The secretary nodded and turned to leave, only to find a man and a woman standing at the door. Instinctively, she asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Who else could it be?" "Dean Miao." Lin Yue pouted, her face filled with annoyance. Li Xiangnan tugged at her arm, his face beaming with a smile as he glanced into the room. "Comrade, we are here to see Dean Miao. Would you kindly step aside? The dean has an important meeting and cannot be disturbed." The secretary shook her head, instinctively blocking the two, assuming they meant no good. "Let them in." Miao Jijie capped his pen and turned his authoritative gaze toward the door. Lin Yue brushed the secretary aside, displeased. "Why does everyone in your hospital act like roadblocks? It's so difficult to get anything done." Li Xiangnan shot her a knowing glance and addressed the secretary. "My apologies, comrade. My friend here is just a bit impatient." The secretary's annoyance was evident as she glared at Lin Yue, her frustration tempered by the presence of Dean Miao, preventing her from losing her temper. "What are you staring at? Am I wrong? I never even said we were here to see the dean about anything specific, yet you obstruct us. What if it were a matter of life and death? Can you bear that responsibility?" Lin Yue retorted, refusing to back down. Miao Jijie couldn't help but chuckle. "All right. Xiao Wang, you may go about your duties." "Yes." The secretary respectfully straightened up and exited the room. "Comrade, why the frown?" Once she left, Miao Jijie checked his watch and turned to the two with a warm smile. The 18 or 19-year-old girl appeared to be a well-protected young lady, brimming with a sense of justice, likely frustrated by her experience at the hospital. Otherwise, she wouldn't harbor such grievances. The other young man, however, displayed a greater composure, understanding the nuances of social interactions and always shielding the girl. Miao Jijie glanced at Lin Yue's adorably indignant expression and then turned his attention to Li Xiangnan. "Young man, if your companion remains silent, you must speak. I truly have a meeting soon, and your time is limited." "I am not." Upon hearing this, Lin Yue's cheeks flushed instantly, and she instinctively retorted. But seeing Li Xiangnan suppressing a smile as he looked at her, her voice trailed off. She was reluctant to admit she was his girlfriend, yet a part of her seemed to hope for that very notion, unable to bring herself to dispel the truth. Li Xiangnan found the situation amusing, yet knew this was not the time for such matters. The urgent priority was still the penicillin issue. "Director Miao, I hope you will forgive my boldness in approaching you. I come seeking a remedy. I am an emergency physician at the Hongshanka Machinery Repair Factory, and after lunch, a young girl was brought into our department. Thus, I hastily divulged the situation regarding Xiao Yuan's convulsions. Therefore, I respectfully request your permission to retrieve the medication to save her life, and I will subsequently submit a formal request to the hospital to borrow the necessary drugs. If the patient does not receive timely treatment, she risks severe neurological damage from meningitis." Upon hearing this, Miao Jijie nodded thoughtfully and cast a penetrating gaze at Li Xiangnan. "So, you, knowing full well the potential consequences of breaching protocol, still unhesitatingly sought out medication for a stranger in need?" "Director Miao, this transcends the matter of familiarity. It is a question of a life at stake. The child is so young, so deserving of compassion." Li Xiangnan met the director's gaze earnestly, pleading for assistance. "Young man," Miao Jijie replied with an air of indifference, "what if I told you that I cannot assist you? How can you say that, director? This is a critical moment for saving a life. We have poured our hearts out in conversation, and you respond with a refusal. I truly question how you came to hold the position of a hospital director, lacking a heart for saving lives. Can you truly lead the hospital in advancing healthcare under such circumstances?" Lin Yue, overhearing this exchange, erupted in anger, pointing accusatorily at Miao Jijie. "What kind of director are you? If you cannot act with compassion, I would be a better choice. At least I understand that saving lives is the physician's sacred duty. I entered medical school to become a good doctor and to rectify the corruption among you." Miao Jijie clenched his jaw, feeling the sting of embarrassment. It was rare for someone so much younger to speak to him in such a manner, and he felt a burning discomfort on his face. Hey, young lady, please calm down. Allow me to speak." Li Xiangnan, unaware of Lin Yue's fiery temperament, hurriedly attempted to restrain her on the sofa. What more is there to say? He has already made his position clear. Young lady, may I have a chance to speak? Please, remain calm. Xiangnan firmly grasped Lin Yue's struggling hand and nodded emphatically. All right, fine. With both her hands held captive. Lin Yue blushed fiercely and bowed her head, desperately trying to free herself, only to find that her movements tightened his grip further. Director Miao. Without regard for Lin Yue's feelings, Xiangnan pressed on. The rules are rigid, but human lives are dynamic. Since the 301 hospital is a designated support unit for our factory's hospital, in such urgent circumstances, we must establish an alternative emergency protocol, distinct from the standard application process. Otherwise, adhering strictly to bureaucratic procedures not only hampers the advancement of healthcare but also poses significant risks to the safety and well-being of the populace. Miao Jijia's eyes brightened, and he straightened his expression, re-evaluating the young man before him. We are the vanguards of frontline medical care. If, in our quest to save lives, we allow institutional constraints to stifle our passion and resolve, how can we hope to revitalize the healthcare system in the future? How can we ensure the happiness of the people? Miao Jijie gazed at Xiangnan in astonishment, utterly taken aback by the profoundness of his words, leaving him momentarily speechless and deeply reflective. Director Miao, I sensed that there were still some thoughts left unspoken, am I correct? Xiangnan remarked with a smile as he rose to his feet. Beside him, Lin Yue, equally astonished by Xiangnan's utterance, slowly stood up. Her gaze not directed at Director Miao, but rather at the profile of this young man, who, though he belonged to the machinery repair department, possessed a heart dedicated to the entire medical profession. Goodness, he is so handsome, not just in appearance, but in spirit as well, she thought, amused. Haha, young man, you speak wisely. Miao Jijie quickly inscribed a line on his notebook, tearing off the page in one swift motion. What I intended to convey is that if you provide me with a compelling reason to bypass the rules, I would assist you. However, it appears that such justification is now unnecessary. You have genuinely surprised me, and I am willing to help you. As well as that little girl whom I have yet to meet. That is wonderful. Director Miao, you truly are a kind-hearted person. Lin Yue exclaimed joyfully. You little rascal. Were you not just scolding me a moment ago? Miao Jijie chuckled. That was different. It was all a misunderstanding. Lin Yue's cheeks flushed a charming red. Please hand this note to Chief Wang of the pharmacy department. He will assist you in procuring a box of penicillin. Miao Jijie approached, solemnly presenting the note to Xiangnan and shaking his hand. You mentioned you are a doctor in the emergency department of the machinery repair factory. May I ask your name? I am Xiangnan. Thank you, Director Miao. I shall take my leave now. Xiangnan? Miao Jijie repeated, glancing at Lin Yue, who stood there, equally astonished. He smiled, turning back towards his desk to jot down the name. What are you doing? Aren't you leaving? As Xiangnan reached the door, he turned back to see Lin Yue still standing there in a daze, quickly pulling her wrist to usher her out. Clatter. A series of hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, prompting Xiangnan to glance over, catching a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure. Who was that? He paused, feeling as though he recognized the person. Lin Yue lowered her gaze, rolling up the sleeve that had been grasped by the broad palm of Xiangnan, her eyes piercingly fixed on this young man. Could he be my brother-in-law? For reasons unknown, the flutter of excitement in Lin Yue's heart suddenly waned at that moment. What is the matter? We're about to get the medicine. Why aren't you happy? Come on, let us go. Oblivious to her inner turmoil, Xiangnan patted her and hurriedly dashed down the stairs. Chapter 48. How lively it is in the Lin family. How should I explain this to Xiao Qiao? Why couldn't she absorb what I just said? No, she was upset earlier. Her emotions were already heightened. Perhaps once she calms down, I can have Mu Yu speak to her, and perhaps the knot in her heart won't feel so tight anymore. Having had his fill in the cafeteria, Lin Weiman was picking his teeth as he strolled towards the administrative office building, his mind preoccupied with the incident that had upset his fourth sister. He realized he shouldn't conceal everything from her. Given her straightforward and earnest nature, she would only become more obstinate. Lin Weiman resolved that henceforth, he should discuss matters concerning Xiangnan with her more often, lest he be accused of harboring a problematic attitude. Xiao Qiao is right. Women's thoughts are indeed difficult to decipher. They are on the brink of divorce, yet why must she concern herself with Xiangnan? Isn't it just adding to the frustration? Scratching his head, Lin Weiman discarded the toothpick and reached the base of the office building. He noticed the elderly gentleman at the reception fiddling with the coal stove to boil water and approached him to offer a cigarette, standing by the door to smoke himself. The old man reminded him that the young man who had come over during lunch seemed to have returned again. He was taken aback. And just as he was about to take a few puffs, he saw Li Xiangnan and Lin Yue hurriedly exiting through the back door of the clinic, racing towards the bike shed. What? Li Xiangnan? Lin Yue? How did they end up together? The sight of these two startled Lin Weiman. And by the time he regained his composure, they were already riding away, one pedaling and the other seated behind, disappearing into the distance. Damn it. Lin Weiman tossed the cigarette aside and hurried down the steps, calling out, Xiaoli, Yue, but the two were evidently in a hurry. Li Xiangnan even stood up on the pedals, as if eager to leave. After calling out 3 or 4 times, their bicycles only sped away faster, and before long, they vanished from view. Stunned, Lin Weiman stood with his mouth agape, hands on his hips, speechless. What were these two up to? It was utterly baffling. His mind was rife with suspicion, a burning curiosity consuming him. Earlier, Li Xiangnan had come to collect household registration materials, and he had also encountered his fourth sister, who was dining in the cafeteria after delivering meeting materials, only to now find his younger sister with Li Xiangnan. What a peculiar connection. Why can't our family seem to escape Li Xiangnan? Still puzzled, he took out another cigarette and lit it, but even after smoking for a while, he couldn't piece together how his sister ended up with Li Xiangnan. Perhaps it's best not to dwell on it. I'll find out tonight when I return home. Extinguishing the cigarette, he turned to head upstairs, only to be met with the sight of Lin Chujiao standing behind him. Her expression one of deep melancholy. What? Xiao, why are you still here? Didn't you go to deliver the meeting materials? Lin Weiman was astonished. Humph. If I had left the cafeteria immediately, how would I have witnessed such a dramatic scene? Lin Chujiao crossed her arms coldly. What? Lin Weiman was momentarily taken aback as he watched Li Xiangnan depart with Lin Yue. Suddenly enlightened, he exclaimed, Xiao, did you see those two? What brings them here? How did they end up together? No, how did they collide? Don't ask me. I have no answers for you, Lin Chujiao retorted, her demeanor radiating an air of aloofness as she fixed her gaze firmly on her second brother. How could I possibly know? Lin Weiman chuckled awkwardly. Feeling unnerved under her scrutinizing stare, he pulled her toward the shade and raised his hand, declaring, I swear, I genuinely have no idea. I was just perplexed as to why my little sister was with the Xiangnan. Otherwise, I wouldn't have rushed out in astonishment to chase after them. You truly have no clue? Lin Chujiao narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within them. I have sworn an oath. Would I lie? Lin Weiman's eyes darted around. And with a sheepish grin, he inquired, Xiao, what did you see? What were they here for? Though Lin Chujiao's expression remained frosty, her demeanor softened slightly as she elaborated. He came here to fetch medicine for a little girl in need. Fetch medicine? Lin Weiman was momentarily stunned before responding. Isn't that something you could handle? Why did he rush over himself? Surely, a request for medication would suffice. Humph. Lin Chujiao cast a disdainful glance at her brother. Are all the people in your hospital as rigid as you? Your perspective is merely dogmatic. If they had followed protocol, that poor girl's condition would have deteriorated. Realizing she had inadvertently echoed something she had heard from Li Xiangnan in the director's office, she felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her. Is it that urgent? Lin Weiman sensed the gravity of the situation. They indeed needed to procure the medication swiftly. Suddenly, he inhaled sharply, looking up with urgency. Do you know if he got it? What medication did he obtain? He did, penicillin. Lin Chujiao observed her brother's demeanor and recognized his genuine ignorance of the situation. No wonder. The production of this medication had been affected in recent years and had only been made available at major hospitals nationwide at the beginning of this year. It was a rare antibiotic. Their hospital certainly did not have it. No wonder he was so anxious. Upon hearing that the medication had been secured, Lin Weiman felt a wave of relief wash over him, chuckling. Old Lu from the communications office just mentioned that Li Xiangnan came back to the building, probably unable to find me, and went off to seek someone else. Wait, that is odd. Who was he seeking for the medication? Apart from me. He knows no one here. Humph. If he were to wait for your return, he would be left in vain. He didn't even ascend to the upper floors. He exited straight away. He headed directly to the outpatient pharmacy, and naturally, your section chief, Wang, wouldn't bypass the rules to provide him with the medicine. So, he went straight to the director. Lin Chujiao followed closely behind them, thoroughly aware of their movements. Haha, that's just his character. Once he sets his mind on something, he will see it through. Just like your own tenacity, Xiao. Lin Weiman burst into laughter, a mixture of astonishment and joy washing over him. Humph, as if you know him so well. Lin Chujiao shot a glance at her second brother. Upon noticing a flicker of delight on his sister's otherwise frosty face, Lin Weiman paused, then inquired, "What is going on with you, little sister? Isn't Shelly at the factory hospital? Has she ventured to the machine repair plant as well? If you're so curious, why don't you ask her when you get home tonight?" Lin Chujiao replied, heading toward the bike shed to unlock her bicycle. "Are you not the least bit curious?" Lin Weiman chuckled softly. "Humph, why would I be curious at all?" Lin Chujiao retorted as she mounted her bicycle and sped off. "Xiao, why are you in such a hurry? Let us talk a little longer," Lin Weiman exclaimed anxiously. Waving her hand dismissively, Lin Chujiao replied, "I'm not like you. I have several documents to deliver to various hospitals. I'm off." As he watched his sister depart, Lin Weiman pinched his brow, a sudden amusement bubbling within him. His third sister, Lin Muyu, was constantly visiting the factory hospital, while his younger sister, Lin Yue, had struck up a connection with Li Xiangnan. Now, it seemed that the original partner, Xiao, was also reluctant to let go. "What a lively household we have in the Lin family," he mused, shaking his head as he ascended the steps. Chapter 49, that young manly, truly fortunate in love in the conference room of the 301 hospital. Director Miao Jijia had already taken the central seat as various departmental heads settled in. Amidst the cacophony, he remained oblivious, fixated on a few lines inscribed in his notebook. The implementation of a dual medication system, separating routine applications from urgent demands, creating two genuinely feasible approval protocols. Acknowledging the needs of frontline staff. Listening attentively to the requests of clinical physicians, particularly constructive suggestions from the General Emergency Department. Dr. Li Xiangnan from the Repair Factory's Emergency Department. These were the insights he had noted after acquiescing to Dr. Li's request for an exception in obtaining medication, highlighting the essence of their conversation. He sensed that this young factory doctor possessed profound insights into clinical medicine and a deep understanding of the healthcare sector, perhaps surpassing his own. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned his secretary. When the secretary leaned in, he whispered, "Xiao Wang, immediately call the Repair Factory Hospital and request Comrade Lin Muyu to return. Inform her that I have matters to discuss." The mention of the factory startled Secretary Xiao Wang momentarily. Yet the images of a domineering man and a gentle woman flashed in his mind. Although puzzled, he promptly responded, "Yes, Director. I will go at once." He swiftly organized the seating of the department heads before exiting the conference room. Meanwhile, Li Xiangnan, racing back to the factory with Lin Yue, sped past the entrance. The gatekeeper, Mr. Qin, engrossed in his newspaper, caught a glimpse of Li with the enchanting young lady, nearly dropping his paper in shock. He hurried outside, watching their figures depart, exclaiming that Li fellow is indeed fortunate in love. This morning, Dr. Lin prepared breakfast, and now he has returned with a stunning beauty. TSK. Li Xiangnan, oblivious to Mr. Qin's musings, brought his bicycle to a halt at the hospital entrance, dismounting with a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to enter, he noticed Lin Yue, her face flushed, seemingly attempting to alleviate discomfort. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Lin Yue's face turned crimson, reaching the nape of her neck as she hastily waved her hands. "I'm fine. It's just that you rode too fast. The bumps nearly jostled me apart." How could I not feel pain? Yet, she felt too bashful to voice her discomfort, quietly rubbing her back and lowering her gaze. "Then I shall head inside." "Thank you. By the way, I don't even know your name." "I owe you one." I'm Lin Yue." The young girl smiled shyly, her happiness evident. "Then I will go in." "Go on, quickly. Saving lives is paramount." Lin Yue lifted her head, raising her delicate fist, encouraging, "Go for it, Dr. Lin." Indeed, Li Xiangnan, trusting her sincerity, held his bag close to his heart and briskly entered the hall. At this moment, Lin Yue abruptly lowered the stretcher, bouncing and skipping to the shade of a nearby tree, rubbing her behind and exclaiming, "Oh dear, my backside is all numb." Meanwhile, as Li Xiangnan ascended the steps, he spotted Assistant Cui at the foot of the stairs, secretly wiping away tears. Hearing the footsteps, Cui Xinjian looked up, and upon seeing the tall figure before him, he sprang to his feet, anxiously inquiring, "The medicine, did you bring it?" Li Xiangnan responded with an easy smile, raising his shoulder back. "Yes, indeed. Wonderful." Cui Xinjian's lips quivered several times, and tears of joy streamed down his face. "Let's go." Li Xiangnan patted his shoulder, comforting him as they returned to the emergency room. Dr. Li. Upon hearing the footsteps, Ding Yuqiu, Zhang Xinan, Zhu Zhu, and Wang Qin, who were gathered around the bedside, turned their hopeful gazes towards him. Wang Xiaofeng stood up nervously, her eager eyes darting towards Cui Xinjian, as if hesitant to confirm whether the medicine had indeed been procured. Dr. Li has retrieved the medicine. Cui Xinjian entered, excitement evident in his voice. That's splendid. A chorus of cheers erupted in the emergency room, with Zhu Zhu and Wang Qin even embracing one another in tears. Ding Yuqiu wiped her eyes, filled with both joy and gratitude, saying, Dr. Li, you have worked hard. Little Yuandan is saved. Yes. Li Xiangnan handed her the bag, instructing, inside, there is a box of penicillin with 8 vials. Quickly administer one to little Yuandan and monitor her condition. If there are no seizures within 24 hours, a second dose will not be necessary. I understand. Ding Yuqiu solemnly accepted the bag, and noticing his inquiring gaze, she promptly added, Dr. Li, I will perform the skin test immediately. This test assesses for any potential allergic reactions to penicillin. Good. Li Xiangnan nodded, making his way to the sink to wash his face. Zhu Zhu hurried over with a towel, admiringly saying, Dr. Li, you are truly magnificent. Ah, come now, you flatter me. Li Xiangnan accepted the towel with a smile. Laughter erupted among the surrounding women, none finding Zhu Zhu's comment misplaced. Even Wang Qiaofeng, the older woman, nodded in gratitude and remarked, Dr. Li, you are a good doctor. Truly. Cui Xinjian opened his mouth several times, not knowing whether it was due to nervousness or excitement, and struggled to find words for a while. There's no need to worry. Li Xiangnan took a sip from the cup of water Wang Qin offered, approaching him with a reassuring pat. Meningitis has been treated in time, and there are no major issues. Just ensure you rest well, and everything will be fine. The factory clinic has me here. Dr. Li, having you as our factory doctor is a true blessing. Cui Xinjian choked out. Ding Yuqiu was currently administering the skin test to little Yuan, and when she exchanged glances with several nurses, fully understanding the weight of Cui Xinjian's words. Indeed, we are fortunate to have Dr. Li here. When the child had a seizure, I was utterly panicked. If our home hadn't been so close to the factory, I dread to think what might have happened. Wang Qiaofeng, with tears glistening in her eyes, spoke softly. Cui Xinjian embraced his beloved, offering silent comfort. After a few minutes of skin testing, an allergy was confirmed, yet fortunately, little Yuandan exhibited no rejection of allergic symptoms. Ding Yuqiu promptly administered penicillin to the child. In the ensuing minutes, everyone, including Li Xiangnan, fixated intently on the fragile figure resting in the hospital bed. Soon, her eyelids fluttered, and she gradually opened her eyes. First encountering a stranger, then turning to her father and asking, Daddy, Mommy, where am I? A collective sigh of relief swept through the room. Wang Qiaofeng's anxious heart finally found solace, and she burst into tears. Cui Xinjian, overwhelmed, sank to his knees, grasping his family member's hand, and tearfully exclaimed, Dr. Li, you are our savior. Indeed, Dr. Li, you are our benefactor. Wang Qiaofeng echoed, descending to the floor alongside her husband, bowing deeply in gratitude. No, no. Brother Cui, old Cui, what are you doing? Quickly, get up. A startled Li Xiangnan hurriedly turned to pull him up, calling upon the moved Ding Yuqiu and others for assistance. In the emergency room, warmth enveloped the atmosphere. Lin Yue stood by the flower bed, captivated by the emotional scene. Covering her mouth and eyes, tears streamed down her cheeks. What are you doing here, Lin Yue? Why are you both laughing and crying? What's going on? As she wept, a gentle tap on her head startled her, and she turned to see her sister, Lin Muyu, gazing at her in astonishment. Sister, just now, I just saved a person with Li Xiangnan. Woo-woo. Chapter 50. When emotion begins to spread, you should feel elated for having saved a life. So why are you in tears? No, just moments ago, you were indeed smiling. What on earth is going on? Upon hearing her sister's words, Lin Muyu felt a surge of curiosity and grasped Yue's hand, shaking it gently. Come, sister, take a look. Lin Yue ceased her weeping, pulling her sister onto the flower bed. Standing atop it, she pointed eagerly towards the direction of the emergency room's second chamber. Look. The parents of the child who was saved are kneeling before Li Xiangnan. It's so touching that I was moved to tears. A child? Li Xiangnan just saved a child? The revelation left Lin Muyu somewhat stunned. Just yesterday, she had followed Li Xiangnan to rescue someone on his first day at the factory hospital's emergency department. This experience had deepened her respect for his medical expertise, particularly in internal medicine. Yet, hearing Lin Yue's words, could it be that Li Xiangnan had now saved a child as well? Was he truly so proficient in pediatrics? Was this the same country doctor from the Lin family who was often seen as aimless and frivolous? With an overwhelming sense of perplexity, Lin Muyu peered into the examination room. Through the window, she indeed saw Cui Shijian and his wife being helped by Li Xiangnan. While on the hospital bed lay a little girl, wide-eyed and alert. This sight filled her with a multitude of questions. She jumped down and pulled her sister to sit on a stone bench. Now tell me the truth. What exactly is happening? How was that child saved? Though Li Xiangnan spoke little, Lin Yue had pieced together the situation. That little girl has meningitis and urgently needed a medication called penicillin, which our factory hospital did not have. Initially, we intended to request the medication from your hospital, but Li Xiangnan insisted we couldn't wait. The child's condition was critical. He then rushed to your hospital to seek the medicine. Penicillin? Lin Yu gasped, standing up in alarm. No wonder he was so anxious. Acquiring that medication is not easy. The production in Huai province has only just increased, and the supplies are primarily allocated to major hospitals in various regions. So, did you manage to obtain the medication? Of course. Lin Yue proudly swayed her twin ponytails, wiping away her joyful tears. If we had waited for you to request the medicine, who knows what might have happened to that little girl? Li Xiangnan and I went to the pharmacy department to find someone, but we were blocked and went straight to the hospital director. Phew, you two are quite bold. Upon hearing that they had even approached the director, Lin Yu was taken aback. Did the director truly agree to provide you with the medication? Naturally. However, Lin Yue recalled the misunderstanding she had caused with the director, feeling a flush of embarrassment. However, what? Don't keep me in suspense. Hurry and tell me. However, the director spoke only partially, which frustrated me greatly. It was only after Li Xiangnan said a few words that the director finally consented. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, glancing towards the emergency room. Meningitis is no trivial matter, had it not been for Li Xiangnan's timely intervention. That child might have faced dire consequences. Indeed, the dean and the head of the pharmaceutical department still insist on having Li Xiangnan submit some kind of application. It is truly absurd. Life and death hang in the balance, and by the time they finalize their procedures, it will be too late. This is not merely my opinion, but rather what Li Xiangnan conveyed to your dean. He even suggested that the dean establish two distinct application mechanisms to differentiate between regular outpatient services and emergency care. He is truly a remarkable individual. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was quite astonished, her mind conjuring an image of Li Xiangnan earnestly arguing his case in the dean's office. She couldn't help but chuckle. This version of Li Xiangnan really aligns with his character. Indeed, that's why Dr. Li is such a good person, Lin Yue remarked. Recalling her family's unfavorable assessments of Li Xiangnan, she playfully poked her sister and said, "Sister, I truly don't comprehend why our parents and elder brother hold such a poor opinion of Li Xiangnan. He is evidently highly skilled, possesses impeccable medical ethics, and carries himself with grace. If it weren't for him, with my temperament, I would probably have never acquired this medication. I can hardly contain my frustration towards those old-fashioned folks at the hospital. Oh, I thought you were unaware that he is your brother-in-law." Lin Yu squinted her eyes and smiled. Lin Yue suddenly felt flustered, her cheeks turning crimson as she quietly confessed, "At first, I didn't know. But I learned his name was Li Xiangnan while I was at the hospital. How did you come to know him? There is a story there, isn't there?" Lin Yu inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Hey." Lin Yue immediately felt guilty, turning her head away to avoid her sister's gaze. "We were clearly discussing our family's attitude towards Li Xiangnan. Please don't change the topic." Recognizing her younger sister's shyness, Lin Yu covered her mouth and laughed softly, her expression turning contemplative. "I truly don't understand why someone so virtuous, knowledgeable, and humble is regarded so poorly by our parents. Humph. I believe they view him through a biased lens. They have never truly understood who Li Xiangnan is. They have hastily judged him." Lin Yue defended him passionately. "Well, little sister, how commendably righteous you are. It seems you feel particularly aggrieved on his behalf," Lin Yu said with a twinkle in her eye. "Not at all." Lin Yue felt deflated, quietly kicking at a fallen leaf by her feet. "I just don't want someone like him to be seen as unremarkable in the eyes of others. He is far from careless or idle. I find him far more noble than those privileged scions in our community. Haha, those are indeed the spoiled ones. To call them privileged is to flatter them. Let us simply label them as the spoiled offspring." Lin Yu affectionately ruffled her sister's hair before asking, "It seems you are quite pleased to have met Li Xiangnan." "Of course, I am." Lin Yue proudly straightened her posture. "Then how did you come to know him? Do share." At this, Lin Yue promptly closed her mouth, quickly standing up. Never mind. I must be going. Liang Hui is still in the library waiting for me to return the book. If I don't go, she will have to take the bus home. That simply won't do. You must stay and clarify things with me." Lin Mu stood up, grasping her hand and saying this deliberately. Just as the two were engaged in their tug-of-war, Master Su from the reception area called out from the entrance, "Dr. Lin, there's a call for you." "All right, I'm coming." Lin Mu patted her sister, instructing her to wait a moment. "We'll continue our conversation soon. I need to take this call." With that, she turned and hurried to the reception area. Sticking her tongue out, Lin Yue stifled a giggle, casting a reluctant glance towards the emergency room before swiftly making her way to the bicycle. With a flick of her wrist, she discarded the stand and gracefully hopped onto the bike, speeding away. "Director Miao is looking for me? Very well, I shall return at once." Lin Mu hung up the phone, frowning as she pondered for quite some time, unable to decipher why Miao Zhijie sought her out. "That must be your sister outside." Master Su peered through the window and suddenly chuckled. Glancing outside, he exclaimed and quickly thanked Master Su. As Lin Mu hurried down the steps. However, upon casting her eyes about, she found that the mischievous girl had already vanished without a trace. "That silly girl. She drives me mad." There was no time to inquire about the situation in the emergency room. She hurried to the bike shed, unlocked it, and pedaled furiously towards the 301 hospital. Chapter 51. Your words. I am forever busy. What could Dean Miao want with me? Emerging from the dispatch room, Lin Mu hurriedly pedaled towards room 301, scarcely having the time to greet Li Xiangnan and Ding Yuqiu. However, as she rode, lost deep in thought, she nearly lost control of her bicycle, almost colliding with a figure that suddenly darted out from the roadside. Screech! The bicycle came to an abrupt halt, narrowly avoiding a large tree, leaving a deep brown tire mark on the concrete pavement. Breathless and startled, Lin Mu was about to inquire if the person was unharmed when she recognized the lecherous face of Luo Dali suddenly appear before her. "Dr. Lin, where are you off to?" He grinned. "Luo Dali, are you out of your mind? What kind of madness is this, nearly causing me to topple over? Do you wish to meet your end?" Noticing Lin Mu's face pale with anger, Luo Dali grasped her handlebars, smiling broadly. "Hey, Dr. Lin, I saw you weren't going too fast, so I thought I'd stop you. If you were speeding, I wouldn't have dared." Observing Luo Dali's unfortunate demeanor, Lin Mu, who already held no fondness for him, tugged at her handlebars, frowning. "Let go. Dr. Lin, please listen to me. Let go." Lin Mu shouted, spitting. "If you don't, I'll call someone." "Dr. Lin, no, I genuinely have something to discuss with you. I'm not just here to waste your time." Luo Dali quickly released the handlebars. "Don't shout. I'll let go, all right?" "Humph, what could you possibly want with me?" Lin Mu replied coldly, attempting to push her bicycle away. But Luo Dali hurriedly obstructed her path, extending his arm with a beaming smile. "Dr. Lin, I truly have something to say." Ignoring whether she would listen, he blurted out, "I managed to get 2 tickets for tonight's movie. Would you accompany me to watch Lu Sanja? I'm busy." Lin Mu had no interest in watching a film with Luo Dali, cutting him off before he could finish. "Dr. Lin, just grant me this favor. It was quite the effort to procure those tickets." "Huh? Luo Dali, you seem to have not reflected enough on your situation at the factory leadership, yet you still have the leisure to ponder going to the movies. If you want to go by yourself. I am very busy, and if you persist, I shall summon the factory security." Lin Mu narrowed her eyes, glaring at his hand reaching for the handlebars. All right, I won't pester you anymore. When will you be free for us to go see a movie?" Luo Dali looked at her with hopeful anticipation. Lin Mu offered a cold smile as she mounted her bicycle. "If it's you, I shall forever be occupied." Luo Dali's expression stiffened, watching helplessly as she glided away, her figure vanishing at the factory gates. A surge of intense anger welled up within him as he stomped his foot. What was so great about Li Xiangnan? Had that fellow truly bewitched her? Was there no room in her eyes for anyone else? With that thought, he brushed off the dust from his clothes, cast a glance in the direction Lin Mu had departed, and headed towards the factory hospital, his chatter unceasing. "Humph, this proves that my judgment is undoubtedly sound. If she were to become my woman in the future, she would surely be devoted to me. I have an immense fondness for a woman who is singularly affectionate." After 2 measurements, the temperature consistently reads 36.5 degrees. "Dr. Li, little Yuandan's temperature is completely normal now," Ding Yuqiu remarked, glancing at the thermometer in her hand towards Li Xiangnan, who was documenting in the medical record. He set down his pen and approached the bedside, gently stroking the little girl's head. Indeed, it felt cool to the touch, with remnants of perspiration from her fever evaporating and carrying away some heat. With a warm smile, he inquired, "Yuandan, how are you feeling?" "Uncle Li, thank you. I feel much better. My mom said you were my lifesaver, and I will repay you well in the future." Little Yuandan expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Ha ha! Li Xiangnan and those around him burst into laughter, playfully ruffling her little head and teasing, "Very well, I shall await your gratitude. But first, you must eat well, sleep well, and grow strong, all right?" "Okay, I promise, Uncle Li." Little Yuandan obediently replied. Cui Xinjian watched the scene with indulgence, and as soon as Li Xiangnan finished speaking, he hurriedly asked, "Dr. Li, I appreciate your hard work, and I apologize for the trouble this time. Please tell me the medical fees, and I will settle the payment." Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan did not decline. Earlier, he had discussed with Ding Yuqiu and learned that the factory hospital was essentially a welfare unit for the workers. Generally, they did not need to spend money on medical care. However, it was rare for family members to come for treatment. Now that little Yuandan had received a dose of penicillin and potentially required another dose tomorrow, this was a matter of the hospital's medical resources, which he alone could not decide to waive. Moreover, he could not do so. I inquired, and one dose of penicillin costs 4 yuan and 50 fun. Li Xiangnan swiftly wrote out a prescription. If another dose was needed tomorrow, an additional payment would suffice. Done. Cui Shijian readily agreed. 4 yuan and 50 fun was nearly a tenth of his salary, but he had already weighed the value of money against life. He did not hesitate and took the prescription to make the payment. Little Yuandan's acute phase had been resolved. Now only another issue remained. That was her observation period, which needed monitoring. If this were in later years, it would be straightforward to admit her to the pediatric department. However, it was 1978, and the factory hospital lacked a pediatric ward. Yuandan had nowhere to be placed. Bringing her home abruptly would introduce many uncertainties. Upon discussing this with Ding Yuqiu, she furrowed her brow deeply. Li Xiangnan contemplated for a moment, rubbed his face, and said, "It seems I must pay a visit to the obstetrics and gynecology department." The obstetrics and gynecology department? Ding Yuqiu was taken aback, her complexion paling slightly, casting a peculiar glance at Li Xiangnan. Meanwhile, Xiangnan, who was measuring little Yuandan's blood pressure, hurriedly handed over her task to Zhu Zhu and briskly approached their desk, expressing her concern. "Dr. Li, are you really going to the obstetrics and gynecology department to have Director Liang accept little Yuandan? Do you realize who Director Liang is? How could he possibly not have heard of her?" On the very first day, Director Ma Ying of the administrative department provided a brief overview of Director Liang of the obstetrics and gynecology department, mentioning that she had previously caused a man's prostate to suffer. However, Li Xiangnan could not afford to retreat at this moment. He chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "Look at what you're saying. Is Director Liang really capable of harming anyone? I am here for the matter concerning the New Year's Day. It is for official business, in broad daylight. What could she possibly do to me?" "Dr. Li." Just as Li Xiangnan finished speaking, Cui Xinjian hurriedly entered after settling the payment, shaking his head with a bitter expression. "You may have the intention to seek out Director Liang for the New Year's Day, but I cannot allow you to do so." As he spoke, he cast an embarrassed glance at Xiangnan and Ding Yuqiu. With a stern expression, he grasped Li Xiangnan's hand and continued, "Director Liang's medical skills are commendable, but her reputation outside is not particularly favorable. If you were to approach her and ended up being compromised, I would feel deeply uneasy. It is not worth it." Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan felt both amused and exasperated. He patted Old Chui's hand and replied, "Old Chui, you are being overly serious. Perhaps it's merely some men who cannot attain what they desire and are thus disparaging Director Liang? Spreading unfounded rumors is not good, Old Chui. If I judge Director Liang's character without personal interaction, would I not be aiding in wrongful accusations? Moreover, Old Chui, this concerns your daughter. If we do not allow her to stay for observation, what if something were to happen?" But Cui Xinjian was nearly beside himself with anxiety. "Chui, you need not fret. I will accompany him." At that moment, Ding Yuqiu, wearing flat-soled shoes, approached the door, her eyes glinting with a dangerous light as she looked at the two men in stunned silence. Chapter 52. Divorced with 2 children, not a single capable one. The obstetrics and gynecology department occupied the entire 3rd floor. As Li Xiangnan ascended the stairs, he cast several glances at Ding Yuqiu, who bore a striking resemblance to a grieving widow, leaving him in a state of bemusement. "Well, Dr. Ding, you really don't need to accompany me. I can manage on my own." "Dr. Li." Upon hearing this, Ding Yuqiu paused momentarily, her expression reflecting a palpable sense of injustice on his behalf. Although this concerns Comrade Cui Xinjian, it is ultimately an emergency department matter. If you were to find yourself in a precarious situation, I would feel quite remorseful. That cannot be. Li Xiangnan still struggled to comprehend why everyone seemed so apprehensive of Director Liang. She is merely someone with a poor reputation. I'm just engaging in normal communication. What could possibly go wrong? Humph, that only indicates your lack of experience. Ding Yuqiu interjected. She swiftly pulled him aside, glancing around the deserted corridor before whispering, do you know why even Comrade Shui is so anxious? Director Liang possesses a unique method for dealing with men. I've never seen a man leave her presence unscathed. She captivates every man she encounters. And considering she is a divorced woman with 2 children, should you fall under her spell, who knows how you might be portrayed outside? Is she truly that formidable? Li Xiangnan found himself taken aback. Although he had heard vague mentions of Director Liang's reputation from Maying, it had been rather abstract. Now, with Ding Yuqiu's elucidation, he began to harbor a hint of curiosity regarding Director Liang. It seemed she was the type seasoned in the art of romance, wielding considerable influence over men. Wait, how can I suddenly feel an overwhelming urge to meet Director Liang? He pondered. Am I unwittingly succumbing to some sort of infatuation? The mere thought of her potency left him astounded, and he discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, mentally preparing himself multiple times. Dr. Li. Don't blame me for not warning you. You must remain steadfast. Do not let her charm ensnare you. I will constantly remind you. Ding Yuqiu fixed her gaze upon him earnestly. Dr. Ding, we are here to attend to serious matters, not to indulge in any of Director Liang's allurements. Let us proceed. Phew, that is a relief. Ding Yuqiu exhaled, finally leading Li Xiangnan toward the stairs to the 3rd floor. The layout of the obstetrics and gynecology department was indeed distinct from other departments. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, the first sight was a reception desk, behind which sat 2 nurses. Upon noticing Li Xiangnan and Ding Yuqiu's arrival, they paused in surprise before quickly rising to their feet. Dr. Ding, what brings you here? One nurse inquired, her curiosity piqued as her gaze shifted to Li Xiangnan, exchanging glances with her colleague, both eyes brimming with intrigue. Sensing the nurse's attention on Li Xiangnan, Ding Yuqiu retorted, I'm here with Dr. Li to find Director Liang. Is she in surgery or her office? She is in her office this afternoon. As there are no surgeries scheduled, allow me to escort you. The nurse beamed, leading the way as they passed by, attracting inquisitive glances from nurses entering and exiting the wards. It seems that Dr. Li, who just arrived from the emergency department, is indeed tall and handsome, exuding an amiable charm with his constant smile. What could he and Dr. Ding possibly want with Director Liang? Our departments hardly intersect. Nevertheless, let us proceed to take a look. I've heard whispers that Dr. Li is romantically involved with Dr. Lin. They even spent the night together at his place last evening. Amidst the cacophony of surrounding gossip, Li Xiangnan felt a sense of bewilderment. They say 3 women created drama, but within the obstetrics and gynecology department, where countless doctors and nurses are women, it is unclear how many dramas there might be. Director Liang, Dr. Ding, and Dr. Li from the emergency department are here to see you. At this moment, the trio had arrived at the depths of the corridor, where the obstetrics and gynecology office was situated. Li Xiangnan glanced up, noticing the sign above the door denoting it as the director's office. He was slightly taken aback by the youthful voice emanating from within. Could a director of obstetrics and gynecology truly be so young? Oh my, Sister Yuqiu, what brings you here? While Li Xiangnan was still lost in thought, a melodious voice, reminiscent of a lark, floated out. He followed Ding Yuqiu inside, and his surroundings instantly brightened. Director Liang, we come to disturb you. Ding Yuqiu greeted with a warm smile. Her earlier apprehension toward Director Liang seemingly vanished. She gestured towards Li Xiangnan, introducing him. This is our department's new doctor, Li Xiangnan. So this is Dr. Li. I've long heard of your esteemed reputation. Director Liang, with a light laugh, extended her delicate hand. Hello, Dr. Li. Hello, Director Liang. Li Xiangnan shook her hand, offering a polite greeting while discreetly assessing her. He was genuinely taken aback. She appeared to be in her early 30s, yet her skin was exquisitely smooth and tender, reminiscent of a young maiden. Her face was flawlessly sculpted, with a high nose, full and alluring lips, and a delicate oval face framed by captivating almond-shaped eyes that sparkled with an enticing allure. Were it not for the faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, one might mistake her for a 20-something young woman. In stark contrast to her oval face was her proud and voluptuous figure. The moment he laid eyes on Liang Mei, he recalled a character from future anime Tsunade. Indeed, impressive. As Li Xiangnan contemplated all the women he had encountered since his transmigration, he found no one who could compare to Liang Mei, not even Lin Muyu. No one could hold a candle to her. At this moment, He understood why Liang Mei was often referred to as the heartthrob Director Liang by the outside world. Setting aside her stunning appearance, her explosive figure, which could hardly be concealed beneath her white coat, was already a formidable weapon. Coupled with her natural allure and beguiling beauty, she was truly a paragon of femininity. No wonder so much gossip surrounded her. A woman like her is destined to be the center of attention wherever she goes. Dr. Ding, did you come to see me regarding this matter? As Li Xiangnan was momentarily lost in thought. It seemed that Ding Yuqiu had already discussed her intentions with Director Liang. Upon regaining his focus, he caught a glimpse of Liang Mei's cold, icy expression. What on earth was happening? Just moments ago, Director Liang and Dr. Ding were sharing laughter, behaving like close friends. Why did her demeanor change so drastically upon hearing the request from the emergency department? Li Xiangnan furrowed his brow and looked toward Liang Mei. Dr. Ding, I sincerely apologize, but I cannot acquiesce. You have been with our hospital long enough to understand the protocols between departments. Firstly, our obstetrics and gynecology department has never accepted children. I am no saint and have no desire to be the first to take such a risk. Secondly, should I hastily accept that child, it would be akin to inviting a colossal headache upon myself. She was treated in your department, correct? She has received medication and injections. And if she were to be transferred to obstetrics and gynecology and something went awry, it would be impossible to clarify later. Lastly, if anything were to go wrong, wouldn't the factory and the patient's family instinctively think that it was due to our lack of experience? Please understand my position. Upon hearing this, Ding Yuqiu already sensed Director Liang's stance. A trace of embarrassment crossed her face as she stood up, disappointment evident in her voice. Director Liang, you are right. I did not consider all aspects. Please continue with your work. I shall take my leave. Indeed, Liang Mei did not raise her gaze, merely offering a dismissive hum. However, Li Xiangnan grasped Ding Yuqiu's arm. Director, there are a few things I wish to discuss with you. If, after hearing me out, you still stand by your previous decision, I shall leave immediately. What do you think? Liang Mei lifted her head, casting a surprised glance at Li Xiangnan, a smile forming at the corners of her mouth. Dr. Li, I have heard about your remarkable deeds yesterday. She glanced at the anxious Ding Yuqiu with interest. Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity to persuade me. Dr. Ding, allow him to stay. Ah? Ding Yuqiu was taken aback, immediately flustered, and then cast a fearful look at Li Xiangnan. Shally, you mustn't. Fear not. Just wait for me outside. Li Xiangnan replied with a gentle smile, gently ushering the hesitant Ding Yuqiu out the door before stepping inside himself. Close the door, Liang Mei said with a charming smile, setting down her pen and stretching leisurely. Li Xiangnan felt a shiver run down his spine but quietly closed the door, turning back to reveal a smile as he settled onto the sofa. Ding Yuqiu, why on earth are you closing the door while speaking in broad daylight? She was instantly flustered. Chapter 53. It is precisely because we have endured the rain that we wish to extend our kindness to others. Li Xiangnan did not shy away from acknowledging Ding Yuqiu's obedience in closing the door, which surprised Liang Mei, who had merely made a jest. The doctor before her, Li Xiangnan, had only reported to the factory hospital yesterday, yet his deeds had already begun to circulate within the factory. It was said that he had saved a worker suffering from crab poisoning even before starting his shift, and had clashed with Dr. Luodali, who had misdiagnosed the case. This incident had led to the esteemed President Feng personally reprimanding Luo, who had subsequently been summoned by the factory leaders for a lengthy lecture this morning. All of this was credited to Li Xiangnan's merit. Moreover, it was rumored that on his second day, Lin Muyu, an aide from the 301 hospital, had come to his door to prepare breakfast for him. Liang Mei found herself quite intrigued by this young, capable, and charismatic doctor. She was also curious about how he would rationalize accepting the little girl after her and Ding Yuqiu's previous remarks. How daring you are! Most men would not dare to be alone with me, fearing the whispers that might follow. Yet here you are, actually closing the door. Aren't you worried about misunderstandings from Dr. Ding outside? Liang Mei remarked, rising to pour a cup of tea for Li Xiangnan. She placed the cup gently on the coffee table and seated herself opposite him. This indicates that I am not an ordinary man, Li Xiangnan replied with a slight smile, tapping the table in gratitude for Liang Mei's tea. A soft giggle escaped Liang Mei's lips, her expression blooming like a flower as she leaned back and crossed her legs. Just as Li Xiangnan lifted the teacup, his gaze was inadvertently captured by a flash of alabaster skin, prompting him to swiftly avert his eyes. Indeed, Liang Mei was audacious. Beneath her lab coat, she wore a qipao that split high up her thigh. This inadvertent glance revealed the alluring contours of her legs, evoking an irresistible magnetism. So she was clad in a qipao. It was no wonder it accentuated her alluring figure. Pray tell, if you can persuade me. I might just be inclined to accept the little girl you have so graciously calmed in your clinic. Liang Mei appeared to be in high spirits. Indeed, she was. Her previous subtle gesture of crossing her legs had already led her to conclude that Li Xiangnan was not like other men, driven solely by lust. If he had been the type to seize every opportunity for advantage, he would not have hesitated to indulge his gaze. To catch a glimpse of such beauty would be a benefit indeed. Her earlier crossing of legs had been a deliberate test of his character. If he had been a lecherous rogue, fixated on her legs, she would have denied him the chance to continue their conversation. Yet, it was evident that Li Xiangnan possessed remarkable restraint, deliberately averting his gaze and affording her a measure of respect that warmed her heart. Li Xiangnan inhaled deeply, preparing his words, while his thoughts about Liang Mei began to evolve in a different direction. At the moment he closed the door, a flicker of concern crossed his mind regarding Director Liang and the potential for her to engage in those unspoken rules that often govern such interactions. It is often said that a graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal match, and that a woman pursuing a man is akin to a delicate veil between them. Faced with such an exquisite beauty, he genuinely feared he might falter, particularly with the lingering observation period of Xiao Yuan's meningitis. And considering the child is the cherished daughter of Cui Shijian, he felt compelled to exercise restraint and bide his time. Seeking an opportunity to gracefully decline Liang Mei's implicit offers while appealing to her emotions and reason. Although refusing her might incite her displeasure, safeguarding his integrity was paramount. However, as it stood, none of these scenarios had transpired, leading Li Xiangnan to quietly lament that he had perhaps overthought the situation. Director Liang was, in fact, not that kind of person. Her conduct thus far had demonstrated a remarkable grasp of appropriate boundaries, with no hint of impropriety. He began to form a clearer understanding of the external rumors. Perhaps they were the machinations of envious women seeking to tarnish Director Liang's reputation, or men who, unable to attain her favor, resorted to disparagement. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiangnan smiled gently, standing resolutely. Director Liang, first and foremost, on behalf of the emergency department, Dr. Ding and I respectfully request that you consider accepting this child. This is not merely a matter of her current condition, as she has just emerged from a critical phase of meningitis and is still under observation. It is a cautious decision made collectively by our entire team to prevent any adverse outcomes. It is not solely my personal decision but a unanimous consensus within the emergency department. Director Liang regarded him calmly, her expression devoid of any turbulence. Furthermore, he continued, your department possesses extensive experience in treating women and managing newborns. While Xiao Yuan is already 7 or 8 years old and thus beyond the newborn category, she is not vastly different from younger children, merely a larger version of them. You can certainly apply your previous experiences in caring for children to monitor her condition. This insight from the obstetrics and gynecology department is invaluable and would not be as applicable in departments such as surgery or internal medicine. Director Liang nodded in acknowledgement, yet her demeanor remained composed. Additionally, regarding the future plans for the obstetrics and gynecology department and the factory hospital, Li Xiangnan continued, his previously tumultuous emotions now settled. His thoughts increasingly clear and articulate. Our repair factory is a state-owned enterprise managing a workforce of 20,000 individuals, akin to the population of a small county. The existing medical services, particularly in surgery and the other 5 departments, are already insufficient to meet the growing health demands. The emergence of Xiao Yuan's case presents us with a significant opportunity. Director Liang raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering in her gaze as she leaned and slightly intrigued. Seizing the moment, Li Xiangnan elaborated, with over 20,000 employees, when considering their numerous family members, the total easily exceeds 50,000. Within this substantial number, the elderly, the infirm, and children are countless, with children constituting a considerable proportion. What we must do next is seize the opportunity presented by the upcoming Small New Year's Day to propose the establishment of a pediatric department at the factory hospital. I will meticulously compose a report to this effect, thoroughly referencing the data from the obstetrics and gynecology department related to this case. The report will bear the signature of Director Liang, with my role merely being that of an organizer. Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue appeared in Liang Mei's eyes. Being a veteran of the hospital, she understood the implications of a new department. It heralded the emergence of new positions and authority. Director Liang, consider this. Why did the 301 hospital come into existence? Why did Yin University establish its affiliated hospitals, such as Renmin and Xia? Were they not all birthed from modest beginnings? To illustrate closer to home, take the Hongqing steel rolling plant. After several adjustments and explorations, their hospital has begun to open its doors to the families of patients. With over 30,000 workers, their challenges related to medical resource allocation are undoubtedly more pronounced than ours. If we take the initiative to establish a pediatric department first, it would pave the way for the future establishment of departments such as urology, rehabilitation, and otorhinolaryngology, transforming our factory hospital into a pioneering institution that radiates services to the surrounding area. Furthermore, once the brands of obstetrics and gynecology, as well as pediatrics, are well established, it is conceivable that the machinery repair factory could also inaugurate a children's hospital. Wouldn't you, Director Liang, become the inaugural president? Hearing these words, Liang Mei's gaze flickered with astonishment. She inhaled deeply, staring at Li Xiangnan, unable to fathom how this individual could possess such a lucid vision for the future of the factory hospital. Li Xiangnan paused for a moment to sip his tea, suppressing his urge to discuss the reform of the emergency department, as his immediate goal was to garner Liang Mei's support. Moreover, after a brief pause, observing Liang Mei lost in contemplation, he recognized that she was weighing the feasibility of his proposals, teetering on the brink of decision. Director Liang, you are a mother as well. He felt compelled to express this. If one day your child were to encounter a minor accident and sought treatment at a nearby hospital, only to be delayed because there was no pediatric department, I ask you to consider, would you not feel profound sorrow? Upon uttering this, Li Xiangnan met Liang Mei's gaze with unwavering calmness and stated, "It is precisely because we have experienced the rain that we wish to hold an umbrella for others." In that instant, it was as if a thunderbolt struck Liang Mei's heart. She contemplated his words in silence, and the quietude was deafening. After a long pause, she wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, her smile blooming like a flower as she extended her hand. "Shaoli, you are truly talented. Your ability to empathize with others has convinced me. I am in agreement." "Thank you, Director Liang." Li Xiangnan responded with a gentle smile, patting her delicate hand before rising to leave the room. As he stepped out, Ding Yuqiu, who had been pressing her ear against the door, was startled to see Li Xiangnan descending the stairs. Stunned, she inquired, "Where are you going?" "To fetch Xiaoyuan upstairs." "What? Just a moment ago you disagreed. And now you've changed your mind after 10 minutes? What were you and Liang Mei discussing in there?" Chapter 54. Who knows what they were doing in the room? Nurse Zhang, do you think it's credible that Dr. Li and Dr. Ding went upstairs to consult Director Liang about the situation with Xiaoyuan? I can't shake the feeling that this matter is rather precarious. In the emergency department, Zhu Zhu and Wang Qin were amusing Xiaoyuan. Yet she remained skeptical about the prospect of him being admitted to the obstetrics and gynecology department for observation. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaofeng looked over with a face full of confusion, her eyes reflecting deep concern. Although the nurses and doctors had not explicitly conveyed the severity of Xiaoyuan's meningitis, witnessing the sorrow of the 2 doctors and 3 nurses in the emergency department suggested that the situation was no laughing matter. She glanced at her family member, Cui Shichan, and unwittingly shed a few tears. "Zhu Zhu, what are you saying? With Dr. Li on the case, success is assured. You simply need to trust in his capabilities," Wang Qin asserted, silencing Zhu Zhu with a glance. Noticing Xiaoyuan's innocent eyes reddening as she saw her mother in tears, she hurriedly rushed to the door to rummage through her bag, retrieving a piece of white rabbit candy and dashing back. "Yuan Dan, look, it's white rabbit candy. Quick, eat it." "Thank you, Aunt Wang." Xiaoyuan obediently looked at her father, waiting for his nod before happily accepting the candy, tearing open the wrapper and hastily putting it in her mouth. At that moment, Cui Xingzhan let out a slight sigh, shaking his head. "It's all right. I've already mentally prepared myself. If our hospital cannot manage, I'll speak with Xiao Li and take the child to 301. It may be a bit far, but it's a necessary course of action. How troublesome. Moreover, in such hot weather, Xiaoyuan's health is already fragile. Transferring her could lead to overheating and unforeseen mishaps along the way. What then?" Zhang Xiangnan approached, shaking her head in dismay. "If Director Liang does not agree, I believe Dr. Li will have a solution. You need not worry." "Ah." Cui Xingzhan forced a bitter smile, shaking his head. "I have interacted with Director Liang numerous times." Setting aside the rumors from outside, her working style is quite competent and serious. I doubt she would readily agree to Dr. Li's suggestion. After all, our hospital has never treated children before. Although I work in the administrative department, I cannot break precedent. Who would be willing to bear such immense responsibility without cause? Even thinking about it gives me chills. Old Shui. Wang Xiaofeng began to sob with worry. It's all right. Although I shouldn't say this, we shouldn't put Dr. Li in a difficult position because of Xiao Yuandan. He has already done enough for us to save the child. If this leads to discord between the emergency department and obstetrics, I would not wish for that. Cui Xingjian forced a smile, patting his family member's hand while offering comfort. That is indeed true. Zhu Zhu sighed. Director Liang is highly capable in managing the obstetrics and gynecology department. The factory leaders have praised her numerous times. I suspect she wouldn't admit a child based on just one case. Their essay saying, after all, it's better to abstain than to err. Wang Qin anxiously interrupted, Sister Zhu, perhaps you should temper your words a bit. Zhu Zhu retorted. What do you mean? I haven't said anything incorrect. We must consider both reason and fairness. Zhu Zhu pouted, asserting, even Director Cui understands the rules. If you doubt it, inquire about Zhang Jie's true thoughts. The crowd then turned their attention to Zhang Xiangnan, who, with a casual flick of her hair, sat at her desk and remarked, to be honest, I find this situation rather precarious. Director Liang is notoriously strict. Which doctor or nurse in obstetrics and gynecology would dare to defy her? Given her personal conduct, how could she possibly command such obedience from them? We should prepare ourselves and contemplate how we might resolve this matter. Zhu Zhu nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, relying on others is less reliable than depending on oneself. We must rely on our own efforts. The expressions of the crowd turned somber, and little Yuan Dan, sensing the collective unease, timidly nestled closer to her mother. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached, causing everyone in the room to rise, their anxiety palpable as they gazed at the doorway. Soon, Li Xiangnan appeared at the threshold. Cui Xingjian quickly advanced, both anxious and apprehensive, inquiring. Dr. Li Wang Xiaofeng abruptly stood, tightly grasping her daughter's hand, her face etched with tension. Zhu Zhu, Wang Qin, and Zhang Xiangnan all silently clenched their fists. Although they were somewhat prepared for this moment, the fear of hearing the truth from Li Xiangnan overwhelmed them. Yet, amidst the palpable tension, Li Xiangnan broke into a grin and said, why are you all so tense? You're making me uncomfortable. Old Shui, sister-in-law, take Yuan Dan and follow me upstairs. Ah? Cui Xingjian exclaimed in astonishment, utterly taken aback. Wang Xiaofeng, overwhelmed with joy, cried out, Dr. Li, is that truly the case? Is our little Yuan Dan really going to be admitted for observation in obstetrics and gynecology? Of course. Li Xiangnan beamed, revealing a bright smile. Come along. Let's bring the child. We must act quickly before they change their minds. How could Director Liang possibly agree? In the room, Zhu Zhu, Wang Qin, and Zhang Xiangnan were all left in disbelief. They had thought it implausible that Li Xiangnan could persuade Director Liang, yet the reality before them left no room for doubt, filling their minds with countless questions. All right, Xiaofeng, hurry, go with Dr. Li. I will carry the child. Cui Xingjian stammered with excitement, rushing back. Ding Yuqiu entered from behind, her expression grim. Casting a glance at the others, she said, Zhu Zhu, lend a hand, and come back when you're done. Okay. Zhu Zhu nodded, grabbing the child's thermometer and medical records from the desk before following. Thank you, doctor. I am truly grateful. Cui Xingjian expressed heartfelt gratitude as she brought the child forward. Li Xiangnan smiled gently, patting Cui Xingjian on the shoulder. Old Cui, you need not mention it. Let us hurry along. We must seize the moment. Absolutely. Cui Xingjian nodded, aware that great kindness should not be merely acknowledged through words. Actions speak far louder, and one must demonstrate gratitude for it to be truly believed. Once they departed, Zhang Xiangnan approached and poked Ding Yuqiu, inquiring with curiosity, Dr. Ding, what is the matter? Isn't it a good thing that Xiao Yuan can go to the obstetrics and gynecology department for observation? Why do I sense a lack of enthusiasm in you? Humph. It's hardly surprising that I'm not in high spirits. Ding Yuqiu's face flushed as she recounted the situation. Director Liang had initially refused altogether. Wang Qin was utterly perplexed and pressed on. Dr. Ding, you're making me more confused. Please, no interruptions. Zhang Xiangnan insisted. Are you saying that Director Liang eventually agreed? What changed his mind? Humph. Ding Yuqiu huffed angrily as she sank into her chair. Director Liang left Dr. Li alone in the office and even shut the door. 10 minutes later, Dr. Li emerged and then suddenly agreed. Who knows what transpired in there? Zhang Xiangnan and Wang Qin exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 55. If you can do it, then go ahead. Surely not. Dr. Ding. Dr. Li is not that kind of person. How could he possibly have such an incident with Director Liang? Wang Qin immediately shook her head, clearly unconvinced by Ding Yuqiu's assertion. Zhang Xingnan's heart fluttered several times, and she timidly remarked, Dr. Ding, could you be mistaken? How could they possibly be involved with one another? Oh dear, Nurse Zhang, what are you saying? That sounds rather harsh. What do you mean by involved? Despite her disbelief, Wang Qin felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing Zhang Xingnan's words. Though the words may be coarse, the sentiment remains valid. I assure you, this is something I witnessed with my own eyes. Ding Yuqiu pouted, returning to her desk, and as she lowered her head, tears began to well in her eyes. Wang Qin contemplated comforting her, but was abruptly restrained by Zhang Xiangnan, and the two retreated behind the nurse's station. Zhang Jia, why are you pulling me back? Look at how distressed Dr. Ding is. Shouldn't we hurry to console her? Wang Qin urged anxiously. Stop it, Doctor. Ding is in a fragile state right now. If we approach her now, it would only serve to rub salt in her wounds. Let her calm down first. Zhang Xiangnan insisted. What should we do then? Dr. Li is involved with Director Liang. Shoo, don't speak recklessly. I believe Dr. Ding must have misinterpreted the situation. Zhang Xiangnan remained skeptical, unwilling to accept Dr. Ding's claims. Misinterpreted? But Dr. Ding is so adamant. Wang Qin whispered. Dr. Ding is waiting outside the office. How could she know what transpires within? We must trust Dr. Li. After all, he is the one directly involved. Dr. Ding's concerns may have clouded her judgment. Upon witnessing a sudden twist in events, it is only natural for her to overthink. Can't you see how she harbors feelings for Dr. Li? Wang Qin glanced at Ding Yuqiu, and then at the confident Zhang Xinnan, pursing her lips. All right, I will take your word for it. When Dr. Li returns, we shall inquire. Indeed, Zhu Zhu has gone to the obstetrics department. We can verify with her first to discern Director Liang's attitude towards Dr. Li and subtly probe for more information. That sounds good. Wang Qin nodded, busily attending to her tasks while eagerly awaiting Dr. Li's return at the emergency room entrance. Dr. Ding, what is happening in your department? It seems to be a mix of laughter and tears. At that moment, Luo Dali entered with a cheerful demeanor. Nothing. Ding Yuqiu lifted her head, turned away to wipe her eyes, and forced herself to sit upright, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Luo Dali. How could it be nothing? I heard everything quite clearly. Something about children and obstetrics. What were you all doing upstairs? Why is old Chui involved as well? Did something happen in your department? Luo Dali, now fully invested in all matters concerning the second emergency room, was keenly interested. Whatever happened is of no concern to you. Wang Qin retorted vehemently. Luo Dali chuckled and shook his head. Xiao Wang, that is not quite right. As a doctor in the emergency department, it is my duty to remain informed about all happenings, big or small, in our department. This is all part of my responsibilities. Dr. Luo, are you speaking the truth or fabricating a tale? Zhang Xingnan inquired in a deep voice. Luo Dali cast a glance at Ding Yuqiu and chuckled. Of course. It is true. My heart is solely devoted to the emergency department. Dr. Li saved a child. That is the crux of the matter. However, before he could finish his statement, Zhang Xingnan interjected with alacrity. What on earth? Luo Dali was taken aback, his expression stiffening as he exclaimed, in just 2 days. He has saved another person? A child, no less? Ha! I told you not to pry, yet you insisted. Now you see, Dr. Li's medical prowess is unparalleled. And his character is exemplary. You must feel quite overshadowed now. Zhang Xingnan disdainfully glanced at him. Indeed, our Dr. Li is perpetually on the path of healing and saving lives, whereas you seem perpetually on the road of self-reflection and critique. If you were to save a child suffering from meningitis, I dare say you would be utterly at a loss. At a loss? Nonsense. Though the words escaped him in a moment of urgency, Luo Dali's face flushed, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he shot an awkward glance at Ding Yuqiu before attempting to slip away. He specialized in surgery. While he had heard of meningitis, he had never treated such a patient, especially a child. In this moment of comparison, a surge of intense jealousy welled up within him. It's merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. What is there to be proud of? Feeling disgruntled, Luo Dali spat a dismissive remark and turned to leave. Hey, Dr. Luo, if you're so capable, why don't you take charge? Where do you think you're going? Wang Qin called out loudly. The room erupted in laughter as all three shared a hearty chuckle. In the corridor, Luo Dali listened to the mocking laughter that was painfully humiliating, his throat feeling as though it were stuffed with cotton. He wished to curse, but found himself unable. Longing to defend himself yet feeling powerless. With frustration, he struck his fist against the wall, wincing in pain. and hastily retreated to his office. Meanwhile, in the obstetrics and gynecology department upstairs, upon seeing Li Xiangnan accompanied by Cui Xingjian and Wang Qiaofeng carrying a child, a nurse approached to assist them and arrange a hospital room. Zhu coordinated with the obstetric nurses to settle little Yanjing, acquiring necessary equipment such as an ECG machine, thermometer, and blood pressure monitor from the nurse's station. Dr. Li, I cannot express my gratitude enough. I never expected the obstetrics department would truly accept little Yanjing. I am at a loss for words. Once little Yanjing was settled, Cui Xingjian grasped Li Xiangnan's hand with deep emotion. Old Cui, this is merely part of my duty. Expressing thanks excessively could imply that I am seeking undue credit. Li Xiangnan replied with a gentle pat on his hand, his demeanor composed. Very well, very well. I am just too overwhelmed. In any case, thank you so much. Cui Xingjian wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye. Seeing little Yanjing lying on the hospital bed and blinking, Li Xiangnan hurried over, advising, little Yanjing, while you are hospitalized here, be sure to listen to the aunties. Uncle believes that you will recover swiftly. Thank you, Uncle. Little Yanjing nodded appreciatively. Ah, Cui, what brings you here? Did your wife give birth again? You are indeed fortunate. At that moment, Director Liang Mei entered the room and immediately spotted Cui Xingjian standing by the door, greeting him with curiosity. Director Liang. Upon seeing the head of the obstetrics and gynecology department, Cui Xingjian quickly adorned his face with a grateful smile. I sincerely express my gratitude on behalf of my family and child. I am immensely thankful to you. Is that your child? Upon hearing this, Cui Xingjian instantly comprehended that Li Xiangnan had approached Director Liang to request hospitalization without even mentioning his own matters. His heart swelled with emotion. Realizing that this favorable outcome was entirely due to Li Xiangnan's own capabilities, he sighed wistfully. Indeed, were it not for you and Dr. Li, I would not have this blessing. Thank you. Enough, old Cui. It is all part of the duty. Director Liang replied with a smile, efficiently leading two nurses to the bedside of little Yanjing. Cui Xingjian quietly tugged at Li Xiangnan's arm and stepped outside. Shaoli, I won't say much. It would come off as overly sentimental. Yet, I must convey this, should you encounter any troubles at the factory clinic in the future. Do not hesitate to seek me out. From now on, you are my brother, Cui Xingjian. Gazing into the earnest and shining eyes of Cui Xingjian, Li Xiangnan broke into a smile and nodded in agreement. Chapter 56, Something seems off in the library's bicycle shed. Lin Yue securely locked her bike and descended the steps with a light-hearted stride. As she passed the lending desk, she playfully winked at the teacher seated there. Disregarding his bemused expression, and cheerfully entered the reading room. Liang Hui. She instantly spotted her best friend nestled in a corner and hurried over. My dear aunt. Why are you so loud? You nearly scared me to death. Keep your voice down. Liang Hui exclaimed, raising her head to see her friend and, feeling the stares of disgruntled onlookers, pulled her into a seat beside her. What with your exuberance? Did you find money or something? Of course. Lin Yue set down her bag, tousled her hair, and retrieved the car keys to return them. I thought you might leave without me. Not a chance. After finally escaping, I would tell you want to waste my afternoon sitting for just an hour. I found this novel that's absolutely fascinating. Liang Hui smiled broadly as she presented Lin Yue with a copy of Don Quixote. However, noticing the uncontainable excitement on her friend's face, she furrowed her brow and remarked, Wait, something seems off, Yue. Did you finish your task? Did you return the pen to that person? Upon hearing this, Lin Yue's previously joyful expression faltered, and she hurriedly rummaged through her bag. She extracted Li Xiangnan's pen and rolled her eyes in exasperation. Oh no, I forgot to return the pen. What? You were so happy earlier. I thought you had already given it back. What with your excitement then? I'm truly baffled. Yang Hui pouted, took a sip from her water cup, and observed her friend's fluctuating emotions. Curiosity surged within her, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Something's not right, Yue. Have you experienced something? You're alternating between melancholy and joy, this isn't like you. Hiki. Indeed, something did happen. Lin Yue clutched the pen, her spirit quickly reviving. Then tell me. Liang Hui's eagerness was reignited. Did you catch up with him? I did. Lin Yue recalled the earlier incident with Li Xiangnan, a swell of pride washing over her. And yet you forgot the pen? What were you thinking? Liang Hui queried incredulously. I didn't have time. Lin Yue chuckled to herself. Goodness. Yue. You seem quite different today. This is not like you at all. Liang Hui observed, shaking her head in disbelief. Where's the difference? Honestly, just read your book. Lin Yue blushed, and urgently urged her friend to sit down, insisting they shouldn't disturb others. "Oh, my dear aunt, stop teasing me. You must tell me. I'm dying of curiosity. You caught up with that person and didn't return the pen, yet you were this happy. What on earth transpired in that hour?" Liang Hui pressed on, growing increasingly impatient. "I'll tell you, but you must breathe a word to my parents. Otherwise, they'll surely prevent me from going out again." Lin Yue pouted and insisted that her best friend swear an oath. "You must promise me, or I will not tell you." "All right, my dear cousin. I swear that whatever you say today, I shall not reveal a single word to your parents. No, to anyone at all. If I do, let me never find a partner for the rest of my life," Liang Hui declared earnestly. "That is more like it." Lin Yue nodded proudly, grinning as she continued. "Let me tell you, the person is named Xiangnan. He is indeed a doctor at the repair shop's hospital, working in the emergency department. And when I found him at noon, he was actually saving someone. My goodness." "Sure, keep your voice down." Upon hearing her friend's exuberance, Lin Yue quickly covered her mouth. Casting apologetic glances around, she whispered urgently, "If you keep shouting like that, I won't tell you anything." I understand. Hurry and tell me," Liang Hui urged, pulling her friend's hand away in astonishment. "This is quite an intriguing matter. What exactly happened?" Lin Yue's account of the events piqued Liang Hui's curiosity greatly, and under her relentless prompting, Lin Yue soon recounted everything that transpired at noon. Coming from a family of medical professionals, the spirited Lin Yue narrated the tale with dramatic flair, leaving Liang Hui utterly astonished. After a considerable while, Liang Hui finished her drink. Her throat still parched as she exclaimed, "Oh my! So, you really did save a child with that Dr. Li? How truly magnificent of you." "Magnificent? No, it was Dr. Li who was magnificent." Seeing her friend's earnestness, Liang Hui nodded emphatically. "Indeed, Dr. Li is quite remarkable. You hold him in high regard, Yue. This is not mere flattery. I have assessed Dr. Li Xiangnan's character from this incident." Noticing Liang Hui's knowing smile, she poked her friend's side. "So, tell me, what kind of person is he?" "Passionate, persistent, upright, and possessing an unwavering determination to achieve his goals, while also being quite humble. If he hadn't been holding me back, I would have undoubtedly clashed with those individuals at the hospital." Liang Hui nodded in agreement. "That is true. Yue, you are simply too spirited and fierce. Who would dare to provoke you? You're the fierce one." Lin Yue playfully punched her. "I'm complimenting you, not scolding you. This is called youthful vigor. Do you not understand?" Liang Hui adeptly built her friend's confidence, but upon seeing Lin Yue's blush and dreamy demeanor, she teasingly inquired, "Yue, have you perhaps developed feelings for him?" "Ah?" Lin Yue was taken aback, her cheeks flushing as she stammered. "What are you talking about? He is my brother-in-law. How could I possibly like him? Really, if her sister Lin Chujiao found out, it would be the end for her." Yet, inexplicably, Lin Yue's heart raced at her friend's words, as if a young deer were frolicking across a meadow. Amidst the joy, a twinge of melancholy crept in. What should one do if genuine affection has blossomed? After all, he is her brother-in-law. This delicate relationship, certainly, cannot be disclosed to Liang Hui. It is, after all, a private matter of the Lin family, intricately tied to her sister's reputation. They are on the brink of divorce, and should this information leak, it would surely become a subject of ridicule. Ah, divorce? Indeed, why should I feel disheartened? My sister is set to part ways with Li Xiangnan. I overheard a conversation between my parents. It seems they are merely engaging in a sham divorce, orchestrated to fend off the suitors from the village who pursue my sister. They merely acquired a certificate, yet there is nothing of substance behind it. Since they are not truly husband and wife, what does it matter if they divorce? I am indifferent to the notion. Li Xiangnan will soon revert to being the single Li Xiangnan. When will my sister finalize this divorce?" Lin Yue's eyes sparkled ever more brightly, resembling a sky full of stars. Liang Hui, observing her closely, could see every expression dance across Lin Yue's face, leaving her utterly bewildered. What on earth is this friend thinking? Why does she oscillate between gloom and elation? Surely, she has developed feelings for Li Xiangnan? Chapter 57. Dr. Ding, are you jealous? Having ensured that old Shui's daughter was well taken care of, Li Xiangnan emerged from the obstetrics and gynecology department and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, he let out a sigh of relief, stretching lazily as he strode confidently into the second emergency room. Finally, one matter had been resolved, and he felt considerably lighter, seated leisurely at his desk. Li Xiangnan twisted the lid off his cup and took a sip of tea. He then rose to refill his cup from the thermos, but in that moment, he acutely sensed that something was amiss in the atmosphere of the department. Ordinarily, Nurses Zhang Xiangnan and Wang Qin, along with Ding Yuqiu, would have approached him to inquire about the obstetrics and gynecology situation. Yet, it had been several moments since he entered, and not a soul had spoken to him. A glance to the side revealed Ding Yuqiu bent over her desk, seemingly oblivious to his presence, while Zhang Xiangnan and Wang Qin were busy at the nurse's station, occasionally glancing at him with expressions that hinted at an indescribable emotion. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiangnan discerned their thoughts and smiled slightly. Settling down at the table with his tea, "Dr. Ding, are you jealous?" Upon hearing Li Xiangnan's words, Wang Qin, who had just taken a sip of tea, unexpectedly spewed it all over Zhang Xiangnan's nurse uniform. The two exclaimed in surprise, casting shocked glances at Li Xiangnan while they complained. Ding Yuqiu, however, was in utter disarray, her pen slipping from her grasp as she blushed and stammered, "Dr. Li, what nonsense are you talking about?" Truth be told, how could she not be astonished? After returning from the obstetrics and gynecology department, she had been feeling unsettled, sensing that something had transpired between Li Xiangnan and Director Liang upstairs. Though she could not quite understand why she felt this way, hearing Li Xiangnan's words finally provided her with clarity. Yes, she was indeed jealous. However, while she could acknowledge her feelings internally, hearing such a declaration come from Li Xiangnan himself altered the implications entirely. Zhang Xiangnan and Wang Qin shared similar sentiments, exchanging glances and momentarily setting aside their quarrel over the tea as they hurried over to Li Xiangnan's desk. "Dr. Li, you truly are an intriguing individual. How did you know that Dr. Ding was feeling jealous?" Wang Qin pouted. Zhang Xiangnan poked Ding Yuqiu, lifting her head from where it nestled in her arms and gesturing towards Li Xiangnan. "Look at you, Dr. Ding, how bashful you are. He knows what's in your heart. You should tell Dr. Li why you're jealous." "I won't," Ding Yuqiu protested, her face aflame as she turned her head away, only to belatedly pinch Zhang Xiangnan. "What nonsense are you spouting? I am not jealous." "Haha." Li Xiangnan chuckled warmly, rising to sit at Ding Yuqiu's desk. He raised his hand in jest, declaring, "I assure you, I have nothing to do with Director Liang. You all needn't feel jealous." "Who believes that?" Ding Yuqiu shot him a glare, turning her head away in indignation. "Look at you. You still claim you're not jealous." Li Xiangnan could hardly contain his laughter. "You." Ding Yuqiu's face flushed to her neck as she silently stomped her foot beneath the table. "I said I'm not. I must clarify to a few individuals that I have not had any inappropriate encounters with Director Liang." Li Xiangnan chuckled and continued. "Director Liang was entirely persuaded by my rationale. I proposed that our hospital could establish a pediatric department in the future, with her leading the initiative while I would manage the specific affairs. That is how she agreed." "Is that truly the case? Pediatric care? Are you speaking the truth?" Ding Yuqiu, Zhang Xiangnan, and Wang Qin gasped in unison, their eyes turning toward him in astonishment. "Indeed, it is the truth. I meticulously explained to Director Liang the significance of this matter, particularly with regard to the upcoming New Year's Day. After all, this is a pivotal opportunity." And with a blend of emotional appeal and logical reasoning, how could Director Liang, being a reasonable person, fail to grasp the importance of establishing a new pediatric clinic? Our hospital, in the future, must evolve similarly to the prominent facilities surrounding us, progressing towards a comprehensive care model, with a substantial likelihood of transforming into a multi-specialty hospital catering to external needs. This is a lesson learned from past experiences. Li Xiangnan elaborated thoughtfully. He then added, "Moreover, if those reasons still do not suffice, here is the crux of the matter. As a mother, does Director Liang wish to witness her child facing a health crisis due to the absence of pediatric care? Surely, if she were to empathize with that scenario, it would tug at her heartstrings. People, as long as they are not devoid of compassion, possess an inherent ability to empathize." As he articulated each point, the trio stood in stunned silence, realizing they had completely misjudged Li Xiangnan, even imagining sordid implications between him and Director Liang. Particularly, Ding Yuqiu felt a burning embarrassment as she stood up, her face flushed, and apologized. "Dr. Li, in comparison to you, I realize how petty I have been. I was foolishly angry, thinking there was some secret between you and Director Liang. Oh dear. I am too ashamed to express what I thought of you. I sincerely apologize. It's perfectly fine. Now that the air has been cleared, there is no need for concern. However, please do not share this outside, as the pediatric plans have yet to be finalized. Discretion is paramount. You must keep this confidential for both myself and Director Liang." Li Xiangnan urged. Zhang Xiangnan expressed her admiration, exclaiming, "Dr. Li, I am increasingly impressed by your talents. From the perspective of a mere patient, You are contemplating the future of our hospital, even igniting the idea of establishing a pediatric department. You truly care for the well-being of everyone involved. Indeed. I believe Director Liang was also moved by your dedication and confidence, which is why she agreed. Wang Qin added, thinking about our children, the children in our factory community. Being able to receive the benefits of our hospital promptly, I feel we all owe you a debt of gratitude for your contributions, Dr. Li. Dr. Li. I must confess my ignorance. You were thinking of the children and their needs, while I only fixated on my narrow perspective and harbored doubts about you. I truly feel ashamed. Ding Yuqiu's eyes glistened with tears as she spoke. Li Xiangnan smiled and remarked, you are all intimidated by Director Liang's previous reputation. However, in my interactions with her, I have found her to be a daring, hardworking, and resolute physician. We must not succumb to rumors. Instead, we should refrain from spreading falsehoods and avoid causing harm to others. Once you truly engage with Director Liang, I am certain your perceptions of her will transform. The three of them nodded slightly, exchanging glances, in deep agreement. Although Ding Yuqiu and Wang Qin had backgrounds in obstetrics and gynecology, their limited interactions with Director Liang had shaped their impressions based largely on hearsay. The fact that Xiao Yuandan could remain in the obstetrics and gynecology department for observation was largely due to Director Liang's pivotal role. Moreover, contrary to Dr. Ding's suspicions, their agreement was not a result of any covert dealings. Rather, it was Director Liang's admiration for Dr. Li's ambitious plans for the factory hospital that facilitated this opportunity. This chance was not only pursued by Li Xiangnan, but also driven by Director Liang's hopes for the factory hospital. Such a Director Liang is far from the disreputable woman rumored. After delivering this speech, Li Xiangnan did not take his leave, but instead tapped the table and said, in truth, had Director Liang disagreed, I was prepared to retreat to the forthcoming reforms in the emergency department. Reforms? At this statement, the three, including Ding Yuqiu, were momentarily taken aback, gazing at Li Xiangnan with a look of utter bewilderment. Chapter 58. A reform in the emergency department indeed. A reform. Li Xiangnan rose and moved a chalkboard, typically used by the nurses' station to track patients' conditions, into view. Ding Yuqiu glanced at Xiangnan, her expression one of confusion. Dr. Li, do you mean to say that if Director Liang does not accept your proposal, you still have a fallback plan? Xiangnan and Wang Qin exchanged curious glances. Of course. Li Xiangnan chuckled as he rummaged for chalk. We cannot place all our hopes upon others. I ask you, what shall we do if Director Liang refuses to accept Xiao Yuandan? Wang Qin scratched her head and chuckled sheepishly. I honestly don't know. Perhaps we would have to send Xiao Yuandan to the pediatric department at Hospital 301 as we discussed earlier. But what if something goes wrong on such a hot day during the transfer? Xiangnan said anxiously. At this moment, Ding Yuqiu patiently waved her hand, urging the two to calm down. Let us not rush. Allow Dr. Li to share his thoughts. I'm quite intrigued by his plan B. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan smiled. The reason we must transfer Xiao Yuandan is fundamentally due to one crucial aspect. Who will care for her after our shifts end? This is one of the directions I propose for reforming the emergency department. In the face of critically ill patients, we must implement a 24-hour work system, allowing our emergency department to conduct continuous observation and care for patients, thus ensuring the continuity of treatment. A 24-hour work system? Ding Yuqiu exclaimed, truly taken aback by Li Xiangnan's suggestion. You must know that the 24-hour on-call system for resident physicians was only implemented in 1962. But that was strictly for departments with inpatient needs, necessitating shifts for doctors and nurses. Is it really necessary for the emergency department, which primarily functions as an outpatient service? Clearly, Xiangnan and Wang Qin also harbored doubts. Dr. Li, our factory has no patients at night. Is it truly necessary to implement a 24-hour work system? Xiangnan voiced her thoughts. Thus, Li Xiangnan replied with a smile, this is what I refer to as an emergency mechanism. It distinguishes between urgent situations and normal operations. By doing so, we can adeptly manage cases like Xiao Yuandan without having to implore other departments for assistance. But if that time comes, where will we have Xiao Yuandan stay? Ding Yuqiu questioned, equally perplexed. This brings me to the second direction of our reform. I wish to petition the hospital to allocate a specialized room for our emergency department to accommodate patients under observation. In the future, when we administer infusions, we need not have them in the corridors, and patients like Xiao Yuandan can be comfortably housed there. Of course, this applies only to those patients that our hospital does not currently cater to. Patients requiring surgical or internal medicine care must still be transferred to their respective departments. Our emergency ward will only serve as a temporary holding area until the patient's condition stabilize. I concur. Wang Qin immediately raised her hand and smiled. I've had thoughts about this matter for some time, but I hesitated to bring it up. I recall that during late spring, many people caught colds, and the corridors were teeming with individuals, making it difficult to navigate. If we had dedicated inpatient wards, it would certainly be much more pleasant. Indeed, Xiangnan concurred with this proposal. Dr. Ding, what do you think? Ding Yuqiu's gaze remained fixed on Li Xiangnan, genuinely pleased for him, as he was always contemplating ways to enhance the emergency department's operations. Dr. Li, your presence in our emergency department is truly a blessing. I speak not in flattery, but with heartfelt sincerity. Haha, I will draft an application for this matter, though it might take some time to process. Shall we agree to a 24-hour emergency work system? Li Xiangnan inquired with a smile. Agreed. Ding Yuqiu was the first to express her support. This is an essential step for the emergency department to attain the same status as the obstetrics and gynecology department. I wholeheartedly endorse it. Xiangnan also supported the idea but raised a concern. However, Dr. Li, while I agree, what about our staffing? We only have 3 nurses and 2 doctors. With daytime shifts and evening on-call duties, won't we be overwhelmed? It would also severely impact our rest. Rest assured, I have already considered this. Li Xiangnan replied with a slight smile. In the event of such a situation arising again, those who voluntarily stay for night shifts will be granted a full day off the following day. This is just the initial phase. If our workload increases later, I will negotiate with management for additional personnel. Furthermore, we can implement a 3-shift system to ensure everyone receives adequate rest. A 3-shift system? How novel. Everyone blinked in astonishment. Each shift will last 8 hours, Li Xiangnan explained. Dr. Ding, we can draw inspiration from your department's previous 12-hour shifts, but we shall modify it to be more humane. Impressive. I am truly in awe of your depth of understanding of the medical field, Dr. Li. Your unique insights and capabilities are evident in every aspect. I eagerly anticipate the surprises you will bring us in the future. Ding Yuqiu expressed her admiration. Li Xiangnan smiled gently. Very well. I shall commence drafting the reform plan for the emergency department. Just watch. He returned to his desk, gazing at the words he had written on the blackboard: 24-hour duty system, 8-hour shift system, and the expansion of wards. He extracted several sheets of paper and began fervently scribbling down his aspirations. When he finally looked up, he realized the sun had already set, and the evening glow had painted the horizon crimson. The department had emptied, leaving no trace of his colleagues. Oh, I got so engrossed that everyone has left for the day? He tapped his head, stretched, and prepared to tidy up for departure. Are you really still here? I waited for you in your office for ages. Lin Weiman's voice accompanied his footsteps as he entered the examination room. Li Xiangnan turned around, delighted to see him. Brother Weiman, you arrived just in time. I would like to treat you to a meal as well. I appreciate your assistance with my household registration matters. Li Xiangnan retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and handed one to him. Perfect timing. Come, let us dine while we converse. I have matters to discuss with you. Lin Weiman draped his arm around Li Xiangnan's shoulders as they exited. What is it? Li Xiangnan was utterly perplexed. Lin Weiman smiled at him, then approached old Su in the duty room to offer a cigarette and exchanged greetings before stepping outside. As he lit the cigarette, he inquired, Do you have any plans for tomorrow evening? My father wishes for you to come home for dinner. He desires to meet you. My future father-in-law wishes to see me tomorrow. Why the urgency? I have yet to stabilize my work situation. Chapter 59. My father-in-law wishes to meet me. Upon alighting from the train, Li Xiangnan had assured the Lin family of his intention to visit. However, he had not anticipated meeting the elders so soon. After all, he had only been at the factory hospital for 2 days, and his work situation remained precarious. He preferred to proceed with caution, intending to wait a few days until the Lin family's emotions settled following Lin Chujiao's return to the city before making his visit, thereby sparing both parties any awkwardness. Yet, with the father-in-law now extending an invitation for dinner tomorrow evening, their eagerness and generosity left Li Xiangnan in a position where declining was difficult. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, he acquiesced to Lin Weiman's invitation. Come on, Weiman, you're raising fish? Your drinking capacity is not that of a novice. At the dinner table, Li Xiangnan poured a glass of erguo for Lin Weiman, lifting the cup and placing it in his hand before he himself tilted back his drink, smacking his lips in satisfaction. Hey, you rascal, what has put you in such high spirits today? Learning to ply me with drink? Is there some joyous occasion? Lin Weiman chuckled, shaking his head. Although he harbored some curiosity, he refrained from probing too deeply, choosing instead to down the drink Li Xiangnan had handed him. Nothing much. Just work-related matters. Let us not dwell on it. Let us drink, Li Xiangnan exclaimed, stuffing a piece of fish-flavored shredded pork into his mouth before refilling Lin Weiman's glass. You lad. Lin Weiman regarded him with a bemused smile as he poured more wine, nodding gratefully before inquiring, I haven't asked about your job lately. How is it? Are you settling in all right? He dared not address directly the sight he had witnessed at noon, Li Xiangnan and Lin Yue riding a bicycle to the 301 hospital. Although he was quite curious, he felt it inappropriate to inquire about it directly, particularly since Lin Muyu had mentioned that she had not disclosed her relationship with Li Xiangnan. It seemed likely that Lin Yue had also kept her identity a secret. If he were to bring it up, it might lead to her chiding him for meddling. Nevertheless, while he hesitated to ask outright, he felt comfortable probing subtly. It's going quite well. My colleagues are very united and take good care of me. Even as a newcomer, no one has bullied me. Li Xiangnan chuckled lightly. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning the incident with Luo Dalin attempting to assert dominance over him, as he didn't wish to give others the impression that the factory hospital was fraught with discord. You're quite magnanimous. Lin Weiman smiled quietly. Having heard from Lin Muyu about Luo Dali's attempts to undermine Li Xiangnan in the emergency department, it was surprising to see Li Xiangnan remain silent about it. Moreover, his demeanor suggested he had no intention of discussing his interactions with Lin Yue. It appeared that to uncover the nature of their acquaintance, he would need to speak with his younger sister, Lin Yue. With this thought in mind, Lin Weiman continued to toast and chat with Li Xiangnan for a while longer before, amidst Li Xiangnan's expressions of gratitude, they concluded their meal. Shall Li, tomorrow after work. Wait for me for a bit. I will come to pick you up, and we shall return together. Li Xiangnan shook his head and said, Brother Weiman, there's no need for such trouble. I can go by myself. Just give me the address. That won't do. You won't be able to get in by yourself. Lin Weiman chuckled and stood up, suddenly realizing Li Xiangnan understood. The Lin family resided in a compound, and it seemed their status in Yanjing was quite high. With a gatekeeper present, he indeed could not enter unaccompanied. I'm off now. Just remember this. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. Lin Weiman, eager to return to find Lin Yue, ceased the pleasantries, unlocked his vehicle, and rode away. Why the rush, Brother Weiman? Li Xiangnan waved goodbye while wiping his mouth and turned towards the factory hospital. The meal had cost him over 2 yuan. Though expensive, he felt no regret. His household registration issue had finally been resolved, with Lin Weiman running errands for him. He intended to thank him, and tomorrow he would dine at the Lin residence, later expressing gratitude to his unseen father-in-law. If he were the old Li Xiangnan, he would have been eager to meet Lin Chujiao's father, but now, having traversed time, he felt indifferent towards Lin Chujiao, and thus harbored little desire to ingratiate himself with this father-in-law, his heart devoid of any anxious fluctuations. Ah, old Qin. Have you eaten? Passing by the gatehouse, he noticed old Qin washing dishes at the water faucet. Li Xiangnan smiled and slipped a cigarette behind his ear. You rascal! How polite of you to offer me a smoke when I have no hands to take it. Upon seeing Li Xiangnan, old Qin's face brightened as he wiped his hands on his coat and took the cigarette to smoke. I just had a meal. The factory leaders treated us in the cafeteria today. I had my nephew, who is a chef, bring me a portion, so I didn't bother cooking for myself. Perfect timing. Li Xiangnan turned his head, spotting the cafeteria brightly lit in the distance. He chuckled and remarked, the factory leaders are certainly busy. Indeed. Old Qin replied with a smile, handing him a newspaper, implying, Young Li, I can tell you are an intellectual. During your leisure time, not only should you tend to your own little patch of land, but you ought to read more books and newspapers to understand the happenings of the world. Don't confine yourself to a narrow perspective. Hearing this profound reminder, Li Xiangnan paused, and upon meeting those insightful eyes, he unconsciously nodded. On his way back, he pulled out the newspaper and glanced at it for a moment. The flickering streetlights made it hard to see, so he tucked it into his pocket to read later. Upon reaching the door of his small house, he noticed the factory hospital building's second floor still had a light on. Hey, I plan to check on old Zhou today. It's been a busy day. Resolute, Li Xiangnan tapped his head and hurried to the factory hospital, where old Su, stationed at the front desk, was squatting at the entrance smoking. He offered him a cigarette and inquired, has old Zhou not returned yet? Not yet. He has probably with Xiaowu. Xiaowu? Li Xiangnan was taken aback. He had never heard that name among the emergency department's doctors and nurses. Go take a look. That child has suffered too much. Old Su, puffing on his cigarette, spoke of Xiao Wu with a hint of sorrow. Li Xiangnan nodded, his heart heavy with profound curiosity, and ascended the stairs. It was nearly 7 o'clock, and the factory hospital was already deserted. On the second floor, the left wing housed the surgical unit, while the right was designated for internal medicine. The illuminated room bore a sign that read Internal Medicine Ward 2. After listening for a moment, he discerned a rustling sound emanating from within, furrowing his brow as he quietly approached. Chapter 60. The twisted rope breaks at its most delicate point in the serene corridor. Only the faint rustling sounds emanating from the second patient room pierced the silence, magnifying the noise in an almost palpable manner, echoing in Li Xiangnan's ears like the beating of a drum. He took a few steps and arrived at the door of the ward, where his gaze was immediately drawn to a young man in the corner near the window, gently kneading the legs of an elderly man lying on the bed. The young man's movements were delicate and cautious. The elderly man appeared to be in his 50s, his eyes slightly closed, breathing steadily, with a heart monitor beside him displaying a rhythmic flicker of numbers. The young man, slender in build, wore a patched gray shirt and ill-fitting trousers that revealed his ankles, while his shoes were adorned with several patches at the toe. Curiosity piqued, Li Xiangnan observed the scene with a vague sense of speculation. This was Wu Shilin, and the one providing him with a massage was his son, Wu Mao. Suddenly, a voice broke the moment, and Li Xiangnan turned to see Shou Feng, the head of the internal medicine department, approaching. He quickly greeted him, but Shou Feng raised a finger to hush him and pulled him aside, inquiring how he had come to be there and whether he had eaten. It was then that Li Xiangnan noticed Shou Feng was holding a food container filled with 3 or 4 steaming buns. Dr. Zhou, I noticed the lights on the second floor were always on and heard you often work overtime, so I thought I would come see. I've already eaten. Li Xiangnan smiled. You must have had a drink too? Shou Feng sniffed, a hint of envy in his voice, as he placed the food container on the windowsill and offered him a cigarette. Have one. Just a little. Li Xiangnan struck a match, lighting Shou Feng's cigarette before taking a puff himself, then curiously asked, Dr. Zhou, is it the young man that keeps you working late? He had observed clearly that there was only one patient in the internal medicine ward, and thus surmised that Shou Feng's frequent overtime was to care for the elderly man. Pretty much. Shou Feng sighed. Old Wu has had a tough time. Who knows how much longer he'll be lying here. Sigh. Li Xiangnan raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what is wrong with him? What illness does he have that keeps him here? Shou Feng obscured his face in a cloud of smoke. Lamenting, Old Wu used to work in the foundry. 2 years ago, there was an accident at the workshop. A fire broke out. He had forgotten to take his lunchbox when leaving and returned to retrieve it. Unfortunately, he stumbled upon a fire ignited by the sand, and he rushed in to save the equipment. By the time the security team arrived and extinguished the flames, he was already rescued. At that time, Old Wu seemed fine. But when he returned home, he started coughing up blood. He was sent to the factory hospital and has been lying here for over 2 years now. As Shou Feng recounted the past, his tone grew somber. I've examined him. Old Wu has developed lung issues. The dust has infiltrated his lungs, and having already contracted an occupational disease from working in the foundry, his condition has worsened. The factory has kept him in the internal medicine ward all this time, promising to look after him for the remainder of his life. The Wu family has suffered immensely. Old Wu lost his father in childhood, his mother in youth, and his wife in middle age. Just a decade later, when he should have been on the verge of retirement, he fell ill with a lung disease while striving to recuperate the factory's losses. His son was still in his 2nd year of high school at that time, and suddenly the family faced financial ruin, plunging into poverty due to illness. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan fell into a contemplative silence. Old Wu's audacious act of rushing into the workshop during the fire to save equipment demonstrates his sense of responsibility. However, this opportunity has added further unpredictability to his already tumultuous life. It seems that misfortune has a peculiar penchant for targeting the most unfortunate souls. Did Wu Mao continue his education? Li Xiangnan asked, his eyes brimming with emotion. Education? He dropped out immediately. His father's illness requires care. I just cooked some porridge in the office for him to feed Old Wu, and prepared a few steam buns for him to nibble on. Young Wu is now working at the community office, pasting matchboxes. He earns a meager 17 cents for 100 boxes, just enough to scrape by. With a sigh, Shou Feng extinguished his cigarette thoughtfully, patting Li Xiangnan on the shoulder. Li, the hospitals outside cannot cure Old Wu's illness. I have consulted many experts, but each time has ended in disappointment. Finding a cure for this condition is exceedingly difficult. He understood that despite Li Xiangnan's capabilities, he too would be at a loss when confronted with such a perplexing ailment. especially when seasoned specialists shook their heads upon learning of old Wu's condition. After speaking, Zhou Feng smiled gently at Li Xiangnan while holding a lunchbox and walked into the hospital room. "Dr. Zhou, you're here," came the delighted voice of Wu Mao from within. However, Li Xiangnan felt a pang of discomfort. He could not shake the image of Zhou Feng's regretful expression as he turned to leave, reminiscent of that night when he saw Zhou Feng wandering alone through the factory grounds. "Ah, Dr. Li, what brings you here after hours?" Startled, Li Xiangnan lifted his head, realizing he had unconsciously arrived at the obstetrics ward. Cui Xingzhan's family was returning from the water room with a basin, their faces lighting up with surprise upon seeing him. "Oh, I just came to check on little Yuandan. Is she doing well?" "Quite well, thank you for your concern, Dr. Li," Wang Xiaofeng exclaimed, flustered, as she quickly opened the door to let him in. "Dr. Li, please come in and sit." "No, I'm just passing through, as long as she's doing well. That's enough for me." Li Xiangnan peered inside, noticing little Yuandan soundly asleep in bed. He waved his hand dismissively. "You all should rest. I won't disturb you." "Not at all. Please don't worry." Wang Xiaofeng stood awkwardly by the bed, her expression warm and grateful. "Make sure to rest well yourself. Today has been quite taxing." Li Xiangnan did not linger, turning to head toward the staircase. "Hey, old Chui, how are you? I told you Dr. Li would come to check on your daughter." "I was right, wasn't I? I just saw him enter the factory hospital." Before Li Xiangnan could descend the stairs, Sun Jie, the deputy chief of security, and Cui Xingzhan intercepted him at the stairwell. "Dr. Li," Cui Xingzhan called out joyfully, raising the oil paper bag in his hand. "Have you eaten? Come on. Let us go to your home for a drink. I visited Lu Baiju and purchased a considerable amount of pickled vegetables. Then I acquired some braised dishes from the Dichelon area, all of which were remarkably fresh and served as delightful accompaniments to my drinks." Having patted his belly, Li Xiangnan, fully satisfied, couldn't help but smile wryly at the thought, yet he did not have the heart to refuse old Chui's kind gesture. Aware that this evening's gathering was meant to express gratitude for his efforts, he smiled and casually remarked, "Though I've eaten, I find myself hungry again. Let us go." "Ah, splendid. Off we go," old Chui exclaimed, cheerfully bounding down the stairs. Sun Jie turned on his flashlight and waited for Li Xiangnan to join him before exclaiming in admiration, "Xiao Li, I just heard old Chui recount your exploits. Goodness, your medical skills are truly remarkable. Without you, old Chui's daughter would have been in dire straits." Li Xiangnan, not wishing to bask in self-praise, playfully punched his friend and retorted, "Old son, can you hold your liquor?" Glancing out at the dark night beyond the courtyard, Sun Jie licked his lips in anticipation. "A couple of shots wouldn't be a problem, but any more than that and I'd be in trouble. I still have to keep watch tonight." "Then let us make it quick, shall we?" At that moment, Li Xiangnan was gearing up for the next round, while Lin Chujiao, having just finished her overtime, returned home. Chapter 61. "It turns out I am not alone, oh dear. Xiao Qiao, why have you returned so late?" Wang Xiuqin was bustling about in the kitchen when she heard some commotion at the door. She hurried out to assist Lin Chujiao in removing her handbag and hanging it by the door, then chided, "Quickly wash your hands. I'll heat up your meal." Lin Chujiao nodded, stepping into the foyer and surveying the surroundings. Her father, Lin Jianzhou, was seated on the sofa, engrossed in reading the newspaper, while Lin Yue and Lin Muyu were not on the sofa but rather at the desk behind it, engaged in some discussion. Her elder brother, Lin Weiguo, and sister-in-law, Wei Lan, were absent, leaving only her second sister-in-law, Xiaoqing, in the kitchen washing dishes. "Dad, I'm back," Lin Chujiao called out before heading to the restroom to wash her hands. "Sis, why are you working overtime right after starting your shift? Isn't your boss being unreasonable?" Lin Yue bounced over, linking her arm with her sister's. "There are a few meeting documents that need to be conveyed, and I've already informed them that I would deliver them today. I wouldn't dare return without doing so. It was agreed upon," Lin Chujiao replied, lathering soap as she silently observed her younger sister's expression. "This is a matter of work ethic. I believe Xiao Qiao is correct. Today's tasks should be completed today. You should take a leaf out of her book, Yue," Lin Jianzhou commented without lifting his eyes from the newspaper, his voice drifting over. "Of course. Our fourth sister is so diligent at work. She still possesses that same tenacity. Even in this sweltering heat, she doesn't seem to mind." Lin Mu strolled over, handing Lin Chujiao a towel to dry her hands. "Such a mundane occurrence, yet you all lavish me with praise." Lin Chujiao turned and shot a glare at Lin Muyu and her father. "Xiao Qiao hasn't eaten yet. Let us not dwell on that. First, Let us fill our stomachs. Second sister-in-law Xiaoqing emerged from the kitchen with a plate, followed closely by Lin Mu, who was bustling about with various dishes. Noticing Lin Weiman's absence, Lin Chujiao took a seat and inquired, "Second sister-in-law, where is my second brother? Is he also working late? Who knows where he has wandered off to? He doesn't even bother to call. Don't wait for him. Eat your own meal." Lin Mu responded with displeasure. As they were speaking, Lin Weiman opened the door, entered, and began changing his shoes while exclaiming, "Oh, it's sweltering. Riding in this summer heat is exhausting. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Lin Yue pouted, calling out to their departing mother, "Mom, your precious son has returned." Upon seeing Lin Weiman, Wang Shouqin emerged from the kitchen and remarked, "Where have you been? Have you eaten? You couldn't even call to let us know you'd be this late." "Mom, I've already eaten. I was just responding to Dad's call to check in with Li Xiangnan and invite him over for dinner tomorrow night. I had a drink with him this evening." Lin Weiman replied with a grin as he made his way to wash his hands. At this, Lin Chujiao paused, her chopsticks halting midair. Lin Yue and Lin Mu exchanged glances, remaining silent. "So that's where he went." "Lin Mu?" Wang Shouqin frowned, glancing at Lin Jianzhou before huffing and retreating into the kitchen. "What did he say? Is he coming over tomorrow night?" Lin Jianzhou inquired. "Of course. It's all been agreed upon." Lin Weiman chuckled softly, plopping down beside the sofa and leaning toward the electric fan for a respite from the heat. After perusing the newspaper for a while, Lin Jianzhou found himself unable to concentrate on a single word. He folded the paper and stood up, calling out, "Xiao, when you finish, come find me in the study." With that, he retreated into the room. Lin Chujiao continued to eat her meal one bite at a time, casting a glance at Lin Weiman, who pretended to fan himself while actually stealing glances at her. Lin Mu returned to her desk, ostensibly to read. Yet she too was covertly observing Lin Chujiao. Lin Yue, however, was far more brazen, staring unabashedly at her. "Yue, what's with you today?" "Oh." Just as Lin Chujiao was about to inquire about Lin Yue's whereabouts, Lin Weiman suddenly clutched his knee, exclaiming, "Ouch. Why does it hurt so much? Yue, hurry to my room and fetch me a plaster. It must be my old ailment acting up." Taken aback by her second brother's antics, Lin Yue glanced at her fourth sister, Lin Chujiao, uncertain whether to assist her brother or continue chatting with her sister. "What are you dawdling for? Quickly get the plaster." Lin Mu pinched Lin Yue's waist, and when the latter yelped in surprise, Lin Mu whispered, "Take your time, but don't come out." Casting a sidelong glance at Lin Mu's expression, Lin Yue's eyes darted as she began to comprehend the situation, and she bounced into the bedroom. Lin Chujiao, with chopsticks clenched between her teeth, observed the trio's clumsy performance before her in silence. Setting down her chopsticks, she stood up, sipped some water, and headed to the bathroom. "Second brother, what is going on?" As soon as she left, Lin Mu hurriedly approached. "Yue is such a fool, so reckless. She was with the Xiangnan today, and Xiao caught them. She even followed them," Lin Weiman said, his voice laced with unease. Lin Mu gasped, her pale face growing even paler as she glanced toward the bathroom, whispering, "No way. Why didn't Yue tell me her fourth sister knew about this? She is so oblivious she wouldn't notice a thing. I saw Yue with Xiaoli leaving the emergency room at noon, and when I turned around, Xiao was right in front of me, watching them closely." "Oh, did you two run into each other?" Lin Weiman feigned concern while clutching his knee. "Of course. I bumped into that girl outside the emergency room at noon. That's when I realized she was with the Xiangnan. After a thorough interrogation, I found out she met him at the library while Xiao Li was there to borrow medical books." "He went to the library to borrow medical books at noon? What is that boy up to?" Lin Weiman asked, astonished. "Perhaps he is gearing up for rural medical support, trying to fill in the gaps in his knowledge. Then it seems Xiao Li is quite ambitious. Whatever happened to that carefree boy?" Just then, Lin Chujiao emerged from the bathroom, abruptly halting their conversation. As she headed directly for the study, the two brothers exhaled in relief. "Second brother, there isn't a single plaster in your room. Are you deceiving me?" At this moment, Lin Yue emerged from the room, her anger boiling as she was about to strike Lin Weiman. "Of course I know there is none in the house." Lin Weiman chuckled, pulling a medicine box from beneath the coffee table and applying a plaster to himself without a care. "So you think you can toy with me? Do you?" Lin Yue puffed up her cheeks, ready to confront Lin Weiman. However, Lin Mu quickly restrained her, whispering, "If he doesn't distract you, you'll surely face your sister's wrath. She has been tailing you since you went in room 301 with Xiaoli at noon. You've been back for quite some time, and you haven't come clean to her. You're in trouble." Lin Yue panicked. What about Ergo and Sanjia? Will Sijia hit me? Huh. It seems likely that even your Sanjia would join in. Lin Weiman chuckled with delight. Muyu, Xiao Qiao now knows that Li Xiangnan has been assigned to the Repair Factory S Hospital. She is also aware that you visit their hospital every day and that you know Li Xiangnan is there. Lin Muyu? Lin Yue, so I'm not alone in this. Haha. Sister, you're in trouble too. Chapter 62. A place that one can only reach after a lifetime of struggle. Dad, I have arrived. After gently knocking on the door, Lin Chujiao cautiously opened it upon hearing the invitation from within. She entered, turned to close the door, and took a deep breath, obediently standing before the desk. In the study, only a small lamp with a green shade was lit, yet its bright glow illuminated almost the entire room. Lin Jianzhou gestured towards a chair and calmly said, "Please, take a seat." Sitting down obediently, Lin Chujiao clasped her hands on her lap, sitting upright. She speculated that her father merely wished to inquire about her work. How has your experience at the workplace been these past couple of days? Upon hearing the expected question about her job, Lin Chujiao felt a slight sense of relief and replied, "It's going well. Although I am in the field department of the Health Bureau, it is quite beneficial for honing my skills." Director Ho mentioned that interacting with people like this will be advantageous for future office work. Indeed, your Uncle Ho was once my subordinate, and he possesses an astute judgment of character. Working alongside him for a while at the grassroots level will serve you well. Come mid-next year, there will be personnel changes in the Bureau, so be prepared for that. Lin Jianzhou evidently had a clear understanding of his daughter's career path. I understand, and I will work diligently. Lin Chujiao nodded in agreement, fully acknowledging her father's perspective. With opportunities awaiting her, she was determined not to let them slip away. Little Qiao. Lin Jianzhou's tone shifted as he picked up a family photo from the desk, wiping it with his sleeve several times. Your elder brother is an associate professor at Peking Union Medical College, and your sister-in-law is also a university lecturer there. Your second brother is the deputy chief of logistics at the 301 hospital, and although your second sister-in-law has devoted herself to raising their children at home, you know that the Xiao family has significant influence in Yanjing. Your brothers are all key figures in transportation, and their father is a leader in that field. Hearing these words, Lin Chujiao felt a tightening in her chest, her hands subconsciously gripping together until her knuckles turned white, as she began to fathom her father's intentions. And then there's your third sister, Muyu. She was once an obstetrician, but now she has taken on an additional role as a member of the hospital's joint aid team, tasked with assisting weaker hospitals. In the future, she may be promoted to leadership within the military hospital. Lin Jianzhou continued, and your younger sister has mentioned her college entrance exam results. Gaining admission to Yanjing University's medical school is certainly within her reach. Look at our family. Each of you is exceptional, destined for remarkable futures. I take great pride in having such outstanding children. Do you understand why I am sharing this with you today? Lin Jianzhou's gaze bore down intensely upon his daughter. After several rapid breaths, Lin Chujiao nodded heavily. Dad, I understand. I comprehend your meaning, and I will continue to strive. I have already mapped out your future career path. Spend a year at the grassroots level, then advance to the office, and perhaps take on a secretarial role to gain some prestige. After serving as a deputy director for 5 years in the surrounding districts of Yanjing, I assure you that you will be positioned to return and secure a role within the department. Lin Jianzhou spoke with unwavering confidence about his daughter's future. The knuckles tightened once more as Lin Chujiao nervously swallowed. I know, Dad. But can your other half really be someone like Li Xiangnan? A young man from a rural background. No matter how capable he may be, can he truly leap over the Dragon Gate? Even if he possesses some medical skills, what will ultimately propel him forward are connections, resources, vision, and certain opportunities, none of which he possesses. I foresee his future. A mere director at the factory hospital is the pinnacle he will reach in his lifetime. And what about you? At this point, Lin Jianzhou rose from behind the desk and approached his daughter, gently patting her shoulder. The Li family and the Lin family exist in entirely different realms. You need not bear any psychological burden for divorcing him. We, the Lin family, have already treated Li Xiangnan quite well. Do you understand? I understand, Dad. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chujiao nodded. All right, you must be tired today. Go rest early. Then I'll take my leave, Dad. You should rest early too. Lin Chujiao stood up and quickly made her way to the door, exiting and heading straight to the bathroom across the hall, shutting the door behind her. She turned on the faucet slightly, and the sound of rushing water filled the air. Yet, she stared intently at her reflection in the mirror, noticing her eyes were slightly red-rimmed. Was she sad? It didn't seem so. Was she reluctant? It didn't appear to be the case. Was she happy? It seemed not. What was this emotion? It lingered in her heart. She felt as if she were boiling water in a copper kettle, already simmering within. Yet a massive copper lid weighed heavily upon her, suppressing her every struggle and desire to escape, preventing even a single droplet from spilling over. Melancholy seeped into her heart like ink splattered on white paper, an indelible stain. Upon entering the living room, she found her second brother, third sister, and younger sister all absent. Her sister-in-law was in the kitchen washing dishes, and upon seeing her emerge from the study, her mother brought a cup of hot tea and guided her to the floor-to-ceiling window. "My daughter," Wang Xiuqin said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "Do you see those imposing, thick walls in the distance? Do you know what they are?" Lin Chujiao cradled the teacup, her gaze drifting towards the distant, shadowy barrier. After a moment's thought, she replied, "Mom, that is the surrounding wall of the family compound." "No, that is not merely a wall. It is a fortress that Li Xiangnan will never be able to transcend in his lifetime. He is outside, and you are within. As long as you are a member of the Lin family, you cannot escape. And he, no matter how hard he strives, is destined to struggle in the depths of hardship, never to set foot in this realm." Seeing her daughter remain silent, Wang Xiuqin spoke earnestly. "I know that your marriage to Li is a fade, but I understand, my daughter. Over time, feelings will inevitably develop." "Mom, I haven't tea," Lin Chujiao instinctively protested. Wang Xiuqin smiled gently, patting her hand. "I am a woman. How could I not discern your thoughts? My daughter, let it go truly. As someone who has traversed the path of life, having witnessed a myriad of events alongside your father, and having toiled over the marriages of your elder brothers, countless scenes of joy and sorrow flit before my eyes, ultimately overshadowed by the might of our family. In a humble union, there is naught but sorrow. The Li family is not your true home. Your mother hopes you will find a partner of equal standing, someone with whom you can enjoy a more favorable second half of your life. Tomorrow, Li Xiangnan will visit our home, and your father and I will make our position clear. Following him will not bring you happiness. Mother, I understand. I will abide by your wishes." In that moment, gazing at her mother's hair, which was beginning to show strands of gray, Lin Chujiao smiled gently with glistening eyes, feeling an indescribable serenity within. After a few days of anticipation, the daughter finally expressed her stance formally, prompting Wang Xiuqin to shed tears of joy. "Ah, with your words. A great weight has been lifted from my heart. How wonderful. You should go and rest now." "Indeed." Lin Chujiao nodded, turning to ascend the stairs. As she passed by the rooms of Lin Muyu and Lin Yue, she found herself devoid of any curiosity to inquire further. Chapter 63, Between Filial Piety and Affection. What will you choose? In Lin Muyu's chamber, Lin Yue crouched down, straining to listen to the sounds in the corridor. Upon hearing the distinct sound of a door clicking shut, a trace of confusion washed over her face. After pondering for a while, she voiced her thoughts. "Sister." It seems that fourth sister went straight to her room after coming upstairs. What could this mean? Did father say something tonight that upset her? Seated on the edge of the bed, Lin Muyu pinched her left hand with her right, pondering the situation. "I'm not certain. Why don't you ask her?" "Absolutely not. You always use me as a scapegoat. Fourth sister already knows I was with brother-in-law at noon. I can only imagine what she's thinking. If I go near her now, it would be inviting trouble. She might be angry with me." Lin Yue pouted, sliding down to sit against the bedroom door. "That is unlikely. Your third sister is not a petty person. Didn't your second brother mention that she understands you in a room 301 for legitimate matters?" Lin Muyu had a good grasp of her younger sister's temperament. "But she doesn't know how I ended up with brother-in-law?" Lin Yue replied, her cheeks flushing. "Oh, my, calling him brother-in-law so naturally. How charming." Lin Muyu also slid down to sit on the floor, playfully patting her sister's shoulder. "It's merely a matter of a pin. Just explain it clearly to your sister. She's not a small-minded person. I need to talk to her as well. To be honest, keeping my visit to the repair shop and hospital from her was a mistake. Second brother was right. I genuinely don't want Li Xiangnan to misunderstand our family's intentions. Indeed, my sister has only just returned from the countryside. I sincerely hope she is joyful and free from worries." Lin Yue said earnestly. "Then you must go. Go and gauge her mood first, if she isn't asleep. I will join you for a chat." Lin Yue stood up, pouting. "All right then, I'll check on her." With that, she quietly opened the door, glanced at the empty corridor, kicked off her slippers, and tiptoed barefoot like a little cat towards the innermost bedroom. She knocked gently on the door. "Sister, it's me." "Yue, are you asleep?" Pressing her ear against the door, she finally heard a voice from within say, "Come in." Lin Yue felt a surge of joy and gestured to Lin Muyu, who had poked her head out from the bedroom, before opening the door and stepping inside. In the softly scented chamber, only a bedside lamp illuminated the space. The pink decor exuded a strong sense of youthful charm. This room still retained the same appearance as it had 5 years ago when Lin Chujiao departed. At that moment, Lin Chujiao lay with her back to the door, having already bathed and donning a cool, flowing dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Sister. Lin Yue admired her elder sister's flawless form, unable to resist the urge to steal another glance. Yue, I know what you want to say. It doesn't bother me. You can interact with whomever you wish and pursue whatever you desire. I am not a person who nitpicks, especially when it's unnecessary. As long as you are happy, I am happy. Today, I find myself utterly fatigued and yearn for an early respite. You too should retire early. Initially, I presumed that my elder sister would engage in a lengthy discourse, much like the lessons she had imparted to me in the past. However, to my utter astonishment, she succinctly silenced all the thoughts I had been mulling over. Moreover, this conversation, devoid of any inclination for casual exchange, was firmly established by Lin Chujiao's final remark. Observing the sister who had not turned her back throughout, Lin Yue furrowed her brow, instantly surmising that their father must have conveyed something grave to her sister, resulting in her evident despondency and disinterest in conversation. Without uttering another word, she retreated to Lin Muyu's bedroom. Why have you returned so soon? It has barely been 2 minutes. What transpired? Lin Muyu, feeling anxious in the bedroom, leapt up from her bed upon hearing the door open. Sister, I fear the worst. My elder sister has likely been reduced to tears by our father. She spoke to me with her back turned. Her mood must be dreadful. Lin Yue expressed her concerns. Did you say anything? Were you able to clarify today's events? Lin Muyu inquired, shaking her sister gently. I did. Lin Yue replied with a hint of melancholy. What did you say? Sister. Yes, and then? Lin Muyu asked eagerly. That was all. That was all? A large question mark appeared on Lin Muyu's delicate face. And fearing she had misheard, she reiterated, that was truly all? I mean, your explanation. Lin Yue pouted, sister. Did I have time to explain? The moment I called out to her, my elder sister interjected, advising me to live according to my own disposition, to pursue my happiness without concern, effectively cutting off any chance for me to respond. Sister, do you think there is an underlying message in her words? Lin Muyu furrowed her brow in contemplation. How curious. Why the sudden change in mood? Subtext is not characteristic of your elder sister. She is straightforward, articulating precisely what she thinks. If that were her intent, then she likely harbors that very sentiment. Perhaps, she simply does not wish to hear about your encounter with Xiangnan today. How could that be? Lin Yue shook her head confidently. Second brother asserted that our elder sister was quite upset at noon, claiming we were keeping secrets from her. Therefore, when I approach her this evening to explain, she should be pleased. Then the issue must lie with our father. I must inquire what he conveyed to her. Lin Muyu adeptly styled her hair into a bun, preparing for the meal with Xiao Li the following day, determined to avoid any unforeseen complications. It would not do to create discord. I shall accompany you. Lin Yue, equally concerned, insisted. Stop. Lin Muyu gently repositioned her sister, speaking with warmth. You need not worry. Dear Yue, I will relay any pertinent information I uncover. The fewer people involved, the easier it will be to breach your elder sister's defenses. Await my favorable tidings. Very well, Lin Yue sighed, retreating into her room, watching as her third sister stealthily made her way to the adjacent bedroom. With a series of 2 long and 1 short knocks, Lin Muyu entered Lin Chujiao's chamber without uttering a word. Indeed, she found Lin Chujiao lying with her back to the door, her graceful figure rivaling her own. A smile graced her lips as she stepped around to the opposite side, where her sister's radiant and captivating face came into view. Oh. Pretending to be asleep, even though you know it's me. Lin Muyu crouched at the edge of the bed, grasping Lin Chujiao's delicate hand. What did Dad say to you tonight? I'm quite stable emotionally, Lin Chujiao replied, opening her eyes, her expression neither sorrowful nor joyful, calm as a still pond. You sent Yue, didn't you? Hey, you truly possess an uncanny ability to foresee things. You seem to know everything. Upon hearing these words, Lin Muyu realized that she and Yue had indeed underestimated one another. Then tell me, what are you thinking about right now? I'm not thinking about anything. Dad didn't say much. You needn't worry. Just go to sleep. I don't believe you. But it's true. Really nothing was said? Indeed not. Skeptical. Lin Muyu left the room, only to wander directly to the second-floor balcony, where she let the breeze wash over her while pondering her thoughts. Meanwhile, in the bedroom below, Xiaoqing, having just emerged from the bathroom with cucumber slices on her face, heard a laugh and exclaimed, Wei Min, what are you laughing about while soaking your feet? Lin Wei Min, seated comfortably on the wooden sofa with his feet resting in the basin, managed a wry smile. I'm laughing in bitterness. Tell me, if you had to choose between filial piety and love, what would you decide? What do you think Xiao Qiao would choose? Xiaoqing, having a moment of shared understanding with her husband, pondered briefly before responding. Are you suggesting that our parents have realized Xiao Qiao truly does not wish to divorce Li Xiangnan and thus pressured her tonight? Lin Wei Min expressed his surprise. Huh? How did you notice that? Humph. Xiaoqing scoffed. Do you really think our family is filled with fools? Even I could sense that something was off with Xiao Qiao's emotions. Our parents are far too astute not to notice. Oh. Given Mom's temperament, I fear Xiao Qiao may be feeling quite distressed. Wei Min, you've been in close contact with Li Xiangnan these past few days. Tell me, what kind of person is he really? What do you intend to do? Lin Wei Min asked, his tone tinged with caution. What do you think? Chapter 64. Sister. What did she say? After a prolonged wait, Lin Yue finally saw her sister Lin Muyu returning from the balcony. Lin Muyu forced a faint smile and sighed. Let's sleep. Stop overthinking. Lin Yue was taken aback, then scrutinized her third sister for a moment before exclaiming, Sister, you didn't get the cold shoulder too, did you? Pretty much. Your fourth sister refuses to divulge anything. It's futile for us to speculate. Let's just sleep on it. Lin Muyu replied, exasperated. Our father is really something. It's only been a few days since the fourth sister came back, and he insists on having conversations with her. I'm fed up. Time for bed. With that, Lin Yue huffed and jumped onto her bed. Hey, are you going to your room to sleep, or are you planning to stay here? Lin Muyu asked, hands on her hips, noticing her sister's demeanor. Hee, sister, I just want to sleep with you. I have a few things I want to consult you about. Lin Yue's eyes twinkled mischievously as she burrowed under the covers. What do you want to know? Lin Muyu lifted the blanket and lay down, turning off the bedside lamp and closing her eyes. Well, how did you develop your assets? I want to learn from you. Don't you do massages regularly? Lin Muyu, who had just closed her eyes, suddenly opened them wide. Old Chui, are you all right? This little bit of alcohol has you in such a state. Look at your eyes. They are all glazed over. Come on. Let us raise a toast to Dr. Li again, and no shirking this time. Sun Jia said, patting the back of the inebriated Cui Xingjian, who had his head resting on the table. With a contented belch, Sun Jia poured the remainder of the second bottle of liquor into Cui Xingjian's glass, determined to finish it off and pull the slumped old man back up. Who was it that said they would risk their life for their king? Your drinking capacity is lacking. You need more practice. Old son, I haven't tea drunk that much. I've only had about half a gene. Right? Cui Xingjian's head bobbed unsteadily as he spoke, punctuating his words with another belch. Ugh. Li Xiangnan and Sun Jia waved their hands, expressing their distaste. All right, brother son. Stop persuading him. I think old Cui has truly had enough. I'll drink in his stead. Let us finish this glass and call it a night. Li Xiangnan, feeling the effects of the alcohol himself, hadn't he anticipated that these two would be such heavy drinkers? Not a chance. Cui Xingjian shook his hand, his flushed face taking on a serious demeanor. I'm genuinely happy today. What's mine is mine, he exclaimed, eagerly lifting his glass. Take it easy. Sun Jia grinned as he placed the glass into Cui Xingjian's hand. That's right. Dr. Li is a lifesaver for your family. What's wrong with having a few more drinks? Come on, old Cui, let us toast to Dr. Li. Cui Xingjian placed his hand over Sun Jia's, stopping him momentarily, and with red-rimmed eyes declared, that makes sense. I've never bowed to anyone in my life, but you, Li Xiangnan, are the first to earn my respect. Even without my daughter's situation, I hold you in the highest regard. And about that Luo dolly who wants to cause you trouble, don't worry, I'll take care of him. I'll settle the score with him tomorrow. Damn it. If that scoundrel had driven you away, my daughter's life would have been in jeopardy. Old Cui, you've had too much to drink. Li Xiangnan felt a stir of emotion. That foolish fellow, Luo Dineo, was hardly a worthy adversary, and a mere lackey was not worth expending so much effort on. Dr. Li, that's not quite right. Sun Jia, with his characteristic bluntness, interjected. Old Cui stood up for you. That's his affair, not yours. Moreover, having spent several days in your company, I must say, I have discerned your admirable character and exceptional medical skills. You are truly a dragon among men. Individuals like Luo Dineo are beneath your notice. Let us handle him. Do not sully your hands. Now, let us drink this final cup and then take our leave. Observing the extent of intoxication in his friend, who still sought to defend him, Xiangnan recognized that advising him would be futile. He downed his drink in one gulp, bringing a lively conclusion to the gathering. "Old Chui, are you all right? Would you like to stay here for the night?" Seeing Sun Jie assist Chui Xingjian to his feet, Xiangnan also rose. "No need, Dr. Li. You should get some rest. It is quite late. Old Chui likely does not wish to return home. I will escort him to the obstetrics department. I have shared drinks with him on several occasions, and he is always like this. When drunk, he only desires sleep. Nothing will go amiss during the night. You need not worry." Sun Jie waved his hand dismissively and helped Chui Xingjian out the door. "Brother Sun, are you all right? Have you had too much to drink?" Xiangnan was taken aback to see that Sun Jie appeared unscathed while supporting Chui Xingjian. "How could I be drunk? I could still consume another kilogram. My record is 2.5 kilograms. This is nothing." Sun Jie grinned widely. "All right, you should head to bed. Leave the table as it is. I will come by in the morning to help you tidy up." With that, he guided Chui Xingjian along the tree-lined path. Xiangnan pressed his lips together, rubbed his throbbing head, and felt the remnants of alcohol surging in his throat. Realizing his inebriation had taken hold, he said nothing further. Hastily closed the door, turned off the light, and, without even bathing, collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to slumber. The night passed without incident. When the sunlight pierced through the foliage and illuminated Xiangnan's eyelids, he realized he had endured a night of heavy drinking. And the time had advanced to the following day. Before he could fully open his eyes, a bitter sensation clawed at his throat, and the acrid scent of alcohol assaulted his nostrils, causing him to lurch to the bedside and vomit. Only then did he manage to crack open his eyes slightly. To his astonishment, he discovered that the floor before his bed had been covered with a thick layer of coal ash, suggesting that someone had already cleaned up the remnants of his previous night's indulgence. As he stood there in bewilderment, a fragrant breeze wafted towards him, accompanied by a vaguely familiar scent. His gaze fell upon a delicate, porcelain-like arm extending a pink handkerchief adorned with roses towards him. "Brother Sun, what are you doing?" Xiangnan instinctively began to speak, assuming it was Sun Jie come to tidy up, but he quickly sensed something amiss. What man possesses arms so exquisitely beautiful, resembling fine china? His words faltered mid-sentence as he abruptly looked up, only to find himself momentarily dumbfounded. "It is I, Dr. Li. Wipe your mouth." Xiangnan, almost involuntarily, accepted the handkerchief but hesitated to use it. Instead, he straightened himself and asked, "Dr. Ding, what brings you here?" Before me stood none other than my colleague from the emergency department, Ding Yuqiu. "Surprised to see me? Were you perhaps hoping to see Dr. Lin instead?" Ding Yuqiu pouted, her toes awkwardly pressing together. "No, Dr. Ding, you misunderstand. Sun Jie from the security department mentioned he would come this morning, so I thought it was him." Xiangnan glanced around the room, noting that the previously chaotic desk had been tidied, and the scattered peanut shells and chicken bones had been cleared away. "Dr. Ding, how long have you been here?" "A while," she replied. "Honestly, you really should be more careful. You were so intoxicated that you left the door unlocked." Thankfully, there was nothing of great value at home. Otherwise, a thief would have been overjoyed. Ding Yuqiu brought over some clothes and said, "Put on your clothes first. I've started the stove, and you'll be able to have breakfast when you wake up." "Clothes?" Xiangnan blinked, looking down to see his bare skin, his face instantly reddening. He hastily wrapped himself in the blanket. "Dr. Ding, what happened to my clothes? You were rather unwell, so I washed them for you." Ding Yuqiu's face flushed. "Then, did you take them off me?" Xiangnan felt his own cheeks grow warm. "What do you think?" Ding Yuqiu lowered her head, a smile playing on her lips, her face a deep shade of crimson. Xiangnan tugged at the corner of his mouth, gripping the blanket tighter. Just then, Sun Jie's voice echoed from outside. "Hey, you're up early. I see your clothes are all washed." Ding Yuqiu immediately panicked. Xiangnan, too, was thrown into a frenzy, leaping from the bed to hastily dress. However, just at that moment, Sun Jie walked in. Witnessing Xiangnan in the midst of getting dressed, and Ding Yuqiu's face, flushed as if it were a ripe tomato, the three of them froze in shock, their expressions a tableau of disbelief. Chapter 65, Your Fortunate Encounters. I could never envy in a lifetime as their gazes locked. An unsettling atmosphere enveloped the room. None dared to break the silence, for in such a scenario, a mere word could lead to grave misunderstandings. Yet, it was the most embarrassed party, Xiangnan, who first shattered the stillness, mustering a faint smile. Brother Sun, I must clarify that the situation is not as you perceive it. Do you believe me?" Xiangnan endeavored to appear less flustered, deliberately slowing his movements as he fumbled with the buttons of his shirt. "Do you think I believe you?" Sun Jie retorted. his eyes wide with disbelief as he cast a significant glance at Li Xiangnan before shifting his gaze to the visibly anxious Ding Yuqiu. It was indeed peculiar that the events were not as he had witnessed. Just look at Dr. Ding's demeanor. It was as if she wished to dig a hole and hide from the world. Li Doctor, you truly are remarkable. Yesterday, you had the stunning Lin Muyu preparing breakfast for you, and today, you find yourself entangled with Dr. Ding. Ah, such talent is enviable. I am at a loss. Director's son, it is truly not as you imagine. Dr. Li and I are completely innocent. Ding Yuqiu, witnessing Sun Jie struggle to suppress a smile, felt utterly helpless. Indeed, Li Xiangnan chimed in, jumping out of bed and pointing to the clothes hanging on the tree branches outside. I drank too much last night and ended up soiled. Doctor, Ding merely helped wash my clothes. Look at your expression. Well, Dr. Li, I believe you. Sun Jie chuckled. You believe me, yet your expression says otherwise? Do you think I believe you? Li Xiangnan retorted, exasperated. Dr. Li, let us just say I believe you. Sun Jie labored to maintain a composed facade. Pressing his lips together, Li Xiangnan felt as though he were playing a lute to a cow. Director's son, Ding Yuqiu interjected, feeling utterly mortified by their exchange. Oh dear. You completely misunderstood. It is precisely as Dr. Li said. I merely helped wash a piece of clothing, tidied up a bit. Oh dear, Dr. Ding. You've truly gone above and beyond. I had promised to tidy up last night, and after enjoying Dr. Li's hospitality, I feel quite guilty for leaving you with this mess. Observing the tidy surroundings as she described, Sun Jie quickly expressed his gratitude. Dr. Ding. Regardless of your relationship with Dr. Li, these household chores are entirely your merit, and for that, I thank you. Alas, he still did not believe her. Ding Yuqiu lowered her head innocently, seemingly resigned to her fate. Li Xiangnan, equally amused and exasperated, approached to gather his toiletries, advising, I see there is no persuading you. I'm off to freshen up. Brother son, do sit for a moment. By the way, director's son, I presume you haven't had breakfast yet? I brought some fine flour and a bit of sesame oil from home. Let me prepare some noodles for us to share. Ding Yuqiu, opting not to elaborate further, extended the invitation for a meal, knowing that as the saying goes, one is less likely to speak ill of another after sharing a meal. How delightful. Dr. Ding. I am indeed fortunate. I shall first greet the person on duty. Sun Jie said with a cheerful smile. Noticing Li Xiangnan silently exit the door, he hurriedly followed suit. Brother son, the door is still open this early in the morning. How could anything happen between me and Dr. Ding? You are overthinking it. Li Xiangnan couldn't help but explain as soon as he stepped outside. Of course I am aware. Sun Jie replied with a mischievous grin. Now it's my turn to be astonished. Li Xiangnan looked at him in disbelief. You know, and yet you still choose to tease Dr. Ding? Dr. Li, I do this for your benefit. Sun Jie chuckled, draping an arm over his shoulder and glancing back to ensure that Ding Yuqiu was not following before continuing. Ding Yuqiu, she is the belle of our factory. I cannot fathom how many men harbor feelings for her. The moment I saw her, I understood everything. I heard about Dr. Lin coming to prepare breakfast for you yesterday. Dr. Ding must have felt a twinge of jealousy, not wanting to fall behind, hence her early visit to you. I know your character well. There is no way you would engage in an affair with an innocent young lady. I merely intend to stir some feelings within Dr. Ding. So she is both anxious and hopeful. Ideally, she might misconstrue her relationship with you, causing her to dwell on the matter and seek your company more often. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan was utterly astonished and couldn't help but admire. Brother son, I must say, I did not realize you had such expertise in matters of the heart. I cannot help but be impressed. Indeed. Sun Jie patted his chest. My wife and I were pushed into a relationship, and it was through this very tactic that I managed to win her over. She is a dancer in our worker song and dance troupe. Well, brother son, I concede. Li Xiangnan sincerely gave him a thumbs up. Do not flatter yourself. Sun Jie teased, poking him in the side. Both Dr. Lin and Dr. Ding are stunning beauties. My wife, no matter how lovely, cannot compare. You must seize this opportunity. Whichever you choose. I wish you well, and shall offer my advice. I appreciate your good intentions, brother son. Li Xiangnan responded, both amused and exasperated by this romantic sage. All right, I shall go greet the security team. I must savor Dr. Ding's culinary skills. If she becomes part of your family in the future, it would be unacceptable if her cooking were subpar. I will ensure quality control. With that, Sun Jie left in high spirits. Li Xiangnan felt utterly dazed. After washing up at the back of the cafeteria, he was at a loss regarding his emotions. On his way back, he encountered several people gathered in small clusters. casting curious glances toward his room. The incident from yesterday when Lin Muyu visited came to mind, and he could easily surmise that the factory staff were discussing Dr. Ding preparing breakfast in his quarters. I must find time today to inquire about the housing arrangements. Though I am not a celebrity, I still dread unfounded rumors. However, upon reflection, he realized that Lin Muyu and Ding Yuqiu themselves seemed unperturbed by gossip, busily attending to him, and in an instant, his discontent vanished. As a passionate young man, why should I fear such trivial matters? However, the matter of housing allocation indeed warrants inquiry. After all, securing a residence in Yanjing would signify a true establishment of roots, representing one of the goals at this stage. With aspirations for a splendid future, Li Xiangnan approached the small dwelling, intending to enter, when he encountered Cui Xingjian, who emerged with a basin of water and immediately caught sight of him. Dr. Li. Cui Xingjian stealthily glanced into the room and hastened towards him, expressing his sentiments. You are truly remarkable. Yesterday, Lin Muyu prepared breakfast for you, and today it's Dr. Ding, each a paragon of beauty. Your fortune with the ladies is something I could never hope to attain in several lifetimes. Old Cui, cease your envy for the moment. Why are you here instead of preparing breakfast for Xiao Yuan and your wife this early in the morning? Li Xiangnan retorted, somewhat irked. Cui Shijian chuckled, glanced around cautiously, and lowered his voice. Xiao Li, guess whom I encountered this morning while purchasing breakfast? Deputy Director Luo from the factory office. He mentioned that the housing allocation applications have been submitted, and he brought it up with me this morning. I thought I should rush over to inform you. Can you guess who this Deputy Director Luo is? Who? Upon seeing Cui Shijian's serious demeanor, Li Xiangnan instinctively inquired. He's the distant cousin of Luo Dali. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan's eyes narrowed. Chapter 66. The Gossiping Duo and the Emergency Trio in the Factory Office. Deputy Section Chief Luo is a distant uncle of Luo Dali, which implies that should Luo Dali learn of the situation, it would be quite effortless for him to manipulate matters to his advantage. Previously, Li Xiangnan had a personal vendetta with Luo Dali, but if the issue of housing distribution were to arise, the meddlesome Luo would undoubtedly turn it into an act of personal revenge, elevating it to a matter of public concern, especially now. As Li Xiangnan had just begun to entertain the notion of wanting to change his residence, the news he heard naturally heightened his vigilance. Patting Cui Xingjian on the shoulder, Li Xiangnan remarked with a smile, Old Cui, I appreciate you enlightening me. Had I remained oblivious, I could have been easily manipulated. Bewildered like a monk who cannot grasp the situation. Now, I am fully aware. Rest assured, your matters are my matters. I will keep a close watch on this situation. I'll be keen to see what mischief that rascal Luo, with his scheming nature, attempts to stir up. Cui Shijian narrowed his eyes, joining Li Xiangnan in their shared disdain. What are you two chatting about? The noodles are ready. At that moment, Ding Yuqiu swiftly emerged from within, spotting the two at the doorway and calling out to them. Here comes the sister-in-law. Cui Xingjian replied with a mischievous grin. Ding Yuqiu's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly retreated indoors, stamping her foot in embarrassment. Ha! Cui Shijian nudged Li Xiangnan playfully, chuckling. Look at Dr. Ding. She is simply delightful. Old Cui, that is not fair play. Li Xiangnan responded, exasperated yet amused, waving his hand dismissively. Cui Shijian surveyed their surroundings and cheerfully said, What's the matter? Are you afraid of a bear? Dr. Lin Isnt here. Didn't he you already by breakfast this morning? Li Xiangnan rolled his eyes. That was noodles made by Dr. Ding. I must taste them to judge whether her culinary skills are commendable. After all, if you were to bring her home and her cooking is subpar, what a misfortune that would be for you. Let me ensure your well-being, Cui Xingjian declared with an exuberant demeanor, leaving Li Xiangnan utterly speechless. You and Sun Jia truly are a pair of clowns. Old Cui, did the aroma lure you here? Sun Jia approached from a distance, having spotted Cui Xingjian, and began to jest. What brings you here? There is no liquor this early, only noodles. Cui Xingjian retorted with an eye roll, recalling how Sun Jia had indulged excessively the previous night, feeling a sense of resentment. Old Cui, look at your demeanor. You were quite inebriated last night, and I had to carry you to the obstetrics and gynecology department. To say such things now is rather ungrateful. Sun Jia laughed heartily. So, you can enjoy Dr. Ding's noodles, but I cannot? You heartless scoundrel. Sun Jia continued, approaching with a jovial air. Cui Shijian, blushing, glanced at Li Xiangnan curiously. You were indeed brought back by brother Sun last night. You drank too much. He was here this morning, mentioning he would return for Dr. Ding's noodles. Li Xiangnan explained with a smile. Well, consider yourself fortunate. Cui Shijian playfully punched his friend, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and offering one to Sun Jia with a grin. Thanks for last night. Don't mention it. Just invite Xiaoli out for drinks later and include me. Sun Jia replied, stepping through the door. Are you waiting for me? Cui Xingzhan remarked with a hint of annoyance. The three of them settled at the table, and indeed, Ding Yuqiu had prepared the marinated dishes in advance, serving them in individual bowls. I must say, Dr. Ding, your culinary skills are remarkable. The aroma of this dish is simply delightful, Sun Jia exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course, Cui Xingzhan replied, eagerly clutching his chopsticks. Dr. Ding mentioned she brought some sesame oil, which undoubtedly enhances the flavor. Enough of your banter. Let us eat. Li Xiangnan sighed, exasperated. Can't you two ever cease your chatter while dining? With a smile, Ding Yuqiu approached with the bowls, distributing one to each of them. Hey, Dr. Ding, this hardly seems fair. Look at how piled high Li's bowl is while mine is but a mere portion. Sun Jia feigned jealousy. Count your blessings. You're being quite ungrateful, so hurry up and eat. Once you're finished, you can leave without embarrassing yourselves. We're merely benefiting from your generosity. Cui Xingzhan teased. Ding Yuqiu chuckled. You two may finish first, and if it's insufficient, I'll gladly serve more. I gave more to Dr. Li because he drank excessively last night and needs something to settle his stomach. You two appear to be seasoned drinkers, unlikely to succumb to nausea. You should show some concern for Dr. Li. Well, it seems I've caught on. You're intentionally trying to put us at a disadvantage. We'll be more cautious in the future. Sun Jia replied with a grin. Ah, now you're defending little Li. How enviable. Cui Xingzhan chimed in, playfully shaking his head. Ding Yuqiu's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. Sun Jia and Cui Xingzhan exchanged amused glances, bursting into laughter. After a few bites, the two gluttons swiftly finished their noodles and prepared to take their leave. Hey, weren't there more noodles? Why the rush? Ding Yuqiu quickly stood, teasing. Don't make it seem as if I'm deliberately withholding food from you. Cui Xingzhan laughed heartily, wiping his mouth. That one deal. We truly must be on our way. Lingering any longer would have us labeled as inconsiderate. Besides, we savored your culinary talents. Dr. Li is in for a treat. Indeed, it was worth the trip. Sun Jia added with a knowing nod. If I ever crave Dr. Ding's noodles again, I'll just visit the Li residence. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan playfully kicked both of them, urging them to leave. Don't embarrass me on your way out. Ha. The two darted out like rabbits, still laughing heartily as they ventured far away. Li Xiangnan turned back, a bemused smile on his face. Don't take their antics to heart. They're good-natured and mean no harm. After sharing drinks last night, we've grown much closer, and playful banter is just part of the fun. I understand. Ding Yuqiu responded joyfully, her lips curving into a smile. Why would I be upset with them? I'm just delighted to see you integrating so well into the group and forming genuine friendships. Oh, for my sake? Li Xiangnan scratched his head. Dr. Ding, have you disowned something? With a blink of her eyes, Ding Yuqiu feigned innocence and asked, Dr. Li, what are you talking about? As she gazed intently into Ding Yuqiu's enchanting autumn-like eyes, Li Xiangnan began to suspect that she was, in fact, aware of everything, yet chose to remain silent. Unable to voice his thoughts, he simply gestured toward the table and remarked, Nothing much. Your noodles are quite delicious. Do indulge, lest they become overcooked. Half an hour later, the two locked the door and made their way to the factory clinic, chatting and laughing along the way. Behind them, three figures trailed at a distance, the astonished Chuzhu, Wang Qin with a dumpling half-stuffed in her mouth, and Zhang Xiangnan, who had halted her bicycle. One leg still swung to the side. Zhu patted the back seat of the bicycle and, with wide eyes, pinched Zhang Xiangnan. Sister Zhang, please pinch me. Am I dreaming? Did we just see Dr. Ding emerge from Dr. Li's quarters? Have they slept together? Chapter 67. Prohibition of Traditional Crafts. Cui Xingzhan indulged in an extra bowl of noodles at Li Xiangnan's residence before visiting his daughter, arriving early at the office. He diligently tidied up the workspace, then took 2 thermoses to the cafeteria to fetch hot water. Upon returning, he prepared tea for Section Chief Ma. After completing his tasks, he settled at his desk to peruse the newspaper while awaiting others. It was not until just before the workday commenced that Ma Ying's figure appeared at the doorway, prompting a cheerful greeting from Cui. Good morning, Section Chief Ma. Noticing Xiao Cui approaching with a broad smile to take his briefcase, Ma Ying cast him a sidelong glance. Fully aware of his nature, he waved his hand dismissively and remarked, You're particularly eager today. Ordinarily, you wouldn't offer to carry this. Speak up. What's on your mind? Hey, Chief, you truly are like a worm in my stomach. Cui Xingzhan grinned, his face aglow with a sheepish charm. Get lost. How do you speak? Ma Ning furrowed his brows and shot him a glare. I'm merely jesting, Cui Shijian said, playfully adjusting the briefcase and sliding a teacup towards him. Please, enjoy your tea while I share my news. Make it quick. Ma Ning sipped his tea and picked up the newspaper. I have a meeting at the factory shortly. Don't waste time. I have nothing pressing. I'll be brief. Cui Shijian chuckled, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and respectfully striking a match to light it for Ma Ning. This morning, I ran into Deputy Director Luo from the factory office and learned that the housing allocation applications have been submitted to Director Lu. Ma Ning squinted, setting down the newspaper with a sardonic smile. Xiao Cui, I hate to say it, but don't even think about the housing issue. Your family is from Yanjing, and your living conditions surpass those of many in the factory. It's inconceivable for the management to consider you. Before he could finish, Cui Shijian chuckled and waved his hand. Section Chief, I wouldn't dare to consider myself. I am well aware of my standing. What I meant to say is that Dr. Li from our emergency department is still awaiting housing. This revelation caught Ma Ning off guard. He scrutinized Cui for a moment, then sighed. Xiao Cui, I've heard about how Xiao Li saved your daughter, but you cannot repay your benefactor with official matters. There are two distinct issues. I understand your desire to assist him, but interfering in leadership decisions is beyond your purview. Section Chief, your words resonate deeply with me. We common folk indeed cannot meddle in the decisions of factory leaders. This brings me to my point. You've likely heard about the discord between Dr. Luo and Dr. Li in the emergency department. If Director Luo were to learn about the housing allocations, do you think he wouldn't conspire with his uncle in the office to sabotage Dr. Li's rightful housing? If Deputy Director Luo neglects to even submit Dr. Li's application, wouldn't that be a covert attempt to undermine him? Is that so? Ma Ning's brows furrowed, and he stood up abruptly. Section Chief, please. Remain calm. I merely wanted to discuss this matter with you, Cui Shijian said with a grin, fanning him to alleviate his agitation. Ma Ning pondered deeply for a while, then suddenly laughed, pointing at Cui Shijian, and said, Ah, you clever lad. I comprehend your intention. You wish for me to discreetly inquire whether Deputy Director Luo is colluding with his nephew to sabotage Xiao Li, correct? It is no wonder that you, Director Ma, uphold such integrity, unable to tolerate even a speck of dust in your vision. We need not leverage connections to ensure Dr. Li's name is included in the allocation list. However, we must guarantee that the housing distribution is conducted fairly and impartially. Dr. Li deserves to enjoy the same benefits. If the factory leadership has not received Xiao Li's application for housing allocation, it would mean Deputy Director Luo is abusing his power for personal vendetta. Given your esteemed position, you can certainly converse with Directors Lu and Xing. You may directly inquire with them. Unlike me, who, with my lowly status, can only fret in silence. Ma Ning nodded and patted Cui Shijian on the shoulder. You speak wisely. The allocation of housing is a significant matter. Xiao Li's capabilities warrant his inclusion in the list. He is the future backbone of our factory hospital. If that scoundrel Luo Yong dares to bully our hospital staff, he shall face my wrath. After uttering these words, he picked up his briefcase, preparing to leave. Are you certain that Luo Yong's housing application has been submitted? Seeing Ma Ying's indignation, Cui Shijian felt a twinge of emotion and quickly nodded. Absolutely. That fellow lives next door to me and loves to flaunt his meager power in front of me. Very well. Keep this matter under wraps. I shall pay a visit to Director Lu. Ma Ying departed the office in a flash. Cui Shijian smiled as he gently covered Ma Ying's teacup and sighed. Ah, Xiao Li, how I worry for you. In the emergency department that morning, there were only 3 patients, all young individuals seeking Ding Yuqiu. Li Xiangnan was feeling quite vexed when he suddenly heard a commotion in the corridor. A patient had been ejected from Luo Dali's office. His heart leaped with joy as he swiftly stepped out to invite the individual into his room. How did you end up in a quarrel with Dr. Luo? The worker, hanging his head, hesitated. Who knows? I merely mentioned that I had been losing hair lately and sought his advice, asking if I might end up like him, with a receding hairline. I fear I might end up single like him. Li Xiangnan couldn't help but smirk, shaking his head. You truly have a knack for stirring the pot. Isn't that just rubbing salt into someone's wounds? How was I to know that Dr. Luo had such a fragile temperament? It's ridiculous. I shall no longer seek his services. Dr. Li, can you examine me? What seems to be the issue? The kidneys govern the storage of essence, and their vitality is reflected in the hair. You are somewhat deficient in qi and blood, which indicates a slight weakness in your kidneys. I shall prescribe you some Lu Wei Di Huang Wan. Take it for 7 days. Ensure adequate rest and abstain from sexual activity. Li Xiangnan replied earnestly. Dr. Li, I don't even have a partner. The worker shyly responded. Xiangnan cast him a sidelong glance and teasingly remarked, "Then traditional practices are strictly prohibited." The worker's face stiffened momentarily, then flushed a deep crimson, his eyes reflecting both fear and admiration towards Xiangnan. Noticing several nurses casting glances in his direction, he hurriedly collected his medication and fled. Haha. This fellow is truly amusing. Lulo's expression must have been quite exasperated this morning. I am genuinely impressed. Dr. Li possesses an uncanny ability to perceive ailments with remarkable accuracy. He discerned the issue of kidney deficiency at a mere glance, without even needing to take a pulse. The young nurses began to chatter animatedly, but Xiangnan merely smiled, unfazed by their comments. However, Ding Yuqiu felt compelled to defend him, asserting that Dr. Li's diagnostic skills had reached an extraordinary level. You should take notes from him. Hiki. Xiangnan touched his nose, chuckling softly, then stretched and stood, saying, Dr. Ding, keep an eye on things. I'm going to check on Xiao Yuan and inquire about his condition. All right. Ding Yuqiu readily agreed. Once his figure vanished down the corridor, she withdrew her gaze, only to be startled when she turned around, exclaiming, What are you three doing, sneaking around like ghosts? Zhu half leaned on the table, cradling her face with a mischievous grin, asking, Dr. Ding, do tell us, what was it like being pampered by a man last night? Zhu, what are you saying? Ding Yuqiu exclaimed, her face instantly transforming into a vibrant cherry red, her eyes shimmering with a misty tenderness that seemed ready to spill over. Chapter 68. You truly are a perfect match. Oh, Dr. Ding, you cannot deny it. We observed you and Dr. Li engaging in joyous conversation as you exited his quarters this morning. Who else would be at his residence so early? Xiangnan leaned in with a playful smile, her gaze unwavering, seemingly attempting to peer into Ding Yuqiu's heart. Upon hearing this, Ding Yuqiu was both amused and exasperated. Really, you all? I was merely wondering what you were gossiping about this morning. I suppose you were speaking ill of my relationship with Dr. Li. Dr. Ding, Wang Qin chimed in, cradling her teacup with an air of amusement. Are you feeling guilty? Zhu might be onto something. You did stay over at Dr. Li's last night, didn't you? We are well aware that your home is quite a distance away, taking a 20-minute bike ride. You used to arrive later than us for work. You all are truly incorrigible. Thankfully, I have nothing to feel guilty about. What do you think of me? I merely arrived early to prepare breakfast for Dr. Li. Ding Yuqiu retorted, attempting to defend herself. Listen to that. Xiangnan laughed heartily. Dr. Ding, it seems you are indeed pursuing Dr. Li. Dr. Lin prepared breakfast for him, and now you have followed suit. It appears you have indeed fallen for Dr. Li. What nonsense! Ding Yuqiu exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she feigned a playful swat at Xiangnan. Keep your voice down. We wouldn't want anyone to think I'm indulging in idle gossip with you all. There is nothing of the sort. Oh, come now, Dr. Ding, do not feign ignorance. We are not blind. We can see what's unfolding, Zhu chuckled, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. Indeed, Wang Qin added, furthermore, Dr. Ding, compared to that deputy cadre from Dr. Lin's circle, you are undoubtedly one of us at the factory hospital. We are certainly rooting for you. While Dr. Lin may have feelings for Dr. Li, if it comes to matters of marriage, I believe your chances are considerably better. After all, Dr. Lin hails from a prestigious family, and I suspect that they may not be an ideal match for Dr. Li. Now, that statement is a bit excessive. Our Dr. Ding's family is no less. Xiangnan quickly interjected, redirecting the conversation. In any case, Dr. Ding, just trust us. We genuinely wish for you and Dr. Li to unite in matrimony. You have no idea how delighted we were to witness you both together this morning. Yes, Dr. Ding, it seems you took our words to heart and are indeed making an effort. I have high hopes for you. Zhu expressed with genuine warmth. I will not engage with you any further. Listening to your words turns the most mundane events into something extraordinary. Ding Yuqiu exclaimed, wishing she could sink into the ground. She had not anticipated that her early morning breakfast for Xiangnan would be witnessed by these three. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite her anxiety, she felt a secret joy at the notion of being a suitable match for Xiangnan, though she wished to conceal this sentiment from her playful companions. Dr. Ding, it is indeed quite pleasant here. May we linger for a while? Wang Qin inquired with a bright smile. Rolling, come forth for treatment. Ding Yuqiu waved his hand dramatically, beckoning the young female worker waiting at the door to enter. Wang Qin stuck out her tongue and, feeling quite pleased, led Zhu away. With a sigh of relief, Ding Yuqiu felt a flutter of joy within, as if her heart were filled with sweet honey. Meanwhile, Xiangnan ascended to the upper floor to check on Xiao Yuan, finding her condition remarkably stable. Her high fever had subsided, and she had eaten breakfast without issue. After discussing the observation points with Wang Qiaofeng, he returned downstairs. Xiaoli. Just as he descended the stairs, Master Su from the dispatch room called out to him. Master Su, is there something you need? Li Xiangnan approached swiftly, offering him a cigarette. What could I possibly need? It's Dr. Lin from room 301. Master Su revealed, displaying a grin that showcased his yellowed teeth. She called to say she wouldn't be coming in today because of a meeting at the hospital. She also expressed her gratitude. Their director is currently deliberating on your proposal. Proposal? Li Xiangnan was taken aback, surprised that Dr. Lin would be so courteous as to inform him about the meeting. Master Su chuckled softly, taking a drag from his cigarette. Dr. Lin cares about you. Master Su, you shouldn't joke like that. Li Xiangnan grinned awkwardly, eager to retreat. However, Master Su pointed at the blackboard, chuckling. Someone named Lin Weiman called with an address and phone number, saying you might need it, reminding you not to forget the agreed-upon matters. Turning his head, Li Xiangnan saw a line of writing on the blackboard. After borrowing paper and a pen from Master Su to jot it down, he tucked it into his pocket. Xiaoli, is Lin Weiman trying to set you up with someone? Asking you to go to their home for a blind date? Li Xiangnan couldn't help but laugh. Master Su, you're quite the gossip. Ha. Old Su chuckled quietly, shutting the dispatch room window. With his cigarette unfinished, Li Xiangnan stepped outside and sat on the flower bed to smoke. After some contemplation, he recalled mentioning to Dean Miao from room 301 the previous day about separating the applications for regular medication from those for emergency use. So that was it. But was Dean Miao taking it too seriously? Was there truly a meeting to discuss it? Had he struck a chord with him? Such is the distinction of a large hospital, where efficiency is markedly different, and they truly value the constructive feedback from frontline staff. It appears that Dean Miao Jijia is a leader who not only aims to accomplish practical matters, but also is willing to do so, enhancing Li Xiangnan's admiration for him and instilling a glimmer of hope for the future of his medical career. After hastily finishing his smoke, he extinguished the cigarette. His proposal for reform in the emergency department was nearing completion, and he was eager to refine and revise it. He resolved to submit the draft to the hospital leadership that very day. Upon returning to his office, Li Xiangnan paid no heed to the peculiar glances from Xiangnan and the other 3 nurses, immediately diving into his writing, meticulously studying and polishing the reform plan for the emergency department. Even during lunch, he barely took a moment to eat before hastily returning to his office to continue his revisions. He remained engrossed in his work until past 2 in the afternoon. Finally laying down his pen, satisfied with the 2 pages of meticulously crafted documents. Grasping the draft, he made his way to Dean Feng's office on the 4th floor, only to learn that the dean had gone to see Director Liu. He hastily descended the stairs to inquire about the direction of Old Su's office in the reception area, eager to deliver the document promptly. From a distance, Li Xiangnan spotted Xing Chunlai striding purposefully toward the factory hospital with his hands clasped behind his back. Once he halted, he quickly greeted, Director Xing, may I ask where Dean Feng is? I have an urgent reform proposal for the emergency department that I would like him to review. Ah, you rascal, I was just about to seek you out. Xing Chunlai replied with a broad smile, momentarily taken aback by the completion of Li's statement. Intrigued, he accepted the document, exclaiming, a reform proposal for the emergency department? Well, you truly are a talent. You've only just arrived, and already you surprise us. Of course, you can. Li Xiangnan replied with a smile. Nodding in agreement, Xing Chunlai began to peruse the draft. His previously carefree demeanor swiftly transformed into a serious and then a profoundly cautious expression. Raising his gaze, he regarded Li Xiangnan with newfound depth before licking his fingers and hastily flipping to the 2nd page. He scrutinized the document with utmost diligence, at times his brow furrowed, and at others, it relaxed. Finally, he clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, Xiaoli, you truly have a gift. This draft is highly constructive and addresses pressing issues within the emergency department. I am quite pleased. Your choice to become a doctor in this field is indeed a wise one. Old Feng is in Director Liu's office. I shall go discuss this matter with him at once. With that, he earnestly grasped the document and turned to leave. Li Xiangnan, tugging at the corners of his mouth, found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation, calling out, by the way, Director Xing, what did you want to discuss with me? Oh, how forgetful of me. Xing Chunlai slapped his forehead, turning back with a smile. Your uncle has arrived in Yanjing and is at the train station. He just called the factory, and I answered. You should hurry over to pick him up. Uncle's here? Li Xiangnan exclaimed in surprise, quickly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Director Xing. I will take my leave right away. Make haste, your uncle seems quite anxious. Understood. Li Xiangnan felt a sudden rush of urgency and dashed off without delay. That lad. Xing Chunlai watched him depart, chuckling and shaking his head. Chapter 69. Uncle has arrived. Hastening his pace, Li Xiangnan returned to the emergency department and approached Ding Yuqiu to request leave. Dr. Ding, may I take a leave of absence? My uncle has arrived, and I must rush to the train station to meet him. Is that all right? Of course. Ding Yuqiu had just been pondering while Li Xiangnan had stepped out, having heard from Zhang Xiangnan that he was engrossed in writing reform documents. She speculated that he must have gone to deliver materials to Director Feng. Hearing now that his uncle had arrived brought a flutter of excitement to her heart. You should hurry. Don't keep him waiting. Understood. Please keep an eye on the department this afternoon. I'll return to work as soon as I finish, replied Li Xiangnan, turning to leave. Wait. By the time Ding Yuqiu regained her senses, Li Xiangnan had already exited. She quickly grabbed her handbag from the wall, took out her car keys, and rushed outside, calling after him. Why the hurry? The bus is too slow. Ride my bike instead. No need to rush. If you're late this afternoon, you can skip work. I'll keep an eye on things here. Thank you. Li Xiangnan accepted the keys with a nod and headed to the bike shed. Why thank me? You're just picking up your uncle, not a stranger. Ding Yuqiu replied, a hint of warmth rising to her cheeks as she subconsciously realized she had begun to regard Li Xiangnan's family as her own. Watching him finally ride off at a more leisurely pace, she waved goodbye with a sense of relief. What has got Xiaoli in such a hurry? Master Su emerged from the duty room and noticed Ding Yuqiu standing at the entrance, inquiring with curiosity. His uncle has arrived. Ding Yuqiu responded with a smile. That is certainly a reason to hurry. Dr. Ding, if I recall correctly, Xiaoli isn't from Yanjing, is he? Master Su asked with a grin. He's from Hongshan County. It's quite a distance, over 1,000 kilometers, according to the map. Ding Yuqiu replied, reluctantly watching the figure disappear at the factory gate before turning to walk towards the emergency room. Make sure to extend a warm welcome to Xiao Li's uncle. Master Su hinted meaningfully. Ding Yuqiu blinked, her face flushing anew. What are you saying, Master Su? That's his uncle, not mine. Though she said this. Upon returning to the consultation room, Ding Yuqiu found herself, quite unexpectedly, eager for the workday to conclude. Meanwhile, in the office of the Hongshan Machine Repair Factory, Factory Director Lu Ziyuan, Factory Director Xing Chunlai, and Director Feng Qinshan of the factory hospital were gathered, each cradling a cup of tea. Old Feng. Did you see that? If I hadn't asked you directly, I would still be in the dark about the truth of what Ma Ying said regarding your hospital. This Luo Yong has truly crossed the line. How could he tamper with the housing allocation list you submitted? It infuriates me. Director Lu exclaimed, his face dark with anger. Director Lu, I'm equally baffled. For this housing allocation, I only recommended 2 names, Director Zhou Feng from Internal Medicine and Li Xiangnan. Although Li is new, his medical skills are well recognized in the hospital. He is not only proficient in internal medicine but has also delved into pediatrics. If it weren't for him, little Chui's daughter might have faced dire consequences. Thus, I had no hesitation in considering him for this allocation. Upon arriving at the office, I discovered that Luo Yong had deceitfully removed Xiao Li's name from the list. This is utterly outrageous. Feng Qinshan, visibly furious, glared with indignation. Xing Chunlai was still perusing the documents that Li Xiangnan had presented to him, and upon hearing this, he puffed his cheeks in disbelief. If I recall correctly, Luo Yong is indeed a distant uncle of Luo Dali, is he not? It seems these two must have colluded in private, conspiring against us. What a contemptible act. Had I not been vigilant regarding Li Xiangnan's housing allocation, we would have all been left in the dark. Just imagine if we were to overlook Li Xiangnan. It would be both unjust and unreasonable, potentially even offending those in higher authority. This is akin to a mute suffering in silence. Lu Ziyuan slammed his teacup down in anger, declaring that Luo Yong should be dismissed immediately. What do you all think? Feng Yuanzhang was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Lu Ziyuan's decisiveness in handling matters. It was indeed excessive behavior on Luo Yong's part. Turning to Lao Xing, he asked for his opinion. Oh, you old rascal, are you afraid that Luo Dali will come after you? Xing Chunlai chuckled despite his irritation. Am I intimidated by him? At worst, I'll just avoid any future dealings. Feng Qinshan retorted angrily. Lu Ziyuan's ire subsided slightly as he waved his hand, saying, Lao Feng, what reservations do you have? Let me articulate a few points succinctly. Feng Qingshan pondered briefly. A mere dismissal would not suffice to deter someone like Luo Dali or Luo Yang. While Luo Yang may be gone for now, in time, everyone will forget this incident. I propose that we reassign Luo Yang to the workshop, where his presence will serve as a constant reminder of his underhanded tactics, urging everyone in the factory to remain compliant and avoid misconduct. Indeed, that is an excellent suggestion. Xing Chunlai turned to Lu Ziyuan. What else do you propose? Lu Ziyuan nodded in agreement. Furthermore, regarding the handling of Luo Dali, I am entirely in accord with the factory's decisions. Considering the current state of the emergency department, I urge both directors to exercise caution, as this is a critical moment for personnel decisions. Once we have successfully recruited additional medical talent, we can then reassign him to a less significant role. This is a regrettable necessity. In truth, I would prefer to dismiss him at once. Understood. Lu Ziyuan nodded. Additionally, concerning Li Xiangnan's housing allocation, given that he is new here, I am concerned about potential gossip within the factory. Therefore, for his treatment of the crab poisoning case and Miss Chui's daughter, I recommend that the publicity department and broadcasting station amplify his achievements to establish him as a role model and silence any naysayers. Old Feng, your meticulousness is truly commendable. I always said that entrusting you with the management of the factory hospital was indeed a wise decision. Lu Ziyuan praised him, giving a thumbs up. At that moment, Xing Chunlai grinned widely, waving the documents in his hand, and said, Lao Feng, you are absolutely right about establishing a role model to align with public sentiment. I shall provide you with additional exemplary materials. The draft for the emergency department reform I have here was just given to me by Li Xiangnan. It is quite fresh. It was originally intended for you, but I intercepted it. You two take a look. Lu Ziyuan exclaimed, Hey, this young man is truly remarkable. In just a few days, he has brought forth a cascade of surprises. Feng Qingshan widened his eyes in astonishment, saying, Indeed, I have stumbled upon a treasure. Let me have a look. The emergency department has now become the highlight of our hospital. The three leaders gathered together, meticulously examining Li Xiangnan's reform proposal, word by word. Meanwhile, Li Xiangnan had arrived at Yanjing railway station, pedaling his bicycle with purpose. After scanning the exit area, he spotted a middle-aged man, only 20 years his senior. A sly smile crept across his face as he purchased a roasted sweet potato from a nearby vendor. After securing his bicycle, he sauntered over and playfully presented the sweet potato near the man's ear. Li Fuqin, seated amidst a pile of bags, was anxiously watching the ebb and flow of passengers while wiping the sweat from his brow. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of the sweet potato's enticing aroma. Turning his head, he was greeted by the sight of the golden, succulent flesh of the sweet potato, which brought a rush of joy to his heart. As he turned fully around, he was met with the handsome visage of Li Xiangnan. Xiangnan, it truly is you. He burst out, laughter echoing in his voice. For reasons unknown, in the unfamiliar surroundings of Yanjing, the sight of his kin brought a swell of emotion to Li Xiangnan's eyes. Overcome with sentiment, he embraced his uncle tightly. His voice choked with emotion as he softly uttered, Third uncle. Chapter 70 Greetings, Xiaoding. I am your third uncle, Li Xiangnan's father, named Li Fuguwei, and I rank second among my siblings. In our family, there are 3 sons. The eldest, Li Fuqiang, works at the Hongshan County government, while I, Li Fuguwei, have inherited the family legacy, running a traditional medical clinic at home. During quieter times, I would take Li Xiangnan around the streets, acting as a barefoot wandering doctor. The youngest, Li Fuqin, works at the state-run farm in Hongshan as an office clerk, primarily responsible for external relations. Li Fuqin is not particularly old, being a late-born child of the elder Li, who originally desired a daughter. However, upon the arrival of another son, he decided to cease further attempts to have children, and he is now just 40 years old, in his prime. This third uncle is merely 20 years my senior, and during my childhood, he was the one who spent the most time with me. Our bond is arguably deeper than that which I share with my father. Memories of delightful moments spent together flood my mind, catching fish by the river, hunting birds in the hills, catching mice along the farmland, and roasting sweet potatoes in the fields. These heartwarming and amusing scenes evoke a sense of nostalgia, causing my eyes to well with emotion as I gaze at my uncle. Seeing my uncle savoring his sweet potato, I sat down beside him and pulled out a cigarette from my pocket, offering him one and tucking it behind his ear. I inquired, Uncle, aren't you busy at the farm? What brings you to Yanjing? You should have let me know in advance. I wouldn't have made you wait so long. Take your time eating. Upon hearing this, my uncle's expression shifted. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have brought it up. But I am quite displeased with that Lin Weiman fellow. Why the rush to Yanjing? The college entrance exams just ended. And he insists on bringing you and Chujiao here. It appears Lin Chujiao is his sister, but you are not my nephew? They are eager for a reunion. Yet our Li family has yet to celebrate your achievements. Realizing my uncle's grievances, I understood that there was some discontent regarding Lin Weiman's haste in bringing me to Yanjing. Although he had indeed informed our family, I had failed to bid farewell personally, which was lacking in decorum. Uncle, I replied with a smile. The daughter of the Lin family has endured hardships in our Li family's village for several years. Isn't this eagerness to return merely an attempt to make amends? I have not suffered much. Hey, you rascal! Uncle Li Fuqin exclaimed, his dark face reflecting concern. You always speak in favor of the Lin family. Let me tell you, they do not hold you in high regard, or they wouldn't be scheming to have you and Chujiao divorced. Just then, as Li Fuqin finished his sweet potato, I instinctively reached into my pocket for a handkerchief to offer him, only to discover that I still had Ding Yuchio's handkerchief from yesterday, which took me by surprise. Noticing the pink handkerchief, Uncle's face flushed as he spat in jest. Oh, come on. I have no use for such things. I can wipe my hands just fine. Is this handkerchief from Chujiao? He asked. Not quite. It's from a colleague. I forgot to return it. I'll give it back later. Let us be on our way, I said, helping him to his feet as we gathered our belongings. Indeed, I have long believed that you possess remarkable qualities. And even in the absence of Lin Chujiao, we still have Wang Chujiao and Zhang Chujiao to admire. Li Fuqin remarked, observing Li Xiangnan neatly stowing away his handkerchief. With a teasing smile, he inquired, what does that girl look like? Is she as beautiful as Chujiao? Li Xiangnan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Uncle, he replied, somewhat at a loss for words. Li Fuqin sighed, continuing their conversation as they walked outside. Many in the old Li family share my sentiments. Regardless of whether we admit it or not, the years with Chujiao have truly been the most illustrious for us. She has brought honor to our family. Yet, to speak candidly, that girl comes from a prestigious background, one we cannot aspire to reach. Though I am reluctant to see her divorce you, what can we do? The notion of social standing is something your father understands well. We simply do not belong to the same world. Li Xiangnan pondered these words, recognizing that within the context of their era, the union of two families could not overlook such significant societal divides. Moreover, the Lin family had indeed been impeccable in their dealings. They assisted you in securing a job in Yanjing and even resolved the household registration issue, something we, the old Li family, could scarcely dream of. Thus, we find ourselves in a position of mutual independence, which is rather fortunate. Xiangnan, do not cling so desperately. Sometimes, one must learn to let go. The owner of that handkerchief seems quite suitable. When might you introduce me to her? Uncle. Li Xiangnan was truly at a loss, unable to contain a mix of laughter and frustration. What brings you to Yanjing? Surely, you aren't here to oversee my romantic affairs? What is the matter? Do you have objections? Li Fuqin playfully kicked him, feigning annoyance. You, my boy, are the most successful among the old Li family. Your uncle may work at the county government, but has he ever set foot in Yanjing? Look at you, rooted in Yanjing. You found a partner, married, and are raising a child. That is the true essence of flourishing in this city. This is part of my mission here. Ah, there are other tasks as well? Li Xiangnan shook his head in resignation. Of course, Li Fuqin replied, adjusting the woven bag he carried. Your parents have been clamoring for days for me to come. They spent all day yesterday preparing local specialties for you. Additionally, I've been tasked with ensuring you are doing well. Your uncle insisted on this, in unfamiliar territory. We cannot allow you to be mistreated. Not at all. You are overthinking it. Li Xiangnan smiled, touched as he stepped out of the station and bent down to unlock his bicycle. Goodness, within just a few days, you've acquired a Phoenix bicycle? Impressive, Li Fuqin exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with envy. This also belongs to that girl. I'm merely borrowing it. Li Xiangnan sheepishly scratched his head. She truly treats you well. Xiangnan, I believe you should expedite your divorce with Chujiao and swiftly marry that girl. Li Fuqin loaded his bags onto the bicycle, not forgetting to tease him. Uncle, I never realized you harbored aspirations of playing matchmaker. You cheeky boy, how should you address your uncle? Li Fuqin retorted. I merely wish to embrace my future grandchild sooner. Now, hurry up. No more dawdling. Let us head to your factory. Li Fuqin swiftly leapt into the back seat and urged Li Xiangnan to follow suit. His uncle was perpetually vibrant and full of zeal. He pursued his desires with fervor, showcasing an astonishingly strong execution. Li Xiangnan chuckled softly, mounted his bicycle, and rode off. My, look at this expansive thoroughfare. Goodness, the grandeur of this city gate is truly impressive. One would be hard-pressed to find such splendor in our hometown. Ah, the abundance of automobiles in Beijing is remarkable. Can you hear the cacophony? It is often said that ascending a mountain is easy, but descending is fraught with challenges. As Li Xiangnan rose to pedal, he found himself compelled to slow down in response to Li Fuqin's incessant exclamations, seeking a shady spot to rest. Initially, he felt invigorated, racing with unbridled energy, yet now, burdened with his uncle's presence and several dozen pounds of local specialties, he was reminded to be cautious of the fragile jars and bottles, which left him utterly exhausted. He rode intermittently, finally managing to return to the repair shop just as work hours concluded. Dr. Li, according to his plan, Li Xiangnan intended to promptly return the bicycle, but upon turning onto the street near the repair shop, he spotted Ding Yuqiu waving at the entrance. Oh, is that the object of your affections? Quite impressive. I dare say she rivals Lin Chujiao. Before Li Xiangnan could respond to Ding Yuqiu, Li Fuqin leaned over his shoulder, straightening up with curiosity. Dr. Ding, this is... With a screech, Li Xiangnan brought the bicycle to a halt, eager to introduce them. Yet, before he could finish, Li Fuqin jumped off the bicycle and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, I am your uncle, Ding Yuqiu." Li Xiangnan? Chapter 71. The uncle who uses connections to pave the way for himself. Hello, uncle. A flush of embarrassment graced Ding Yuqiu's face. Yet her expression was predominantly one of exuberance and delight. This esteemed uncle was none other than Li Xiangnan's elder relative, and his spontaneous declaration of being her uncle implied a deep-seated acknowledgement of their bond. Ah, in the future, when you spend time with Xiangnan, do take good care of him. He is all alone in Yanjing, unfamiliar with the surroundings. With you by his side, I shall have much more peace of mind. Li Fuqin grinned widely, sincerely shaking Ding Yuqiu's hand. His words bore the weight of a heartfelt entrustment, causing Ding Yuqiu to blush, stealing a glance at Li Xiangnan, who was innocently pouting. She stifled a giggle, replying, "I will, uncle." "That's great." Li Fuqin laughed heartily, then playfully kicked Li Xiangnan, remarking, "I am conversing with the young lady. Why are you sulking?" "I am not." In the presence of this immensely affable elder, Li Xiangnan felt a blend of respect and helplessness, quickly sidestepping while still maintaining a deferential demeanor. "Uncle, let me assist you." At that moment, Ding Yuqiu cheerfully dashed to the bicycle, exchanging knowing glances with Li Xiangnan while using her body to shield against Li Fuqin's advance. "Ah, young lady, these are quite heavy." Seeing her enthusiasm and lack of disdain, Li Fuqin approached, ready to help carry the sacks. He swiftly selected a lighter item and handed it to her, saying, "Take this one. It's easier to manage." "All right." Ding Yuqiu smiled brightly, beckoning Li Xiangnan. "Why are you still standing there? Come inside." "Oh." Witnessing Ding Yuqiu's unexpected fervor, Li Xiangnan felt a stirring within, responding affirmatively as he pushed the bicycle into the factory. "Hey, Xiaoli, is this your relative?" Outside the gatehouse, Grandpa Qin was replacing coal in the stove and spotted the trio entering. "Grandpa Qin, this is my uncle," Li Xiangnan promptly introduced. "Uncle, this is Grandpa Qin, our factory's steadfast pillar." "Ah, Grandpa Qin, how do you do?" Li Fuqin set down the sack on his shoulder and hurried over, warmly shaking hands. "With Xiangnan working at your factory, I will be counting on your care." "Thank you." As he spoke, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, unwrapped it, and directly pressed it into the other man's hand. "Please enjoy these, a small token of gratitude." "Oh no, you shouldn't," Grandpa Qin exclaimed, astonished to receive a whole pack of the expensive Xiangnan brand cigarettes, valued at 50 cents each. He was taken aback by Li Xiangnan's uncle's generosity, left nearly speechless. "Grandpa Qin, it's no trouble at all. Please enjoy them, and if you run out, feel free to ask my nephew for more." Li Fuqin jovially waved his hand, adding, "You carry on with your tasks. We will head over now." "All right, take care." "Do you need assistance?" Grandpa Qin set aside the fire tongs, intent on helping. "Grandpa Qin, please continue with your work. We are perfectly capable." Li Xiangnan felt deeply moved, recognizing that his uncle was using money and connections to pave a smoother path for him. "If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to speak up." "Ah, Dr. Ding is here as well. How delightful." At that moment, Grandpa Qin noticed that Li Xiangnan was accompanied by Ding Yuqiu, and he couldn't help but chuckle. "Grandpa Qin," Ding Yuqiu pouted her lips, unable to offer any explanation, and decided to stomp her feet and quickly follow along, leaving Grandpa Qin alone, chuckling while holding his cigarette. "Third uncle, this is our machinery repair factory. Over there are several large workshops, and behind is the canteen. Our factory boasts 2 sizable canteens. If you continue straight down this road, you'll arrive at our factory hospital. Li Xiangnan elaborated as he walked, gesturing forward. Third uncle, that direction leads to my dormitory. Though small, I find it quite satisfactory. Quite good indeed. Since you've just arrived in Yanjing, having a place to stay is already commendable. What more could one ask for? Li Fuqin remarked, jotting down notes while following his nephew to the warehouse next to the hospital, which was near Li Xiangnan's residence. At that moment, a series of bicycle bells echoed from behind. The group turned to see a young man in his 30s speeding towards them on a bicycle. Ding Yuqiu blushed and quickly turned her head away. Li Xiangnan set down his burlap bag and called out, "Old Chui, what brings you here in such a hurry?" The newcomer was none other than Cui Xingjian from the administration department, coming to a screeching halt. He smiled at Li Fuqin and then at the shy Ding Yuqiu before finally fixing his gaze on Li Xiangnan. "I was looking for you this afternoon, Doctor. Ding mentioned you left in quite a rush, and I was concerned you might need assistance finding someone. So I took a short leave from Section Chief Ma and came to search for you." "You came looking for me?" Li Xiangnan was taken aback, warmth blooming in his heart. However, Li Fuqin immediately caught on to the underlying tone, tossed his burlap bag over his shoulder, and approached with a grin. "Hello. Li Xiangnan was here to pick me up this afternoon. I'm his third uncle." "Greetings, third uncle." Cui Xingjian dismounted his bicycle, kicked it aside, and extended his hand. "I am a colleague from the Shaoli Factory Hospital. It's a pleasure to meet you." Li Xiangnan introduced, "This is Cui Xingjian from our administration department." "So, it's you, Mr. Cui." Li Fuqin called out to his nephew, "Hurry and open the door. What are we doing chatting at the entrance? We should invite him for tea." "That's unnecessary. We're all family here." Cui Xingjian replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed as Li Fuqin eagerly grasped his hand. "That simply won't do." Li Fuqin released his grip, reached into his pocket, and produced a pack of Dakiamin cigarettes, handing it over to Cui Xingjian. "Mr. Cui, I trust you will look after my nephew at the hospital." Cui Xingjian paused for a moment. Although he couldn't discern the type of cigarette, he quickly understood the implication and graciously accepted. "Rest assured. Little Li is like a brother to me at the factory hospital. I will certainly take good care of him." He recognized that if he refused the cigarettes, third uncle would undoubtedly feel uncomfortable and perhaps even worry. Indeed, Li Fuqin immediately brightened up. "That's wonderful. Truly, I appreciate your kindness. Now, let us head inside for tea." Cui Xingjian wasted no time, swiftly gathering the bags from his bicycle and bringing them inside. Upon seeing Ding Yuqiu preparing tea and Li Fuqin examining the small room, he exchanged a knowing glance with Li Xiangnan and gestured subtly outward. Li Xiangnan understood immediately and smiled, saying, "Dr. Ding, could you please help stoke the fire? I will fetch a pot of cool water." "Certainly. Leave it to me." Ding Yuqiu nodded without the slightest hesitation. Once outside, Li Xiangnan inquired, "Old Cui, what is it that has you so secretive?" Cui Xingjian glanced back at the house, fished a cigarette from his pocket, and stuffed it into Li's pocket, saying, "You keep this. Is that all you wanted to tell me?" Li Xiangnan asked, taken aback. Cui Xingjian shook his head. "Of course not. This afternoon, I waited for Section Chief Ma to return and specifically went over to ask him. It turns out that Luo Dali and his uncle have indeed meddled with your housing arrangement. Is what you say true?" Li Xiangnan's expression turned icy upon hearing this. Chapter 72. The deceit of that scoundrel uncle is indeed true. Cui Xingjian nodded, noticing that Li Xiangnan, upon hearing such significant news, merely expressed surprise, his emotions remaining remarkably steady. Cui couldn't help but admire his extraordinary composure, yet he still grasped Li Xiangnan's arm, saying, "We need to discuss this matter thoroughly. How did you come to know that Luo Dali is in cahoots with his uncle?" Li Xiangnan fished a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Cui as they strolled towards the water source, puffing away while conversing. "Luo Yong, that fellow, lives in the courtyard next to mine. Despite his ever-present grin, he is, in fact, a cunning fox with a dark mind." Cui Xingjian scoffed. "This morning, as he boasted to me, I became wary. Upon returning to the office, I briefed Section Chief Ma about the implications of this situation. He was furious and immediately rushed to the factory office to verify the details, only to learn that the application had already been submitted to Director Liu. Section Chief Ma intervened too? Li Xiangnan recalled how, during their initial encounter, he had not taken offense at Ma's deliberate display of authority, which had garnered him some gratitude from the stern official. He had not anticipated that upon hearing about the housing distribution issue, Ma would be so eager to investigate on his behalf. "Of course, Section Chief Ma now regards you as a treasure of our factory's hospital. If someone intends to undermine you, how could he remain calm? Upon discovering the information at the factory office, Section Chief Ma realized that Luo Yong was attempting to swiftly resolve the matter, and he acted decisively, returning to consult Dean Feng. It was then that Dean Feng recalled the connection between Luo Yong and Luo Dali and likely thought it amiss. He proactively sought out Director Lu to clarify the situation. Feeling touched that Dean Feng was concerned about his affairs, Li Xiangnan exhaled a puff of smoke and inquired, "What happened next?" "Ah, what a turn of events." Although we are unaware of the specifics of what Dean Feng discussed with directors Lu and Xing, he returned in a considerable fury that afternoon. Section Chief Ma was waiting in the office, and upon seeing Dean Feng's return, he hurried upstairs. "You won't believe it, but the factory has voiced strong objections against Luo, the deputy director who has been engaging in favoritism and corruption. It seems they are set to impose severe penalties." Furthermore, Dean Feng instructed Section Chief Ma to promptly seek out medical talent, implying he wishes to replace Luo Dali swiftly, not allowing this rotten apple to spoil the whole barrel. Li Xiangnan was taken aback by this revelation. He had contemplated approaching Dean Feng to gather more information and even considered seeking out Director Xing if necessary. His hesitation stemmed from the fact that the housing distribution issue directly affected him, and he pondered whether his interference might yield adverse consequences. Little did he know, without any action on his part, the underlying interests were already in conflict. "Shali, Section Chief Ma and I have meticulously analyzed the implications of Dean Feng's remarks, and it appears that Luo Dali shall not remain in our hospital for much longer." Cui Xinjian, well versed in the intricacies of bureaucratic affairs, seized Li's arm, earnestly stating, "This matter must have reached a conclusion, and regardless of the outcome, it will undoubtedly benefit you. At this juncture, refrain from saying anything or taking any action. With our presence, you can rest assured. After all, you are the party involved, and one must consider the implications of their actions. Often, once you step away, the nature of the situation changes entirely. Remember that." Observing the anxious yet sincere expression on Cui Xinjian's face, Li Xiangnan felt genuinely moved. He smiled and patted the back of Cui's hand, saying, "Old Cui, I understand the ways of the world. I will treat you and Director Ma to a drink later. Right here in our little place. What do you say?" "All right. I will bring 2 bottles of fine wine." Cui Xinjian sighed in relief upon hearing this response. He had indeed been worried that Li Xiangnan, in his youthful exuberance, would not tolerate any interference. Yet now, he realized his concerns were unfounded. Perhaps the lack of action for so long was merely Li's way of biding his time. Not to mention, just the patience he displayed in observing the unfolding circumstances was something Cui believed he himself could not achieve. Justice will prevail. There is always fairness in the world. Knowing that both Luo Dali and Luo Yong, who had been up to no good, had faced consequences, Li Xiangnan felt his spirits lift, and his steps became considerably lighter. Meanwhile, Luo Dali, pushing his bicycle, returned home in a state of gloom. However, before he could even enter the house, he spotted his distant uncle, Luo Yong, sitting on the steps of the courtyard, smoking. As he approached, Luo Yong extinguished his cigarette with a scowl and stood up. Although puzzled by his uncle's demeanor, Luo Dali forced a smile and greeted him. "Uncle, what brings you here? Why not come inside?" But before he could finish his sentence, a solid kick landed squarely in his chest, sending him tumbling to the ground in a most undignified manner. The handlebars of his bicycle struck his head, and with a heavy thud, the weight of the bike crashed down upon him. Hissing in pain, Luo Dali grimaced, but more than the physical pain, the unjustified beating left him feeling aggrieved. He immediately exclaimed, "Uncle, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me? What have I done to provoke you? What the hell did you do to provoke me?" Luo Yong spat on him, crouching down to pat Luo Dali's pale face. "Did you not say it was enough to just strike Li Xiangnan's name off the list? Didn't you say it could be easily brushed aside? Didn't you claim that Li Xiangnan was merely a minor character, completely inconspicuous? Damn it. I must have been out of my mind to be blinded by a few cigarettes you offered. Uncle, what is going on? Why are you so furious? What happened?" Luo Dali, covering his face, looked at his enraged uncle with trepidation, feeling quite despondent. "What is wrong? I thought this time would be like the last, with the office drafting a list and Director Lu signing off with a glance. But this situation is nothing like when we divided the rooms a year ago." Director Lu summoned the leaders of several branches, as well as the heads of various departments, to a meeting to verify qualifications name by name. "Are you trying to sabotage me? Do you not understand that Li Xiangnan's name was added by Director Feng? The entire hospital only has 2 slots. One for Zhou Feng and one for him. Are you trying to get me killed?" Do you have any idea how Director Feng looked at me when I encountered him in the hallway this afternoon? Afterward, I sought counsel regarding the high-temperature subsidy at the office. What did Directors Liu and Xing think of me? By heavens, this is all you're doing. Luo Dali lamented. Uncle. Li Xiangnan is truly insignificant, being a newcomer as well. I cannot fathom why Dean Feng and the factory leaders hold him in such high regard. Had I known, things would not have turned out this way. So what if I was scolded a couple of times? I too faced reprimands yesterday, in a fit of rage. Luo Yang kicked him, his face flushed with anger. Just a couple of scoldings? Director Liu has transferred me to the foundry workshop. You've led me to ruin. The official notice will be issued tomorrow. If I refuse to comply, I'll be dismissed on the spot. This is all your fault. You treacherous relative. Why don't you just disappear? Ah, uncle, how could it be so serious? What about me? Luo Dali's heart quivered. Will I be affected? You. Luo Yang gripped his chin, a menacing expression on his face. Although I wielded the pin, the idea originated from you. What do you say, Luo Dali? From now on, let our kinship be severed. Do not let me catch sight of you in the factory. Luo Dali found his head thrust into the scorching mud pit. And when he lifted it, his eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. How could this seemingly clandestine scheme have led to his sudden and overwhelming defeat? Chapter 73. Love Across 1,000 Miles. Although he verbally remarked that residing in Yanjing was rather pleasant and urged Li Xiangnan to refrain from being overly sensitive. Upon witnessing the stark emptiness of the small abode, Li Fuqin felt a surge of compassion for his dear nephew, nearly moved to tears. The Li family in Lijiaden was of considerable standing, with numerous siblings and a spacious courtyard comprising several traditional structures, including a two-story main house for receiving guests. The conditions under which Li Xiangnan was lodging would scarcely qualify as a storage room in the Li household. Particularly distressing was the relentless wave of hot air that surged into the small room, leaving no trace of coolness. Even sitting there, beads of sweat continuously streamed down. The bed was a makeshift assembly crafted from wooden cabinets, and the table and stools bore at least a decade's worth of wear. Li Fuqin could hardly bear to look longer, shaking his head with a sigh, his gaze inevitably drifting to Ding Yuqiao, who was squatting on the ground, fanning the stove. He inquired with a hint of helplessness, "My dear girl, may I ask your esteemed surname? I was so preoccupied earlier that I completely forgot." Third uncle. I am of the Ding family, Ding Yuqiao replied with a gentle smile, discreetly wiping the sweat from her brow. Rest assured, though Xiangnan may have his rebellious streak, he possesses a strong ambition. This is merely a temporary arrangement. In the future, he will surely provide you with a comfortable home. You shall not be wronged. Li Fuqin endeavored to speak well of his nephew. Third uncle. Ding Yuqiao's heart raced at his words, filled with both joy and shyness as she exclaimed, without a doubt. Dr. Li is indeed remarkable. He is not at all as you described, rebellious and insufferable. Rather, he excels in his medical skills, possesses high moral character, and is imbued with thoughtful aspirations. We all hold him in great esteem. He is destined for great success. Is that so? Li Fuqin chuckled, mildly surprised by Dr. Li's high regard in her eyes, but he quickly dismissed it. As someone who had traversed the path of love, he understood that beauty often lies in the eyes of the beholder. She was fond of Xiangnan and would naturally perceive every facet of him as commendable. Dr. Li. As their conversation continued, a woman's voice called from outside. Li Fuqin stood up, puzzled, while Ding Yuqiao, recognizing the voice, promptly went to greet her. Xiao Fengjie, Doctor. Li will be back shortly. Do you need something? Oh dear, Ding Doctor, you're here. How fortuitous. My husband suggested that since we are already preparing meals for the new year, I might as well cook a couple of extra dishes to bring over. Wang Xiaofeng explained, entering with a net bag. Dr. Li would never turn down your kindness. We are grateful for your generosity. Ding Yuqiao followed her inside. Noticing Wang Xiaofeng's surprise upon seeing Li Fuqin, and clarified, Xiao Fengjie, this is Dr. Li's third uncle, visiting from out of town. Hello? Oh dear, this is unfortunate. Ding Doctor was unaware that you would be dining here as well. I shall return to prepare a few more dishes. Please wait a moment, Wang Xiaofeng said, feeling quite embarrassed as she scratched her head, retracting the net bag she had placed on the table. Not at all, Xiao Fengjie. I will not be dining here. I have matters to attend to this evening. I can assist my uncle in preparing a meal. Ding Yuqiao quickly waved her hands in refusal. Please do not trouble yourself with additional cooking. Xiaofeng, have you delivered the food? As several individuals engaged in conversation, Cui Xingzhan, who had accompanied Li Xiangnan to fetch water, returned and immediately spotted his wife standing inside the room. Xingzhan, I wish to return and prepare a couple of dishes. My third uncle has arrived, and I fear there may not be enough food. Wang Xiaofeng pointed to the net bag. Indeed, we must prepare something. Cui Xinjian opened the net bag and inspected the lunchbox. In that case, it would be too late for you to cook upon returning. You should attend to Yuandan. I shall venture out to purchase a few prepared dishes. With my uncle here, we cannot subsist solely on steamed buns. Oh no, Lao Chui, you needn't trouble yourself. I shall go out shortly. Li Xiangnan, witnessing the couple's earnestness, quickly intervened. Li Fuyin observed this scene with a sense of reflection. His nephew had only been in Yanjing for a few days, yet had managed to meet such genuine individuals who were willing to assist him. He felt a faint sense of relief. I shall go buy it. You take a break. You welcome my uncle back after a tiring afternoon. I shall go. Cui Xinjian, however, was not agreeable. Xinjian, enough of this chatter. Let me return and stir fry. The day is still young. Wang Xiaofeng added. Just then, a ringing sound echoed outside. Followed by Sun Jia's voice, Shaoli, hurry. Let us prepare a couple of dishes. My brother-in-law caught some fresh fish in the river today. Oh, Lao Chui? Dr. Ding, what brings you all here? As he spoke, he entered the room, net bag in hand, and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing so many people inside. Li Xiangnan shot a glance at Cui Xinjian and pulled out a cigarette to offer. Brother son, your craving for liquor is quite pronounced. This is my third uncle, who has just arrived from the county. Greetings, uncle. Sun Jie saluted with utmost respect. Haha, you're quite the character. Li Fuyin chuckled at his demeanor, extending a matchstick towards him. After surveying the scene, Li Fuyin waved his hand. I believe we need not prepare additional dishes. These 2 dishes, along with Shaosun's river delicacy, should suffice. And let us not forget what I have brought today. He gestured towards a bulging sack. Those are all authentic specialties from Hongshan County. I wish for you to sample the flavors of our Li family village. Xiangnan, open the sack. That sounds splendid. Li Xiangnan grinned widely, glancing at the bulging net bag, instantly realizing that his indulgent uncle had brought ample good items. My goodness, today we shall feast. Sun Jie rubbed his hands in delight. Cui Xinjian was equally elated. Shaoli, I am truly eager to try the specialties from your hometown. Indeed. Our visit was not in vain. Ding Yuchia watched curiously as Li Xiangnan opened the sack, but, recalling her own matters at home, frequently glanced outside. Torn between the desire to linger and the urgency to depart. Miss Ding, do join us for a taste of Li Xiangnan's mother's culinary skills. Li Fuyin, noticing her anxiety, said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ding Yuchio cast aside all hesitation, beaming with delight, nodding her head vigorously. The prospect of savoring Li Xiangnan's mother-esque cooking brought her unparalleled joy. Oh, sweet garlic. I knew my mother would definitely make this. Lao Chui. Bring it to the table. We cannot replicate this flavor in Yanjing. Goodness, fermented tofu with liquor? My mother made that too. Uncle, could it be that my mother has hidden it away? I certainly did not see this a few days ago. Pickled vegetables. Look at the exquisite clarity of these. Did my mother harvest all the fine cabbages from that cherished patch of land? Laughter erupted among the crowd, unable to contain their amusement. Soon, a series of ceramic jars were carefully extracted from a burlap sack by Li Xiangnan. Vinegared with ear mushrooms, stir-fried green beans, pan-fried peanuts, sweet and sour ginger, and pickled chili peppers. The onlookers grew increasingly intrigued and envious as they beheld the array of jars and bottles sprawled across the ground, each uniquely shaped. Large and small, all brimming with delightful contents. This was the essence of home, delivered by Uncle after traversing 1,000 miles. However, the delighted exclamations abruptly ceased as everyone turned to see Li Xiangnan seated on the ground, cradling a jar. He opened the lid to reveal marinated beef. Li Fuqin chuckled as he patted his shoulder, saying, Your father had that old yellow cow, which accompanied you through the streets, slaughtered. Your mother prepared some beef jerky, and the rest was salted for you to enjoy when you return home for the new year. Ding Yuchio stared at Li Xiangnan, her heart tightening unknowingly. She witnessed the man with his head bowed, tears streaming down his face, yet he uttered not a single word. His silence was deafening. Chapter 74. Dare he stand me up? In the Lin family compound, Building 6, Room 101, Lin Jianzhou sat on a single sofa, perusing a newspaper, while his elder brother, Lin Weihua, occupied the other end, engrossed in a medical book, illuminated by the light streaming through the floor-to-ceiling window. Lin's sisters-in-law, Wei Lan and Xiaoqing, reclined on a chaise long beside the entrance, watching the doorway intently. Lin Weiman sat obediently on a bench in the foyer, frequently glancing at his watch, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Lin's mother, Wang Shouqin emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron, casting a glance at Lin Chujiao. Xiaoqing, please assist your elder sister and your mother in reheating the dishes, Lin Chujiao commanded without lifting his gaze. Yes. Xiaoqing exchanged a glance with Lin Weimin before rising with her elder sister. However, Wang Shouqin waved her hand, approaching Lin Chujiao and leaning in to whisper, Old Lin. The food has already been reheated once. Do we truly need to do so again? Perhaps we should not wait any longer? How can that be? Lin Chujiao furrowed his brow, insisting, we agreed to wait for everyone to dine together. It is impolite to proceed without them. Very well, Wang Shouqin acquiesced. Hastening back to the kitchen. At this moment, Lin Weigua glanced at the clock atop the dresser, closed his book, and remarked, Father, it is nearly 6 o'clock. 30 minutes should suffice for him to arrive. Even if he were to walk, he would have made it by now, especially considering his youth. I dare say Xiao Li is taking our family lightly. To assert his presence on his first visit is utterly unacceptable. Elder brother, Lin Weimin interjected, wiping his brow as he approached, gesturing for silence. What if something has delayed him? Why do you still defend him? Are you even a member of the Lin family? When have we ever waited for someone to dine with us? This is the second time the food has been reheated. How can that be right? Lin Weigua, a man of intellect, held the utmost regard for etiquette. He is still married to Xiao. He is essentially our son-in-law. Consider it. When you dine at your father-in-law's home, what time do you arrive? Lin Weimin waved his hand dismissively, turning to their father with anxiety. Father, I had already arranged to pick up Xiao Li yesterday. If you do not allow me to go, would that not render me untrustworthy? Lin Chujiao remained silent. While Lin Weig was scoffed, it was my suggestion. What? He is coming to our home, yet you still intend to fetch him? It seems as if we are the ones begging for his presence. Is that necessary? But, Lin Weimin's face clouded with worry. There is no but about it. Your elder brother is correct. This is a matter of decorum. Do not take it to heart. Besides, did we not instruct you to convey the address to him via telephone? When he arrives, the doorman will naturally notify us. Why the haste? Lin Chujiao pointed to the sofa, instructing him to sit still. Why can you not emulate your elder brother's composure? Lin Weimin scratched his head in frustration, sitting down. Yet concern nodded him. Xiao Li, unfamiliar with Yanjing, was visiting the Lin family for the first time and would undoubtedly need to inquire about the location, which could result in a delay, perhaps the reason for his tardiness. At that moment, the sound of a bicycle bell echoed from outside. Lin Weimin turned his head to see Lin Chujiao returning. Sister, younger sister, why are you not inside? What are you doing standing out here? Lin Chujiao locked her car and ascended the stairs. I dare not linger inside. My father wore a stern expression, making me increasingly feel as though this was a banquet of betrayal. Lin Yue pouted, expressing her incredulity. Yue, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Muyu chided her. Stepping down to greet her younger sister, and gently inquired, Xiao, why are you so late returning today? Did you work overtime again? Yes. I finally managed to visit several hospitals in Dongqing district today. Lin Chujiao brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and sighed, tomorrow. If I can visit the last few factories, my task will be complete. I've collected their numbers. I can simply notify them by phone during the meeting later. You can just ask the office for the numbers. Lin Muyu replied, expressing her concern. You've worked hard these past few days. It's so hot outside. And you've tanned so much. Oh, it was just a matter of convenience. I feel more at ease using the numbers I collected myself, Lin Chujiao said, climbing the stairs and playfully pinching her younger sister Lin Yue's fair cheek. You're still so earnest. All right, let us go inside. Lin Muyu opened the door for her. Upon entering, Lin Chujiao was taken aback by the unexpected quietness, halting her steps. She quietly tugged at Lin Muyu's sleeve. Sister, is that person not here? At this, Lin Yue and Lin Muyu exchanged glances, realizing that Xiao was reluctant even to mention Li Xiangnan's name now. No, our whole family is waiting for him. Lin Muyu replied softly. I knew he would be inconsiderate. Our entire family waits for him to eat. Is that proper? I'm going upstairs. Don't call me for dinner tonight. I don't want to see him. Lin Chujiao scoffed, hastily entering the house and rushing upstairs without greeting her parents. Is Xiao back? Hearing the commotion, Wang Shouqin hurried out of the kitchen. Upon seeing her daughters Lin Muyu and Lin Yue, she glanced toward the staircase. She asked back. Lin Muyu nodded, looking at the dining table. Wang Shouqin explained, your father thought the time was right and asked us to serve the dishes. I'll help. Lin Yue exclaimed joyfully, bouncing over. Mom, I'll join you. Lin Muyu followed her into the kitchen. Before long, the dishes were all served on the table, and the Lin family gathered in groups, either standing or sitting around. Time ticked by slowly. Lin Weigua and Wei Lan's expressions darkened at a visible pace. By the time the clock struck 6:30, Lin Jianzhou could no longer sit still. He removed his glasses and folded the newspaper. Wei Min, why don't you ride over and see what is happening? Yes. Lin Weimin had been waiting for this cue, and he sprang to the door like a coiled spring. This is outrageous. It infuriates me. Lin Weigwood exclaimed, slapping the sofa cushion, his brow furrowed tightly. Country folk are indeed country folk, making us wait for so long. Even if something happened, they should at least give us a call. This is simply unacceptable. Upon hearing this, Lin Weimin sighed and dashed out without even putting on his shoes. 10 minutes later, the phone in the living room rang as expected. Indeed, father. It must be that Weimin encountered that lost country bumpkin. What a rustic. Why does he act so clueless in the city? Can he just ask for directions? Upon hearing Lin Weigua's blunt reproach, Lin Miyu interjected, brother, perhaps you should temper your words a bit. Yue, answer the phone. Without needing further prompting, Lin Yue, her face aglow with excitement, rushed to the phone and answered cheerfully, hello. A minute later, after merely uttering a single word of confirmation, Lin Yue hung up the phone. Brimming with enthusiasm, I told you he wouldn't flake out. His uncle arrived from the county today, and he just picked him up from the station. He called us right away. Brother, you are a professor, yet you hastily label others without discernment. I feel embarrassed on your behalf. The sharpness of her words left Lin Weigua's face darkened with dismay, and he felt utterly cornered, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Lin Miyu sighed with relief and supported her father. Father, let's have our meal. It's inevitable that someone from his hometown has come to visit. We can arrange another time. Inviting Li Xiangnan to dinner was initiated by Lin Jianzhou himself, although this time young Li had a valid reason for his absence. Lin Jianzhou still felt a twinge of displeasure at being stood up, a slight no one dared to attempt with his stature. With a dismissive wave, he strode directly toward the study. You all enjoy your meal. I am not hungry. The others in the room exchanged glances, a palpable tension tightening in their chests. Chapter 75, The dogs of the village looked down upon him. Li Xiangnan was blissfully unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the Lin family at that very moment. After hanging up the phone in the factory hospital's communication room, he let out a sigh of relief. He was acutely aware that he had promised to dine at the Lin residence that evening, only to be unable to fulfill the commitment due to the arrival of his uncle. Surely, the family had prepared splendid food and drink in anticipation of his visit, and it was only natural for them to harbor some thoughts about his absence. Nevertheless, with his uncle present, he could not afford to neglect him. As for the Lin family, he intended to visit them again soon and offer a proper explanation, confident that, given the Lin family's perspective, they would not hold a grudge against him. However, as he conversed on the phone, he found the voice of the woman on the other end somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it before, yet upon deeper reflection, he could not pinpoint where. He decided to dismiss the thought altogether. Shaoli, your uncle has arrived? What a pity you couldn't arrange a match this time. Old Su, residing in the communication room, had already begun to enjoy some porridge and teased Li Xiangnan with a grin. Master Su, please do not flatter me. I have only just come to this town for a few days. Who would introduce a partner to me? Li Xiangnan replied, pulling out a cigarette to offer him. Not so. I can see you have potential. Old Su chuckled, taking the cigarette and placing it behind his ear. But do not lose heart. At least Dr. Lin and Dr. Ding seem quite fond of you. Enough, Master Su. This is not a matter to jest about. Someone might overhear. Li Xiangnan, wary of the implications, waved his hand and hastily exited the hospital. Upon returning to his small abode, he found Ding Yuqiu and Wang Xiaofeng already busy making dumplings. A smile illuminated his face as he exclaimed, dumplings for the wedding procession, noodles for the send-off. Oh, uncle, you are in for a treat tonight. Indeed. I must sample Miss Ding's dumplings. When I return, I shall boast to your parents. Li Fuqin, jovial and carefree, took a seat at the head of the table. Boast about what? The others in the room exchanged knowing glances, their eyes directed at Ding Yuqiu with amusement. Oh dear, uncle, what are you saying? Ding Yuqiu, blushing, stamped her foot in embarrassment. The rosy hue gracing a woman's cheeks can convey more emotion than an elaborate confession. Those present, having experienced similar sentiments, were well aware of this unspoken truth. Yet, the delicate barrier of propriety was one they dared not breach, and they cheerfully pulled Li Xiangnan to sit at the table. Cui Xinjian had just returned from outside with 2 bottles of erguotu and had barely settled him before he popped the cap and poured a drink for Li Xiangnan. Casually inquiring, Shaoli, whom were you on the phone with? I had originally arranged to dine with someone, but now I cannot go. Let us not dwell on it. Let us drink. Li Xiangnan raised his glass. Uncle, welcome to Yanjing. Let us share a toast. Seeing he was unwilling to elaborate, the others refrained from pressing further, raising their glasses with cheerful smiles to clink with their uncle, and then downing their drinks in unison. Uncle, Sun Jie raised his glass and clinked it with Li Fuqing's. I am only a few years older than Xiaoli, so I shall also call you uncle. Here's to you. Please tell us about what Xiaoli was like back home. Was he as remarkable as he seems now? We are all quite curious. Nonsense. Li Fuqing cast a sidelong glance at Li Xiangnan, pointing a finger at him. This lad, in his rural days, would reach for the moon in the heavens and catch turtles from the depths of the oceans. There was nothing he would shy away from. As the locals would say, even the village dogs would turn their noses up at him. Ha ha. Upon hearing this humorous remark, the crowd erupted in laughter, clutching their stomachs. Ding Yuqiu, listening intently, envisioned scenes of Li Xiangnan's past in the village and couldn't help but chuckle. Her curiosity about his history piqued as she leaned in closer. Nearby, Wang Xiaofeng noticed her expression and stifled a giggle. Oh dear, young Li is quite the rascal. Uncle San, you must share more tales with us. We are all eager to hear. Cui Xingzhan joined in the joviality. With one instigator, an observant Sun Jie, and an energetic Uncle San despite his age. The atmosphere grew lively, filled with toasts and laughter. As Li Xiangnan absorbed the cheerful sounds and witnessed the spirited camaraderie, he silently appreciated the tranquility of the moment, allowing his uncle to share his past indiscretions without objection. With Uncle San's storytelling, the lively essence of Li Xiangnan's chaotic village life enveloped everyone, rendering his character even more vivid. The atmosphere gradually escalated to a crescendo. Just then, an external voice called out for little Li, prompting the revelers to pause their eating. I'll get the door. Ding Yuqiu, unwilling to disrupt the festive spirit, hurried to the entrance and opened it. Cousin Weimin, having dined with Lin Weimin the previous day, she instantly recognized the uninvited guest. However, Lin Weimin was equally taken aback. What on earth is happening here? Why is little Li foregoing the Lin family feast to be with this Ding girl? He had sensed something amiss the night before. Could this truly be a self-fulfilling prophecy? To prioritize Ding Yuqiu over the Lin family gathering? Yet, a nagging thought suggested otherwise. Little Li did not strike him as an impulsive person, especially since he had heard the lively commotion within, indicating that there were others present. As he pondered, the door swung open fully, revealing Li Fuqing, his expression a mix of surprise. Uncle San, Lin Weimin exclaimed, suddenly delighted and rushed to greet him. What brings you here? At last, he understood why little Li had skipped dinner. Hearing the title, Ding Yuqiu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they were indeed related, as even Uncle San recognized him. Yesterday, she had doubted Li Xiangnan's claim that Lin Weimin was his cousin, but now it was confirmed, bringing her joy, especially since she felt she had performed well the night before. I came to check on Xiangnan. Li Fuqing smiled, but his expression soon turned serious as he poked Lin Weimin's shoulder. What were you thinking, leaving so hastily? Our family didn't even get a chance to say goodbye. His mother was furious. Uncle San, it's all my fault. Lin Weimin hurriedly grasped his hand, incessantly exchanging glances, urging him not to take offense. Oh dear, since we've already started drinking, I must properly accompany Uncle San with a few rounds. He could not allow Uncle San to dwell on anything further. Discussing Li Xiangnan's divorce from Lin Chujiao would inevitably expose their secret, a matter not meant for external ears. For now, concealing it was in the best interest of both parties. Lin Weimin understood this well, and surely Li Fuqing, having lived half his life, was equally aware. It was not the right time to settle scores, so with a warm smile, he ushered him inside and seated him at the table. You must drink a few with me, you rascal. Inside, upon hearing that he was Li Xiangnan's cousin, Cui Xingzhan and Sun Jie immediately became more enthusiastic. Cousin, let me get you some chopsticks. Cousin, allow me to pour you some wine. Lin Weimin chuckled, graciously accepting their offers. Once seated, he toasted Uncle San 3 times, shared a couple of drinks with Sun Jie and Cui Xingzhan, and then turned to meet Li Xiangnan's puzzled gaze. He happened to be sitting beside Xiaoli and, taking advantage of the toasting moment, leaned in closer, speaking in a tone only they could hear, lowering his voice to say, Your absence at dinner today nearly caused me trouble. I almost ended up in a fight with my elder brother. Chapter 76. Does Lin Chujiao actually like Xiangnan? Due to his absence from the dinner, Lin Weimin and his elder brother almost came to blows. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Although he harbored little emotional attachment to the Lin family, his interactions primarily revolved around Lin Weimin, whom he genuinely appreciated. He believed Lin Weimin to be a commendable person, and the thought of causing discord between the brothers due to his own actions was unsettling. However, he found himself perplexed, after all. He merely chose not to attend the meal. What calamity could possibly arise from his absence? Unfamiliar with such familial dynamics, Xiangnan contemplated the situation for a considerable time but could not decipher it. He turned to Lin Weimin with a questioning gaze. Hey, third uncle. Let us take another round. You are most welcome in Yanjing. Yet, Lin Weimin merely exchanged a subtle glance with him before attending to their third uncle with a toast. Xiangnan understood that, with so many people present, discussing the Lin family's affairs was impractical, so he reined in his thoughts and mingled with the others. Oh, my memory. Please, continue to drink. I shall find a place to make a phone call. After toasting Sun Jie and Cui Xingjian, Lin Weimin apologetically rose and gestured around. Xiangnan, comprehending the situation, set down his chopsticks. Weimin, you're not from the factory. Allow me to accompany you. He offered. Old Cui, brother son, please keep third uncle company. We'll return shortly. Sure. Cui Xingjian waved his hand, showing no concern. Hurry up, old son. Let us follow third uncle. The delightful specialties of the Li family were indeed enticing. I'm absolutely craving it. We must thank third uncle for satisfying our appetites. Sun Jie exclaimed, raising his glass with glee. Meanwhile, Xiangnan accompanied Lin Weimin outside, finally asking, Weimin, what is going on? Is there an issue with the elder brother? With a sigh, Lin Weimin placed an arm around his shoulder and earnestly replied, Little Li, it would be unfair to criticize my elder brother. However, since you will inevitably interact with him in Yanjing, just heed his words and treat them as mere ramblings. Be careful with your words about your elder brother. You don't want him to hear you. Xiangnan chuckled. I fear no bear. Lin Weimin, having had a few drinks, felt emboldened. He glanced back at the brightly lit room with a hint of regret. Isn't it absurd? Had it not been for his suggestion to refrain from picking you up, you and third uncle could have been dining at our home by now. You know, when you and Xiao wed, our two families had never met. Now, with this opportunity, it would be a splendid chance to make amends. Did he instruct you to call me? Xiangnan asked, taken aback. Indeed, I intended to come and fetch you. Even if you knew the address of the family compound, it would be challenging for you to find. It's not easily accessible. But let us not dwell on it. When it came to discussing his elder brother and father's specific attitudes towards Xiangnan, Lin Weimin found it difficult to continue. He feared that speaking too candidly might sow seeds of discord in Xiangnan's mind regarding the Lin family. Unexpectedly, Xiangnan smiled upon hearing this and took the initiative to produce a cigarette, placing it between his lips and lighting it. He remarked, Brother Weimin, I have heard from Xiao about her uncle's scholarly demeanor and adherence to traditional etiquette. He is indeed a man of intellect, placing great importance on familial lineage and decorum. Xiao endured quite a bit of reprimand in her youth. I surmise that my failure to visit after promising to do so has irked him, and having you come to fetch me must be a blow to the dignity of the Lin family. Am I right? Ah, you perceptive lad, you see through everything. Lin Weimin exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a resigned smile. My elder brother, devoted to his studies, can be rather obstinate. It was precisely his stubbornness that nearly led us to a quarrel today. I am rather vexed, but do not take it to heart. If we encounter him later, please be accommodating. Lin Weigua, that uncle of Xiao, had been met by Xiangnan once at the train station. Though he appeared courteous on the surface, Xiangnan sensed the pride typical of a scholar in him, compounded by his upbringing in a privileged environment, making him a formidable and serious-minded intellectual. Lin Weimin not only acknowledged Lin Weigua's characteristics but also cautioned him about this elder brother, which seemed to betray a familial bond. This revelation further endeared Lin Weimin to Xiangnan, who sincerely expressed, Brother Weimin, your willingness to share this with me touches my heart. Even if I were to part ways with Xiao in the future, you shall always remain my second uncle, my family. Lin Weimin abruptly lifted his gaze, astonished. For reasons unknown, he felt a tightness in his throat and a slight sting in his nose, yet words eluded him. In fact, you need not call home to inform them of my third uncle's arrival. I already made that call some 20 minutes ago, as per the number you provided. Xiangnan patted his shoulder, fully aware of the intent behind the call. I suspect your family has already begun their meal. Let us return. We ought to spend some quality time with your uncle over a few drinks. He does harbor a few grievances, you know. Lin Weimin, no fool, recognized that bringing him and Xiao back to Yanjing had been somewhat hasty. He chuckled, You rascal, do not let your third uncle force too much wine upon me. With that, the two exchanged knowing smiles and swiftly returned to the small dwelling, feeling immensely relieved. Ah, being gone for so long, Brother Wayman. You must face a penalty drink. Sun Jia, ever familiar, stood up and approached with a bottle of liquor. On Li Xiangnan's first day of reporting, he had seen Lin Wayman driving alongside factory director Xing Chun to the factory hospital, leaving a lasting impression of warmth and enthusiasm. And I too shall raise a glass. Today, with the arrival of your uncle and Brother Wayman, we are truly delighted. Cui Xingjian also stood, lifting his cup. That day when Li Xiangnan reported to the administrative department, Lin Wayman had been waiting downstairs in his jeep, a detail that was not lost on him. Sun Jie and Cui Xingjian felt elated to have someone of Li Xiangnan's stature and background as a cousin, particularly since he did not disdain the humble origins of this young man. Two crafty cobblers. Combined with Lin Wayman's own extraordinary shrewdness and his adeptness at the art of conversation, elevated the atmosphere of the evening to a new pinnacle, especially with the astute presence of Uncle San seated nearby. The revelry continued until after 9, culminating in a lively conclusion. Cui Shijian departed for the obstetrics ward to accompany his daughter, entrusting Wang Qiaofeng with the task of escorting Ding Yuqiu home, while Sun Jie returned to his wife. Li Xiangnan and Lin Wayman leaned against the threshold of the small room, their faces flushed and eyelids drooping in foolish mirth. If all the members of the Lin family possessed your forthright nature, Lin Wayman and Lin Chujiao, Uncle San would have deemed it too warm indoors and moved a long table under the trees at the entrance, reclining there while fanning himself and gazing at the sky. Our Li family insists on solidifying this union, yet alas, your father is too cunning. Uncle San, do you think I do not desire this? Lin Wayman fell into a prolonged silence before speaking, his tone imbued with bitterness. I genuinely admire my brother-in-law. Lin Chujiao cherishes him as well, but ultimately, we cannot go against our father's wishes. What can we do? Li Xiangnan stood in stunned silence, taken aback. What did you say? Uncle San abruptly rose from the long table, excitement brimming in his voice. Are you saying Lin Chujiao actually has feelings for our Xiangnan? Chapter 77, Lin Wayman. Overcome with emotion upon witnessing his uncle's fervent excitement, Lin Wayman swiftly covered his mouth, realizing he had misspoken. He feigned nausea at the roots of a tree, retching several times before straightening up and exclaiming, I'm quite inebriated. Oh dear uncle, do rest early with Shaoli tonight. I shall visit you again tomorrow. However, Li Fuqin, quick-witted and agile, dashed back into the house, cradling a jar filled with delicacies. Noticing Lin Wayman unlocking his bicycle, he rummaged through a net bag and prepared it to hang on the handlebars, saying, Take this, Xiao Qiao absolutely adores this treat. This inappropriate Lin Wayman began to decline, but was momentarily taken aback by Li Fuqin's mischievous grin. Wayman, has Xiao Qiao truly fallen for Xiangnan? Uncle. I must take my leave swiftly. I am genuinely intoxicated, and my words are merely the ramblings of a drunken mind. Please do not take them to heart. Lin Wayman, apprehensive, wasted no time in fleeing on his bicycle, leaving behind any discussion of local delicacies. Li Fuqin called out cheerfully from behind, You're inebriated. Ride carefully and don't fall. Lin Wayman inwardly lamented, for he was well acquainted with the entire Li family. He felt no trepidation towards his uncle, who worked in the county government, or the honest and unassuming Li Fugue, Shaoli's father. Yet, he did feel a certain apprehension towards this astute uncle. The notion of Xiao Qiao divorcing Li Xiangnan stemmed from their parents' wishes, as children, despite their dissent and discontent. They ultimately had to adhere to the desires of their elders. During this time, he had gleaned some insight into Lin Chujiao's emotional state. This evening, compounded by Li Xiangnan's absence from the Lin family dinner and the arrival of his uncle, his thoughts were a chaotic tangle. He had inadvertently revealed Xiao Qiao's innermost feelings and was now filled with conflicting emotions. He yearned for harmony and happiness within the Lin family, while simultaneously wishing for his sister and brother-in-law to unite in matrimony. Yet, Lin Wayman understood that his parents had endured a lifetime of hardships, navigating through various trials, and their foresight was both prudent and valid. The Lin and Li families were akin to two parallel lines, forever devoid of intersection, unless an extraordinary genius emerged from the Li family, propelling them towards glory in a short span and achieving parity with the Lin family. Such a union seemed implausible. Li Xiangnan was indeed talented, yet lacking connections, background, and opportunity. When would he ever rise? Could his sister wait indefinitely? Could the Lin family afford such a wait? As Lin Wayman pedaled out of the repair shop and onto the streets, his heart grew heavier with sorrow. He soon found his eyes brimming with tears. His throat constricted as if choked by cotton. He decided to halt his bicycle and sat by the roadside, wiping away his tears. By instinct, he reached for a cigarette, only to bitterly smile upon discovering it was a full, unopened pack that Li Fuqin had tucked into his pocket when he had left home. Turning to gaze at the jar of hometown delicacies hanging from his handlebars, he was overcome with emotion, unable to contain his tears. The Li family, such wonderful people. Every individual genuinely desires to treat others with kindness, yet how well does he truly know the Li family? How long has he been acquainted with Li Xiangnan? How many meals has he shared with Li Fuqin? Nonetheless, each of them expresses heartfelt sincerity in the minutiae of life, stemming from a genuine concern for others. It is difficult for him to fathom how little Xiao was cherished during her 2 years of joining the Li family in the countryside and the subsequent 3 years of marriage. Even if little Xiao possesses a cold demeanor, she would have undoubtedly been warmed by the affection surrounding her. After all, human hearts are tender, and she must have been cared for by the Li family as if she were their own kin. How heart-wrenching it must be for little Xiao to have her marriage so cruelly dismantled by her parents. Lin Wayman empathizes. Envisioning the moments shared with his wife and imagining the unbearable pain of being forced apart, he pulls out a cigarette and smokes vigorously, his gaze sharpening with resolve. Soon, he reaches a conclusion, extinguishing the cigarette and remounting his vehicle with renewed determination. If little Xiao is unwilling to divorce, he shall remove every obstacle for his sister. Meanwhile, at the small house, Li Xiangnan remains oblivious to Lin Wayman's turmoil and has already settled under the tree, lying side by side with Li Fuqin. Gazing at the stars above, reminiscent of childhood nights spent under the galaxy's embrace with his uncle. Did you hear what Wayman said? Li Fuqin fans himself, warding off mosquitoes from his nephew. Li Xiangnan shakes his head. Wayman is drunk. Ignore his ramblings. Even if it were true, let us not take it to heart. The Lin family is not solely governed by Lin Wayman and Lin Chujiao. Hey, you rascal. Li Fuqin sits up. What has happened to you? Where has that boldness of pursuing a girl gone? Have you become timid since coming to Yanjing? If you like her, go after her. Besides, you're already married. No one can force you to part ways. Uncle, it's not merely about whether to stay or go. It's... Li Xiangnan shakes his head with a bitter smile. Are you afraid little Xiao is determined to divorce you? Li Fuqin furrows his brow in inquiry. It's not just about her willingness. There are still the elders of the Lin family to consider. Li Xiangnan is acutely aware that marriages lacking familial blessings often lead to unhappiness. The adage about forced fruit not being sweet holds true. While the young couple may initially rejoice, over time, they may realize the complexity of their situation. Marriage is fundamentally a union of two families. What kind of mindset is this? What era are we in? Are we still adhering to the old customs of parental arrangements? Li Fuqin, visibly upset, glares at Li Xiangnan. I ask you, if little Xiao is willing to continue with you, would you dare to proceed? Li Xiangnan, understanding his uncle's stance, calmly lights a cigarette and replies with resignation, Uncle, put yourself in my shoes. If you forbade me from marrying a girl I loved, and I insisted on marrying her, considering the vast differences between our families, would you truly agree? Indeed, Li Fuqin began to waver. It seemed that once one viewed matters from another's perspective, every rationale could be justified. He started to fidget, somewhat astonished, and remarked, When did you become so mature and worldly? Li Xiangnan replied with a hint of profundity. Third uncle, I understand your concern for me, but you do not grasp the deeply entrenched familial ideologies of this era. It is not something I can easily dismantle, unless they themselves choose to shatter this arrogant notion of social hierarchy. Listening to his nephew's words and observing the countenance that was so close yet appeared to possess the depth of a lifetime's experience, Li Fuqin was profoundly moved by these insights into life. Xiangnan, this time I see you. I realize you have truly matured. Your reasoning is intricate, even more profound than my own. I am utterly astonished. Li Xiangnan grinned and replied, Third uncle, what may astonish you further lies ahead. Chapter 78. Xiao Qiao. Why are you crying? From a distance, Lin Wayman, riding his bicycle, spotted the family compound's wall and could not help but pedal faster. He waved to the security guard and swiftly parked his bike in front of the house, not even taking the time to lock it. Grabbing the bag hanging from his handlebars, he hurried up the steps. Upon opening the door, he found the living room illuminated only by a small lamp. Lin Wayman quietly placed the bag by the door and tiptoed inside. Back already? A sudden voice startled him as he prepared to ascend the stairs. Turning around, he saw his mother, Wang Shouqin, resting her head in her hand at the dining table, beside a covered plate of dinner. Mom, why are you still awake? Lin Weiman stepped into the dining room. What do you think? The moment you step out, you vanish. I was waiting for you to come back for dinner. Where have you been? Wang Xiuqin stood up, preparing to reheat the food. You two siblings are trying to drive me to my grave, aren't you? Skipping dinner. Are you aiming for immortality? At this, Lin Weiman chuckled and approached his mother, placing his hands on her shoulders. Mom, Xiao hasn't he eaten either? Eat what? She went upstairs the moment she got back, and hasn't he come down since? I even went up to call her, but she wouldn't budge. Just eat your food. Wang Xiuqin lamented, glaring at her son. With a grin, Lin Weiman replied, Mom, don't trouble yourself. I've already eaten out. Humph. Did you eat with Xiaoli and his uncle? Wang Xiuqin's eyes widened. Hey, Mom, you truly know everything. Nothing escapes your notice. Lin Weiman laughed, urging his mother upstairs. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. I have a plan for Xiao. What kind of plan? Can you possibly be wiser than your own mother? Lin Weiman smirked mischievously. Just leave it to me. You should rest. It's getting late. Day after day, you children are driving me mad. Though Wang Xiuqin grumbled, she untied her apron and headed upstairs, continuing her gentle nagging. After waiting for a while, ensuring his mother's footsteps had truly ascended to the third floor, Lin Weiman stealthily approached the door, carefully taking the jar from the bag and placing it under the dining table. With a knowing smile, he hurried upstairs. The Lin family's small building was quite spacious. The first floor comprised the living room, dining room, and study, while the second floor contained the rooms of his 3 younger sisters. The third floor was reserved for Lin's parents, and the fourth floor housed the 2 sons' rooms. Upon reaching the second floor, Lin Weiman quietly lingered outside the doors of Lin Muyu and Lin Yue's rooms for a few seconds, confirming they were silent and likely asleep. Before making his way to Lin Chujiao's door, he knocked softly, calling, Xiao, open the door. It's me, your second brother. When no response came after the first knock, Lin Weiman remained patient, smiling as he knocked a second time. It was only after the third knock that Lin Chujiao's slightly weary face appeared behind the door. Second brother, I was already asleep. Is there something you need? Seeing his sister finally open the door, Lin Weiman grinned and took her hand. I heard you didn't eat. Let us go grab a bite. Brother, I lack appetite. You may leave, for I shan't go. Lin Chujiao murmured, struggling slightly. That won't do. You have been busy at work. Skipping dinner is simply not an option. Moreover, Lin Weiman chuckled, I have a surprise for you that will surely whet your appetite. After scrutinizing Lin Weiman for a moment, Lin Chujiao, not wishing to raise her voice and alert the rest of the family, softly replied, Brother, please do not persuade me. I truly have no appetite today. I wish to sleep. Fourth sister, Lin Weiman mysteriously pointed downstairs, come with me. If you genuinely lack appetite, I will not utter another word and shall personally escort you back upstairs to rest. Have I ever asked you for anything? This time, I implore you to accompany me downstairs. Hearing her brother's insistence, Lin Chujiao sighed helplessly and followed him downstairs. Upon reaching the living room, she sat at the dining table, observing as Lin Weiman unveiled the familiar dishes beneath a food cover. Before he could heat the food, she weakly interjected, Brother, please do not heat the dishes. I truly cannot eat. I shall take my leave. Hey, why the haste? Lin Weiman, noticing her utter lack of appetite, firmly seated her. Do you know what I have prepared for you? Certainly not that. What I have for you is this. As he spoke, he brought forth a jar from beneath the table, lifting the lid. A wave of familiar sour and spicy aroma wafted into the air, prompting Lin Chujiao's nostrils to quiver in curiosity. She tilted her head, puzzled, gazing at her brother. Without uttering a word, Lin Weiman handed her a pair of chopsticks and gestured toward the jar. For reasons unknown, this familiar tang piqued Lin Chujiao's appetite, and after a moment of hesitation, she relinquished her resistance, accepted the chopsticks, and tentatively reached into the jar for a piece. Is this ginger? Upon seeing the translucent, tender slices of ginger, Lin Chujiao exclaimed in surprise, Brother, how did you know I have developed a fondness for this? Unconsciously, she popped the ginger slice into her mouth. As the familiar sour, sweet, and uniquely spicy flavors danced upon her tongue, Lin Chujiao instinctively narrowed her eyes, savoring each bite, her eyes sparkling with delight. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, her chopsticks moved with increasing speed, her cheeks puffing up with the delectable morsels. Observing his sister's enjoyment, Lin Weiman finally breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled, lifting the surrounding dishes and turning toward the kitchen. I will reheat these dishes for you. You must eat a bit more. Mother has been waiting for you all this time. All right. At that moment, Lin Chujiao felt her mouth watering, her appetite surging, and her spirits invigorated. She narrowed her satisfied, peach blossom eyes and mumbled, "Brother, you truly are remarkable. How did you know I like this? Where did you procure it? Where did I buy it?" Little Li's uncle arrived in Yanjing today. He brought it from Hongshan County. "This was specially prepared for you by Little Li's mother," Lin Weimin replied, stirring vegetables in the kitchen while glancing back. Lin Chujiao suddenly froze, and out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the jar filled with slices of ginger. It dawned on her why she felt such an inexplicable familiarity upon seeing it moments ago. It was, after all, an item from the Li family, 1,000 miles away. After a prolonged silence, Lin Weimin heard no sounds from the dining room. Curiously, he hurried over with a plate of stir-fried water bamboo, just as he was about to urge his sister to have a little more. Suddenly, he was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he exclaimed, "Xiao, why are you crying?" Unbeknownst to him, tears had already streamed down the face of his fourth sister. This question, once posed, felt like the final straw that broke the camel's back, igniting within Lin Chujiao a torrent of pent-up frustration, sorrow, and longing. She burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. "Xiao, fourth sister, what is the matter? Please don't cry. Is there something troubling you?" Lin Weimin was utterly flustered. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, footsteps echoed throughout the room. Lin Yue and Lin Muyu emerged from the staircase. Lin Weigua and Wei Lan, along with Xiao Qing, comforting Wang Xuqin, soon followed, and finally, Lin Jianzhou came down, alerted by the commotion. The vast dining area was filled with people, all eyes fixed on Lin Chujiao, who sat at the table, weeping heartily while delicately picking a small piece of ginger from the jar and placing it in her mouth. Everyone was stunned into silence. No words were spoken, yet all eyes were glistening with unshed tears. Chapter 79. The three sisters wept. Never before had Lin Chujiao wept so sorrowfully in the Lin household, stirring the hearts of all present. The room fell silent, save for the heart-wrenching cries of Lin Chujiao, which resonated deeply, igniting the emotions of those around her. Wei Lan and Xiao Qing, her sisters-in-law, along with Lin Muyu and Lin Yue, found themselves moved to tears as well. "What is the matter?" Xiao Qing quietly approached her husband, Lin Weimin, and inquired softly. Lin Weimin shook his head, likely guessing the cause yet hesitant to voice it at such a moment. Lin Weigu exchanged a knowing glance with his wife, Wei Lan, who then approached and gently massaged her sister's shoulders, whispering, "Little Xiao, ginger is meant to dispel cold. Consuming too much is detrimental. Should I fetch you some more rice?" Lin Chujiao merely shook her head, clutching the sizable jar tightly, as if she could never have enough of the delicacies contained within. Witnessing this scene, Lin Jianzhou let out a cold scoff, casting a glare at Wang Xuqin before ascending the stairs. Wang Xuqin, perceptive to her husband's thoughts, sighed softly and hurried to the table, attempting to seize the jar while exclaiming, "Weimin, where did you procure this jar of ginger? What nonsense is this? Your sister's health cannot tolerate such excess. It is truly exasperating. Little Xiao, give the jar to mother. I shall dispose of it." At this, Lin Weimin's expression shifted dramatically, and he rushed over, pleading, "Mother, it cannot be thrown away. Let little Xiao enjoy it. She has an appetite now, and it would be a shame to waste it. This was not easily obtained. But that is unacceptable. Overindulgence could harm her health. Ginger is hardly a beneficial substance." Wang Xuqin retorted, shaking her head as she prepared to snatch the jar away. "Little Xiao, be obedient. Consume less. Why are you crying over a meal? There is nothing to weep about." "Mother." Lin Yue, witnessing her mother and sister's impending conflict, rushed forward to embrace her mother. "Please, take a moment to rest. If my sister desires more, let her have it. She hasn't eaten anything tonight. Her appetite has only just returned, and mixing it with rice is perfectly fine. Look, when has she ever taken a liking to this? It is a rare occurrence." "What do you know? Do not interject. I believe your sister has been overwhelmed by the spice. She ought to stop eating it." Wang Xuqin, now irritated, was held back by her daughter. "Mother." Lin Muyu also approached, bewildered by her sister's tears and still trying to comprehend the situation. Yet she could not bear to see their mother take away the ginger that her younger sister cherished. She too sought to intervene. "What are you all doing? Listen to mother. Cease this fuss. What time is it? Eating ginger at such an hour? Do you not fear falling ill? Step aside, so that mother may take the jar away. Little Xiao, stop crying." Lin Weigu admonished the group. "I will not. This was brought by third uncle. Mother made it especially for me, from the Li family's ginger. Do not take it away." Lin Chujiao sobbed, clutching the jar as if it were a treasured possession. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, suddenly comprehending the situation. Lin Muyu and Lin Yue exchanged a glance, and in that moment, they comprehended the reason behind Lin Chujiao's tears, their hearts immediately aching in unison, with their eyes soon glistening with moisture. Lin Weigu cast a fierce glare at his younger brother Lin Weimin and scolded, "Look at the trouble you've caused." However, it was their mother, Wang Xiuqin, who was more incensed. After a brief pause, her eyes reddened as she exclaimed, "Xiaoqiao, who do you call mother? Is Li Xiangnan's mother your mother? If you say that, it's even less likely that you'll be allowed to eat anything from his family. I was puzzled as to why you suddenly burst into tears. It turns out you were reluctant. Weigu, come here and throw this jar away." "Mom." At that moment, Lin Weimin suddenly shouted in anger, "Mom, it's just a jar of ginger. Is it worth treating Chu Qiao this way? Weimin, how can you speak to your mother like that? She is doing this for Xiao Qiao's sake. What do you understand?" Lin Weigu was instantly furious and turned, hands on his hips, saying, "I see you're becoming increasingly disrespectful." As the atmosphere became chaotic, Lin Miyu signaled to her younger sister Lin Yue, who quickly dashed forward to separate everyone, saying, "Stop it. Fourth sister is already feeling distressed. Let us all calm down." "Mom, why don't you go get some rest? I'll handle this. Eldest brother and sister-in-law, you both should go rest. Let us settle down. The more we talk, the messier it gets. Do you really want to see Xiao Qiao suffer?" "Yes, everyone should leave." "Mom, eldest brother and sister-in-law, you all go. Second brother, you should also head upstairs to sleep. Second sister-in-law, please help mom upstairs." Quickly, Lin Yue imitated her sister, trying to mediate the situation. Yes, mom, let us go. The sisters will take care of Xiao Qiao. She knows what's important." Xiao Qin glanced at her husband, took Wang Xiuqin's arm, and urged, "Let us go rest, Mom. It's quite late. Weimin, you come too." Finally, the group ascended the stairs in a disheveled manner. Once the dining room was left with only the three sisters, Lin Muyu affectionately embraced Lin Chujiao and said, "Xiao Qiao, it's all right. You have your sister here. No one can take your precious ginger away. If you want to eat it, go ahead. No one dares to stop you." "Sister, I don't want to eat it anymore." Lin Chujiao nestled her head in her sister's embrace, murmuring, "I'm afraid it will be gone." At her words, Lin Muyu and Lin Yue were momentarily taken aback. "Sister, can I have a taste?" Lin Yue swallowed her saliva, raising a finger and pouting her lips in a pleading manner. "Can I just have one piece? I saw how much you enjoyed it. I want to try too." Understanding that her younger sister was trying to cheer Lin Chujiao up and divert her attention from the reason for her tears, Lin Muyu cradled her sister's face and smiled. "I too wish to taste the flavor of our hometown from 1,000 miles away, which is so treasured by our fourth sister." "Sister, little sister." Lin Chujiao halted her laughter, excitedly placing the jar on the table and exclaimed, "Yes, you both should try it. It's really delicious. Hurry." Lin Yue picked up a pair of chopsticks and sampled a slice of ginger she had never tasted before. As the mingling flavors of sweetness, sourness, spiciness, and heat exploded on her palate, her eyes instantly narrowed, and she hesitated to take a second piece. Suddenly, an image of an elderly woman slicing ginger at the stove emerged in my mind, her face radiating a sweet smile. Gazing at Lin Yue's contented expression, Lin Muyu also placed a piece of ginger in her mouth, and in an instant, her eyes sparkled with delight. She could hardly bear to chew on the ginger slice, fearing that this sudden burst of flavor would vanish into her stomach. "How is it? Delicious, isn't it? Especially delightful?" Upon witnessing the almost synchronized expressions of enjoyment from the two sisters, Lin Chujiao could not help but break into laughter, eagerly watching them and anticipating their feedback. When they opened their eyes and beheld the exuberant and proudly joyful Lin Chujiao, they began to grasp a fragment of the reason behind Xiao Qiao's tears. What they were savoring was not merely a tangy ginger slice. It was a profound love from motherly towards her daughter-in-law. The sweet utterance of Mom was Lin Chujiao's acknowledgement of her elder's affection. "Hey, why are you both crying? Speak up." Suddenly, tears burst forth from the sisters' eyes, leaving Lin Chujiao utterly alarmed. Chapter 80. What is a? Xiangnan, your tolerance for alcohol has notably improved. You hardly seem to have vomited at all tonight. In the small room, Li Fuqin's eyes were wide open, devoid of any trace of sleepiness. That evening, Li Xiangnan had toppled over another cabinet, laying a mat atop it to create a makeshift bed, relinquishing his own to his uncle, who now lay uncomfortably, his back aching from the hard surface, making sleep elusive. "Uncle, you've been on the train for nearly a whole day. Aren't you tired? Still have the energy to chat?" Li Fuqin continued, fanning his nephew with a palm fan, his voice vibrant and full of life. betraying no hint of fatigue. I'm not a young maiden. What is there to be excited about? Li Xiangnan pouted, urging. Just sleep already. Tomorrow, I'll take half a day off to show you around the city. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? You're my nephew. How could that possibly be the same as a girl? If your aunt hears this, I'll surely get scolded. Li Fuqin pretended to swat his nephew with the fan. You go to your work tomorrow. I'm quite capable of exploring the city on my own. That works for me. Li Xiangnan chuckled to himself. After a brief silence, Li Fuqin inquired, Xiangnan, where does Xiaoqiao work? Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan was momentarily taken aback. He truly had no idea where Lin Chujiao was employed. Having never asked Lin Weiman about it, he then felt a wave of frustration. Uncle, didn't we agree not to bring this up? Why are you so stubborn? I was merely asking casually. Do you really think you can lecture me? Li Fuqin replied with a chuckle. Fine, ask away. I won't interfere. Li Xiangnan pouted and closed his eyes. By the way, where does your second uncle work? He gave me 2 phone numbers. One for himself and another for that factory director, Xing. Can I reach him through that? Li Xiangnan nearly lost his composure, sitting up to clarify. Lin Weiman works in the logistics department at 301. The number you have is certainly for his office or the reception. You should be able to inquire there. Uncle, what exactly do you want? After his uncle's probing, Li Xiangnan understood why it was Director Xing who had informed him of his uncle's arrival. It was Lin Weiman who had provided the contact, likely due to their acquaintance. All right, I won't disturb you further. Just one last question, and then you can sleep. Li Fuqin said, grinning. Fine, go ahead. Once I answer, we can finally rest. Li Xiangnan conceded, exasperated. Have you met Chujiao since coming to Yanjing? How is your relationship progressing? Li Xiangnan nearly jumped to his feet in disbelief. Why was it again about Lin Chujiao? Yet, he could not voice his annoyance. After all, Li Fuqin was his uncle, and he had just agreed to respond. He reluctantly admitted, no, since arriving in Yanjing, I've been separated from her. And I haven't seen her since. I have no idea where she works or what her situation is like now. Is that sufficient? Why are you so impatient? Li Fuqin retorted. This is where you are mistaken. In the past, you pursued her with determination, but now that you are in Yanjing, you have abandoned her? Li Fuqin felt a twinge of anger. When did I ever win her over? Li Xiangnan could not help but interject. Oh? Li Fuqin was taken aback. What I meant to say. Li Xiangnan, sensing the flaw in his words, quickly clarified. The Lin family has already made arrangements. I have resolved my job situation and settled my household registration. The ties between the Li and Lin families have been severed. What is there to discuss? Meeting would only be awkward, wouldn't it? This outcome is beneficial for both our families. Haven T, I already mentioned this, uncle. Why do you still inquire? But the young lady has feelings for you, and you intend to let it go just like that? Li Fuqin also sat up. Hey, uncle. Do you believe everything Lin Weiman says? Do you know whether his words hold any truth? Furthermore, over the past 3 years, have you not observed whether there is any affection between Lin Chujiao and me? I refuse to be a sycophant any longer. A sycophant ends up with nothing. I'm going to sleep. Having said that, Li Xiangnan lay down and covered his head with the quilt. Li Fuqin was momentarily stunned, fell silent for a while, and then lay down as well. A few minutes later, Xiangnan, what is a sycophant? Uncle, are you done yet? In the family courtyard, Wang Xiuqin helped Xiaoqing soothe the awakened Yuan back to sleep before returning to her room. Upon seeing Lin Jianzhou sitting at the head of the bed still reading the newspaper, she undressed and climbed into bed, saying with concern, Dear, it's time for bed. You have several meetings tomorrow. You need to rest well and not tire yourself out, considering your age. Lin Jianzhou finally removed his glasses, neatly folded the newspaper, and placed it on the bedside, taking off his vest and turning off the lamp to lie down. They lay in silence for a long time, and after a while, Wang Xiuqin sighed deeply, turned on the bedside lamp, and sat up. Old Lin, I am increasingly doubting whether what I have done is right. Lin Jianzhou remained silent. Wang Xiuqin leaned over to take a look, nudging her husband. Stop pretending. You snore when you sleep. Get up and talk to me. The snoring promptly began. Wang Xiuqin, both amused and exasperated, remarked, Oh, come on. Your snores can't be feigned. They are quite different from this. Hurry up, keep me company. Otherwise, I will keep bothering you. Honestly, you just advised me to sleep, yet here you are, wide awake. Lin Jianzhou opened his eyes, looking resigned, and turned on the light on his side, asking, What do you want to discuss? What do you think? Wang Xiuqin sighed. Tonight, you saw how our daughter was. She cried so sorrowfully. After raising her for 20 years, I have never witnessed her cry like this. Each tear she shed felt like a dagger to my heart. I could barely breathe from the pain. I know our daughter well. While she may appear cold and aloof to outsiders, akin to a snow lotus, I understand her heart is warm, kind, and sincere, filled with gratitude. Since her return, she has not shared a word with us, hiding her feelings. I am certain she is upset with us. Behold the spectacle of this evening. A jar of ginger slices, 1,000 miles away, has utterly overwhelmed her emotions. That cry of mom, it sends tremors through my very soul, dear Lin. Lin Chujiao furrowed his brow. Was that jar sent by the Li family? Indeed it was. That scoundrel Wei Min brought it back, claiming it was a gift from his uncle, prepared by Li's mother herself. She cradled it like a treasured possession, refusing to let anyone snatch it away. After nurturing her for so many years, I have never witnessed her defend me with such fervor. To be honest, I feel a tinge of jealousy, alas. Lin Chujiao fell silent, lost in thought. Old Lin, are we truly justified in pressuring the child like this? Perhaps. We should let it be. As long as Xiao Qiao is happy, let her decide. Wang Shouqin cautiously observed her husband. If that were the case, when I called Xiao Qiao initially, you should have prevented me from asking her to return. Let her languish in Li's family compound, then. Wouldn't that render all our efforts fruitless? Do you have any idea of the lengths I have gone to for this girl? Do you genuinely believe it is so simple for a youth to return to the city and relocate their household? Are jobs so readily available? Will we abandon the arrangements that lie ahead? Lin Chujiao's tone grew stern as he regarded his wife. This is not merely for the family's honor. It is also for Xiao Qiao's future. What do familial sentiments amount to? As her father, how could I remain oblivious to my daughter's sorrow? Yet, enduring prolonged pain is worse than facing it head-on. We act in her best interest, and one day she will be grateful for our insistence today. Do not be short-sighted and overly compassionate. We risk undoing all the work we have accomplished for the Lin family. Time to sleep. Lin Chujiao eloquently expressed his thoughts, leaving Wang Shouqin's face pale and flushed in turn. Very well, very well. Your vision is unparalleled. Your dedication to the child is commendable. I yield to you. I yield to you, satisfied? It was always meant to be. Lin Chujiao exclaimed, turning off the lamp. Once your stance changes, how can this performance continue? Perseverance will lead us to the dawn of victory, just as we have supported each other through countless trials in the past. Can we not overcome this hurdle as well? Wang Shouqin sighed, nodded, and murmured, understood, old Lin. Chapter 81. My nephew saved someone? Don't be ridiculous. In the morning, Li Xiangnan was awakened by the enticing aroma of steamed buns. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed his uncle, Li Fuqin, busily attending to the stove, having already steamed the buns, and was now using chopsticks to place them onto the table. Uncle, it smells wonderful, Li Xiangnan exclaimed, sitting up with a cheerful smile. Indeed, while your uncle may not excel in many things, he certainly delights in the art of cooking, Li Fuqin replied. I even added a few drops of sesame oil while kneading the dough, making the entire batch fragrant. Casting a glance at the clock, Li Fuqin urged. You should get up now. It's already 7. I will prepare some congee, and once you finish washing up, you can enjoy it along with the pickles your mother sent along. This breakfast will be delightful. All right. Energized by his uncle's words, Li Xiangnan sprang out of bed like a carp leaping from the water, quickly dressed, grabbed his enamel mug, and headed outside to freshen up. 10 minutes later, upon returning, he was pleased to find 2 steaming bowls of congee on the table. Uncle, your speed is truly impressive, Li Xiangnan praised, giving a thumbs up. After placing his toiletries aside, he turned to retrieve the jar of marinated beef from under the bed and set it on the table, grinning. Today, we're having this. You rascal. Are you living life too lavishly? Your mother brought this for you. If she finds out I had some, she would surely come after me. Despite his longing, Li Fuqin shook his head in refusal. Don't worry, uncle. I'll take the blame. When we return home for the new year, I'll explain it to her. Besides, she is not unaware of it. If neither of us speaks of it, does she possess the ability to see through walls? Li Xiangnan chuckled, teasing his uncle. The room is warm, and while ordinary pickles can be left out, this marinated beef won't last long. I fear it may spoil. After surveying the room, Li Fuqin nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite warm in here. You've endured much. Well then, I suppose I shall reluctantly partake a little. Though pickles are not easily spoiled, he had already resolved to venture out later to find a large basin, fill it with cool water, and place the jars inside to delay spoilage. After all, it would be unacceptable for his nephew to have scarcely a morsel of the food he had brought. Hey, I must say, your mother's culinary skills are exceptional. Ah, this bite. I can only savor it during the new year, Li Fuqin exclaimed, popping a piece of beef into his mouth, his eyes fluttering shut in delight. As Li Xiangnan enjoyed his meal, he responded, indeed. My mother's skills have long been recognized by the villagers. I remember during the new year, when we would slaughter pigs at home, the aroma from the boiled tails, ears, and faces would waft for miles, drawing all the neighbors nearby, enticed by the scent. Ha ha, I can picture it. Li Fuqin laughed heartily. In this light-hearted and joyful atmosphere, they relished their steamed buns and congee. Remembering his uncle's work, Li Xiangnan inquired, "Uncle, isn't the county farm busy lately? How could you take several days off?" Upon hearing this, Li Fuqin smiled and remarked, "You are unaware, my dear. I originally requested leave to visit you, intending to return tomorrow. However, upon learning of my journey to Yanjing, the farm graciously extended my leave, allowing me to explore several state-run farms in the vicinity of Yanjing and learn from their advanced practices. It appears I have come here for further study." "Oh, I see. I have heard that the Hongxing farm is quite expansive. If you have the time, uncle, you should visit. Once the weekend arrives, I shall take you out to explore. We have yet to ascend the Great Wall," Li Xiangnan suggested while nibbling on a steamed bun. "I have also heard of the Hongxing farm. It was formerly the Nanjiao farm of Yanjing, amalgamated with several others. Indeed, I must see these places. I will wander about when I have the chance, for I have long desired to visit Yanjing. As for the more distant locations, I shall wait for your company." Agreed. The two settled on a time. And as their breakfast drew to a close, Li Xiangnan rose to tidy the dishes and place them in the stainless steel basin, preparing to wash them in the back of the cafeteria. Just then, a sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Before he could peek out, he saw Cui Shijian and Wang Xiaofeng briskly entering with little Yuandan. "Yuandan, you're well again." He was about to greet them when Cui Shijian affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair and said with a smile, "Yuandan, quickly bow to your godfather." Li Fuqin recognized the couple from their dinner together the previous night, but was bewildered by the scene unfolding before him and promptly rose to his feet. "Hey, Lao Cui, what is the meaning of this?" Li Xiangnan hurriedly set down the basin to assist. Cui Shijian merely nodded to his daughter, and little Yuandan wasted no time, kneeling on the ground and bowing her head to Li Xiangnan with a thud. Li Xiangnan's lips twitched as he hastily helped the child up, wiping the smudged marks from her forehead. He then kicked Cui Shijian lightly, while sitting on a nearby stool. "Lao Cui, what are you doing? Why must she bow to me and recognize me as her godfather?" "Shaoli, the child's life was saved by you. Without your intervention, she would not have survived. In her eyes, you are her savior. These past few days without seeing you, she constantly inquired about Uncle Li. And I thought since the child holds you in such high regard, it would be wonderful to deepen our bond." "Shaoli, heh." Cui Shijian scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Would you be willing? How can you even ask? The child has already bowed her head. How could I refuse? My greatest wish is for little Yuandan to be happy and grow up healthy." Li Xiangnan shot him a glance, his annoyance bubbling beneath the surface as he kicked him again, lamenting that he had not been forewarned, as he had not prepared a red envelope. Despite his words, Li Xiangnan affectionately ruffled little Yuandan's hair and retrieved 5 yuan from his pocket, placing it in her hand. "Little Yuandan, this is your red envelope from your godfather. Now that you are well, you must study diligently." "Godfather, I know. I will. I will study hard and improve every day." "That's right." Watching the innocent and cheerful little Yuandan, Li Xiangnan couldn't help but pinch her little face, laughing heartily. Wang Xiaofeng stood to the side, her expression transforming from anxiety to joy. Upon witnessing Li Xiangnan maintaining an intimate distance with her daughter, she could not help but shed tears of happiness. Cui Shijian's mouth was agape, resembling an open gourd. If one were to determine who among those present appeared the most bewildered, it would undoubtedly be the somewhat dazed third uncle, Li Fuqin. "Wait a moment, Xiao Cui, Xiangnan, what on earth is happening? Don't tell me your rudimentary skills have actually saved this child's life?" Cui Shijian's eyes widened in disbelief as he replied, "Third uncle, Xiao Li's medical expertise is among the finest in our emergency department. Among the finest? There are only 3 doctors in our emergency department. Are you mocking me, old Cui?" Li Xiangnan's face darkened. "If it weren't for him, my daughter's meningitis would have worsened. She was only discharged this morning. I owe my gratitude to Xiaoli for that. Moreover, just 2 days ago, he saved a young man suffering from crab poisoning. Had it not been for him, that worker might have lost half his life." A chuckle escaped Li Fuqin's lips, and he wiped away the tears of laughter. "Ha ha ha, crab poisoning, meningitis. Him? With his rudimentary skills?" As he laughed, he noticed that Cui Shijian, Wang Xiaofeng, and Xiao Yuandan were all gazing at him with grave seriousness, and he realized that they seemed to be utterly sincere. "Wait, Li Fuqin glanced at Li Xiangnan in surprise and firmly grasped Cui Shijian's arm. Xiao Cui, you cannot be jesting with me. Is Xiangnan truly that skilled in medicine? Has he really cured your daughter's meningitis? Chapter 82. How do you know everything? After approximately 10 minutes, as Cui Shijian recounted the events, every detail of that day when Li Xiangnan endeavored to save the little Yuan Dan was vividly restored. Subsequently, a profound shock appeared in Li Fuqin's eyes. He alternately glanced at the well-behaved and adorable little Yuan Dan, now returned to normal, and then at the composed and unflappable Li Xiangnan, as if saving a life were a commonplace occurrence for him. As Li Xiangnan's uncle, he possessed an intimate understanding of his nephew, who resembled his own son. Mischievous in childhood, he had grown up following his father around the village, leading a life that was, in essence, predictable. It was one thing to accurately diagnose that the child had meningitis and to propose corresponding treatments, such as decisively administering sedatives and utilizing silver needles to stabilize seizures. Even Li Xiangnan's father, Li Fugui, would likely find himself at a loss in such a critical situation. This was someone else's precious child, and any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Yet Li Xiangnan not only managed the scene with remarkable control, but also executed every arrangement methodically, even going to 301 hospital to procure penicillin with a clear and orderly mindset, undertaking his tasks with steadiness. This undeniably highlighted Li Xiangnan's calm, astute, and capable work ethic and demeanor. Was this truly the same Li Xiangnan who lounged lazily in the village? Uncle, what's wrong? Shouldn't you be pleased that little Li possesses such formidable medical skills? Cui Shijian teased, noticing the myriad of doubts clouding Li Fuqin's expression. Indeed, I am happy. Li Fuqin replied, taking a deep breath as he cast a sidelong glance at the upright Li Xiangnan. This lad has certainly matured. He has learned to conceal his talents. Are you afraid that people will say your father lacks capability? Not at all. With my father paving the way, I can afford to revel in my success without rushing ahead. I'm quite at ease. Li Xiangnan provided a rather sound justification. Ha. Cui Shijian burst into laughter. You rascal. Li Fuqin shook his head, poised to playfully kick him. Old Cui. At that moment, Wang Xiaofeng entered with a stainless steel basin. Earlier, when Cui Shijian was about to discuss matters, he had casually sent his wife out to wash the dishes, insisting they not disturb little Li, as he was soon to start work. All right. Cui Shijian clapped his hands, pulling little Yuan Dan over. Say goodbye to your godfather, and return to your mother. Dad will bring you something delicious tonight. Okay. Goodbye, godfather. I'll come to see you again tomorrow. Little Yuan Dan, understanding and considerate, waved his hand as he nestled into his mother's embrace. Wait a moment, sister-in-law. Li Xiangnan called out to the departing mother and daughter. Retrieving 2 jars from beneath the bed, he filled them with goodies and handed them over. Here, take these, sister-in-law. I noticed old Cui's eyes were practically glowing with desire yesterday. Oh no, little Li, this is too much. This was brought by your aunt. And there's only so much. Cui Shijian hesitated, understanding the delicacy of accepting such local specialties. Just take it. We're already bonded as kin. And you call me godfather, so there's no need for formality. Li Fuqin, smoking casually, chuckled. Indeed, take it. Li Xiangnan nudged forward. Cui Shijian glanced at his wife and reluctantly accepted the item, cradling it in his arms while sincerely expressing, Thank you, Xiao Li. Look at you, being so polite. Li Xiangnan smiled, turned, and patted his backside as he went to fetch his bag, preparing for work. Handing the net bag to Wang Xiaofeng, Cui Shijian instructed, Take this back and deliver a jar to our parents, saying it's a gift from their godfather for the new year. You head back first. I must get to work. All right. Xiao Li, Sanshu, we shall take our leave. Wang Xiaofeng smiled gently, holding little Yuandan's hand as they departed. Sanshu, I'm off to work. There are 2 keys for this door. Be sure to lock it and take one with you. Farewell. After exchanging pleasantries with Sanshu, Li Xiangnan stepped outside. After a few strides, he inquired, Why did Xiao Yuandan get discharged so early this morning? Did the doctor check on him? Yes. Director Liang personally took the night shift and came to check on him at 6 this morning. He said Yuandan's vital signs are all normal, and he can be discharged. Just keep an eye on him at home. If any issues arise, come back to the hospital. Cui Shijian hurriedly clarified. Li Xiangnan nodded. Having initially thought the obstetrics department was negligent in discharging patients, but now he understood that it was due to Director Liang's personal attention, so all was well. As they conversed and strolled, they turned a corner and spotted someone hastily walking forward with their head down, concealing their face. They exchanged amused glances. Cui Xingjian winked at Li Xiangnan and quickly approached, playfully wrapping an arm around the person's shoulder, exclaiming, "Oh, who is this? Why so shy about meeting people? What are you doing?" Suddenly embraced by Cui Xingjian, the individual struggled, glancing sideways to see it was Cui Xingjian, along with Li Xiangnan. Panic flickered in their eyes, prompting them to lower their head in embarrassment. "Ah, it's Dr. Luo. What happened to your face? You look swollen. Did someone hit you?" Cui Xingjian firmly grasped his shoulder, refusing to let go despite the person's attempts to escape. "Cui, what are you doing?" Luo Dali's eyes darted around nervously, scanning the passers-by, pleading silently. "What am I doing? I'm merely expressing concern for you. Look at your injury. We are comrades in the same trench. How can I overlook a fellow's well-being? What exactly happened?" Cui Xingjian's voice grew louder. Cui, please keep it down. Someone might overhear." Luo Dali anxiously tried to cover his mouth. "Nothing happened." "Then why is your face swollen?" "Luo Dali, don't think we're unaware of the little schemes you've been plotting behind the scenes. Dr. Li doesn't hold it against you. That's his magnanimity. But I am not so forgiving. I cannot stand to see my comrades being schemed against. Mark my words. We know about the conspiracy you're concocting with your uncle, Luo Yo. I'll take a wild guess. Did your uncle give you that bruise?" Cui Xingjian spoke, his voice laced with a chilling mirth as his fingers clamped around Luo Dali's neck like a vice. With his neck ensnared, Luo Dali resembled a frightened chick, his demeanor utterly ludicrous. Sweat glistened on his face as he cast furtive glances, ultimately unable to resist looking towards Li Xiangnan. To his astonishment, he found no trace of human emotion in the stark contrast of Li's eyes. It was precisely this frigid indifference and aloofness that sent shivers down Luo Dali's spine. You seem to know everything. I beg you. Please, spare me. I do not wish to end up like my uncle, consigned to the sandblasting workshop. I promise I will cease all underhanded actions." As he spoke, tears streamed down Luo Dali's face like worthless drops, his bloodshot eyes, lacking sleep, brimmed with terror. He looked up at Li Xiangnan, pleading, "Xiao Li, no, Dr. Li. I truly had no idea of your connections. Powerful figures wouldn't dare offend you. How could a mere commoner like me presume to confront you? I swear, I will not dare again. Just treat me as a minor nuisance and let me go, please." Li Xiangnan regarded him with a cold stare until Luo Dali's legs began to tremble slightly, at which point he averted his gaze, casually brushing off the leaves from his shoulder, and silently turned to leave. "Huh, big head. Good deeds are rewarded, and evil deeds are punished. May you fend for yourself." Cui Xingjian chuckled, patting Luo Dali's face before following suit and departing. With a thud, Luo Dali, caught off guard, crumpled to the ground, his legs having given way. He understood that although Li Xiangnan had uttered not a single word, the icy gaze had conveyed everything. His adversary would not let him off lightly. This matter was far from over. Chapter 83. "Dr. Li, do you want a wife?" Li Xiangnan arrived at the emergency room, only to discover that he was the earliest to arrive. Xiangnan and several nurses had yet to show up, and Ding Yuqiu was also absent from work. He decided to take out the book he had borrowed from the library that day and began to read. When he felt the urge to take notes, he realized he was still using the pen he had borrowed from Nurse Zhang yesterday. His original pen remained with Lin Yue. Remembering that quirky girl, Li Xiangnan resolved to visit the library again at noon to see if she was there. After perusing a clinical medicine book for a good 10 minutes and jotting down numerous notes, Xiangnan, along with Zhu Zhu and Wang Qin, entered the consultation room. "Hey, Dr. Li, why hasn't Dr. Ding arrived yet?" Zhu Zhu inquired curiously. Li Xiangnan chuckled in exasperation. "I'm not her shadow. How would I know why she isn't at work?" Wang Qin sauntered over with an amused glint in her eye, scrutinizing Li Xiangnan's face, and asked playfully, "That's odd. Didn't Dr. Ding make you breakfast this morning?" At these words, Li Xiangnan pretended to close the book and reached out as if to tap her on the head. "Dr. Ding isn't my wife. Can she really make me breakfast every day? What nonsense are you talking about?" Xiangnan stifled a laugh and teased him. "So, Dr. Li, do you wish for a wife? Are you hoping Dr. Ding will be yours? Go away. Find somewhere cooler to linger." Li Xiangnan was utterly bemused. The group of nurses erupted into laughter, their amusement echoing throughout the room. "What are you all laughing about?" Just then, Ding Yuqiu appeared at the door of the consultation room. Today, she had tied her hair into a neat bun atop her head, revealing her delicate, oval face. "Ha." Her voice prompted the three nurses to burst into laughter once more. Ding Yuqiu blinked and sought assistance from Li Xiangnan, who merely shrugged his shoulders, feigning helplessness, and muttered, "These 3 nurses in your consultation room are beyond saving." Seeing his flustered expression and the triumphant smirks of Xiangnan and the others, Ding Yuqiu immediately deduced what they had been jesting about concerning Li Xiangnan. Disappointed, she admonished, "All you do is joke around. Hurry up and organize the medication trays in the consultation room, and reconcile the accounts with accountant you in the pharmacy." "Understood." Zhang Xingyan cheerfully raised her hand, brimming with enthusiasm. Observing their antics, Li Xiangnan felt as though he were punching cotton. No method seemed effective. After glancing at his book for a while longer, he felt a shadow obscure his light. Before he could raise his head, Ding Yuqiu said, "Director Liang, what brings you here?" Suddenly, a flurry of activity erupted from the medicine cabinet in the inner room as Zhang Xinan, Zhu Zhu, and Wang Qin hurriedly rushed out, breathless. At that moment, Li Xiangnan caught a whiff of a unique fragrance and turned his head to see Liang Mei, smiling and bending over to look at his medical book. He couldn't help but smile wryly and politely greeted, "Director Liang." Waving her hand, Liang Mei smiled around the room. "I just finished my night shift and came to take a look. Xiao Yuandan was discharged this morning. She is doing quite well." Li Xiangnan stood up earnestly and expressed, "Director Liang, thank you. I appreciate your care for her these past few days. I encountered Xiao Yuan today. Her complexion looks splendid. What gratitude is necessary? It is primarily due to your diligent efforts earlier that our obstetrics and gynecology department could seamlessly take over without any incidents." Liang Mei replied, her hair playfully tucked behind her ear. It was then that everyone noticed the exquisite earrings adorning her ears, perfectly complementing her charming demeanor, making her even more captivating. "Director Liang, it is thanks to you for accepting Xiao Yuan that she could be discharged smoothly. Thank you." At this moment, Ding Yuqiu, upon seeing Liang Mei, felt a shift in her previous animosity, now regarding this sisterly figure with profound respect, sensing the unspoken hardship she bore. "Dr. Ding, I am not being overly sentimental. This is simply my duty," Liang Mei humbly stated, devoid of arrogance. The crowd responded with gentle smiles. Noticing that Liang Mei seemed hesitant to speak, Li Xiangnan preemptively addressed her, "Director Liang, rest assured, I will prepare the plan I promised you in the next couple of days. No rush, no rush. I trust your capabilities." Liang Mei sighed in relief, nodding appreciatively at him. Ding Yuqiu and Zhang Xiangnan, aware of the prior discussions regarding pediatrics, recognized that Li Xiangnan had indeed been truthful, thereby increasing their trust in him. "Ah, Director Liang, what brings you to the emergency department? It's quite a rare visit." As they conversed, Xing Chunlai strode in briskly through the door. "I just finished my shift and thought I'd come by to take a look. I heard we have some talent in our emergency department." Liang Mei smiled, playfully acknowledging the compliment. "Well, it's indeed a rare occasion. You seem quite invested in our hospital's talent development." As Liang Mei concluded, another figure entered, the director of the repair factory, Lu Ziyuan. "Director Lu," Liang Mei exclaimed in surprise, her eyes darting towards Li Xiangnan in confusion. While it would be understandable for Director Xing to visit, given his role in introducing Li Xiangnan to the factory, the presence of Lu Ziyuan, a pivotal figure managing over 20,000 individuals, was unprecedented. It was no exaggeration to say he was a person of immense responsibility, overseeing a multitude of tasks. Could it be that he was also here to visit Li Xiangnan? Liang Mei, having spent years in obstetrics and gynecology, had never experienced such an honor. "Director Lu, Director Xing, are you here for something specific?" Ding Yuqiu, equally astonished, quickly rose from her seat, while nearby Zhang Xinan and several nurses stood nervously, the earlier lightheartedness dissipating. Liang Mei, keenly attentive, wished to discern the reason for the simultaneous visit of these two distinguished individuals. "Ah, Director Lu, Director Xing, what brings you here so early? Old Su just called for me, and I ended up arriving late, haha." Before the deputy factory director had the chance to speak, the unmistakable booming voice of Director Feng resonated from the entrance, prompting everyone to turn their attention in that direction. Director Feng approached, giving Li Xiangnan a reassuring pat on the shoulder, and introduced, "Xiao Li, I believe you have yet to meet this esteemed leader of our factory." "Director Lu, why are you still in a daze?" "Greetings, Director Lu." Li Xiangnan extended his hand with a poised demeanor. "Xiao Li, you are quite impressive. As the factory director, it brings me great joy to witness your brilliance in your role. Your proposal was discussed in a meeting yesterday afternoon and unanimously approved. I have come this morning to assess the emergency department and to inquire about how we might expand our emergency room facilities," Lu Ziyuan remarked with warmth. Upon hearing this, Ding Yuqiu, Zhang Xiangnan, Zhu Zhu, and Wang Qin were all taken aback, their pupils dilating in astonishment. Had Li Xiangnan's proposal truly been approved so swiftly? It seemed that the factory was genuinely committed to advancing the emergency department. For reasons unbeknownst to them, an overwhelming sense of determination and passion surged within each of them, igniting a desire to contribute fervently to the medical and health endeavors of the factory hospital. Meanwhile, Liang Mei, standing nearby, gazed at Li Xiangnan with wide, incredulous eyes, struggling to comprehend the reality. In just a few days, he had not only saved lives, but also initiated reforms. He must indeed be a prodigious talent. Was it possible that her plans for the pediatric department might truly come to fruition? Observing the profile of that young man, Liang Mei felt admiration stirring in her heart for the first time towards another.